some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down. Everybody finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top, and they be asking where I'm at.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Major 1 Challengers Open. If you missed yesterday, number one, what are you doing? Because you missed some absolute insane matchups. We had some heartbreak happen on that elimination bracket side, and we saw some of our winners carve their way to victory to make it to day number 2. I'm Dandro, and of course, I'm joined by Enigma. Enigma, we got to lock in on some nice best of 3s yesterday, but it's a whole new ball game today because it's best of 5s, baby. If there's a time to turn up, it's today.
Certainly was. For a lot of these teams, yesterday will have been the warm-up before the real gauntlet begins, and this, quite simply, is where the fun begins. This is where we see those top teams across North America and, of course, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And one team coming out of APAC all square up against each other. You're going to take a look here at the schedule. Now, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we're not just going with the one game to kick things off. There's a whole bunch running, but this is just for Alpha. We'll be going straight from here into Elimination Round 5 and so on through this afternoon. A lot of TBDs because a lot of things to be settled right here, right now.
Gotta always make your way through their bracket. Let's talk about what these players are fighting for, Enigma, because it's not just pro points. It's not just glory. We got some serious cash on the line. That's right. $75,000 prize pool, and you can see there, first place, you come on in, you win that game on Championship Sunday, your team's walking home with $30,000. But if you don't manage to make it to get there, guess what? You're still getting some points there if you come in 9th through 12th. Let's talk about, of course, this alpha matchup that we alluded to, Enigma. It is, of course, none other than Stallions Red versus the Telluride Bush. Help me break down this map set a little bit.
Well, quite frankly, the Dens to start off with will suit nobody but Bush. 6-1 they went here. When it came to the Elite, it's always been good at hardpoint, but this is their home ground. So any upset here by the Stallions really would rock the boat a bit. So let's get into it then. We break off underway in day 2. 2 heavy hitters taking swings early, and Fire will kick us off.
P1 always going to be a little bit of a first test here when you kickstart these maps on the first rotation. Sometimes it's just a kind of a battle back and forth. Other times it's teams gaining position and getting a lot of points on the board. So it looks like first wave of kills gonna go into the way of the Telluride Bush. They've already moved their way on up, but coming from that outside platform area, Stallions Red, they look to try and maybe cut you on down, but also hold these spawns for this P2. Already some good shots coming on out. Highs on your screen. 3-1 to start this map. Not a bad way to kick off your Saturday.
Not at all. Of course, Heis coming into this team. Started this. Was here for Cup 5 in the Stallions lineup. But other than that, he's had a bit of a... Well, passed around pretty much every team in Challengers, really. Of course, Hyde, he's also one of the new additions. Was on that next threat roster alongside Sensor for some time. And the Stallions Red squad will be looking to Encourage and Swooty. They're all faithfuls to help lead the line. Encourage going to be the first point of contact on this hit from Bush.
Like this. You're lurking, but Capsule slides on out. He's gonna be able to cut you on down. Meanwhile, in the back, Fire's good for 2, but Hyde gonna hold the line on that P2, and it's gonna be a little bit of a bang out. Both teams getting these close spawns. Starting to fly on forward. Fire in the hill. Absolutely shooting right now. 9-2 for the newest addition to the Telluride Bush. And you're starting to see maybe a little bit why. Has a lot to say on his name. Really has a lot to prove. And when the guns are hot, I think you're earning some of that glory that you're so used to. Just being mixy on this hill, Enigma. It's so hard to root him on out. And he's close to that Hellstorm. Well, he'll actually be able to get it.
Yeah, flexing in the truest sense as well there, by the way. M15 out one moment, Dravek the next, depending on the fight at hand. Rotation will begin over for 3. Bush will set this up slowly. Stallions Red will be in control. A lot of land mass. It's going to be Swooty controlling the middle. Very big fight that coming up for him. But Hyde's going to hold the front.
Oh, I like that. Capsule is going to be able to find that Swooty kill, and now he's going to be able to push up through this platform. Do you find the angle here? Do you at least get the information that encourages in this side garage? A couple of wall banks coming on out, and you're going to see that Hellstorm get invested from Fire. It's good for 2. That'll help clear some of the presence of the Stallions Red off this hard point and allow some of your team members to fly on forward. Fire gonna try and be the point man. A little bit of a hop up here in this garage. We're starting to see from some of these players, and such a good job right now. Head on a swivel. You're cutting them down left and right, and fire is a big reason why you're getting some of these points on the board, but you still need to convert this into hill time. So that way you can maybe take the lead.
Blue absolutely on fire to kick things off for sure. The slowest man actually out of the blocks is going to be Spart. This is the guy that has led the line for Bush over the last few weeks. Hell of a talent, so he'll come along at some point. A rotation in for 4 will be largely won initially by Red, but there's answer, return, and fight back. Spart going to be shot in the back, stays up just in time, has the support, but can you lock this down? You have company.
Such a huge kill to give your team the close spawns. Spart going to try and hold that box heady. Absol from the inside server. Wants to make sure that no members of Stallions Red can get on through, but just like that, Telluride Bush, they are cut down after a huge moment from Highs. You had the setup, it gets broken, and just like that, Stallions Red, they make their way onto the hard point.
I think it's the Stallions team. All the players with real fire about them. Very much so capable of shooting up there with some of the very best. They'll enjoy the chaos while it persists. They'll be on Bush to slow this down, really. Start to lock in some early rotations. If you want to take the wind out of the sails of your opponents, because just like that, as soon as it starts to get mixy, they'll shut you down, send you packing. So the end of our first set, it'll be Stallions Red leading by around 95 to 67. And look at that big long wrap coming out of Highs. He's so early on this. Bush don't see that coming. They'll fall early, and now they have numbers for the hit.
Now you're trying to flip these spawns. You want to hold this just like you did on that first set, and Highs makes that read, and it's going to be a big reason why you can do that. From that top side, though, Proloot, he's going to be in broken, going to try to be looked down all through this P1, and that's 3 dead in the feed for Stallions Red. Make it 4. So just like that, you're taking a couple punches if you're the Telluride Bush, but on the second set of rotation, you shake it off, you answer on back. It's some huge moments, but you're not holding this backside. I would have loved to see maybe some of the flips come on through, but you cut on through P1 here, and just like that, you're in the same scenario.
I think I've just watched both Spart and Fire absolutely dump somebody back to back here. Capsule will find his own 2-piece. Feels a little bit like the Bush guns are starting to warm up here. But it'll be Stallions Red in control of the P2 spawns and have a man out front as well. There will be a spawn out though, so this pressure in the back is actually going to be a problem for Stallions. You got to find the kills, and Capsule rips him. So you get the spawns in. Now got to go and deal with the hill directly, and it's going to be Hyde to try and hold the line.
Would have been a huge kill if you could manage to find Highs on the point there, but Telluride Bush, they're getting some of these back spawns. You are going to split on them. You can see all those red arrows. They're turning towards the back, but look at Hyde. He's going to be able to come on out. He's going to clear up some of those players in the back wall. Encourage. The man in the front is ripping right now. Capsule and Proloot get dropped, and you're just not going to let Telluride Bush get anywhere close towards this P2. Good reads from the Stallions Red to hold on here and continue to gain this lead.
Doing a solid job. Bush have to make a decision at some point. I talked about it. You want to be early on the rotations against a squad like Red. You can force them to break you down, not continue to make it mixy late, and give them every reason to square up. So Bush, looks like they heed that call. Start to get there, but Hyde's already on his toes. He's quick across the map. Stun won't connect. You don't get the intel. You see fire. Can you shut him down? Well, the answer is no. Hyde's going to be cleaned up. So you do the work that you need to early, but that team nade's unfortunate, and all of a sudden the situation flips, the script's turned on its head, and you break straight in if you are the Stallions.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication there. Team nade's always unfortunate to see. Capsule gonna be the one to try and make their way through this platform side. Nice little hop up, you find Highs, but Hyde and Dojo just trying to maybe be a little bit squirrely back here, right? You're looking out on this grass side, you're coming on in through the dojo, like you're just kind of trying to keep Telluride Bush guessing in all of these moments. He's gonna be able to slide out, find Proloot on that platform side, pistol in hand. You bring down Capsule. Such a great little moment there from Hyde to ensure the Stallions Red maintain control of this P3. Because if you are Telluride Bush, this is where you're starting to look at that score line. It's starting to get a little bit of a weight from you. You got to chain this P4 into the next set of rotations, start feeling a lot better about this gameplay.
Moments like this where you just see the Bush are uncomfortable right now, and there will be a spawn flip out too. Stallions Red going to flood this through the back with numbers. You're trying to turn and fight this if you are Bush, but you got to win more gunfights than you lose in this one because you just don't have the bodies. And fire arrives just in time to help support. Spart will be there, so you get that instantaneous break. Gotta draw the line and hold it down if you are Bush and get back in this matchup.
I love this. 2 players playing through mid. You're going to go ahead and check it, but some of those shots come on through and you're going to back on down, right? And this is what we like to see. You kind of push forward, grab some of that space, back on up. Good shots onto the player, sliding into server as Prolute finds the second. And you're going to see the second player, unfortunately for you, Smooty. He's going to be able to hit that gunshot, but Capsule will backfill on in. Good for some of those shots. Can you find the player in the front? You can. Telluride Bush, they'll begin to stabilize here on this P4. This is exactly what you like to see. You called it out. It's gain control. Go ahead, push up, grab that front line.
The difference in scores between the first set of rotations and second set of rotations is not going to be too much, to be honest, but you're starting to feel Bush build their way into this game. Moments like just now, you get that backfill come through, you bump the player off, you're trying to pick up that pace. You see the gun starting to move. The problem is, for Bush, you just need a little bit more from Spart, a little bit more from Prolute. Those two figure it out, you can drag this game. Right now, control of P1. Likely to be a bit of a trade fest, as is always, and as you see too from Hyde, it's all about playing for those back 2 spawns once we approach the final 20 seconds.
Yeah, Prolute's trying to maybe work something from the side here, try and maybe find one of those opening bloods that lets your other players activate through mid. We'll be able to cut down highs, and Encourage gets dropped by Capsule as well. It's a full fly forward on the point, and just like that, 4 dead for Stallions Red. So the remainder of P1 will go largely to the Telluride Bush. I like this. They're pushing on forward. They want these back spawns for P2. They'd love to be able to chain this on in. It's a battle in the back, though. And Encourage will manage to win the gunfights that you need. Let it go your way. Stallions Red will get that bottom left close spawn. But Telluride Bush, they're not too far away from this P2 Enigma. Everybody's starting to fly at this hill.
Certainly on Hyde's going to win a big one at the front. Semtech's a little bit off of placement where you probably wanted it to be. Capsule's going to be the next to hit you and find you, but you stay alive long enough to get the trade, and Hyde is going to hold at the steps and finds a 2-piece. The spawn's flipped though, so suddenly the Bush Gaming will arrive in numbers and they're going to just flood.
I think you make this realization. You start running at this hill right now, and that's exactly what the Bush are starting to do. You're trying to hold the line through the front, but it's trophy systems, it's players just hitting these timings that you're not ready for. 3 dead for the Telluride Bush. Prolute is going to be here. You're still getting the close spawns, though. You can regroup. You can try maybe hit one last push here. Do not let the Stallions Red get this scrap time. But you aren't getting cut on down. Encouraged with a huge 2-piece. Capsule from the side at least does a little bit of damage, but Swooty's still left on here. Blue, this is a huge kill. He's going to be able to get in here. See the other 3 members, they start to look towards mid. They start to look towards that P3 side.
You just got to go. If you're Bush, you got to rotate. Why are we investing any time here? You got to move. I'm not seeing a single lockdown on this P3 yet. Capsule's going to be here to try and stop the Stallions doing what they've done so often, and that is contest this early. Find one, traded. Encourage gets plenty through the wall, but he's just waiting for his teammates to arrive, and through the middle, you'll have Hyde, and through the back, you shall get your reinforcements.
Huge time to hold here. Capsule finds a great nade onto highs. Prolute dropping them, but Encourage has made his way into the garage. And you're just trying to be able to find them. Meanwhile, in the back, Hyde's trying to cause some chaos here. Spart, though, will cut you on down. Makes his way onto the point. Hill is getting contested. They know it's going to be towards that platform. And finally, we're starting to see the Sparty we saw yesterday is waking up, waking the crusties out of his eyes, and his gun is starting to fire. Telluride Bush here on this P3 will continue to hold.
Moments like that should suddenly strike fear into all Stallions fans. When this boy comes online, there's been very little stopping him recently. Finally brought to an end by Swooty. He's going to be there to actually contest that last bit of time. It's going to delay the rotation from Bush. Fire's here to try and play for the back spawns, but Highs is there. Big fight for Prolute. He'll continue to shake things up. Huge setup fights for this next hill where we will settle it.
Oh, Capsule finds a great little bit of time in there. A huge 2-piece to stop that defense from the Stallions Red from coming on in. It's a tie game here, folks. Only 12 more seconds needed for both teams. Every kill will matter. And for the Telluride Bush, the guns are just hot. The kills are going their way. You're dropping them. Only 1 more second needed. It gets contested, but just for a moment, the Telluride Bush, map number 1, they lock in. They take a den hard point.
We could feel it. Partway through that second rotation, just towards the end, there was suddenly a couple of extra snaps coming out of players that needed to wake up. And sure enough, they do come online in time to see out map 1. Bush Gaming overcoming tough tasks. It's something that we've asked for a while. What they really needed was to make sure they took that map. Hardpoint, very few teams look better than them at this mode, quite frankly. And Den in particular, that's their backyard. The fact that Stallions Red come in and give them such a scrap, really good signs out of them. We're going to get a look at the scoreboard to see who really stood out amongst this. For Stallions Red, I mean, 4,400 damage out of Hyde. Good God. What a map. Minute as well in the hill time. 14 assists, doing a little bit of everything to drag his team into that contest. But for the Bush, you got to look at Fire. 36-25, started hot, didn't stop.
I mean, you also got Capsule with 4,100 damage himself as well. 17 assists. This has kind of been the story for the Bush, right? Your subs are firing on all cylinders, and you're kind of just looking at some of your ARs to maybe back you on up, and that's really been the sauce. When the ARs are firing for this Telluride Bush team, they are just so hard to play against, and that's what we saw through that second set of rotations that you were mentioning. It was Spartan Pro Loot. They were a little bit behind. You can even see here, Spart's 8-13 at this point, and finally, it's through those last couple of hills that we see the ARs really kind of pull their guns up, find some of those snaps, and now are starting to make the map just a little bit easier. A huge win for the Telluride Bush. I think it's great in this series to have a nice little test in map number 1, right? You can see them to kind of wake on up. They're excited, they're energized, and that's the type of stuff you need if you're getting ready to go into this search and destroy.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt, Saturday is in many ways the setup day. What do you look like against the bigger, better teams? Now, Stallions Red, they're certainly going to be an outsider in that conversations. I think they come into the tournament at seed 22 or something like that. So you're definitely against a team that you're expecting to beat, but there's a lot of talent here. So, map 1, done, dusted, settled. We will stay at Den. We're actually here for 3 trips, ladies and gentlemen, but it's on to the search and destroy. Now, realistically, this doesn't suit either team too much necessarily. This is one that Bush Gaming only played 3 times through the Elite. They went 1 and 2 here. Their map pool isn't generally great in search. And for the Stallions, these two last met up in the For Fun Invitational. Stallions made that S&D pretty good showing, so this could be a really good one. If Stallions take this, you build yourself obviously into a series, because we know how much of a problem Overload has been for Bush. For them, they really want to take this, make it 2-0, and not have to lean on winning that third mode.
Yeah, I think if you're Telluride Bush here, this is a really sort of a comfort win if you're able to have it, because, you know, they've been looking a lot better in that Overload, but you don't want to have to rely on it, right? And so I think the next thing that you can do, if you can manage to, you know, take this search and destroy, you're looking at that Blackheart hard point, and I think from just what we saw there already in that hard point could be something to look at. But let's get on into it here in round number 1. We already saw Spart with that boomstick on out. Fire will claim first blood, but it's just kills all the way through that will end you up into a 1v2 if you are Swooty. And well, playing on his back steps and Telluride Bush, they come out swinging a very clinical round number 1.
So they're just happy to square up, essentially. There's not too much to really break down there. Everyone said meet and mid, and sure enough, you're comfortable on that. Pro then gets aggressive with this outer lane, and as Swooty tries to back off from Broken, you'll catch a glimpse there of the fact that the sniper will be dropped. And that's 1 on each team invested early and given up. So then, that was Bush's defensive efforts. Stallions on the offense. It's now all on Bush to decide where they want to move this bomb to.
2-2 split for Stallions Red. Swooty going to be the one to pick up the sniper there for the Stallions, but it's already some trades coming on through. Hyde does get that first blood, but you're not going to really be able to reap the rewards of it. So you put you into the 3v3, and fortunately for you, Swooty's still looking over at mid. The Bush, they've been able to kind of push back some of those Stallions players into Dojo. Starting to move forward. Gain some ground here. Still no bomb planted, even though you have control of this B site. Bush want to hang on. I think they maybe want to deal a little bit more damage, but this is what I'm worried about. You got Swooty playing through that mid statue side. You can look on over towards that bomb, so if you're not careful, he might be able to find those hits, and it's a complete wrap right now for Stallions Red. Highs through platform. They're just trying to look right now. They're getting a little antsy.
I think Highs just misses all the viewings there. Doesn't get the intel, so Stallions are unsure about what they want to hit. They'll know now. About 25 seconds to play with. Probably will find the first, however, and honestly, I'm not sure what Swooty's looking for with that window play.
Oh, Spart, though. He makes that read, and Swooty tries to maybe hit a little bit of a quick little snap there. Won't manage to find it. So Telluride Bush, they'll keep it cool. They'll keep it calm. They'll keep it collected. You can see Prolet with a little bit of smiles there. This is his playground, right? And yeah, they'll take round number 2, my man. This is Telluride Bush. I mean, they're looking pretty solid right now, my friend.
You know, early days, of course, but yeah, it's a strong start. The one thing I will say there, lack of intel for both teams, but particularly the undoing of Stallions in the end. They're just not sure about where any Bush player is going to be, if there's wraps and so on. So they're all separated in what they want to engage. This is going to get on a wavelength, and, well, bomb shifted to B.
already. Still this 2-2 split from the Stallions. Hyde, though, will be the front man, and yet again, it's just all about these first blood trades. You're not really even able to take advantage of finding these kills that go your way. So it's just going to be Encourage, Highs, and Swoody trying to maneuver on this map. They will gain control of the aim bomb site. Fire is here. Can he maybe use this nade, grab some info if you need, but he's just waiting for some help from some of the rest of the Telluride bush. You can start to see Spartan Pro Loop. They'll make their way on over. They want to hold this mid. Bomb will get planted. Timer on the clock. Pro Loop not going to check that right side. And it's just swings for the time being. Fire in the 1v2. And, well, Swoody goes down to 6 HP. It's almost a 1v1. Blue's got to back on up. What angle do you take this from? Gonna go through server. Trophy system stops the Semtex. That would have been a huge nade. Only 15 seconds on the clock. You got to slide on out. And I don't know if it's going to be enough. It's not. Stallions red. It's a nice little wrap. They get that bomb down. It's a huge defense.
Yeah, lovely effort on the retake there, especially from Fire. Thought he'd managed to win that second gunfight. I think he runs out of bullets in the end. Needed just one more to cut Swoody down, but a lot of credit to the young guns on the right-hand side of your screen. They decided to wrap that bomb very quickly, pick up all the intel, all the placings of where the bush players are. Recognize A is wide open. We're going to shift ourselves there. And it pays out in the end. It was a little nervy, but you get there, you get the job done, and put one on the board. So for Bush, who've been happy to give up the roofs lane, I wonder if there's a change up here. They will send one body in that direction, but more mid-heavy for now.
And
Catch.
these set nades are coming on out. Proloot, we know how much of an S&D demon he is. And he's starting to see some of that prowess come on through. It's how you get a nice little early first blood and now have some advantage to it too. It's just been trades every single round. So finally, Telluride Bush will start this round up 4-3. You can see Stallions red players just kind of a little bit separated, going on this wrap at A. And, well, Bush, they're looking to set up a line of defense here.
The hit's going to be one-dimensional. You're just going to flood this. Do you check? You do. You get it done. And you actually end up in numbers. 3v2. 3v1 make it all on Sparty.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Yikes.
Talk about a blitz. Stallions red, very happy to retake A. They're comfortable giving it up. I think we've just seen why. We saw it in the hard point. When it gets chaotic, when it gets mixy, Stallions feel in their comfort zone. And, well, I'm sure as hell see that in that moment. Great check of that right corner. Basically the play that was used against them in the previous round. Sorry, that they used in the previous round to ensure that it wasn't going to be something that was used against them. Great stuff. Great retake. That'll tie us up to a piece. For Bush, I felt like they did a lot right. Finally sent some players through roofs, so you end up with a change up in strategy. You get that opening nade. It's just purely on the complete bang out the Stallions red then give you.
Listen, man, sometimes the S&D rounds just go to who can win their gunfights, right? You can think you have the exact setup that you want, and if your guns aren't shooting, then sometimes it doesn't go your way. Fire, throws some shoulders in that mid side. And he's not actually even going to read. Highs actually kind of slips right under him. A little bit of a timing issue. So first blood will go to the Stallions red this time. And finally, they'll have a little bit of an opportunity to maybe start to work this map.
Sport finds two. Great snap for the second. We're grateful for Proloot in his back pocket here. Capsule gets an inkling as to where Encourage will be. He's the last player. And that will also then put Capsule on the board. Important as well. He's been their standout S&D player through most of this year. And was on the donut up to that point. So that'll get him moving. It all comes on Spot. What I will say with Stallions, they've had 3 first bloods now. I've not seen an impact off of a single one. It's either instantly traded or moments like that where you're getting too aggressive. I just want to see you find that blood, back off, play as a 4. Take that numbers advantage, work around it. It's what we see a lot of our top-end teams do. It's not the flashiest or prettiest thing on the board, but it certainly makes magic happen. Gets you the rounds. But either way, Bush will go up 3-2. Look at all of it. This is delightful. I mean, we got the pit. We've obviously got all the players, but look at all the camera crews, the coaching staff. Challengers, we got some wonderful company this year.
We don't even get to talk about either. Like, both these teams being coached by ex-CDL pros. Donnie Temp for the Bush. Mr. Dylan Attach for the Stallions red roster. Wasn't too long ago that both these players were in the lobby on stage together. Now it's looking a little bit different yet again here in this round 6. It's Hyde finding Capsule, Pro Loot with the immediate trade. And it's still this little bit of a split play with Swooty in the mid. So Highs, Encourage, you gotta kind of play together here. Hope that maybe one of these Telluride Bush players plays by themselves. Maybe you can kind of get some team shots going, but you've been backed on down to the dojo. Telluride Bush, they're doing a great job pushing, and yet again, it's Swooty making his way through that mid side, trying to maybe find a little bit of an angle.
Yes, Swooty's got to be impactful in this before his teammates fall elsewhere, because, I mean, yeah, right now he's isolated, but the nade does land. Great stuff, and Encourage finds one on the fadeaway. Leave Spart in the 1v2. Got a sniper. Has to retrieve the bomb. I wonder if there's a fake out here. Do you wrap this to A? You scoop the Dravik, and no, you go straight for the plant.
I'm glad he's at least able to grab that Dravik. That was my worry is, yeah, you have the sniper, and it's the only thing in your hand, right? I mean, this Jaeger's tough, but it's not really the thing that'll put you in the 1v2. But just like that, Spart, he's at least able to find Swooty, but Encourage will be able to be there and picks up the sniper as well. So it's a sniper saved for the group. And a nice little retake there. That nade through mid, absolutely being the undoing of the Bush in that round. Great, fantastic setup. You just can't obviously have that happen.
Yeah, lovely work from Swooty on that. I said I wanted to see impact. He certainly delivered. I think what I really like out of Stallions right now, actually, is because they know, then they've shown the Bush that they're very happy to retake A. They're just prioritizing numbers B. They'll meet them there. They'll square up. They'll find the kills. As such, it's then just playing to their strong suit. But, well, they're flooding mid. This is a very aggressive game. You rarely see this.
You don't. I mean, last time we saw them kind of play through mid, it was Spart with a huge two-piece fire. Get some great shots on in. And look at that. It's Highs flying up through the window. Meanwhile, you got Hyde finding Cap in the back. So now it brings you down to the 2v3. Make it a 3v1. It's just Spart yet again alive. 8-3 in the search and destroy. It's looking good, but this is going to be a hard one to try and retake. You might be able to find Encourage in the mid here. But no, it's just a couple of shots. That'll be info for Stallions Red as they do get that bomb down.
You see shoulders of one. Correct decision, though. Back off. Force 40 to you. And make it light work. Good stuff from Stallions there. I mean, Highs, he's the one making the impact play. Those first two through mid, up into the window. Very different strategy coming out as well. That is just flooding the mid as it gets. We see a lot of flooding on either lane, not necessarily through the middle of the map because it's so open and exposed, and often leaves you trapped from anybody, especially if they're wrapping that B side. But, well, you throw something a little different in every now and again, leaves your opponent on their toes. As you get a look at Capsule, not sure whether he was praying or deep in thought about something, but either way. 1-6 right now. Needs to figure out how to get himself out of the little rut that he's found himself in.
Man, played so good on that hard point. A little uncharacteristic. You'll lay down some of those nades, make sure the trophy to make sure some of those set nades don't manage to catch you that's there. And a little bit more split decision right now from the Telluride Bush. I don't mind this. A little bit of just kind of waiting. Flying forward, the Cap through the window, and Hyde is there. It's a two-piece served up on a silver platter for him. It's Spart and Fire now playing together. It's just maybe the communication right now and the search and destroy doesn't... Something's not really gelling for the Bush right now. It's Spart in a 1v4. Could find Encourage in the back here. He will. You have the right guns up. You're trying to iron up in the right places, but man, a little uncharacteristic. Stallions Red, they're on that point.
Yeah, it feels like, I mean, we could, you don't need to be a genius to figure out 6 first bloods out of 8 will put you in a very good position, and Stallions have gone from not capitalizing on those to certainly making them pay out now. There's moments after that as well, like for example, Fire ends up isolated, stranded, and just gets smothered at that A bomb site. In moments like that, he needs to be able to back off and get himself into some sort of support system with his teammate. If you're 2v4, you want to be able to at least play alongside one another, but they're so far apart, opposite sides of the map, basically taking Charles by themselves. Just going to leave you outnumbered and outgunned all the time.
Well, finally, Telluride Bush. Around 9, will at least be able to get that first blood onto Highs. It's the type of things you're looking to have go your way, and that's, well, until Swooty is able to cut down Fire. 3v3, Capsule up through the window. Just cannot buy a timing right now. Thankfully, Proluke will be able to bring down Encourage. HP regenning, you'll be able to grab that bomb. Or hold the bomb, rather, because Hyde, he's looking on that other side.
Bit of a resetting of the board here. This is what I mean. Spartan and Proluke are so far apart. Could you potentially catch a timing? Could you potentially win a 1? Sure. But it just stacks the odds more in your favor if you're playing as a 2. Hyde will be quick to retrieve the bomb, get it down. SMG alongside an AR. Proluke, he's got the M15 and also with Sparty. So if you've not scooped an SMG off the ground, you need to win these fights relatively at range. Oh dear.
Yeah, well, Spart, you got to go big in the 1v2 to keep you into this map. And if you're looking out, do you look at the corner? No, it's a slow peek there, and you can see already you're going to have Hyde turn his attention on over. And just like that, Stallions Red, they'll take the search and destroy, my friend. Not exactly some great stat lines coming out from some of the Telluride Bush players. And I think this is the right call. You get on up, maybe take a little of a break, reset, walk away from the stations because you have an overload that you got to come back on in on. And maybe lock in, but it was looking pretty good, right? It was an even map through those first basically 3 rounds for each team. And then just, you mentioned it, it's just the first bloods going the Stallions' right way, but also their ability to capitalize on them.
Yeah, initially it looked like the Stallions were basically getting a blood but instantly traded. The problem with that always was, well, if Stallions did start to figure out how to make that count, it would become a very difficult task for Bush from that point on. Sure enough, that's the script that played out in front of us. Obviously, Capsule here going 1-8. You're not going to see that very often. I mean, he drops a 1.1 across the entire season for the team in S&D. So for, you know, he's used to putting up big numbers against big teams. It's just unfortunate. You call it yourself. Couldn't buy a timing. Everyone has a map like that every now and again. And I think your call is right. Back away from the monitors. Take yourself 5 minutes. Get yourself prepped mentally for the overload. 3 and 16 between Cap and Fire. That's a big part of the story. But on the opposite side, Swooty, 10 and 5, 1,200 damage. Wasn't involved in the first blood fights. Let his SMGs deal with that. But he was there all the time on the cover overs, on the picks.
No, really good job from Swooty to be able to look at that mid side. That's what we saw in a lot of those rounds. So great job from Stallions Red. They answer on back after losing a close hard point to tie up their series 1-1. But while those players take a break, we want to go check in because it is just bangers all the way through our bracket. And well, it's still a search and destroy, and it's by none other than 2 other Goliaths of the challenger scene. Falcons Academy Green and Omit Brooklyn. We're coming on in. Looks like Omit Brooklyn was able to win that hard point. We're tied up 4-4 right now in that search and destroy. It looks like Brack is having himself a map.
11 and 5 in 8 rounds is pretty impressive return indeed. Seam might be able to sneakily drop this rock. Does Aluka spring up in time to catch him? QK's on Overwatch though. And yeah, does get out with his life. So it's all about the retake setup. And you have very little intel. A lot of guns to cross. And Roxas will find damage onto Manny to at least slow him for now.
I think this is a great call. Get that bomb down, immediately back away, and just play for the retake. Rupert, great shots in that mid, and has a little bit of a heads-up idea to say, hey, is anybody challenging me back? No, they're not. So he's going to be able to slide on out. He's actually cuts down Brack, and now a scene playing on this outside. You find Aluka in garage, and, well, just like that, Falcons Academy Green, nice little playbook coming out of them. They get the bomb down, then it's just right players in the right spot, finding the kills going their way.
Yeah, super smooth. Get that bomb down. You got all 4 players laying in wait. Control over the mid as well. Glorious stuff from Falcons. Of course, we missed map 1, but it's a significant result. It's Omit Brooklyn team. They end up dropping Nate at the end of the Elite, bring in Manny. They then win Cup 5 off the back of that change, so significantly improved. And the fact that you take a hard point away from a very solid Falcons green team says everything about the leaps that this team have taken. For that being said, S&D, you're now 1 round away from seeing this series tied up. Onto Brooklyn to decide where they want to hit this. And, well, Flood of B looks like the choice of action.
250 to 225 in that hard point. Very close on Den.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wish we got to see that.
Start to see some of the players starting to throw some shimmies here. QK is looking for any type of information on this B site. So where Brooklyn decided to be in. And look at this. You have Brack in the back here. And it looks like maybe Falcons Academy Green, they had this read, but up through the platform, it's a seam. He hops on up, and he's actually able to find Manny. Drops on down. Repositions here. This is going to be the exact type of info you were looking for if you are Falcons Academy Green. It's just a slow retake. Bomb still not down yet for Omit Brooklyn. Getting kind of holed up onto this B bomb site. For right now, you're just kind of waiting. Will finally get planted. This could be when we start to see a little bit of movement from Falcons Academy Green.
QK sniffs a rat. Can't see that corner. Oh, it's nasty through the smoke, but Aluka gets there, gets the job done, ties up 3 each. Got to decide your hit if you are Falcons, and you can see it setting up. Here comes the nades. Flood after. Look at that wrap, though, from Aluka.
He's going on a trip right now. And at Brooklyn, yeah, they're waiting for this to happen on through. They're just waiting for the timing. And Aluka, he comes on up, and that's exactly what you're looking for. It's Brack through the front. It's Aluka through the back. Omit Brooklyn. They'll hang on. I like the play from Falcons Academy Green, but you called it out beautifully. It's Aluka on that wrap, hitting the timing and just letting you collapse on in.
Well, he sets that up as well because he wins that fight at cut against the seam. I think at that moment he recognizes, all right, well, if these boys are setting up a pinch, they'll have players either side. So I can just head out the middle, but essentially re-wrap and fill in as a back line there, almost essentially collapse in on their pinch. So beautiful stuff from him. Very heads up. And will tie us up, send us to the coveted round 11. It'll be Brooklyn on attack. So is it the same B flood as last round? The answer is no. Looks like we're headed much more towards the rooftops. 2-2 split for the Falcons, and they don't necessarily have the bodies to counter the initial hit. They'll have to rotate over.
I mean, just look at these scoreboards. You would think this is a Falcons Academy Green powerhouse map, right? But it just kind of shows them at Brooklyn. They might not have necessarily the kills going their way, but the kills that they're getting, a lot more impactful. That round being a marquee of that. Good nades coming on through. You get the stun check. You'll follow it on up, but it's kind of both players just pinning each other in server for the time being. And Brooklyn will gain control of A. Do they go for this plant already, or do they try and back it on up? Fellow, he takes a lot of damage. Thankfully, you got Manny, who's ready and waiting. Aluka will cut down Rupert. It's just 2 members of Falcons Academy Green. Make it 1. QK for the 1v4 of potentially the weekend, if you can make it happen. You slide on out, you find Fellow, but it's just not enough. Omit Brooklyn will hold on, and they will take the search and destroy. They put Falcons Academy Green on series point.
Certainly do. I think we'll get a look at the scoreboard potentially. I'll come back to that if we do. But it's QK having a quieter map than expected. That man was a god for the Falcons Green. 1.53 for the entire elite just in Surge. A quiet one out of him. And of what we did get to see, felt like a lot of great plays, counter plays, and we do get a look in early. First Blood's largely as well going the way of Falcons Academy Green. So they might look back at this, and you said it yourself, look at the kill-death ratios. This feels like it should have been Falcons all day, and they might look back at this matchup and think this is where the series got away from us, should it get to that point.
Whew, okay. I mean, this search and destroy was fantastic, but let's talk about this alpha matchup again, right? Those players, they went and they took a little bit of a break. Enigma, we're coming back on through. So we watched that Den hard point. It came down to the wire. Telluride Bush able to ice on up. Search and destroy, though, gets a little bit away from them. Stallions Red able to hold on in, take those last couple of rounds to bring it their way. This overload, I think, is critical, obviously, in this map series, because as seeing how close that hard point was, it doesn't feel like this is just a guaranteed map number 4 for either of these teams, right? So being able to come on through, win this overload, and then you just got to keep your guns hot for, again, that map number 4 and try and take this series. I think you really have to try and lock on into this map.
Certainly considering that map 4 is going to be Blackheart, and that is a bang out map if ever you've seen one. And Stallions Red, well, they love nothing more than when it gets all mixy. So yeah, Overlord, this has been Bush's undoing in recent times. I said recent times, pretty much the entire season. 0-4 on Den in the elite. There's on Stallions, the young team, the underdogs, the lower seed, to figure out how to also make this the undoing of the Bush. Initial engagements kind of back and forth all over the place. Encouraged now to square up at the front line.
Yeah, really just looking for, you kind of have to, this, I don't know, man. Den feels like a map you almost got to go through 3 waves. Like you can see here, like, you know, Stallions Red, they're able to get that kill, and it's just immediately flying over on through that P2 side. You're trying to slide on in through that goal, but Highs with a 3-piece. Okay, I lied. Maybe it just takes 2 waves in order to get that score. Oh, Stallions Red. Highs blessing you with a free quick goal.
And the alarm bells start to ring then for Telluride Bush. You need to stabilize. I'm looking at 3 players who are on breadsticks right now. Prolu's doing his utmost. 6-1, 7-1. Surely not. Gets the help from Spart, but it's him single-handedly stopping a second goal coming through could be critical. You know, not only the opening exchanges of this match, but also the entire series. Cook a nade as well. Drop it right in your opponent's toes. Doesn't get the information. Needs his teammates to back him up. Doesn't want to be the front man here. Well, actually, to hell with that. He sure as hell can do it himself. Pistol work superb. Can you get the device in? Answers yes. Drags the entire team on his back into this matchup.
Those are the type of movements I love to see out of teams in these overloads. How many times anyway have we seen a team be in that scenario where you have your front man with the EMP and he's so hesitant to try and make that slide across the opening to try and get the goal score? Not Prolu. Wins that huge gunfight and says, I'm flying at this goal. I'm tying this game up just for me. A huge moment to kind of make this pendulum swing back into the middle. Over the time being, you'll have this sort of gunfights on the southern side of the map, and it's just 4 players trying to bang it on out. Stallions Red, though, they'll manage to pick up the EMP, and they're starting to look at which side of the map you want to work this on.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky, actually, if you're encouraged, because if you'd made the decision to punch through the middle of the map, your teammates clear the path. You will retrieve it close, though. Fire and Spark trying to set up a crossfire. Capsule will arrive in time. The stick comes through from Swoody. A frustrating one for a Capsule who's had 2 tough maps thus far. Swoody will back off, let his teammates figure it out. Big fight here at Broken. Encourages trying to use the Omni movement to best effect. And oh, the trades actually go the way, so you're in. If you're Stallions, there you go. Device is set 2-1. For all of Prolute's hard work, he still finds himself trailing in this one. Needs a bit more from his teammates.
Yeah, you at least kind of off that score, though. You get a nice little 3 dead and a turn and burn. So you'll stem the tides of Stallions Red for the time being, not allow them to just fully run at this reset EMP in that mid side. And I like this. If you can kind of get lost in their spawn a little bit, keep them held back here, it's going to open up one of these lanes. And that's what's going to happen. Spart, he's going to pick up the EMP. Pistol up, loses the fight against Swoody, though. A low HP Swoody, going to try and win that. Prolute, it's a huge 2-piece in the back. Unfortunately for you, Encourage is just there for the trade. So tell you right, Bush, they're doing a really good job of picking up this EMP and trying to bring it towards that other lane, but feels like Stallions Red maybe are just finding the kills that are going their way that open up the map just a little bit more. You start to see the Bush, they start making their way towards the southern side of the map, pulling it on down here. This is where they found a lot of success through these first 2 caps, and this is the side of the map they want to start working.
Courage gets the trophy out, and well, it does nothing to be instantly blown up. Fire finds highs, leaves Encourage isolated in lockers. Oh, and Capsule springs out for a second as well. Can you drive now? And this feels like what the Bush like to do. As soon as they get that device, they want to move it forward. There's no sideways passes here. And Highs does the bit of a loop. And oh, God, Fire just choke slams him. Dear God. What a set of shots that is. That's one way to build your confidence in the map.
Yeah, that is definitely one way to do it. You're starting to bring this EMP on over, and Hyde has maybe found the timing. There's 2. Fire will cut you down. Doesn't give you the 3, but Hyde makes the trade that goes your way and allows a 3rd score to come on in. Only 30 seconds left in this first half. 3-1 for Stallions Red.
Yeah, for all the flashy little individual bits and pieces, whether it be Prolute or Fire, it's the teamwork out of Stallions. Whenever they're around that device, whether it be defending or attacking it, they're setting up, playing in numbers. Everything from the Bush, it just feels like you're looking for that one superstar moment. Do you have that capability as a team? Without a doubt. Look at the 4 players top left of your screen. But every now and again, it's 2 or 3 dead out of the Stallions Red untraded. That's giving you so much presence on the map. Rock will be dropped 3-1 up. Look at the confidence on that right-hand side, being led, by the way. And Dylan Attach just sat there over the shoulder. Imagine loading into LAN, team of young guns. You've got a previous world champion stood right on your shoulder. I'd be ready to run through a brick wall.
Well, I think the Stallions Red feeling a little bit of that confidence. Obviously, you know, you're coming into this overload. Really solid first half coming out of the boys in red. And yeah, I think you called it yourself. It just felt like maybe for all the flashy plays, everything that was going your way, it just felt like Stallions Red had a little bit more teamwork, the trades going their way, allowing these openings onto these bomb sites. But if you're the Telluride Bush, hey, game's not over. We have a second half in order to get here. You're only down 2 goal scores, okay? That's really not a lot if you know how to play this map and you know how to play this mode. So let's see what they can do with some sides that'll flip. And well, okay, it's 4 dead. First wave. All right, second wave.
We're trying, all right? We're doing our best.
We're trying here. Okay, but you stabilize. That's huge.
You do.
You cut down the push, immediate pick up EMP from Proloot. You're starting to move it through this broken side. And you are now looking to move it towards A, but Stallions Red, they're going to go ahead. They're going to readjust here. Do you make the read on the player in the back? You do, and whoo, a little bit of that wall bounce almost sends highs into the shadow round. Proloot's going to be able to get that win.
Isn't he actually going to leave the rock where it is? Stallions Red going to buy as much time as possible here. Late retrieval potentially, allowing the reset. And yeah, the reset comes through just in time. I was worried they'd miscounted that. Proloot's going to pop the ninja. It's not called the ninja, but that's essentially the best effect it gives you. And the trades will open up over this device, middle of the map. Fire on a 4 spree. Feels like he's starting to build himself into this game, but again, you need the numbers. The spot will be there for the trade. Those two can light it up, get Capsule more in the mix here. You've got every chance of this comeback.
I would love to see, I think, Capsule just maybe find those timings. Slow it down just a little bit, right? You know you can shoot. You know what you're capable of. I think you just got to maybe find a little bit more impact on those kills that you do have. Proloot, though, flying out of top window, is going to pick up that EMP and move on forward. And I like this. Speaking of the devil, Cap, he's going to try to be the first man of defense. You cut down Swooty, and that's huge. That's the exact type of play that Telluride Bush need to emulate if they want to try and get back on into this game.
Well, it gets better as well because Encourage actually invests the Hellstorm, and it only finds one, doesn't stop the goal. So best case scenario really for the Bush. The one problem is you have zero control over roof side, which is where the device will spawn up next. Capsule's doing his utmost though. Finds 2. Encourage answers with 2 more. I'm gonna pause this, slow it down into the Bush, get a defensive setup in place, and then try and spring out. Looking much better from the team in white, but Stallions Red refuse to go away. Oh, close one.
Yeah, it was very close. I thought Spart was about to get a nice little lined up 2-piece to him, but Hope managed to get it. Capsule just staying here on that inside. Knows exactly where Hyde is, but sometimes it's that little bit of off angle that doesn't let you hold it. EMP gets picked on up. That B bomb site looking pretty wide open, but Spart will be able at least to find the carrier, and that's until Hyde drops a nice little 2-piece Semtex onto the lap of the Telluride Bush. That's an easy score for Stallions Red. Puts them up 4-2. We still have 2 minutes to go in this second half. We've seen some success from the Telluride Bush. We gotta go back to back here, though, if we're going to try and tie this up.
Certainly do. Capsule tries to get fancy with it. And who has had very little luck so far through this series. How much you need him right now if you're the Unshaven. Square up here at lockers. Fire gets one. Tries to drop the second. Unfortunately can't provide that blanket of security for Spart. Capsule, though, he's going to punch the gap himself. There you go, 4-3. Back to a 1-goal game here. Neck and neck into our final 90 seconds. And Highs and Hyde combine for what feels like the 58th time to clear out your base.
All of our questions about Capsule, I think he's finding the right way he needs to play here. That is to be the sort of spear for Telluride Bush and is winning some huge fights. It's allowing some of these scores to come on through. Maybe a little bit of an understanding about what his role is on this overload map. EMP will come on through. Telluride Bush, if they can win some of these fights here, you're going to have the numbers. You might be able to full slam this onto that B side, and they are going to. EMP will reset towards that mid, though, but you're not too far away. You can still have the same game plan. Stallions Red, though, they're going to try and hold on to this side. Proloot from this top grass area. We'll be able to swing on out, but the trades go your way. Yeah, pick up that EMP, start running back to the mid, and Capsule, he's in the back spawns right now. He's going to be a nice little first line of defense, and he has the traffic on up. He is shooting his way on through, and Spart, he's just waiting to get that cap on in. I love that. Burn a little bit of time, tie it on up, see if you can maybe gain a little bit of map control before you put that EMP on that northern side.
I agree with you. The right call because it allows Proloot to do exactly this. You slip the net as the Stallions Red flooded forward. They bypass him. And now you might get an extra hit here if you are the Bush. Captured all the work. Cut down. Hyde and Highs find 3. Proloot just got to stay alive here. That device is too close for comfort. Will spawn roof, so needs the boys to flood in through the back and help set up this defensive line.
Spart getting a huge kill there, and Proloot will show himself towards that right side. Lets them know you're not just going to be able to get this for free. Finds a huge kill onto Encourage. EMP still not picked up. So guess what? We're going to go into that sudden death overtime. 2 minutes onto the clock. Welcome to the search and destroy, ladies and gentlemen. EMP on that top side of the map. Needs to get reclaimed. Hyde, though. He's managed to find Spart, and that's a huge kill from Spart. So now for Stallions Red, how you want to play these last few 2 minutes completely changes.
Well, if we tie and we haven't found everyone dead, it's the most lives remaining, I'm pretty sure. So it is on Stallions Red to flood forward. You got to get a pick. Fire's Trophy's going to go out. Protect him. Bought some courage. Slows him down. Minute 20 to go.
I like this. Fire, don't overextend. Throw those shoulders, but you can see the members of Stallions Red. They start to know that you're here. Fire just trying to slowly but surely throw a shoulder, but Smart, he's going to be able to hit from an angle that they're not suspecting. Prolu finds Swoony, and just like that, Telluride Bush, they will ice up in the overload. Always had some questions about this team and what they can do, but if there's one thing we know, hey, they know how to play a one-life game mode. That is for certain. That overload goes down into the overtime. Both teams only have one life, and well, Telluride Bush, they're just going to hold the line and be able to get the kills.
Yeah, I mean, it's that little passage where you finally see Capsule build himself into the matchup. He goes on a little bit of a 3 or 4 spree to help punch a ticket and tie things up. Glorious stuff from Bush. Again, I would much rather find out at this stage of the tournament where our issues lie, overcome those potential slippery moments, rather than find out once you start to square up against the likes of a Brooklyn or a Notorious. Not to discredit Stallions Red in any way. They've been every part of this series, and deservedly so. Right up there in the hard point. Honestly, they could have taken this 3-0 at this point, and I don't think that the performance would have warranted anyone to raise an eyebrow. So yeah, great stuff. Highs in particular, looking at him, 3,800. Felt like he was at the forefront of everything great about this team. Swoody, 3,500 damage, not to be outdone by much. On the flip side, though, Prolu, he was the man at the start who ensured that the team didn't go down 2-0 quickly and begin that spiral. And he continued all the way through there. 3,700 damage, 30-24 overall, 21 non-traded in Overload. That's having an impact.
Yeah, there was a couple moments there where I really felt like we felt the influence of Prolu on that map, right? It was in this first half where we had talked about it. It was like being able to pick up that EMP, you get a huge kill with the pistol, and you are just flying at the goal zone, getting that score, not even worrying about, you know, are there going to be any members of Stallions Red near me? So you shot up at him, but, you know, to me, I know the numbers don't necessarily show it, but the eye test does, and I think we have to really give some credit to Capsule here, because if Capsule doesn't pick up in the middle of that map, this is a very one-sided overload. So the fact that he finally realizes, stops getting caught out in the open, says, hey, all I need to do is just kind of be that front man, get lost in the spawns, and just kind of pull a lot of that aggression over towards me and win some huge gunfights, we're right back into this overload, and did that time and time again. Moment on your screen, a very good part of that, right? Pushes on down, holds these spawns, and is going to allow Spark to just kind of hold this overload, burn down some of that time. It's what puts them into the overtime. Some really smart thinking from Telluride Bush. And Enigma, it definitely feels like every time we're seeing this team now, they are getting better and better at overload.
It does. It feels that way. I don't know if Jersey Jerry's heart rate will tell you that that's the feeling, but yeah, they're getting there. Bit by bit, brick by brick, they're laying the path to redemption in that mode. We look forward then to a Black Heart hard point. Now, Bush don't tend to play this map mode combo. They've very rarely been seen on it. It's high pace, high engagement. We know that the Stallions Red will happily square up with them here. Do I think that leans towards either team? Hell no. Do I think we're in for a banger? Absolutely. Can't wait to get this one started.
No, and I think as we start to see some of the subs, right, heat on up for the Telluride Bush, they got to be feeling pretty good about this, right? But I'm looking, of course, at Spark and Prolu. How do they do on a map that is a little bit more higher pace, right? How are they going to handle some of that pressure? Because it felt like a little bit in that first hard point. It wasn't until they kind of came online that the game started going back their way. So that's really going to be my question. For the Stallions Red, though, this kind of feels like a nice little scrappy team, dude. It feels like a map that's a little bit chaotic, like Blackheart really goes their way, and they might be able to just kind of, you get, you know, one of those players just lost in the back line, you're not keeping account of them, they could really cause some damage. So very curious to see how this Blackheart hardpoint is going to go down between these two, because if you are the Telluride Bush, you're on map point right now, you are feeling very good. If you are Stallions Red, though, you're trying to get back into that search and destroy and really try and make your way on through. But the winners round keeps raging, my friend. We got to keep checking out some of our matches here. So let's go ahead. Let's float on over to one of our other streams. It's, of course, yet again, Omit Brooklyn versus Falcons Academy Green on the Overload. And this is second half with Omit Brooklyn down 2.
Not much you needed to see this if you're a Falcons fan. If anyone's going to be good at Overload right now, whether it's by all-out offense or parking the bus, it should be a Falcons team. And they seem 29-15. Boys had his way with Omit Brooklyn. Looking as well towards that top left of Luke, and usually the hot hand, the young gun. There's a reason he exploded onto everyone's screens earlier on this season. He's 15 and 24. Clearly, he's been smothered out of this a little bit. Fellow, important job to shut that down. Now the device can start to be moved through plane. There'll be a little resistance for a moment. You do have QK top window. He's got a big job, and Roop will try and back him.
I like this. Just hold the line. I mean, if you are Falcons Academy Green, you don't have to really do anything crazy. You could potentially fire up the bus if you really wanted to. Might be a little bit harder, I think, on Scar, but definitely not an impossible option here. Roxas in the back. Guns firing, and well, it's just some trades. You are Omit Brooklyn. You just need a couple of kills to go your way to open up one of these sides on the map. Unfortunately for you, you have a seam in that top window, and you start to finally find some of those. Just like that, you surge on forward, but Rupert laying down by the plane cuts Aluka on the push, and now it's just kind of getting a little bit lost here. And you win these huge gunfights. No, Fellow cuts you on down. Still no EMP grab, so a lot of time getting taken off the clock right now for Omit Brooklyn. You don't really have that luxury.
You certainly don't. In fact, we're very close to this being mathematically impossible for Brooklyn. So Falcons, they will get one on the board in this series. They'll be very confused as to how they're not 2-1 up in this off the S&D. Hardpoint also incredibly close. These two teams just back and forth as it gets. And there's a lot on the line in this one. Let's talk a little bit about the matchups these two teams have played recently. The most recent was a grand final of Cup 5 at the weekend. Omit Brooklyn won that 4-0. This new and improved roster, apparently, with Manny on it, continuing to take strides forward. But that map there will help Falcons remind themselves just how good a team they are and how they've overcome so many hurdles through this season.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it was obviously that Cup 5 grand finals that we saw, the 4-0, that Omit Brooklyn with this, like you said, this new roster looked absolutely unreal. So to see them kind of drop that overload and sort of a little bit of a rematch here on land, surprising, but I will say the hardpoint and the search and destroy definitely did look like it favored Omit Brooklyn a little bit more. So very curious about that map number 4. You know, we didn't get a chance to see what the maps and modes were, things like that. So, you know, is that a map that maybe leans more towards Omit Brooklyn, or does it a chance for Falcons Academy Green to kind of go on this potential reverse sweep arc, maybe get a little bit of revenge from Cup 5? But let's talk about some of the stats from that overload.
I can actually come back to the map thing in a minute because I actually managed to get them noted down in the break. But we will take a look at those stats. Asim 36 and 20, QK 30 and 21. A lot of eyes on QK right now. Feels like this man is popping off. Usually the S&D god for the team, but he's good across pretty much everything. Him and Roxas have really raised eyebrows through this year. A lot of these players coming out of the MEA region definitely starting to make a case for why they should get a little bit more respect. And, well, how it would do to make big waves here at an open on LAN. But, yeah, coming back to the kind of map mode combo for this series, next up will be a Scar hardpoint. That leans, if you were to look at the numbers, towards Brooklyn. It is a situation... Falcons Green. My apologies. Falcons Green 3-1 there in the Elite. Yeah, I completely balls that, but it's okay because Brooklyn, they don't really play either, so don't really have data on if they're good or bad there. Considering how close that map 1 was, for me, going to come down to a fine wire, fine margin. I'm hoping we get to check in on it because, again, screams of a banger matchup.
Yeah, I mean, well, screams of a banger matchup, I think, can be said about almost every single match going on right now.
Today.
I'm trying to keep an eye on my timeline over here. Shout out Challengers Intel for just dropping scoreboard after scoreboard and helping us keep up to date, and the community as well of everything going on. Because yeah, we look at even just like this winner side, dude. We were asked last night, like, hey, pick some matchups that we think would be cool to be streamed, and we were like, how do you pick which 4 should we look at? Because there's like 8 that are definitely deserving to be on one of our 4 streams that are here. So, you know, definitely keep your eyes peeled on you know, obviously our streams here, but also on the timeline to keep up to date about that. Because if you didn't know, if you're sitting here, hey, we have 4 streams of matches going on. Come check us out on YouTube, youtube.com/@COD Challengers. We have Alpha through Delta that are going on. We're obviously casting all the action here, but all of those matches are going on that other side. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to get back into that Alpha matchup, right, between the Telluride Bush and the Stallions Red. Players are just getting that lobby set on up. So we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're hopefully going to be dropping on into that Blackheart hardpoint. plenty of action here in the Call of Duty Major 1 Challengers Open. And, well, we're just going to kind of keep rolling on with some of this gameplay because you guys don't need to listen to us yap anymore, because we have a next threat in a map 4 against Project Notorious. Project Notorious running away with this series. Well, that's until next threat. They take a map off the reigning champions, and guess what they're going to do? They might look like they're going to take this map number 4 and give it 221 to 160 as we come on into it.
Yeah, putting up numbers, especially if you're Standy. 26 and 19. Flames, the new kid to the roster. 21 and 18 as well. Doing great stuff. Khan also have it his way. So, yeah, you can see why there's a difference right now. It's purely in the slaying side of things. This is a map that neither of these two teams really spent much time on in the Elite. And right now, maybe it's something the next threat I've just managed to get a bit more practice into. Either way, 2 Real will find, unfortunately, a teammate and then a second traded through the middle. P1 here. Notorious need this. You have to lock it down. Only 10 seconds if you're next threat. So if it turns into a scrappier situation, a pinstripe feed, that only suits the team in red.
2 minutes on the clock as well. Only, I think, a little bit more time as Yuli snakes his way up towards those barrels. Pops on up, is going to rip Diamond Con out of the window. And just continuing to try and hold the line here for Project Notorious. Johnny, a huge 2-piece in the back, though. Starts to cut down the numbers from Project Notorious. They're just looking to manage to cut on out, but you'll lose a couple of key gunfights. Standing through the front, Flames is going to find Geo, and you're just not going to be able to get in onto that hill in time for Project Notorious. They're going to drop that map, and I'm looking at that right side, and you can see Marky B, Standy, Flames. They're all excited, man. This is a team that is going to be very, very formidable that we have to keep an eye on in this bracket, because they are definitely a team that I think has caused a lot of heads to turn, right? That I think everybody is really looking forward to them and see how they can do when it comes to this new setup. Because reminder, when it came to the Elite, this team was terrible. And now they look completely different.
They were given the shortest straw possible, right? They just built themselves into a very nice place. Felt like this next threat team who were really, really good. And then you lose Exceed to the CDL just before the Elite. You bring in Yeez. We all talked about how it didn't really make sense. And sure enough, it all went to hell. So they bring in Flames. Looking a lot better. But let's talk then about our Alpha Series. Telluride Bush up 2-1. A big comeback in the hard point. A comeback in the Overload has stopped this being a 3-0-2 Stallions red. Let me tell you, they would have been worth every penny. They've been great. We head to a hard point. It's going to be hot. It's going to be mixy. It's going to be sweaty on Blackheart. Not really sure who that suits, so let's find out.
I don't know. Is it called Blackheart? Is it called Dallas? We'll have to wait and find on out. As Capsidol had a little bit of a shaky start through some of those last couple maps. Blackheart, maybe not. A huge 2-piece to be able to find the kills that go your way. Just bouncing around like a pinball in the middle of this P1 and trying to find the kills that you can. Unfortunately for you, kills don't go your way. Stallions red. They're going to be able to flood on through, try and gain some positioning here. And you can see the flip already trying to come on through. They're trying to look at that P2.
He gets himself around. Great stuff. Spartan cap and information on the remainder. However, that will flip Bush in for P2. Stallions going to take the lion's share P1. Very early days for that to really mean much. Spar needs to be careful about getting too extensive out here. You risk, and no, you get the close spawn from Proloop, so that's fine. Should be able to set yourself up for 2, but they want to draw a very forward line here. Sounds just going to flood the mid and find a gap.
Ooh, Proloop. A huge 2-piece. It's going to buy you enough time for your team to start coming off spawn. I'd like to see you hold this back line if you could. A great Semtex, though, will help bring down through. Fire on the side, though. Cuts down 3 as they all tried to push through the hop-up side. And nice. Telluride Bush. They will continue to play some fantastic defense on this P2. You went down about 30 points off of that P1. Off of this quick little jaunt here, you are right back into the game.
Fires those 6 spree there. And Prolute's 2-piece. Thinking this closer than it probably should have been. Stallions red had every right to break this hill early. They will get in here for the second portion, or the later portion at least. That being said, nade at the feet. Makes it interesting. Prolute loses that one. Should get the trade you do. So that scrap time ties up around about even. Rotation on for 3. Capsule just trying to control the middle here. Fire's going to hit grinder side. This is going to give you a very advanced line to hit from, but it's whether you read Encourage tucked away, and the answer is no. Defensive setup should come in place now for the Stallions.
Yeah, and highs on that side. He's going to catch Spark, trying to maybe, like you said, hit through that grinder area. Maybe trying a little bit of a route. Telluride Bush coming off spawn. You're going to wait to regroup, have a more coordinated push, but You're just not ready for Encourage to be lurking into the shadows. But ProLuke gets a nice little nade up over the top onto Hyde. But look at Highs from the side. That's 3 for him to cut down Telluride Bush. Swooty now going to be able to play a little bit of backup as Stallions Red will continue to hold onto this P3. A fantastic bit of defense from the boys in red.
Yeah, I'll be very curious about how close Highs was to a Hellstone, to be completely honest with you, because he was also involved in retaking that point. Score streaks these days, ladies and gentlemen. If you were unaware for whatever reason. In for 4. You've left a giant hole at the front, and well, Highs and Hyde walk through it. So Hyde now trying to fight for these back spawns. Last bit of resistance from Capsule. That flips you out as a miss from Bush, unfortunately. Stallions will be in their chance to set up again. This time, can you keep the opposing team out?
Yeah, you flood back on in if you are Stallions Red. Get some bodies on the hill here. Make the trades go your way. And Hyde, it's a huge 2-piece in the corner. Nice little wall hup. Makes it a little bit tough to be able to track you through there, but Spart has been able to cut his way through the front, and you take down Encourage in the back. A huge kill there. Now can turn your sides towards the front. Is Spart continuing just to shoot here. And Swooty gets lost in the back a little bit, and Stallions Red, after getting broken, they will answer right back. Enig with 20 seconds on the clock. Bush coming off the spawn. How do you want to play this map? And it's actually a split spawn into a 2-2. And off that, Spart's going to get found. A very tough look right now for the Telluride Bush.
It is. However, we have had 2 different respawns where the Bush have come out slow and built their way back in. A lot of time for that to happen. There's something, though, about the Stallions team. Every POV looking glorious. Encourage is going to put on all the work to control the backside. Gets the close spawn for his teammate, who, well, Swooty instantly dies, but you help support the hill as well. Bush will be in control for now. I'm trying to figure a route for his team, but the spawn's flipping out. Encourage is found. Bush hold. Great stuff from them. This time would get them back into this match.
I like the setup here. You're really looking at this other side. You're trying to make sure Hyde not going to be able to make this play that will allow him to activate and cut you on and down. Trades start going your way. Allows you to focus on that front grinder side. ProLuke's going to be the man on in, and a little bit of help from Spart cuts down those 2 players trying to fly through grinder. So you call it yourself. Nice little P4 here will get you right back on into the game. Really good resolute right here from the Telluride Bush in order to hold the line and not let this Blackheart get away from them.
Take a breath. This P1 is a bit of a sleeper money hill here on Blackheart. You can lock all the doorways out, and Swooty does well to read ProLuke, trying to play early in for the P2 side and flip those spawns. Make it as controlled as possible. And Hyde finds a 2-piece to close the door as well. So great stuff thus far. That's the first wave. What's the second looking like? And oh, the flip out. Fire's actually going to be all the way. So I think Swooty's overextended.
I think he has. And look at that. ProLuke's going to come right off spawn towards that northern side as well. So when we kind of start thinking about P2, you're in a good setup here. So Telluride Bush, as long as you get fully flipped out, you can still hit this P1 and manage to maybe at least contest it for a moment. Don't let the Stallions Red get some good time on it. As long as you hold these spawns, that's exactly what Fire's going to try and do. Make sure that nobody tries to push on through. Spart from side control, doing a great job of finding it, but it's Highs and Hyde, the dynamic duo, continuing to find success, but Capsule doing a little bit of what he did on that first set of rotations. It's 3 in a row, tries to make it a 4th, but it's not going to be there. Stallions Red, a lot of time on this P1. I tell you right, Bush, they're already set up to hold this P2.
Certainly are. Big kill in the back. Spart's got a massive 1v1 against Hyde. Can you locate him, though? Hyde makes the patient play. Spart's a little bit lost in the sauce. Can you locate each other? What does the engagement look like? And the kill feed is red. Fire finds one, but he's sent back in next. You're arriving in bits and pieces if you're Bush. Gotta work a hit together. Capsule punching a route north side with the best thing you've managed to find thus far. Stallions, a 65-point lead. They've been worth every penny.
Yeah, they've been doing such a great job of just breaking these hills open and getting that points to go their way. Holding the line. You'll get these last few remaining points, which will be great, but cannot let Stallions Red earn this next hill for free. And look at that kill feed. It's unfortunately a team kill that comes on through Highs. He answers right on back with a 2-piece, though. So you'll keep Telluride Bush back on this P2 side of the map, and Stallions Red, they have enough of a lead. They're happy to give all of that up. It means controlling some of this area that is here. That's exactly what happens. You try and get the bump immediately off, but it's just not there. Hyde, he's going to be able to find Spart, cut you on down, and we'll tell you right, Bush, they got to fly at this next hill.
Squeeze can move over here and allow Courage to pick up the middle instead. He actually loses the engagement initially, so it's all on highs. With the front, Sparks nade lands true. Prolute then in. This instantaneous break for Bush would be perfectly timed for them, and you get it. Don't have time for defensive setup, but you do have Capsule picking up the middle. Big 2. Make it 3. Huge moment from him to pop off, give you a wave of protection. Every second here, extra valuable to Bush in terms of tying this match up.
Capsule 22 and 26, and I think we've watched about 4 3-pieces from this young man on this Blackheart hardpoint. Those are the type of plays you need if you're Bush, if you want to get right back on into this game. They'll manage to control this P3, and now you see what can you do on this P4. Last set of rotations, it was mixy, but you have to control it here on this set.
And they do encourage and Heis. Swatted away, cut down. You get in if you're Bush. Feels like suddenly that momentum is with them. We saw that map once. Slow to start. Once they got going, impossible to stop. Capsule then cleans out Spawn. Oh, nearly lines up a second. Does enough for the easy trade. Hyde's going to play out a window to cut off reinforcements, but his boys elsewhere are doing very little. You're going to contest this, and it's worth it. Still half this hill to play for.
Yeah, you're right, Bush. They're getting these kills to go into their side. It's just falling your way, and just like that, blink of an eye, they are right back into this hard point here. Onto the P4. Stallions red. They'll continue to hold the last final 20 seconds. As I tell you right, Bush, coming off spawn, you don't need to necessarily fly here because you need to set yourself up for the P5 as you're starting to look on over. But the Stallions red, they've made this read. You see Prolute in the back. You cut them on down. You got 3 members on this side of the map. It's the Telluride Bush trying to fly through mid, and Heis has a gun that hasn't stopped shooting. A huge couple of kills gives Stallions red control for the first time.
33 and 22 from the young man. He's been passed around a couple of rosters this season, making the cases why he should be the main man going forward. That being said, Bush will find 6 kills unanswered, so break immediately. Can't win it here. Stop the Stallions doing so. Put yourself pretty damn close, but fire through the middle is to turn the world to ash and hold the line to give you that protection inside the hill.
Not only is it a hellstorm, but it's also just holding this mid-cut, not allowing any member of Stallions Red to push through that window. Oh, and then you miss the hop-up. You maybe are going to be looking back at that one in VOD review. Prolute tries to hold the line. It's the final 20 seconds of this hill. Stallions Red, they'll be able to fly on in and manage to control it. A little bit of a blunder there from Fire. You might have been able to come on and help on out, but you now just have to start thinking about this P1. It went to the way of Stallions Red in that last set of rotations. Telluride Bush, you cannot let that happen again. Only 20 more seconds needed for Stallions Red to take the win here.
Well, Bush has done the right thing, at least. Invested in this early. They won't get a solid defensive setup in place, though, because of Hyde's hard work. But then you win every gunfight, so you at least punch yourself a path. Hyde makes it a little bit messy against Prolute, but gets the job done eventually. 230 to 230, likely to tie us up here. Hyde will try and contest. He floods, gets knocked immediately. Trades coming through. Are they? Hyde with 2. Hyde with 3. Dear God, doesn't go missing in the big moment. 235 for Stallions. Bush, what's your hit back looking like?
I mean, it's all these players coming off of spawn. You're looking at how do you get on in. Capsule, he's going to be late coming on through, but he does spawn in the back. He might be able to get here in time. Enigma on that outside, but Encourage is just firing on all cylinders here on the hard point. Only 4 more points needed for Stallions Red. Encourage, pistol in hand, trying to put that Jaeger to work, and he slides off. It's not going to be there, but the rest of Stallions Red, they'll hang on, and the words are flying as they will lock in a map number 4 and send us to a game 5. Wouldn't want to start Challenger Saturday any other way.
Insane stuff there. So many moments to pluck out. Again, just felt a little bit deja vu of map 1. Slow to start if you are the Bush. Great stuff if your Stallions out of the blocks. Then you feel the Bush build their way back in. They're coming. That train is on its way. But you get the answer. Hyde there with the 3-piece at the end. Couple of very impressive plays to break yourself in. Little moments just to steady the ship, right the path, get yourself across the line first. We said it was going to be a banger in map 4. We were not disappointed, my friend.
Dude, I mean, there are so many moments to talk about in that map, but let's talk about some of those assists, right? I think the big thing for me is that, yeah, talking about the assists, Stallions Red, look at that, some of those numbers, right? 12, 13, and 15. Everybody trying to help on out. Everybody trying to soften up some of the members of the Telluride Bush together. And it's also, more importantly, just a split on the hill. They're just flying at this, right? You have 3 of your members are in double digits when it comes to those objective kills. So just not really worried too much about somebody trying to only play their role. Just getting at that hill, bumping some of your teammates out, and letting them fly on forward so you can manage to control it. Tell you right, Bush did a hell of a job, though, to keep that one interesting. I will say that.
No, they certainly did. I think Spart has himself another great game. I'm honestly a little bit tired of saying that. That guy's been good for a long time. Capsule every bit a part of the picture. I think Prolute may look back a little bit at that one and wish he'd contributed a bit more, but I mean, it's just great showing from so many different players. But it's the young kids on the right-hand side. Again, they're expected to walk into this series, lose, be knocked down to the lower bracket. If that does happen on the back of our map 5, I think all of these players can hold their heads very tall. Even Swoody, I think he goes like 22 and 34 short, but he's like the second most damage in the lobby. Sure. He was doing his bit. So yeah, great showings from all 8 players. As you said, no better way to start Challenger Saturday.
Really good stuff there. I mean, I'm looking at some of these other results coming on through. I believe that Project Notorious series is going to a game 5. They take the hard point that's there. I mean, we're a lot of game 5s that are going on here, my friend. Let's go ahead. Let's actually hop on over to that game 5 that I believe is brewing here between Notorious and Next Threat. And oh my God, as we come on over to a Scar Search and Destroy, my friend, it's Notorious up 4-1.
Notorious 4-0 on this map in the Elite, and you can see why when Real is 9-0. How's he on an 8 spree? Did someone kill him earlier? Teammate kill him maybe? Must have done. Either way, we'll stop you having a Hellstorm in pocket for now. Yuli, though, will open up the flames for the blood. And the defensive setup will remain in place. Patient stuff from Notorious. Great control over this map.
I think if you can find some of these players in mid that lets this round go your way, that's exactly what happens. Yuli at least is going to find Standy. You slide on out. You find the kills that you need. But more importantly, we got to come on over back to our alpha stream. Game 5 between Stallions Red and Telluride Bush. And it is on Colossus. We've seen Bush a couple times here on this Colossus Search and Destroy. I think it's a map they definitely feel comfortable on. I think that you are a Bush fan. You're happy to see this because already we see 2 members of the Stallions Red getting dropped. But I tell you right, Bush into the 4v2. Make it a 4v0. Couple ice up moments. They'll take round number 1.
Look, we saw map 2. Exactly how it went. All the first bloods pretty much go in the way of Stallions. Bush has got to be better in that department. It's clean. You find the kill if you're fire and you're not instantly traded. So beautiful work to then capitalize off the back of that numbers advantage. It's the start you needed after losing map 4. If you let the Stallions get momentum, continue that wind in their sails from that victory, it feels like a long road back. Both teams now take a breath. It's on Bush to move that bomb where they so well choose. Stallions, they lost bodies through middle last time. Do they try and set up the same reply?
See a little bit of a break off. Some fast moves over into that A bomb site, but it's going to be a flip of the map as Telluride Bush, they're bringing this bomb towards B. Swoody might be the first line of defense for the Stallions Red. His eyes on that back line, but Prolute through the bottom mid. He's going to activate. Capsule's there to take down Heist as well. It's a 2-for-2 trade, though. Prolute and Spart, they have an idea that you have Heist in the back, and oh, you see this player. Bottom tunnel. Prolute, head on a swivel. He's just trying to make sure that he does not give up this blood, and he backs on up, but Hyde puts it right over the shoulder of him. It's a Semtex to bring down Prolute, and just like that, it's Spartan in the 1v2.
Hyde and Swoody have done well here. Just as it looked like they were about to be surrounded and snuffed out, they pick a direction together, punch, and turn the numbers in their favor. Spart, though, drops the bomb. They got to set up so they can watch over this and find the arriving twosome. Oh, he doesn't see the bomb, though. Not from there.
Nope. He can't. Man.
Yep. Well, that's tough.
That
There's
is
not much
tough,
more to
man.
say about it. Like, it's a very difficult place to drop the bomb in, then play knowing you're lacking numbers advantage. You pop that morph towards the blue side, you end up in a situation where there's all those flooded areas where you can kind of get run over. I think that's what he's concerned about. But if you don't have your eye over the bomb, you got to trust the opposing team aren't going to dive it. Brave out of Stallions to make sure they do.
Yeah. I mean, you got the numbers advantage, right? Why not? But here we go. Round 3. Sniper from Swooty through top mid. Looks like the members of Telluride Bush going to start to move through and fire. Unfortunately, we'll find out that the boomstick is in play. First blood going to Swooty. Stallions Red now trying to maybe make some movement towards this top B side.
Taking your time here. Your Stallions, I don't mind it. Mute field activated by Hyde. That should let him wrap. Probably will find Swooty for free, but, well, I say that. Gets trade again a bit aggressive out towards statues. 3v2. Bomb should start to go down. Great win by Highs. You lose that. Cap still has a look over the bomb planter as well. Can turn all the numbers in your favor. Spart left in a 1v3.
Well, it was a 1v2 last round. Can maybe the 1v3 be the pressure that you need? Unfortunately not. Stallions Red. They'll go ahead. They'll take that round in some convincing fashion. Swooty with the boomstick. Finding that first kill onto fire is really what you're looking for there. I mean, that's why this sniper coming on through can sometimes just be the undoing of some of these teams, because just like that, blink of an eye, you're in a 4v3. Tough to play retake on that round when you're down a man.
Certainly is. Confirmation, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Project Notorious win 6-2 in their Game 5. See themselves onward. But that's not the only Game 5. We're in one here on Alpha. There's also another on Bravo. Plenty of action kicking those off for today. Bush lost 2 rounds in a row now. Going with this 3 down 1 lane split, as we've seen so often. Sparks bullet goes over the top of Cap, finds the first blood.
That's what you like to see, at least. If fire's going to get dropped yet again, at least have a little bit of a trade, so you'll even the numbers back up into the 3v3. Spart gonna have that sniper out as well. It's gonna have to get back on down here. It's Stallions Red. They're happy to give up a lot of this space to the Telluride Bush. But Spart will let the sniper bang as he does find Encourage. Maybe trying to hold a little bit of an angle. And now if you're Stallions Red, you got to figure out how do you want to start to move this. Well, you think you could go up through P1. Cap is ready and waiting. Takes down Hyde. And it's now just Swooty. Sniper in hand. Will get taken on out. That's 1 sniper life gone from Stallions Red. Spart waits a couple rounds in to bring out his. Find some success.
Interesting right now. Bush's strategies completely give up mid. 1 down one side of the map. 3 down the other. That numbers advantage being something that they aren't putting to great effect right now. I'll be curious if Stallions read this and start to just punch straight through mid, use it essentially as a wrap situation, or just isolate one player in a lane, pick him off and play numbers from there. Either way, we're tied up in our map 5. Breakout will be... Oh yeah, a bit of mid pressure from the Stallions. Curious about what they're picking up. Sniper still in hand for Sparty. It changes.
Okay. A little bit of a finesse there of our sniper GA. We'll talk about it later. Don't worry. It's a little bit of a trade here going into the side of Stallions Red. That'll give them numbers. 3v2. See the 2 members of Telluride Bush. They gotta go ahead. They back on up. Fire not really being able to find his moment in the search and destroy just yet. Getting picked in those last 2 rounds by Swooty. Can you make something happen? You are split here. I mean, if you can pinch this together, you might be able to find a little bit of a timing. And the bomb hasn't gone down. It's actually going to be a full wrap back to B.
Stallions want to isolate one fight. They do the right thing. Punch out. If you've gone to plant there, fire and Spart surrounding from different locations. Pinned you in. On fire 1v3. Bomb goes down. Do you check this right corner, though? I don't know if you're going to be able to even... do that. Bit of damage into Swooty. Gonna be trapped in this back blue side. Lovely work by Stallions. Yeah, I think the punch out there is important. You've got the bomb. It's kind of, okay, do we drop it here? But we have no intel on where anyone else is. They've still got 2 players up. And sure enough, Spartan Fire were located on opposite sides of them. So they could have just set up a net around them, tried to draw that noose and close it. Instead, they squeeze out, isolate one fight, use their numbers, and continue with that through the end. So good stuff from this team. Every time we see this Stallions Red roster, feels like they are growing. And they will put themselves up now. 3 rounds away from upsetting Bush. That being said...
a little bit of the story that we saw on that map too, right?
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Pretty much round for round until like Stallions Red finally were able to maybe take control of the map. With the Telluride Bush, you cannot let that happen. Thankfully for you, Colossus is, I think, a little bit you know, obviously is a much smaller map than Den, so maybe you can make those trades just a little bit easier. It's a heavy B defense right now from Stallions Red, so ProLoot, they're going to gain control of that A site. Rock goes down immediately. So you start to see some of those arrows move, and that's a nice nade from Fire. A little bit of revenge onto Swooty. Says, here, mate, hold this. And Courage gets taken on out as well. Trades come on through. It's just Hyde left alive and taken on out. Some very good signs of life from the Bush.
Yeah, that felt like a playbook moment. Capsule very aggressive through the middle to take early control, ensure the bomb goes down uncontested. Then he backs off, essentially gives it up and baits Stallions in there. As such, Fire's nade lands flush. Great stuff. You also had player then hitting wide through that B side. Sets up that pinch for the final kill. So yeah, Bush just showing a little bit of that experience they have at the higher level to tie us back up. Might need a couple more of those playbook moments to get them over the line. But what I will say, Bush currently 5-1 up in the first bloods. If we can take more advantage of that, make them more impactful, it'll be light work.
Fast movement here in this round. It's a little bit of, it's like a quick move up to the mid to then just hold on if you can. Well, that's until Capsule is going to jump on up, and it's just the trades go your way. Stallions Red left with 2 players on the attack. Courage and Hyde, you have to work together. Utefield coming on out from Hyde. Hopefully gives him a little bit of an opportunity to make some plays if he needs to. But we've seen this for a couple years now. It's the pop dead silence and don't move. And that's going to allow ProLoot just to kind of keep flying on through and through the mid. Telluride push. It's a first blood, and then you're just guns up. Take the lead in the search and destroy game 5.
It felt like an important one for Bush that. Happy to square up. Show their dominance in the gunfight, something that they haven't necessarily shown through this series, and that could be the difference right now. Again, you called it out best. It feels a little bit reminiscent of map 2. We're very close. When's that moment when suddenly someone pulls away? Well, Bush put 2 on the board back to back and in stunning style. Have we seen the gap start to be formed? Encourage 1 and 5 right now. Let's see a little bit more from you, sir.
Courage maybe trying to answer back with his own nade, but nobody from Telluride Bush will be home. And ProLoot, he's made his way up to this A bomb, and well, unfortunately for you, you do get caught on the exit. Hyde slides on forward. Spart's good for a little bit of a trade though, but after all is said and done, it's just Fire, and Stallions Red answer back with their own level of aggression. Not going to let the heat from Telluride Bush go unchecked. It's a quick round on their side, proving they're not going to be rolled over here in this game 5.
Yeah, you call it right. If the last one was important for Bush to show a little bit of dominance, out come the Stallions to smash straight back, land their own haymaker. Remind Bush that they're in a matchup at this point. 4-4, game 5. Very close to call. Bush playing that defensive side again. Largely been giving up the middle, but every now and again have decided to put some presence there. They've gone with a 1-1-2 here. Bit more passive than previous.
I don't mind it. I think the Bush, like you said, gets a little bit heat checked on that last round, and now that you're going into this round on a defense, you don't have to get aggro. Go ahead. The Stallions Red take some space. You can play some defense here. Don't got to worry too much about it. Got Capsule watching that stair side. Fire. Out towards ship. A-bomb getting looked over by ProLoot and Spark. Eyes jumps on top. He's just trying to clear out some of these angles. Making sure there's no Telluride Bush player just lurking in the shadows that's there. It's a lot of tax and nays getting thrown on over to this side. As you're now starting to try and find some level of opening, but Telluride Bush, they're going to stand strong here.
Tentative from both teams. You can tell no one wants to give it that blood, but there it is. Fire finds Highs. And this Rock wants to go to A, but Capsule won't let it get damn close. Sparty then cleans up the next 1v4 for Hyde. Not even a single one. On to series point then for Bush Gaming. It's been a gauntlet. You can tell that they slowed the pace there. A bit more passive. Okay, let's not square straight up. Let's force them to come to us. We're on the defensive side of things. Another clean round win. And that's basically what it's been through this so far. You either find a clean win, or it's scrappy and it goes the way of the team in red. So on that note, if you want to keep this going, if you want to force the round 11, Stallions must make it mixy. if it's slow, if it's fundamental, Bush winning that game all day.
High's seemingly the only person that's having a good map that's here. So surprised that we're all the way to around number 10, just giving some of that scoreboard. Tell you right, Bush. Try and make it happen. Cap throws a little bit of a shoulder on that ship side. He'll get confirmation with the stun check, and both teams just got to back away from that northern side of the map. Repositioning down here towards the bottom. You have 3 members of Telluride Bush starting to lurk their way up towards A. Highs might have been able to find a timing there, but gets back down immediately. Space getting created. And it's a quick wrap through bottom mid, maybe over to B. I kind of like what we're seeing here. Don't hard commit to either site here. Just kind of use this bottom mid, take control of it, and keep wrapping your way back on through it. Capsule, he'll claim first blood onto Hyde. That's going to feel good for you. Prolu, he's catching some glimpses of Encourage. Popping up over on that heady. Go ahead. Back them on down. I'll tell you right, Bush, they're going to wrap this back on over to B. Hopefully get that rock down.
Yeah, this slowing of the pace from Bush and find that pick has been so much better from them in the final 2 rounds. It's not done yet, though. Spark will make it a little bit easier. Bomb down 2. That's great. 2v4. Swoody and Courage. The old faithful. You do find one at least. Can you get a bit more before that timer dwindles down?
2v3 is definitely not impossible, as he will be able to find Prolute, and Swooty's going to slide on out from the back. Does Capsule make this read? He doesn't even need to, because it's a pistol at the front from Encourage. Bomb down. Fire gets caught in bottom mid.
Oh my god.
It's a breakdown, my friend. Telluride Bush looks so good in that, and you can see Capsule wiping his face, because it's just a series of 1v1s that don't go your way.
Just stunning work from Swoody and Encourage. We can talk all day about what Bush did wrong, but you got to give props to them. They knew the times against them, the situation and what they want to play, and they make it work. Just oscillate between each other. I'll step in, we'll pivot, we'll find our ways to set up these crossfires, isolate some fights, glorious stuff, send us to a round 11. Why don't you? It's the least that we deserve to settle it all then. There's an extra story to this. Whoever loses this matchup faces Clutch Rain, the #1 seed, to find out who falls in top 24 in the entire tournament.
All comes down to this. Swooty with bomb through that mid. Spart throwing some shoulders out here, trying to see if there's any movement on this A side. There's a couple of shots coming on in from Highs that will back you on down. And yeah, no nade here this time, but Encourage will land the shots of the M15 on to Fire. First blood going their way, and you're already starting to see immediately off of that. It's a repositioning from Stallions Red. They start to look towards this B-bomb.
You recapsule. That's a huge pick from him through the tunnel. Prolo will find one opposite side. 3v2 in favor, making a 3v1. Oh,
wow.
You get it done.
There you go. Telluride Bush, man. Game 5 ice, round 11. Spart. He's shaking his head saying, nah, you don't win those. Some pats on the back. Oh, that's got to feel bad. If your opponent's getting up, walking over to you, giving you some pats on the back, a little nice try, bud, maybe next time. Oh, we love land. And look at the look of defeat from Swooty there. He's just not happy about letting that one go. Telluride Bush, though, the patience comes out. That's them a win there, man. I mean, that was just a nice, clean retake from the Telluride Bush.
It was big work from Capsule, who I talked about at the start of the series. He's been their S&D star. He goes 13-7. He's getting through a very uncomfortable match. The first blood as well, you dominate 8 out of the 11. It should have been a far more comfortable process. A lot of those mid-round adjustments, better from the Stallions than it was from the Bush. Again, if it was a clean round, if it was a full wipe, Bush took it pretty much every time. But if it was mixy, Stallions Red were there to take the final trades. It's tough showing. I think in both circumstances, Stallions Red did so well to clutch up that 2v4 in round 10. But that last one there, you're thinking you've got it done. We've got the numbers advantage. We're just going to run this bomb forward, drop it down, set up. You've got B side. It's the easier one to retake, quote unquote. But it's Cap. He finds that pick in tunnel. Very brave off of it. Needed to win the fight. Gets it done. And then Prolute recognizes the opportunity to pounce on the other side. Just pins the Stallions boys in that are still alive. Great composure in the moment. Round 11 ice was something we famed Bush for, right? At the start of the year. It seemed to go away from them. Have they just built that back into their system?
Yeah. I mean, that's sort of been our storyline, I think, for today was, how did Telluride Bush look in this first series? If they looked shaky, okay, that's, you know, something that I think there has to be a little bit cause for concern, right? Even if, you know, it does go to a game 5 round 11. I think what I saw was the things that you are looking for improvement on with this team, and that is what we came on through, right? Their search and destroy looks really, really good right now, right? They ice up when it matters, and then they are able to look much, much better in that overload, right? They're feeling decent. It's feeling great for them. So I think if you're a Bush fan, what you see here today is a nice little test for your team. It should set themselves up for success for the rest of the day. But for Stallions Red, my friend, you called it out. For Stallions Red, they now go up against the #1 EMEA seed in Clutch Rain in an elimination match. Absolutely wild what we are about to see here on main.
It is indeed. It could so easily have been Bush. But I think for Stallions Red, I think the heartbreak is that if you'd taken the series in the first 3 maps or the first 4 maps, I wouldn't have raised an eyebrow either, considering the performance. You were very good out there. But the gauntlet only grows as, yes, you're right, Clutch Rain stand now in front of you. The technical #1 seed upset earlier on in the bracket by Strike X. So what does that look like? That's the French lineup in front of you. You won't have played them. You'll have very little notes, I imagine, on them. So you got to get yourselves ready for it. It won't be long until we get to witness a little bit more of this team. For Bush, you got to go back, do a little bit of that VOD review, find out where the gaps are. You've shown signs of growth in some areas, but yeah, these S&Ds, I feel like you're just making it more difficult for yourselves than you need to, considering the opening duel department.
Well, it was a lot of game 5s here on the winner's side. Our game goes to a game 5. We see Project Notorious winning 6-2 in a search and destroy game 5. And we see Falcons Green winning in a 6-3 search and destroy over there. So everybody going the distance here. It only means the competition will continue to grow. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're getting Bryson Ton on into this one, and it is absolutely flying through this bracket. The matches don't get worse from here, Enigma. They only get better. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back after this break.
What is the thing? Oh, I will move. Sorry. Move numbers.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Challengers Major. My name is Bryce. We're here, of course, Chris Tunn, but we're diving deeper into our bracket. We're actually dropping down into the lower rounds, and for a very good reason. Two of the big teams are about to face off in an elimination game.
Yeah, and for, well, a lot of you at home, we've just had an absolute banger coming up. We've got another one coming very, very shortly. But we're actually going to go and jump over to Delta very, very quickly. We've got some S&D still to be played out here in this game between Stallions, Black and For Fun Esports. This is in the losers bracket. This one's already been going for a little while. Interested to see how this one's going to play out. Obviously, for both these two teams, you want to be doing a little bit better than top 24. And that is what it's kind of beckoning. If you go on to lose this one, okay, so some good shots to open things up, which is much needed for Stallions Black. They're 1-0 down.
Well, let's see how this starts to go away. And at the moment, 2 versus 2. Oh, the sniper, and he doesn't get it. Okis does not pull that trigger in time. And now a 1 versus 2. Ryan, hopefully we'll get a bit of timing. And he almost got perfect timing. Nobody checked up top, but it's not going to be the win for them this time.
Yeah, not quite going to happen. Nice opening pick coming through in the middle. It's just something you so often see teams fight over here on Raid. That mid-map control, do you want to even fight over it? Do you kind of manipulate around it? It's that, well, choice you got to make at the start of these rounds. Both these two teams vied for that control. Ultimately, didn't work out for Stallions. Both on Esports, finding another one here. And you would very much lean towards Stallions back be able to take this series, you would like to think. But this losers bracket, man, having a look at some of the teams that are down here now, it is starting to get scary. I mean, Cut Train was the big surprise. We're going to be covering that game in a second. We're just getting everything obviously checked up with that one. Picks and bans, etc. coming through. That's why we're on board here on Delta right now. But there are some very, very big teams dropping down now. And this is where things start to get very, very serious. What did we have? What, 3 map 5s out of the 4 games that we were streaming in that first round of the day? Expect more of that to come. Yeah, now in the Search and Destroy, they're continuing with this mid-map affair. Zipic in and around, just controlling as best as he can as the rest of the team have made their way through over towards A. This bomb is going down.
Well, it goes towards mid here. They've got good control of this, realistically. This is all for fun. Simples, though, that's a massive pick towards the middle here. Opens it up a little bit. They do have control of the bomb site. Well, they are not securing. Simples is looking for this kill, and it's easy for him in his second. Just one player remaining. Peel in the mid. Timing might be perfect here as he goes back around.
They would have had a good read on him. He was in the middle of the map, so they got a general idea, but they have lost him 15 to go. Easy peasy. And you set up inside of Art now. You just need to play a game of shoulders. Survive as long as you can. Does better than that. for Fun Esports. Pink doing well here. 3-0 up in the search.
And that's the entire advantage of what they did, right? For Fun Esports, they just took mid-control after the bomb plant. They actually had more of the map. They did technically give away the bomb site. And because it was split around in so many angles, it was easy to play that clock, play that time, and, well, that's what won out in the end.
And so the next round, 3-0 down here. Fun Esports just about getting a hold of what they need to. Couple of 1v1s, couple of tight moments. Starlings back just need to execute a little bit better. They're in these rounds. Just come out on the wrong side of them. Big push over towards this A side once again. But again, that mid-map control being paramount for both these two teams.
Bit passive here. Is there a play call coming in to rotate to B? I mean, they've got a player watching the flank. At the moment, they're going to have to just check the corners here. Every angle being scoped by the sniper. Okus is the man here. This is all on him. Can he catch somebody who's shouldering?
Ryan's been back down here, so the middle of the map, yeah, is wide open. They're just going to hit it from stairs. Just far too easy for Fun Esports. Good shots coming out from Okus, but not enough to get rid of the opposition. Ryan there to maybe try and recover. Cannot get it done. Okus now left in a 1 versus 3. Should be able to find this one. Oh, it's an awkward gunfight. You probably should win. For Fun Esports, Pink, 4 to the good.
Well, sometimes they say laying down at somebody's feet in a gunfight works, you know?
Drop shotting's been a thing for years, mate. It's just the same thing.
It just always looks a bit funny when there's a man lying on his back shooting up at you from your own feet. So it's one of those. But yeah, you are right. Awkward gunfight to get that one down there. I don't know how much more he would have been able to do. They burnt a lot of time to give away a lot of map control, but right now it doesn't matter. For Fun Esports, running this S&D hard.
Just feels as if they are making the right calls. Stallions Black are not there to answer them. That was a free push through the mid. And there's another first blood. Peel gonna find swag, and it's just far too easy. All the way through B now. Ultimate control. You've got basketball. You just need somebody to cover over towards mid. You've kind of got that. This gunfight on the stairs is going to be massively important. Symbols, he can find one. Finds the second. It's Ryan to help out. Sensational work, though, from Stallions Black to find those 2 kills back. Peel still in and around their spawn, though. Still causing issue. All of a sudden down to a 2 versus 2. Scope in hand. You got to hit that with your Phantoms. There's your second opportunity. Finds it. 1v2.
Stallions just having all kinds of issues. And now in 1 versus 2 for Symbols. He's already found 1 this round. We'll need 2 more, but it's all against him if they stay together.
They've done well to bring themselves back into this round. That 4 versus 2 in that scenario, you just weren't expecting about 2 kills coming through over towards the stairs. Open it. Yeah, for Stallions Black, but transition now. As the bomb will go down, this could well be 5-0 for Fun Esports. He needs to find a kill pretty quickly. Did Phantom spot him? Yes, he did. Doesn't matter. Gunned. Symbols will back it on now. And that's 30 seconds to try and find the kill and the bomb defuse.
No information. Absolutely none.
He could go for this.
He could. He has left it maybe a little bit too long here. Peel will give it a check. If he sees that bomb disappear, he might run for it. There goes the nade.
He's got it.
He's trying to get him. Oh, he's going to get him. Oh, Stallions.
Not in time.
The defuse.
Not in time. Not in time. Oh, that was so close.
You speak of awkward gunfights, Ton. That is one of them. Trying to just curve the bullets round.
Into another round, though. Stallions Black will get one back. I think they'll feel unfortunate maybe to be 4-1 down. There's been a couple of moments here and there. Just haven't went their way. Peel sitting at 9-3 might be a big reason as to why, but Ryan's got eyes on over towards A's side, so that's an aggressive push up through statue. That makes it life very, very difficult over towards A unless you're Ryan. You can pick him. One more bullet and Peel would have been dead to rights, but I think he'll just about get out. And Stallion's back. Black to the drawing board? Yeah, that's a little bit more difficult to say than I anticipated. Here we are anyway, pushing over towards B.
Full stacks from the Stallions. Zivik just going to be keep shouldering. Maybe a little bit of timing here, but Prada also trying to back off. He'll be calling this out to his teammates. And there is a player jumping up on him now. He is going to go down. First blood for the Stallions. Bomb going down as well, and they're going to get the rest here. Only find him just alive in 1 versus 4. He's bringing it down to a 1 versus 2. Reload fast. The player's going to challenge him. He's got the third. Oh my goodness.
What are we doing?
Stallions, this could be a collapse of epic proportions.
Oh, it's simple. You just don't need to chase that down. Yes, okay, he's weak, but you run the risk. Have a little peek and maybe have a go at it from there, but it's an awkward one. Is it the 1v4 for Handel? It's not going to happen. Oh my word. That would have been a breakdown of monumental proportions. Oh, that was scary.
That was not pretty. I mean, if anything, they also got a little lucky there. The transition from laying down to standing up threw him off the aim for just a second, because that was a really wide chow, by the way. Like, that was insanely wide, the chow to check the bomb. And they could have lost it, but they did not. Stallions Black get one more back on the board, although they are trying really hard to lose them.
Giving themselves a little bit of an opportunity. But unfortunately, we're not going to be able to continue to cast this because our game on Alpha is nearly ready to go. The bomb has went down for 4 Fun Esports. You can continue to watch this series over on Delta. My Stallions Black are trying to come back in this search and destroy. They are up in the series. We might as well finish the round, Bryce, eh? Oh, well, it seems to be done anyway. There you go. And we'll be right back. No, we are back. We're in. Don't you worry.
Yeah, we're transitioning over to our Alpha game. Should be pretty good. Watch when we get back to it. Never mind, we're going back to this game. We'll let you know when we switch. We will switch. But at the moment, we're just going to see that one go. But I've been told that the reason for us not switching is there was a lobby restart. So we'll wait on that game to fully get under the way. But as you can see, 5-2 now for Fun Esports.
Yeah, looking good here in the search and destroy now. Has been for, well, quite some time. Scary games here. The Stallions teams dropping down into losers bracket. We're going to get to see another one here in a second as well. Alpha nearly ready to go. We'll stay with this as long as we can. Before Fun Esports looking to take this one away. Bryce, they're 1 round away.
They certainly will. Well, let's see. Break off towards A here. Big push from the Stallions. They're going straight in for this, surely. A little bit of stalling on the ramp. Nades are going to be flying out towards it as well, but this is huge map control for Fun Esports. Already have mid completely. If Stallions get this wrong, they will be cut down very, very quickly. And down to 3 versus 3 as Phantoms just spits on 2 of them. Ryan eventually does pick up that trade, bringing it back to a 2 versus 2. Bomb is not down. Ryan trying to just deflect the pressure that comes in from the backside here, and I don't even know what happened in that gunfight.
Yeah, Phantom's just absolutely... It's a bit early for some of the words I want to use. But that is disgraceful that he was able to find those 2. And again, you're right, like, I mean, for Stallions, they've kind of been in and around this game, but they have thrown a couple of S&D rounds. They've not went their way. We have an opportunity here, though. Peel trying to find a way around, and that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back. 11-5 for Peel. 1v2 for Ryan. He can find one. 25 seconds to go. Peel looking for the pick. Can he manage to find... Oh, can Ryan find the 1 versus 2? Awkward one for Zvik. Can't find it. Stallions Black. Stay in the game.
Well, we'll see how that game continues on the different stream. Alpha is ready to rock. So let's jump straight into this game. This is Clutch Rain Esports versus Stallions Red. And the thing about this one is, the loser goes home. 2 big teams from the different regions need to lock in.
I mean, look, we've casted over an enormous amount of Clutch Rain over this last Elite season, and to see them down the losers bracket was a huge surprise to me. I just tweeted it out there. They were one of the teams I really expected to have the potential to go on to win this event. Not saying they can't do this anymore, Brycey, of course, but dropping down in the losers bracket in the manner that they did is probably not a good an indicator to see how they're playing this weekend. But yeah, let's see how things do turn around. A tough task here going up against Stallions Red, who've just had a really close series up against Bush there on Alpha once again. They've stayed in their seats. They are ready for the Frenchman. And they, right now, are winning this game quite comfortably. Encouraged he can find one, and the second eludes him. But P2 being held down by Stallions Red. This is going to be a solid lead by the time we go over towards P3.
Really struggling here, Cobra. Just going to try and contest this for a few seconds, but just pulls out the irons at the very wrong time. Stallions Red, they have stayed on this station after facing a loss just a little while ago. Looking to avenge that, of course. Clutch Rain coming in a little bit cold, of course, but there have been high expectations for this team, and they dropped down early.
Looking over towards at least the first map here, though, I think they'll be happy to get this Blackheart underway. They're 4-0 over the season in Europe, but if you're encouraged, you say, well, I don't actually give a damn about it. That's 3 being found. Brezzy needs to hold it down on his own. He's done wonderfully so far. Can find the first and second, not the third. Encouraged under pressure. Linsonko will find a way back through. Spawn towards the back here for Stallions Red. 25 seconds to go over towards P3. And try and find a way through.
At the moment, not too bad of a break here for Clutch Rain. Stallions Red do look a little bit like the stronger team in some of these engagements. Mostly off the back of Encourage, who just keeps farming the European players. There's a rotation going across. You can see this rotation battle will happen. Encourage is all the way over here as well as Linz. Both hoping for the spawn. Will Linz work this out in time? There will be a push eventually. Plays towards the back.
He's dead to rights as well. Encouraged to be able to find something here. Doesn't pull the shots. Didn't see him. Did that time round up. Linz will fall. And all of a sudden over the top as well onto Melko. Helps his teammate now. Now a bit of a 50-50. Brezzy is here, but the spawn's over towards the back there for Stallions Red. But the numbers for Clutch Rain inside of the hill.
I know the pressure's coming. There is going to be a little bit of a pinch coming in. Heist will be around the back, but he gets caught out straight away by Melko. And now they're looking to just go straight into it. Cobra cuts down Encourage towards the back here. And that is going to be a lead switch. Clutch Rain doing numbers on this hard point so far.
Cobra positioned himself well. Maybe gets a bit of bad timing. And that bad timing is going to lose the hill here for Stallions. For Clutch Rain, I should say. Stallions Red find a way through. And that's going to be a nice rotation over towards 5 as well. So Cobra looks to push out. Gets a bit of bad timing. And then all of a sudden, you're going to lose out on a rotation as well. A couple of gunfights have went their way, though. And all of a sudden, they can start making their way around. Hill's about to pop. And it's about a 10-second lead here for Clutch Rain. Lynn's just trying to step it up here. 11 and 12. Found a couple of good gunfights, but needs to start turning it up. We know what kind of numbers this man can put up. I mean, over the EMEA season, just indomitable at times for this Clutch Rain team, who just looked lights out against everybody over on the other side of the pond. But right now, Stallions Red in the lead, and Courage having his wicked way with them at 18 and 7.
Just really proving problems with Clutch Rain over and over again. Decent hold this here from Stallions Red. And Courage will not drop. That's his second big streak of the game. Looking for it as well, and everybody headbutting on the wall jump, and it will benefit only the Stallions. They cut down enough. They're going to look to get the lion's share of this time. You can already see players moving for that P1 as well. Clutch Rain, they're a half a step behind in these rotations at the moment.
Yeah, need to step it up yet. The pace is eluding them. As this series goes on, though, you'd like to think they get into their stride. Pick up a little bit of scrap time over towards the back end of the hill, but what, 5-6 seconds over towards P5, you have sacrificed the lead, albeit not a very big one. Cobra and Co trying to pick their way back over towards P1. They want to try and flip the spawns if they can, but they need to just stop Encourage somehow in some way. 7-3, not the 8. Brezzy will find 3, all on his own. Brezzy's been an impressive player for me for Clutch Rain. He's one that I don't want to see he slips under the radar. The guy's been at the top level for quite some time, but you think about Clutch Rain, you think Cobra, Linz, Brezzy. Been having a hell of a season. He's enjoying Black Ops 7 so far.
This is a team that there's a lot of expectations behind them. People are talking about, you know, I mean, we've been talking about Cobra for years, right? Never really having that opportunity. This will be another mark against them if they do fall this early in the tournament. That's the crazy thing. So far, looking to retake this lead, but we are going to be talking about rotation. A lot of kills going down. Stallions Red again as everybody tries to position here for this. Already towards the back. You see Brezzy trying to cover it. Swooty, though, absolutely locked in on that gunfight.
Yeah, Melko needs to win another over towards the back. Sad was a very, very close spawn came in. Over towards the back that I just don't think Clutch Rain we're ready for. Should be able to get the trade on this one, but need to do it quickly. Need to defend from the front as well. It's going to be one player to come back round. No, there isn't, because Cobra's being dealt with by Heist, and then all of a sudden, there's the break. It feels as if, like, both these two teams, if anything, on occasion are finding a nice rotation, but they're being broken far too easily, but it's making for an entertaining game. Heist will find another. That's a hell of a life to have. 3 in a row from him. Isn't lightening it up, but those are 3 massive, massive kills for Stallions Red. They should get some good time here.
Guys already managed to sneak around the back here. Linz found a gap somehow. They were actually covering it, but a little bit of timing has allowed them to break in here for this scrap time. And scrap is the right way. Both of these two teams really throwing everything into the blender so far on this one. Rotation again, though, will be in the hand of Stallions Red. It's a story pretty much as old as this hard point. They keep doing it. They keep being in the better position. And if they keep going for it and get a big hold, it might be curtains for Clutch Rain.
There's an opportunity here, though, for Clutch Rain. The spawn now actually came through for Stallions Red, but the players who are here just holding so well. Lins will find one. And Stallions have done extremely well here, all things considered, to find this rotation and the lead once again. It's traded hands quite a few times already, Brycey. It's been a hell of a hard point to kick things off here in this series, which is just bound to be an absolute banger, and the hard point is not disappointing so far. Brizzy bringing in the Hellstorm for, well, very little, but it has got them off the point for a second. Clutch Rain. The door is slightly ajar. Can you walk through it? Brizzy, he can find another second, eludes him. Is anybody else going to be able to follow up? Yes, they can. So the Hellstorm is invested, and they get the hill for it. 20 seconds on offer, looking like they're going to pick that up. Stallion's going to back it on down. It's going to be a lead change by the time we head over towards New. Again, for what, maybe the 7th time we've changed in the lead. Bryce, it's such a close game.
It is back and forth. Stallions Red again have that rotation locked in. One thing that they've been very consistent at.
Spawn out.
It will be, but will this be recognized? I think it will be. Clutch Rain will be calling that out, saying, hey, all the players are over here with me. Can they break this in time, though?
Yeah, they have to make that move. They momentarily do have numbers here, but struggling to find a way through. 2 players posted towards the back. You're going to have to wait for the reinforcements to come through, but keeping an eye on the minimap. Yeah, Stallions are just going to collapse. You either need to stick or twist if you're Clutch Rain there. You had the opportunity, and yeah, okay, great defense from Stallions, albeit, but you Clutch Rain, you've got to make your move when you can.
It did seem to stall out. Maybe waiting for a spawn to come in that never did. And now they find themselves in an unenviable position. Hard break here onto this hard point, behind in this hard point as well. And the Stallions Red, a wonderful hold. They have not folded at all onto that one. A massive lead in this dying part of the game. And now they're looking to compromise even this next one.
Yeah, and as far as, you know, the game goes, this is the biggest lead we've had since, what, P1 to P2, where Stallions Red had themselves around 40 or so. So Lynn's now setting himself up in the middle of the map. Awkward gunfight, doesn't take it correctly. Heisen High trying to work through the middle of the map and succeeding so far, and it's a big win from Sweetie. Takes down Cobra, and all of a sudden Melko and Co still spawning over towards the backside. A couple of spawns out here for Clutch Rain. They've got to find a break over towards P5. Stallions can win it here.
They've got straight back into it as well, but the Stallions really just bully their way straight into that hard point. For Clutch Rain, it's back foot all the way. They are trying just to stay alive. Lindy will be calling out for some reinforcements. There's nobody who can help him. But they slowly but surely try to cut him down, but it is going to be all right for Clutch Rain. They hold.
Yeah, and they get back within touching distance if they can hold down this 20. Malco needs to find something in the middle of the map. There's one. Second is going to elude him. The rest of Clutch Rain. Which way are we looking? Cobra tagged up. Backs against the wall. Can you hold on to this hill? Nobody going to win it here over towards P5. We'll see another rotation. Cobra dipping and diving, turning a few different ways to just try and keep Stallions right away. It's about a 20-point game as we head to a third rotation in what has been a very, very scrappy game. Neither team lighting it up, and Courage has been leading the way for Stallions Red. They are 15 seconds away from finding map number 1.
Here they go. Last hurrah. Trying to jump into this P1 and contest here. It's going to be Clutch Rain who are late again to this point. Lynn's trying to do enough work. The contest is still going to be in. Everybody piled through, but for Stallions Red, they have held the premium position. They will be the team that has to make the others go through the gauntlet. Every single angle here for Clutch Rain. They are going to try and pinch it all at once. Every single one coming through the doorways, and they will get this off of them for now.
They get a hold of it as well, and looking towards the spawn of P2 in 25 seconds. They took their time, they were meticulous about it, and it has worked out for now. Stallions Red, 3 seconds away, Clutch Rain. You have to be perfect.
Already cut down a couple. But Clutch Rain can't afford to give this away. 3 seconds. And that'll be in as Melko finds another. They now have to keep deflecting. One more push. Into it again. Still going to be through there, but they're still going to have the spawn. Cobra is looking for it. They've given it up. 20 seconds to go.
There will be one more push here for Stallions Red to have a go at this one. Clutch Rain are set up. These first gunfights are going to be so crucial.
Here they go, down to 3 versus 3. Already more piles piling in, and that's going to be a clear. Clutch Rain have held. Oh my goodness, they're too far away. Clutch Rain have brought this back from the brink, and that's going to be a win for them. Of course they erupt down for so long in the hills, but the rotation eventually pays. They grab the last one, and that's the one that counts.
Oh, a brave, brave game from Clutch Rain towards the end there. It was the break-in over towards P1 at the end of when Stallions were only a few seconds away. They took their time. They fought for those P2 spawns because they knew they needed them. They couldn't win over towards P1. They took their time, and the break was wonderful. And from there, they made sure they held. They did not let anybody else in from Stallions. And it's an incredible map number 1 win coming in from Clutch Rain. It did feel as if through the mid-game, look, we were trading blows left, right, and center. But in that latter stage, it just felt like Stallions Red were the ones that were getting away with it. They were starting to pull away. But a good break towards P1, a clean wipe from Clutch Rain, sets them up for success. It's a 3-point game to kick off this losers bracket game. Loser goes out in top 24 between these two teams, and it's a hell of a way to start it.
Well, what a ridiculous run that was. I think we could actually go back and watch the end of that game as well, but Encourage had a massive game for his team, but this is where it all went wrong. Watch the minimap. Clutch Rain managed to hit every entrance on that point at the same time, something that shouldn't really happen. There are 4 entrances to P1, and they get it. Not only that, but they hold P1 for the rest of this time and the spawn ton. That is unbelievable.
I mean, Cobra to find 4. I think he finds 3 in the blink of an eye, all on his own to break that open. Incredible work, and this was important. I said it at the time, if Melko can find that second, then yeah, you're laughing. You've got 3 members in there. And if you're Stallions Red at this stage, you start to panic. You think to yourself, you're 3 seconds away. If we can find this break, we can end it right now. But as soon as you push that again, you are then spawning in Narnia. You're so far away, and by the time you get over towards P2, all you've got is one more roll of the dice. And it comes up with a pair of 1s. Because that's all you got in the kill feed, to be honest with you. Melko, Linz, Breza, Cobra all combining together to seal that one. Cobra goes on a 6 spree to close out the game. What a time to do it. Clutch Rain take map number 1. And this is how the rest of the series... Well, I mean, that is insane, right? I mean, how can you take over with a 6 spree towards the end? But this is how the rest of the series will look. Raid, Search, and Destroy, Den Overload. If we need it, we'll see a double exposure to close out the series. It's been quite the start here on the Challengers broadcast today, hasn't it, Brycey? What a way to kick things off on that first series, and we haven't slowed down heading into the loser bracket as well.
Well, we certainly haven't. I mean, yeah, I think Cobra heard me maybe when I said, you know, things against him, but wow, this S&D's already going. We're straight into it. Malco with a sniper out in that first round, looking for some players, but gets nothing but air and despair, and already that bomb's going down.
Sweaty with a sniper round as well. And this bomb will go down. Ice will find one in the middle of the map up against Linz. This should be around here for Stallions. Reds. Rezi. Not able to see underwater, and sadly for him, he's left Cobra in a 1 versus 4. It's an impossible situation, and a really good start for Stallions Reds. Well played. You get rid of the sniper on one side as well. It's a round and a half, if you like. Good positivity for the side of Stallions coming into this one. Especially after that hard point loss, it's important, I think, to find that first round, the Search and Destroy, and they do so.
Yeah, that was pretty clean as well, and a little bit of that was not being able to find the snipes, right? Like, that is the entire thing they use to try and deflect that pressure over towards the bomb site. You miss 2, you get cut down, that bomb is already down as well, and well, Clutch Rain were left holding nothing in their hands.
And now the jostle for control. Recon still out here for Switty as well. This is the shot. We haven't seen many land so far. Oh, be careful. There's a ledge there, and he gets aggressive. I just don't think they're expecting this in the smoke. Has allowed Clutch Rain to potentially get away with this one. Linz is fallen. Swooty getting aggressive. Picks up an M15. He thinks he's him. He's just ran through the middle of the maps. Put the sniper down. And Stallions Red have walked away with this round. Brezzy dead to rights. What on earth was that?
Full aggression. Full aggression. No hesitation.
It's egregious, to be honest with you. I think it just catches Clutch Rain off guard, though. I mean, you realistically think to yourself, okay, he's got a recon up top and laundry. He ain't pushing. Nah, he's pistol out. And hightails it over towards Statue and pretty much seals the round for his team. Solid work here. Stallions Red looking great in the Search and Destroy. As far as for both these two teams, how the map looks, at least for the side of Clutch Rain, it has not necessarily been their favourite Search and Destroy, sitting at a 2-3 record on the season. And Melko, on his second time of asking, is going to find that opening blow with the sniper.
Swooty hoping for a shoulder. A glimpse of a pixel. At the moment, nothing. Heist in trouble as well. Managed to get away. So much cover there in the middle of the map. Oh, still managed to put a few bullets into the enemy team. Really working it well, but it does come down to a 2 versus 4.
Oof. It's a big gunfight to win. Now puts the pressure on a little bit. Oh, and the timing for Brezzy could not have been worse. He's backed in on down. They don't see him through the mid. Heist is taking his time, and Heist will find the gunfight 2v2.
Oh, slowly being back down as well. Heist almost finds it in the middle of the map, but now it's a 1 versus 2 on the defuse. Swoody's going to try and win this gunfight with a pistol, but it's not going to be enough. And that is a bit of a chaotic round, but Clutch Rain do get it away in the end.
That was a crucial one. It got a little bit scary for a second as well. The 2v4 was on the cards for Stallions. They are not able to convert. I will say one thing. When you've got attached behind Stallions, doesn't quite have the facial hair though of the coach of Clutch Rain. That's important, I think.
Tan, I want to ask you your honest opinion.
Oh God.
Who's winning this game?
I mean, based on paper, you should say that Clutch Rain should be the one to take it. I want to say semi-comfortably as well, but it doesn't feel like that's going to be the case. 3-point map number 1. Close here in the search and destroy. Could do with finding this round. They're attacking heavily over towards B. Heist can find one. Do not let him find a second. Surely not. He's doing so well to survive, and Melko will take him down eventually. But some time wasted. Allowing Stallions Red to reposition just that little bit quicker, and may well create some doubt in the mind of Clutch Rain. Yeah, back on down from that one. 3 versus 3 though. Anyone's round still, but you've given up a lot of control if you are Clutch Rain to a certain degree, because yeah, Stallions Red can just convert all of this map pressure into the middle of the map. And Clutch Rain just having to back on down over towards A, rather... I mean, obviously...
Doesn't find anything, but he's being really aggressive with it. May have sold his life a little bit quick there. Swoody now with a sniper. Doesn't find the first one either, and is going to go down. And that felt like Stallions had that in hand, but maybe just a little too aggressive.
Honestly, I don't mind the play, though, just getting aggressive through art, but you've got to hit your shots there, though. If he can find that kill and then just stay alive top art, you're looking around for Stallions potentially. It was very, very obvious what Clutch Rain were going to do. There's nobody over towards B. You push through bedroom. Okay, they're going over towards A. Nobody mid-map. They're definitely going towards A. I'm in top art. I can see them at A. And yet, you need to find that first gunfight just to solidify that. And then all of a sudden, Clutch Rain are, well, running around like headless chickens. Like, okay, where are they actually coming from? We don't have pressure. We don't have the numbers. And ultimately, when you lose that gunfight, that you shouldn't have, it kills the round pretty much immediately. Cobra opens things up here with the ordnance over the top. 3 versus 3 now between these two. 2-2.
Heist, who I honestly think is moving and shooting incredibly well in this S&D. Full confidence. I see him in any gunfight. I think he's going to win it. Taking control of Laundry, just moving through. And back to A plant. This will be a Laundry side control here, which Encourage needs to hold.
One will go down. Malco is going to be the player here, potentially. To try and break this one open. Nade over towards the van. Don't think you're going to find a great deal with that. Double flank could potentially be coming through, but the first blood is so crucial, because then you have the numbers, and you can enter from a few different ranges. Cobra will find Encourage. It's 3v2 for Clutch Rain.
He'll find one, but he doesn't clean the kill, and Cobra's in trouble. Cobra goes down 2 versus 2. They needed that kill to give them the numbers on their side, as it's just going to be a back hold here for them. Brezzy's trying to find the players, finds one. It's 11 seconds to go. That last player needs to be found and taken out, and it's a large gunfight, and I don't think he's got enough time. The Stallions played that perfectly.
They did, but Cobra, he wasn't too far away from it. I think he may have challenged one over towards back Laundry, because you see the shots come through from the player on the flank from Clutch Rain. And the call-out would be weak push through Laundry. There was 2 of them. I couldn't deal with both. Nice. don't think it was him on the defuse, obviously. That's confusing the hell out of me. Good effort there from Stallions Red, though. Well held in the end, because that was not looking pretty. As soon as Anchorage goes down to Cobra, you're thinking it's curtains, but they hold on. A really good round out of them. Heist 8-4.
I said, just think he is shooting incredibly well. Heist already being aggressive again. Linz will see him and back him down, but only momentarily. Linz also can't finish that fight either. Literally putting bullets into everybody. Just damage stat padding at this point.
Cool. I was thinking Lynn definitely didn't put enough bullets in, but Cobra was there helping him. Down here if your Stallions are just a little bit. Yeah, hiding in a lot of trouble in the mid-map. Cutran yet to really make a move, though. He seems to be their intended destination, Cobra. Well, just distracting as best as he can. Yeah, he's going to finesse. He's probably going to sacrifice his life here. Doesn't even have to. We'll back this one down. Bomb's going down over towards B. Cutran should be able to tie this up and go 3-3.
Comes through the middle. Prezi should be able to catch one. Does. We'll go down for it, though. Good trade of the numbers. Melko will catch another one. Last player, Heist. And he's been playing well, but this may be a step too far. Melko already putting a bullet into him and will get pinched out as it goes to 3-3.
Good work here from Cutran. Just using their numbers advantage and the information they had. Rotating themselves over towards B, and it's nice and simple. I just think for Cutran, though, is like the pressure is very much on. As soon as you drop into that loser's bracket, they were coming in as the #1 seed. Whether you believe that should have been the case or not, but winning over in challenges late in EMEA, pretty much a decanter, to be honest with you. They are very much the best team coming out of the region and need to perform on every single level. You've got no more mistakes that you can make.
They do catch him, but almost get to him down as well. Prezi snaps to keep his teammate alive. 2 versus 3 here, but there is a player in the back here. It's Heist. Timing. This is all timing.
I mean, the fact that
They
he's
bring it
found
down to 1
is a
versus 2.
bonus.
They're already coming into it. Let's try and get that one. It was kind of chaotic. Heist almost made a hero play.
Yeah, I would love to see Brezi's POV from the middle of the map, because Encourage looked like he must have put every single bullet into the other player that was right next to him. And Brezi, as you said, he snapped it in towards the middle. When he finds those two gunfights, then all of a sudden you've got the ability to very much run amok on raid. Cutran feels like they're starting to flex their muscles a little bit here in this series. I mean, what a way to win that map #1 as well. A lot of momentum will be in their sails right now. 4-3 up. Oh,
well,
you can't let it happen.
A double nade. Cobra's going to get cut down here, though, as well. 2 versus 3. Heist all around in a 1 versus 2 now. He's already found 2. This would be for the ace and the clutch. The theoretical 1 versus 3 if he makes it. With the ace. That bomb is going to go down. It takes away some options for Heist. But does he get lucky on the timing on this one? He does. 1 versus 1. The clutch up is real.
Seeing him. That's not a child that you want to take on. Everybody knows it. 30 seconds, he has time.
Oh, Heist! Oh, Prezi! A fadeaway! A backwards laser beam!
Oh, he's dropped him in the blink of an eye. Doesn't see him, turns at the right time and beams onto the site. Honestly, I thought Heist had him. I thought that was the 1v3. And I thought that was Stallions back into the game. A typical effort from Heist, who's just screaming out like, God, someone help me.
I mean, I fully believe that was done as soon as he caught that first player. But no, only 3 kills that round. Just can't get the last one. Double nade's going again here, but it's control for mid that Stallions have gone for. And it's failed them again.
Yeah, hasn't worked at all. Linz and Brezi find these kills, and it really has been down to this mid-map, right? Feels as if Cutran have been winning this war of attrition over the mid-map consistently, and then, yeah, all of a sudden from there, it's just a pretty simple game. Sooty will be dropped, and Encourage on an island. No food, no water, and not a hope in hell to pull off this 1v4.
Well, Encourage almost finds Melko. Finds one, but yeah, they're coming for him in numbers. Keep backing up. Keep backing up. They're not going to give you the single chow, and they do not. Clutch Rain take the S&D in what was a very close game. Stopped being so.
As soon as Clutch Rain smelled blood in the water, they just ran with it, didn't they? Incredible game from them. Stallions Red, just no answers to, well, everything that Clutch Rain were able to bring to the table. We've seen the set nades coming off from round number 10, where I mean, honestly, look, if it wasn't for Heist, it could have been a little bit uglier. He was having a really, really good game, but just a couple of moments here and there. You think of the one where they had the reflank as Clutch Rain had to give up over towards B. I think they might have been to go 3-3 or 4-3, something along those lines. And when Heist doesn't hit those shots, it was either Heist or Hyde over towards top art. It doesn't hit the shots. They aren't able to convert those rounds. Those are those kind of moments that you just need to change it. When Brezzy's able to find 2 or 1-on-2 Encourage in the middle of the map, that makes a difference as well. Again, you've got to tip the hat over towards Heist. 13 is great, but when the rest of your team are making up 9 kills between them, it's got to stink if your Heist dropping 1,500 damage on the French's foreheads for a 6-3 loss.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, it kind of reminds me of the hardpoint as well. Encourage was really doing all the numbers in the hardpoint, but they still lost that one. It seems like having one of those things where players can go off on different maps but still not getting the W is actually a negative here. It really seems to be difficult for them to all be firing at the same time.
Interesting game still being set up here, though, to be honest with you. Stallions are really close in that map number 1, so this one is far from done. But we got a lot of other games going on here as well, Brycey. I know some of them are still being set up, but we are actually going to go over towards Delta. Stallions Black still ongoing up against Funk? Oh, some of these games, these names. For Fun Esports Pink, we've got Stallions Black, Stallions Red. I'm too old to keep up with this, Brycey. Honestly, I've got to keep up with the speed that is Black Ops 7 and all these stupid team names as well.
Hey, but at least you get to call out swag checked at some point during the game. Oh, yeah. Maybe there should be like a rule about some of the names some of these people use. But
we're sounding like boomers here, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, we are. But we'll see how this one starts to play out. At the moment, Stallions Black, the team leading in this hardpoint and in this series. They are 2-1 to the good.
Go trying to get things rolling here. I would expect them to be able to take this series. Both these two teams on the Stallion side fighting to finish above each other. There's very much a competition within a competition before them. Roddenko trying to find a break over towards this back P2 side, but Stallions Back have got this under lock and key. Phantoms can find one though. Is that the straw that breaks the Camel's back? Peel over the top. Ooh. Not able to find the second. Really nice centering, but it is good enough to back Stallions Black down. All of a sudden, 4 Fun Esports can find a break. Lovely work.
Oh, so far so good. Trying to get into it as well, but swag checked takes them out as they now head over to this rotation. Both teams putting bodies in the area, but it's actually a big gunfight by Peel. Keeps them locked in for just a few seconds, but the trades go back and forth, but it will be for Fun Esports Pink that eventually get this one done.
Pacific will fall as though pressure will start to come in from Stallions Black over towards P3. Spawns over towards the backside. Probably not what they wanted to keep, considering they didn't really have too much control over towards P2, and now you're thinking about P4 as well on the back end of this. But we've got 40 seconds of the third hill before we do get over towards it. Zivik can't find anything there. Good shots coming in from Okus, so now they can get a little bit of control and the spawns that they want. Swag checked the deepest of darkest runs to get a hold of these spawns, and Stallions Black in a wonderful position there.
Okus tucking here, trying to stay alive, but hasn't worked out as Prolab comes from behind and starts cutting them down in numbers. At the moment, both teams really just pouring into the blender on this hardpoint. Nobody feeling comfortable at any point.
Okay, shots coming in from Peel. Yeah, that's going to help for Fun out as well. Big gunfight here. Zivik falls. All of a sudden, the pressure can start coming in. Peel can maybe do something about it, or he can do nothing. It's 1 kill for him, and Stallions Black will find a way through. Over towards P4. Spawn still being fought over, though. 50 seconds to go on this hill. A lot of time that could be taken by one team. If Stallions Black can get the majority of it, they're in the driving seat in this game.
So far, Stallions Black looking pretty good with that clearance. Everybody out the way at the moment. Peel trying to slow them down, trying to get somebody, but there's no easy gunfights. Stallions Black doing a really good job of just making this awkward as hell.
Back and forth between these two. Stallions Black, though, starting to stretch out a lead in a very important game for both these squads. And seemingly extending this lead, or they would have been if it wasn't for the break that comes through for fourth, and they'll get the final 10 or so. But we are going to be heading back over towards Alpha in just a second. You can continue to watch this game over in Delta. But we've got the other Stallions team to keep an eye on. They're 2-0 down, though, up against our EMEA champions, and into the overload here on Den. Clutchrain will be feeling confident for the 3-0. I think that would give them so much confidence heading into the rest of today. If they could beat a team like Stallions Red 3-0, they'll be feeling confident against anybody.
Looking for it as well here, and Brazzy somehow wins that gunfight. I thought they had lost it. But you can see they're now smelling a little blood in the water. They're waiting for the cut down. Encourage calls that one correctly. I think he had a call out from his teammate. EMP not really making a move here as the team stall out.
Clutchrain with the map control, though. And looking to try and do the best they can with it. Melko, nice snappy shots. Can he find the third? But no, the information is gained. So they'll start to make a move. You've got the lead blocker and Linz. He's going to have to do quite a bit of work here over towards this backside. One kill would be great. The second, not going to be able to land, but the EMP does. Clutchrain get one through the front door. And that's just all about the mid-map control. You win that initial fight, you win the second wave. And from there, well, it's not quite that easy, but it still puts you in a wonderful position. Melko seems to be snapping. And Clutchrain are with him as well. Heist going to have to do some solid defensive work here, Bryce.
Goes down. They're still trying to push the bodies through here. This is a horrible one to get through. And they might even be thinking of wrapping. That's exactly what's going to happen, I think. You cannot push through this area without numbers. It is a nightmare unless you can find a couple of kills. And they're finding them. Well, there's two. Brezzy's going to go forward as well. Over the top. Linz won't grab it with the EMP. Brezzy gets cut down as well. The timing does not go their way, Ton, and this is stalled out.
Yeah, and this should be now Stallions getting themselves out of dodge, so to speak. Melko. How on earth has he survived as long as he did? That's actually allowed Clutchrain to, well, take up a bit of mid-map control. Gunfights, though. Bit of a pinstripe kill feed between these two squads. Cobra keeping that pressure on as well, but Stallions Red will have some room to breathe for the first time in this round. 2.5 minutes or so to go. It's all about these fights over towards the rooftops. Brezzy will be there for one. How he shotguns and courage. And he can now be the lead blocker for the squad once again. Just a crucial gunfight seemed to be going the way of the French, and it's another for Brezzy. He is lighting Stallions Red up.
All that work, all that movement, and truth being told, Ton, it doesn't matter if they can't make another wave of kills. Elko finds it with the pistol. They're going to try to wrap this. He's using the pistol so offensively. There's two down. There's three. They're going to make a move here as well. They're going to go the other way. They've been caught out. The spawn's going to be good for them, and Clutchrain will slam another one home.
They're just keeping so much map control. I mean, Stallions Red have barely made it out of their spawn the majority of this 3 minutes that we've went through. Incredible work from Brezzy, who's on a 4 spree. Can't find the 5th, but Linz will. And he can now start to set up. It's going to be a push coming in from the alley. The stun is perfect. It's 3-0 at the Clutchrain. They are walking away with this game.
You are right about what you said. Stallions are fighting for their own spawn for the majority. It's going to be a difficult show for them to get back into it. Brezzy still causing issues.
Melko and Linz again, just winning these important mid-map fights, and it just feels as if Stallions Red are just constantly on the back foot, and they just haven't got room to breathe whatsoever. Even if they are winning a couple of gunfights, then all of a sudden you are put in a precarious position because you're just thinking about, okay, where's the pressure going to be coming from? We don't have anything in the mid-map, but this might be their first opportunity. Need to just wipe this through the middle of the map. They need to get rid of Brezzy quickly. They find him eventually. And now they can start this moving. But again, Cobra, it's just every gunfight you need to go your way is not. And then you get desperate. 55 seconds to go. You're starting to throw maybe just about the kitchen sink at it. It's only 3-0. It's not the end of the world yet. And you maybe slow down. If they can get one back in this half, keep it at 3-0 before the half ends. You have an opportunity, but it's not looking great so far.
It isn't. And you can see they've all kind of spread out here as well. I mean, Clutchrain are looking to be aggressive once again if they can find their kills. Big snap from Cobra on a 3 streak, but now a 4. Almost a 5. Encourage actually goes for the reach out here as well, and does manage to get it against Cobra. Linz dives in. No blockers for Linz. He will be cut down surely, and is going to be, but they have pushed that EMP again into the spawn of Stallions Red, who, well, they'll have a little bit of overtime to try and make a play here, but already lost 2 players.
Yeah, but this is the same story as it's been all the entirety of the Overload, right? They're looking to clear it out. They're constantly worried about where Clutch Rain are. Just such a high line from Clutch Rain at all times. It's not so much that they are going to play that, but they've been offered the opportunity to do that. As soon as they won those fights in the mid-map, pretty much in the first minute of that round, they never really were out of Stallion's Red spawn. Not in its entirety anyway. There was always somebody lingering around who would find one, maybe 2, and then all of a sudden Stallions are going to find them before they find the push out. Just so difficult to do from that side. They have an opportunity though. 3-0 down. It's not the end of the world yet. But it's got to be a precarious place to be. You're 2-0 down in the series. Loser drops out top 24. You're 3-0 down in the Overload right now. You've got to bring something to the table.
Well, trying to be aggressive straight away. Heist. The kill's going down here. I'm going to try and make a move as well. They've got a couple on the board. This is an opportunity for Stallions to think about moving the EMP forward. Cobra, down.
That was an important one to win, because that opens up that alleyway just a little bit for Heist and Co to run through. Sweetie should get caught here by Melko, but not before he does find one. So the pressure continues here for Stallions, but Melko does well. He will find 2 and just ease some of that pressure. And again, though, with this side, it is the side where you do seem as if teams are able to really try to use that pressure just a little bit better. And the same thing's been done here at the Clutch Rain as what has been done to Stallions Red in that first half. It's just keeping that pressure on.
Melko's been really steadfast here for Clutch Rain. Pretty much all the way through. They're actually chasing him back. They know he's tried to put on a bit of a pinch himself, but good opportunity. Stallions Red are going to push through, but everybody will be holding all the angles here. This will be a full-on headbutt. Technically, the advantage is in Clutch Rain's hands.
Push starting to come on through. Linz with that first one, so we'll slow them down. Just keeping an eye on the flank here. If you're one of the players on Clutch Rain, that will be Cobra, but Brezzy will get the job done up top and finds another with the help of his teammate. He's trying to run this one to the other side of the map, and he might have actually just found an opening for himself. Has to turn round. Can he find the spot? Not quite going to be able to get it done. Melko just about gets a hold of the kill. And that could have been a crucial moment. There was a potential door opening, and that could have been something that really does put the wind beneath the sails of Stallions Red. But right now, they are fighting with their backs very much up against the wall. Pressure here coming in from Cobra. It's not going to be necessarily a walk in the park to get this one done, but as long as the EMP's here, it's wonderful for Clutch Rain.
Still so much time to go in this Overload as well. Somehow Linz fighting that gunfight, just keeping on the back foot here. Swooty also moving forward. Doesn't see the player out the window quite yet. Knows they're going to be there, though. And there's a little bit panicked. That EMP is moving. Swooty stands up top on a ledge by himself. They know where you are, Swooty. And that could be a problem.
Yeah, pressure really on now. We got Brezzy leading the way through the lobby. A little bit of a misplay there, though. Melko going to try and run the EMP through the middle with it. Everybody spawning over towards the back right, closer towards the A point. And now an opportunity for Stallions Red to get it up through the middle of the map. I think they really do need to start throwing everything they can, taking some risks at this stage. But when Cobra's finding kills like that, bit of a waste, if anything, of the Hellstone missile from Melko. But Cobra did the job for him. We'll start running this rooftops now and just probably going to slow this game down. 2 minutes to go.
It's just going in.
I mean, yep, that might be it. If this fourth one lands, I can't see a way back.
That's going in. They've got so many bodies here. It was almost impossible for them to stop. Everybody into the spawn. A complete clear out. And now Cobra's just like, all right, I'm going to farm. Technically, if they can keep making these kills, they can relay this. Doesn't happen a lot in this game mode. It can be quite difficult, but eventually are going to get shut down. The EMP will still probably move shortly. Either that, or they're going to be like a professional driver on their lunch break and start parking that bus.
This is now just pretty much a victory parade for Clutch Rain. A minute and 20 to go. They're just keeping the pressure on. Cover doesn't need to make a move here. He knows they have to come for him. But the job may well have been done. We're 360ing AMPs in now, are we? Okay.
Unnecessary. You're already winning. Brezzy has really exploded in the second half, by the way. 34 and 15.
To be honest, he's been incredible the entire series, hasn't he? There was moments in the hard point. Had a fantastic search and destroy. I'd say probably the MVP of this series here. A clutch rain. But really, you know, I mean, look, map number 1 was very, very close to search and destroy. It was comfortable in the end for clutch rain. But I really didn't expect a 3-0 here in this series. Stallions Red came into this one hot off a loss, albeit, but you would have felt they warmed up and into it. But maybe just the manner that they lost that map number 1 was too much damage to take. Early on in this series, Clutch Rain have ran away with this one.
One-sided was the overload. And it does mean that Stallions Red will regret that hard point even more so. As now their tale has been told for Major 1. They are out. Top 16.
Incredible work from Clutch Rain. Because that's a real test. You drop into the losers bracket, you know you're going to start coming up against some strong opposition. But it's a test they deal with. Incredible turnaround on map number 1. Just one of those moments where you needed a second to breathe, where you really did take it. They got the job done over towards B1. Wonderful rotation. And after that, it was their series to lose. Fantastic work from Clutch Rain, continuing their losers bracket run. But it will have to go a lot deeper if they want to really land where they wanted to in this tournament, Brycey. They wouldn't have wanted to be in the loser bracket this early on. Still an opportunity for redemption, though, throughout the rest of today and, of course, potentially tomorrow. But that will be the end of Stallions Red here in Dallas. 3-0 for Clutch Rain.
Just working out one before them. And I mean, the stats are as one-sided as the game was.
Yeah.
Just really taking over. Malco very steadfast in that first half, but Brezzy went berserk in the second. And what started off as an absolutely miraculous win on the hard point for Clutch Rain, they did the impossible and brought it back to a pretty one-sided search and destroy as it ended. And then a beating on Den Overload. Stallions have been dumped out of the tournament. Clutch Rain can continue. While this is going on, though, we're going to go to Bravo. It's the second half of the game is going on. We'll see how that one is playing out, because there are still an awful lot of games going on here in Challengers. Five Fears and Omit Noir are throwing down.
Yeah. Team name is the wrong way around. Curious which way this is actually leading. Is it over towards Omit Noir, or is it over towards Five Fears? I'm not 100% sure, but either way, this is an interesting game, because Omit Noir coming into this one, relatively new roster. Losing, of course, just, I believe, to Fame & Co., who are just going on a bit of a wrecking ball throughout this. Right, okay, I need to ask a question. Which observer chose these colors? Because I need to have a word with you. What is this? How am I supposed to tell who's on it?
Yeah, this is slightly more difficult than I would like, but we'll see how it goes. Trying to move this one forward, and well, it's the white team with the black inlay and the black outline with the white inlay. It can be a little bit chaotic on the minimap, but we'll try to keep it up to date for you as well.
Yeah, this is one of the more egregious ones I think we've ever had. It's like I'm casting, but I'm colorblind. Dylan Rex moving this one over towards me. It's 3-3 in this overload. I should probably lock in. Can they manage to get one down here? Has actually managed to run this one all the way. Yes, he has done. Alpha is there to try and recover it, but 2 kills will fall his way. And now all of a sudden, can they keep this pressure on? Well, no, Alpha will just about deal with it. Omanoir 2-0 up in this series, I believe. Get that sorted out. Managed to turn it around. They're currently finding themselves, though, 4-3 down here in this overload at this moment.
Sensor making the kill. Alpha moving forward as well. We've seen some big work out of Alpha over and over again on a 7 streak. Trying to carry this game on the back, but at the moment, you can tell that Eric Boom's found a couple of kills against the Shadows on the minimap.
Backstabbed in the middle of the map. Just trying to maybe play this one a little slower. So I'm just going to have to go into defensive mode here. Eric Boom's done well, though. Found Icons, and that might be that as far as the overload goes. We land this one in. No, you don't. Oh, that is a big save coming through. Everybody combining so well, and Alpha and Co can run this one out. 50 seconds to go. Can they tie this one up? They've got a blocker as well here. Icons has found one. Icons has found two. This door is wide open.
Doug Sensor Martin looking to try and get this done as well, but Icons is finding everything. They've slammed this home. It's 4-4. The relay is technically in their hands. Alpha and Nate going to work. They're going to try this. Come on, respawn. They are desperate for that EMP to get here.
There's so much opportunity. Icons, it was 5 in a row. Can you continue it? Sensor finds it, and they find the relay as well. Omanoir bully their way in. And 5 years. Oh, that's such a bad way to go out. Icons, the man of the moment, found 5. There's another 3 on your forehead as well. Thank you very much. That's 3-0. Omanoir steal the overload.
Icons was having a little bit of a bad time, and they went, all right, we'll finish this right now. And he says, thank you, gentlemen, for being able to let me prove myself. It was a wonderful time I've had. Well, a little bit of talking going across here. But that is an ending and a half.
I wonder who was actually 2-0 down in this one, because everyone's sitting tight. Is this one done? Doesn't look like anybody's packing up. So maybe 5 years were 2-0 up in this series, and now all of a sudden it could potentially be 2 other. Security are getting involved. I'm all for it. Get me back on Delta. We would just stick around for that game. Love to see it. It was actually Bravo, but either way. Yeah, look, that's a potential interesting series that's, I think, going to continue. Didn't look like we're all packing up, so maybe we're going to have things continuing there and the score's potentially wrong. But let's see how that goes. If you want to keep an eye on that one is over on Bravo. But we've had some hell of a games so far today, Brycey. Or may it continue?
Yeah, 100%. And we said before, you know, the games only get better as the tournament goes on. And that is what is happening from really close finishes. Even the Clutch Rain game, which we just saw, you know, that was a very good game, even though the actual maps got further away from it towards the end. There were just some very, very big moments. And long may it continue. We've got winners round and lower rounds to come in for the rest of the day, because we are only just getting started.
Yeah, I mean, we've still got another 4 blocks of games to get through here today. We're only going to have 4 teams by the end of Saturday. We'll bleed into Sunday morning as well, before we do, of course, kick off our championship Sunday over in the CDL, of course, at the same time. There's going to be a lot of Call of Duty to watch today and tomorrow. It's a hell of a day to be a Call of Duty fan. There's some really, really good matchups coming up as well. There's some big teams dropped into the losers bracket. There's still some teams running in the winners bracket as well. I think it's going to get more and more interesting as the day goes on.
Yeah, they certainly are. We are having a look at what games are currently ongoing, so we can see just when it goes to our next set here. Having a look, of course, and if you are curious about the rest of the games we are covering, there are all the games on Call of Duty Challengers on YouTube, so you can check out Alpha to Delta on that as well. But while we are waiting, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you for more action right after this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back. Dandro and Enigma here in the booth to help round out this banger that's happening on Charlie. Next Threat versus High Treason. This is an elimination match, and guess what, Enigma? Winner, it doesn't stop there. You got to go up against Stallions Black next.
Yeah, a side that we've seen plenty of this weekend, and, well, they're looking great. But whichever team you walk into next, they are going to be incredibly tough to face. Next Threat, this is with the new man Flames. He's had a bit of a slower hard point for his standards, 14 and 21, but still propping up in the hill time, letting the rest of the boys go to work. High Treason. This is a squad that's been on that cusp of elite and in the elite and out in the elite and all sorts of different places right now, but won't know which one's which because we've got challenge 17, 18, and 19. It doesn't matter because they're all getting smoked by the same guy, Johnny, on a force spree.
Yeah, Johnny, that might have been the damage that you're looking for on the end of this P2. Only a couple more seconds needed for Next Threat to take this game, but a little bit of a trade fest. I would call it a pinstripe kill feed, but it's red and pink all the way through. A little bit of maybe Valentine's Day colors coming our way, but starting to see some of these shots going the way. It is just trades all the way through, and just like that, you're going to find the kills that you need. Slide on in. Hard point going your way, and you'll be able to take that series. You can see Marky B with the fist bumps out. But guess what? The fun don't stop there because you still got to go against Stallions Black. Unfortunately for High Treason, though, it was a good showing here at the Major 1 Challengers Open, but your run stops there. We bid you adieu, my good friends. But hey, I think this was great to see Enigma because we had some high hopes for this High Treason roster for what we saw in the Elite. On land, they looked pretty good, taking some games off some top teams. You know, I think if there's a team that you're going to go down to, this Next Threat squad, definitely one that you shouldn't be that upset that you take the L against.
Absolutely. I think we're expecting Next Threat to have stepped it up quite a bit, considering the way in which their season's gone about. They were looking great. Lose Exceed just before the Elite. Yeast comes in. It's a weird sub. It doesn't work for them. The Elite kind of sucked. But they then pick up Flames, and it's looked better. I will say Cup 5, the most recent one, top 16, that's far below their standards. But they've come into the Elite. The land looking good. Only lose to Project Notorious as well in the game 5, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Project Notorious, the current defending elite champion, so that's a hell of a side to take that distance. So yeah, they'll make a run. It's not a shame for High Treason. They can hold their heads high for sure. But you said it yourself, they'll next walk into Stallions Black, so the fun don't stop here in Dallas.
Yeah, we have a lot of matches that are continuing to go on through. We have our alpha match getting ready to get set up. Players getting in their seats, making sure settings and everything is feeling okay, because on that winner side, we still have a lot of really solid matchups. But let's go ahead. Let's jump on over to the Bravo stream, and then we're going to see what matchup we got going on over here. This is Omit Noir taking on 5 Fears, and we are actually in a map number 4. And as we come on over, 5 Fears on this Colossus. They are 7 points away from taking down Omit Noir and keeping their run alive. You're gonna see kills will go their way on that P1. All you need is a little bit more time to be able to get on up here. Eric Boom starting to fly on through. We'll be able to cut down icons, and this is of course Doug Sensor Martin and the boys. And Doug, well, not exactly his best score line. And
Oh my God.
Oh,
I feel like a game that was that much of a blowout. I don't know. What is going on here? Passion Pit overflowing without a doubt. And we might need to see some security step in or something. But either way, it will be 5 Fears marching on and letting Omit Noir know all about it. This was a new team coming together, this Omit squad. So to lose to 5 Fears, an elite team, again, not too much of a shame moment. You don't, hold your heads high, gentlemen. This is Alpha coming over, actually. That's a play that I want to see a lot of from EMEA. Very interested in him. Obviously, Nate, Icons. Nate, he was part of that Brooklyn lineup. Icons, you and me were big fans of him at the start of the season. So there's plenty of talent there. Unfortunately, just 5 Fears a bit too much.
You're seeing the words fly. The energy is there. Some birds taking flight as well post-match. That's the energy we like to see coming out of the Passion Pit. It's called the Passion Pit for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. And well, for 5 Fears, able to take that win against Omit Noir. They're obviously feeling very, very good. Love being able to see that we have coming on through. But man, I mean, I think as we're just kind of catching the tail end of some of these games, right? Then what we're doing is we're just kind of seeing, obviously, the build of some of these storylines over the course of our entire tournament. It's really, really fun to see where they're going. And one team that has a fantastic storyline that I think we got to check in on, it is Strike X, a team that has been very interesting to see. They sent Clutch Rain to the losers bracket, one of the top seeds from EMEA, and they are continuing their run here on the winner side.
Yeah, it's a StrikeX team as well. It's kind of full of players that over the years have been around challenges a lot. They certainly have plenty of experience, but this has been a year where several of the players, unfortunately, just haven't managed to put in as much time as they typically would. So they've been a little out of the picture, showing up to LAN and taking scalps, as you said, to shut down Clutch Rain pretty decisively as well, to essentially steal the #1 seed away. We are going to get that all put together and kind of set up the bracket there for you guys, let you know exactly what the picture's looking like. But, I mean, yeah, StrikeX very much looking forward to seeing if it's a case of were Clutch Rain just bad, or StrikeX actually a dark horse team we've really got to pay attention to here.
I mean, StrikeX was the team that did also send that Omit Noir team into that loser side in a game 5. So that's there. But on that, sort of Delta stream where we are getting ready to tee up this game, that is going to be against Falcons Academy Green Enigma. And this is a team that I know that we are very high on because it hasn't necessarily been like the easiest road for Falcons Academy Green. There's a couple 2-0s yesterday all the way to get there. They kickstart their day here with a reverse sweep against none other than Omit Brooklyn, a very talented team that was there. So you have a nice little warm-up series, and now you're going against this StrikeX roster, who maybe you're kind of going, are we worried? Are we, kind of, yes, you took down Clutch Rain, but are we going to see a 3-0 here? Or do StrikeX able to answer on back?
Well, that's the question. I think we're hoping for Game 5. You've been blessed with them already today. You're hoping for a bloodbath, a back and forth, even if it goes to the other one, all down to the wire. This Falcons Green team are an interesting one. Started the year a little slow, top 16 kind of placement, and we were like, maybe this kind of project isn't really working over there. They've come online since, 4th, 2nd in the Cups, top 6 in the Elite, and honestly, in groups of the Elite, they looked stunning. It was just eventually they kind of come undone in that playoff bracket. They lose 3 Game 5s in the Elite, which is insane, really. That's really unfortunate. We could have seen that team run deep, and one of them was 2 Notorious. Very strong squad, in particular from Roxas and QK's point of view, because they're extremely talented, looking like they're putting up serious numbers. But everything that's been going on, we're trying to paint the picture. Why don't we just show you the picture and pull up that bracket, make it as pretty as possible, because we are down now to our top 8 top side, and these are the matchups that we're coming up real soon.
Yeah, we'll get that lower side filled on in. Once those matches, we'll be able to catch on up. But we wanted to talk about a couple of these winners. We just broke down StrikeX taking on Falcons Academy Green. We're going to be covering the Huntsman versus Rock Esports here on Alpha. Let's talk a little bit about these other 2 matchups because they're very interesting, Enigma. You kind of called out one really cool thing, which was that none of these teams have ever played against each other before that's in this winners round 5, right? It's easy for us to talk about the Elite, right? When we look at teams like Huntsman and Notorious and Telluride Bush, yeah, there's a lot of history there between these 2 teams, but now you're getting into this part in the bracket where you maybe have to go against a wild card, and this is where it gets really fun because for a team like Project Notorious, yeah, it's been a little bit of maybe of a shaky day, but you've won the games when they matter. Now you're going against Dark Horse Esports, which it might be easy to say, oh, we don't know these guys, they're easy, but Dark Horse Esports is a top EMEA team, and they've taken maps and they've won events against some of the top EMEA rosters.
They're a good team for sure. Mighty, Aspect, 6, and Detain. A lot of you should recognize some of those names, especially Detain. He's been around Challengers for a very long time. Also went and spent a little bit of time over in Halo, actually. So, a multi-talented player. It's going to be tough going up against Project Notorious. I'm not going to try and frame that any other way. They are the team to beat coming into this tournament. But this is, Clash of Regions. Project 7, that's the sister team to Project Notorious. But on the other side of the pond, they're one of EMEA's best squads coming up against Bush Gaming, who we just saw squeak by the Stallions. Huntsman, Rock Esports. Rock are arguably the best Middle Eastern team coming out. We've been very much watching what they're doing over there. That is Kix, Rixold, Dom, and Dom X. The names are confusing, yes, but we will get there with them. And then up the top there, as we said, StrikeX and Falcons Academy Green. The StrikeX team, bits and pieces of it been around. Falcons Academy Green, of course, that elite squad. But yeah, it's weird to get to this stage of a tournament, see 8 teams and go, actually, you guys might not know much about each other. So how the hell does this play out?
It's definitely something that you have to consider. And I'm also looking at this bracket, man. There's a chance to get Project Notorious versus Project 7. Inject it into my veins. That's only if they can get past, of course, some solid teams like Dark Horse Esports and Telluride Bush. But that's your bracket for the time being. We'll be checking on into this, getting it updated as our matches go on through, my friend. But you can see even there, just from that winners round 5, this is where we're starting to get into the real meat, of course, to a lot of the tournament, right? Obviously, the loser side, we're keeping our eyes on it. We're keeping checked on in to some of those games that are going on, because on the loser side is well. We still have a lot of those matchups still brewing, still going on. Some top teams battling. Some teams, unfortunately, getting sent on home and maybe having to make their way on over to the venue to go ahead and watch Major 1 that's there. But we're getting, of course, all of those matchups that we just talked about, getting those players onto those stages so we can go ahead, we can spectate them. So we're going to go ahead. We're cutting to a quick break, but make sure you don't go anywhere because we come back. We'll be diving right back onto the action. We'll be right back here in a moment. A lot going on here at the Call of Duty League Major 1 Challengers Open. Okay, we have a couple of those lobbies getting set up, players getting on in. But we do have some maps and modes, some picks and bans for our alpha match. So before we get ready to maybe hop around to some of those games or hopping on in, let's get ready to maybe set the stage, Enigma, for this Huntsman versus Rock Esports matchup we're about to see.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting clash, this one, because for the Huntsman, you don't really have a mode to lean on too much. Your S&D is pretty good, but your hardpoint and overload are a little bit neither here nor there. It's a little bit inconsistent. When we look over the other side, Rock, their hardpoint tends to be their strong suit. They're not bad when it comes to S&D. Their overload's a weird mixed bag. So, of course, these two teams haven't played each other much. Different regions makes them hard to compare. What I will say, Den hardpoint, that tends to be a pick for the Huntsman. So the fact that they get that in early is good signs to kick us off.
No, I think this is really fun to watch. And I think when we're kind of looking at some of these maps here already, you can see as we look at maybe some of the picks and bans there. Huntsman, they're going to ban the Black Heart hardpoint and no Scar on the side of Rock either. A lot of Scar getting removed from this this map pool that we have here, right? Hardpoint getting taken out by Rock, and then Huntsman, they just don't want to play that on S&D or Overload, really valuing the exposure that's there as well. I mean, hey, I think if you just realize that maybe you might have an auto video, not exactly the worst thing to do to kind of see that. So don't mind seeing the Raid Search and Destroy kind of thrown on in there. We've talked about this time and time again. Raid, it's a map that's been around for so long that, like, you understand how to play it, right? And it feels like a little bit of a weird thing to try and ban. So very excited to watch at least this Den Raid, Den in the first three. And if we need them, we'll head on in to Exposure to round out our map set. But when we talk about these two teams, Enigma, let's highlight some of the players. I think Neum is one that we have to keep our eyes on, because it feels like every single series, Neum is shooting.
Yeah, he's the man we're all talking about for good reason. Drops a 1.12 through the Elite, but he's positive in every mode. It's not that he's popping off in the respawns and not contributing in the S&D. This guy knows how to do it all. Big part of their opening duels as well. So yeah, he's putting himself on the front line. He's having those impact. There's no hiding behind your teammates and making your KD look impressive. If Huntsmen are going to be great, then you need him firing on all cylinders, continuing what he has been doing. I think as well, just Renegade. The fact that he comes over from Halo, when he first started playing, I was a little bit concerned. A lot of these Halo players came wandering over this year. Some of them for, well, the walk out of this whole COD experiment, not necessarily most pleased with it, but for Renegade, I just think he's getting better every look. And, well, unfortunately for him, I just cursed him in that first fight.
Say okay. Here, Den P1, at least on this first rotation, a little bit of a scrappy mix that we can see. And I'm looking at number 2, Rispy, who's trying to hit a little bit of timing here. Will pop up at the right time. Finds Dom X rather, and will be able to find some good kills. But Rock Esports, they'll manage to hold on here, and you're starting to look over towards that P2 side. Gibbs has already made his way on into that point. And now you're going to try and find some of these kills on rotation.
Certainly shall. Brixold has found his way deep P2 here. It's on Neum to kind of spot some things out. The thing is, he's going to take this first gunfight, and Purple Arrows may swarm, so how long can you stay alive? Not very is the answer. Rispy's found his way through, but cleaned up in lobby. Nice set of trays. Find this kill onto Renegade, and you do. Ooh. It's a nice wave dead. Rock Esports get themselves into 2. Chance to hold.
Get your way on in. You've broken on through, but it's some close spawns going in from the Huntsman as they start to fly on forward. Kip's going to be able to find 1, find 2 while you're at it. And the rest of the team is here to help back you on up. I love this. Teammates, they'll flood on into this hill. You're starting to push on out, trying to find some of these kills ahead of the hill. So at least they're going to be weak if they try and make their way on in. And Kip's continuing to fire right now. He finds 3 in the back. Will stop Rock Esports in their tracks. That's a nice little triple kill to get them right back on into the game.
Renegade's going to hold at the stairs as well. It's going to funnel Rock out through P3 side. Rispy with 1. Neum with a superb nade into the archway for 2. And now set up. Can it come through? Kips has got a big job on hand through mid. That's an SMG player as well, so I think he's right to potentially back off here. Just check your spawns are located in. Let these Rock players flood the front.
I love this. Rispy just trying to throw some of these tacks and nades. Just throwing a shoulder, being annoying. And that tack is going to come on through. We'll get the information that you need, but it's 3 players from the Huntsman drop. Gibbs, last one alive. He's got to push up from that dojo side, and Rock Esports, they'll flood on into the P3. Start getting some of those times, and Renegade trying to be the front man for this Huntsman roster. Gets in some good damage, but look at that! It's Dom with a nice little nade onto Kips and a two-piece on Elim and Rispy. Kills going your way will help you stack up some more points on the board, but we're pretty much even coming in out of this P3. Both teams finding some success.
Yeah, Rocky Sports making sure they are every part of this contest, and Rispy, who's actually the SMG, I think I called it Kips a second ago. They will be trying to hold these deep back sides, and maybe you wish he had an AR because he just lost to Rixold, who's holding that fight at range. Dom just going to set up here, will be met with company. There's one. Kips, well, it looked like he fell off the map, but actually going to be traded just in time. Rispy's nade will do the damage. 2v2 front line.
Ooh. I see a couple of those kills go your way. I think we saw maybe one of those Huntsman players fall off the map. Not exactly the best thing you like to see. Bristol from the front. Trying to just find these kills out through the window. Rispy has managed to sneak around through the back. Trophy system will, like that Semtex, not do the damage that you're looking for before you try and take that chow. And, well, Doom X, maybe a little bit of an overheat. Starts sliding out through that broken side. Does get found on out. So as P4 comes to a close, you're starting to kind of look back towards the middle. Rock Esports, a little bit of a 40-50 point lead here. Not too bad through our first set of rotations.
Not bad at all. I'll say, for everything that I hyped Renegade up for in the start of this matchup, you need to see more from him. 4 and 10. That's likely the difference maker right now. Huntsman tends to be quite slay heavy. It's more about the purchase from those kills that I would be asking for, but when you lack the kills from one of your team members, that could well be your undoing. And Rock, they're not lacking at all. 14 and 8 now for Dom. He's going to spring forward. Give yourself that bit of pressure, a bit of buffer, sorry. Allow you to then work out. But look at Rispy. He's trying to pull off a flank. I don't know if this is the right call this late, considering you could flip the spawns out, but you lose the flank anyways. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. I mean, I like the idea. I like the play. Unfortunately for you, while you're trying to make this wrap, the rest of the team is just getting dropped around you. Rock coming out with the aggression right now. Mind you, this is one of our teams that is from the Middle East, and let me tell you what, that ping is not fun. So when you're on land and sometimes you realize your bullets hit a little bit harder, you get a little bit more aggressive, and it seems like maybe the Huntsmen don't have an answer for that. Here onto the P2, they'll at least be able to gain control for now, but look at the spread from Rock right here. They've managed to separate on out. With a nice little timing, they could activate, find the kills that they need. It's a pinstripe kill feed all the way through. Here onto the P2, and Renegade, he'll end the push with a solid two-piece.
Yeah, lovely little 2 that. Now that can turn him online, get him into this match. He's going to have support in the name of Kips. Rispy, Niam's going to set himself up mid, finds the first. Rispy answers, Kips with the third. Renegade isolates the fourth. Great stun check. And clean. That's a wipe. Spawn's going to flip out. You've already got Niam looking to provide that mid-map pressure. Hem players in. And actually, there's going to be a different spawn entirely for Rixold, so they're coming from all sides.
You read this from Rixold. Contest, that's here. He'll be able to find the kill that you need on a Renegade, but it's only 15 seconds left on this hill, so a little bit of scrap time going your way. Huntsman do a great job holding this P2, and, well, they'll already have control of P3 as it is, so you'll let a little bit of that time go to the side of Rock Esports' way, but you might be able to get yourself right back on into this if you can hold this hill. Some good kills, though, going the way of Rock Esports, and Dom, he finds Renegade, he finds Kips. The players trying to hold the line onto this hard point are going to drop, but Rispy will answer back in kind. Kicks from Garage. At least good for one here, but Rock, they still have the numbers. They're still going to fly at this, but Renegade is cutting them down left and right, and that's until the members of Rock Esports spawn up close, start flying at this. The kills go their way. Enigma, it's another break for Rock Esports.
There's a weird comment coming out of their coaching staff into this tournament and potentially into the league, but when they were hosting on hardpoint, it actually hurt them. They prefer to be either on a deficit or just the even ping, and you're seeing right now the kind of gunfights, the kind of gun power that they can bring to this. Looking great if you are Dom and Dom X. Kicks not to be outshone either. And you're just going to drop the next wave, and unfortunately Kips, he gets over aggressive and slides into the abyss.
Not exactly what you want to see there. Huntsman, they looked so good earlier in the day, and maybe some question marks about how they would perform against this Middle Eastern roster. And, well, I think the way you are performing is that you're getting double two-piece by Dom and Dom X. Only 30 more points needed from Rock in order to take this map number 1 on Den. Kips trying to do what he can, but it's another two-piece from Dom. Let the kills go their way. 25 seconds more for them to take this map 1.
Oh my god, Kicks. 24 and 16 for him. Now Kip's going to try and get himself back in through the roofs. You can win it here if you're Rock. You got to hit and break this if you're Huntsman. You're arriving in bits and pieces. Two sides now. Rispy finds one. Traded by Rixold. Neum, what do you have? Come online now. Would be the moment. Kicks, though, answers. Kip's in the back. And oh my lord, you just about get in. But is it simply delaying the inevitable? Because Rock, that team in pink, the Middle Eastern lineup, they hold P1.
It's only 11 more points needed. You'll give up the rest of that. No problem. No worry about it. Let's hold for this mid. And yeah, if you're Rock, you have so much of a lead right now. You're not even worried. You don't even have to try and play this fundamentally, right? Fly, get your kill, sit on top of the P1. Go for it. Unfortunately for you, though, it looks like the Huntsmen are maybe going to have a nice little solid bit of defense that is here. On the point, though, it's a huge kill from Dom onto Renegade. And that's what you need. And you can see the energy coming out of Rocky Esports that is here. Huntsman maybe getting a little bit of shell shock there in map number 1. They got to shake it off because you got to search and destroy coming on up.
Yeah, not sure if it's the Huntsman coming out slow or Rock just stunning everybody. Reminder, this is a Middle Eastern squad. We'll have little tape or info on them. You can see the energy, the passion that they bring. The one thing that we always feel about the Middle Eastern teams, they're like a brotherhood. Very much so play around each other. They feed off each other's energy. You can see that with the players that you even had in the Riyadh Falcons throughout the previous year. Was the results necessarily impressive? No, but a lot of what they worked on together was very much so. Seeing how they work as a pack. They very much so go out and hunt. And for the Huntsmen, well, you definitely became the prey in that one. As we take a look at the scoreboard. Name's going to pop up 21-24. It's a slower map than you'd expect out of Renegade. Rispy as well. That damage under 2k. On the opposite side, it's the fact that 3 of your players are basically neck and neck all the way through this.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit crazy when I look at this stat line. I think you should basically get the story of that map from the numbers alone. Just no kills going the Huntsman way and Rock. Just so many times, right? We're looking at that kill feed and it's Dom and Dom X. Seemingly, it feels like every wave, one of them is popping a 2-piece. In one instance, both of them popping a 2-piece that's there. So Huntsman, very, very curious maybe to see how they can bounce back into that search and destroy. But we don't stop the action here. Let's head on over towards our Delta stream. Let's check in on that matchup, Enigma, because it's Strike X taking on Falcons Academy Green.
Strike X, the team that stole the #1 seed off of Clutch Rain. What can you do with it? Running into Falcons Academy Green does not make your task much easier. This team have been getting better every single step of the way through the season. And right now, leading by 25. QK. He's the star man right now. Him and Rox has been putting up terrifying numbers. While this rolls on, Asim here just going to try and nudge forward, provide plenty of space. Rupert might have just gotten some awful timing, but Reed's noisy, finds him, and, well, it makes it a very clean hold early.
Whew. That's 4 dead in the feed. Falcons Academy Green continuing to hold on here. Onto this point. Starting to run away with this. Strike X, a lot of talk about this team on the timeline. You got some retired pros, some players who maybe had some past glory coming on in, playing together. And they had some words to say to maybe some of their opposition. So while this looks like maybe a Falcons Academy Green runaway, I'll tap back on over towards our alpha matchup here between Huntsman and Rock. And this search and destroy on Raid. You can see the split already, the setup here from the Huntsman. You've lost Renegade, but Rispy, he will be able to find Dom X. Puts you into the 3v2. You do have bomb. You can get it down. I like the positioning for Kips.
Does well against Kicks. Rixold here, yeah, I was about to say, you're literally surrounded. Doesn't matter which way you punch out here, you're going to be instantly traded over the top. So Huntsman get it done. Obviously, we missed the initial breakoffs there, the bloods, the rollouts, and so on. Tune in 3-3. It's bold from Rispy in particular to get himself up into laundry. Huntsman strike back, and they have to here. Den, that felt like a Huntsman map pick, and you lose it. This, Raid, this is Rock's home turf. This is their backyard. This is where they feel most comfortable. So, Huntsmen have to go in and steal from their territory. They were 4-1 here with Rock in the elite. The Huntsmen, they'll draw first blood. Roll out for the second. And Rock, they're actually getting very aggressive through the middle here. Neum's got the sniper. Can you get on top ring and cover over? Might not get time.
No, but you look at the trade, and I think that's almost just probably better in this situation, right? Are they looking at the pool? That's my question. Renegade, he may be new to this map, but he's not new to taking routes like that. M15 in hand, swimming like a shark, pops on up, blood in the water. It's a nice little two-piece to give them their second round on the board.
Yeah, beautifully patient work from John. Kind of lets the fights go on, understands that he can spring a surprise, but he's got to recognize the timing of when that impact will come through, and does such with glorious effect. A little bit worried because Neum plays out through ringside, and yes, you can get your sniper over and cover, but you can only see the top steps. Once all of Rock go flying down those steps, I'm thinking, oh no, you're in a 4v3, Neum's nowhere to be found. You do enough, largely off the back of Renegade. So great stuff. Sniper in play from Neum as well. Keep an eye on that through this matchup. Curious, I won't actually know who runs the sniper typically for Rock. We know how effective the boomstick can be. As we get a look in at these 8 players all sat forward, I'm curious if we are actually in match at this point. As we see
everybody's hardcore locked right now. Yeah, okay, there we go. Well, come on in. Don't worry, folks. We're here. There's a lot of work from Rispy in that last round as well. Just at least getting that one on the stairs as you have all 4 members flying through. It's really nice. Unfortunately, this time it's a little bit more of a calculated decision from Rock. You wait a little bit, you find Neum. That's one sniper life taken on out. And Kips gets found in Art. So it's now just Rispy and Renegade. And a 2v3. Bomb has been planted, though. So you have 20 seconds on the clock. Rispy, he's got laundry control. We'll get back on down here a little bit, but you need to come on over and play. If one of these players hops the bomb, you're not going to be able to look on over. But Renegade, Rispy, they're playing together. You find Kix, who pushes on forward, roll, take it on down, and they're not even trying to go for the defuse right now. Rispy is here, but it doesn't matter. Kill is just a little bit too late. Huntsman go up 3-0.
Renegade and Rispy there do a great job of baiting the players in. I was a little bit nervous. You've got laundry control, sure, but no AR presence. Both running those SMGs. I'm a little bit concerned about the fights you're going to have to take, but they just bait out, drag the Rock players towards you, and turn it into a close-up bloodbath. By the time, Rock got to find their way into this matchup, comfortable as you like for Huntsman. Roll out. You're avoiding that pool side entirely. It's going to be all ring. So, Neum, if you do have the sniper, you're probably going to want to back down for a half second, let your teammates get in on this action.
Yeah, you might be able to find the timing here, but looks like some stuns come on through. You have been pushed on out, and I think this is the right play for Neum. Go ahead, back on up, try and reposition. Maybe you can make some type of long route through mid, maybe try and get Art. I like this, though. Look down into that pit. See if maybe you can find any of those picks. You've given up laundry for the time being, but look at number 4, Renegade. He is kind of playing at distance, and Dom X is looking for him. Kicks, though, alongside Dom. They'll be able to bring down Rispy. They'll be able to find Kips on that other laundry side. So your aggression does pay you a little bit of reward here. Neum and Renegade in the 2v4. Bomb starting to get planted. Very heavy A presence in this matchup so far between these two teams. Neum.
Oh my god.
Trying to stay alive, trying to get there. Finds one. Trades are in. And yeah, they know where Renegade is over here on this pillar side. And you're just watching a full swarm. Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, you've done well to reposition, but, well, yeah, being hunted well and truly by Rock. And swarm like a pack is their playstyle. Whenever you get that opportunity. Break off there was very tough for Huntsman. You send that one sniper out. Instead of playing the laundry window, he plays the outside ledge. And I think that just isolates him into a moment where he's got 3 players barreling down towards him, needs to back up. That gives up all of the bomb site position. Rock take full advantage. I will say, for every round that we've seen of First Blood, Rock have had the 3. So Huntsman are doing a great job of countering that. Should they start to find some of their own, watch for them to take over.
On Domex, going to drop that trophy system. And hold this sniper through that mid side. Rexold over here towards bed. He's going to try and maybe cause some chaos. Do you read that John has gone swimming yet again? You do. No route coming out of Renegade this round. They're just holding this Tiki side. And look at this. It's a full wrap for the Huntsman. Back on over towards that A bomb. And any sound cues here for Kicks? Oh, it's a couple shots. So you know that something's going on in this middle of the map. And Rispy, he's actually going to be able to slide on out and he finds kicks. That's a huge pickup on this rotation here. Leaving this one back up under the 3v3. You have launcher control, so that's where you're going to plant bomb.
I'm a fan of it. I'm a little bit nervous for Kips not being in art, but I think it's just to isolate anyone that thinks they've got driveway control for free. It will be Neum likely to make first contact here. Rispy trying to figure out whether he should play pillars or back him up. We'll find out shortly.
Neum holds on in. That's a good first one against Roll, but the trade is there. Dom will be able to find it, but Rispy might be able to get lost in the back. Can you hop on over this without breaking glass? You can. You're going to see the hop out. You have eyes on both of them. Shots go in. You make the first player weak, and it doesn't even matter because you find the kill on in the second. It's a snap back to the first. Huntsmen regaining their composure in this series through this search and destroy.
Another round where Rock have taken first blood, but then Huntsmen have turned it. Doing a great job. I mean, Rispy there, it's just purely on the patience, the discipline. Gets up over the glass, doesn't break it, as you said, and spots both players jumping out. Softens the first, closes the second, finishes the first on the second engagement. 3 in a row for him. 4-1 now. And you just had your hometown map ripped from you. So you got to do the same here, and everyone's banging mid.
Renegade going to be the front man, but oh no! It's a bang out in mid that leaves Neum last alive. You go huge on that round, and finally Rock will at least be able to answer back swiftly, making sure that, hey, they're giving a little bit of a heat check to the Huntsmen, saying you can't just do whatever you want. You gotta respect us here because we're still into this game mode.
Yeah, both teams unintentionally counter each other, hitting those blinds through mid. But it's gonna be the Middle Eastern team that go big in the engagements. Felt like that was a play from Huntsman to just try and take control of the middle there and almost split the map in half. Force whoever Rock had planted to into a bit of a pinch setup. Set nades are out from Neum to counter any mid aggression. It won't be there. Instead, it's 3-1 split on both teams. But Huntsman, they actually have a free route to B here.
We could see a fast plant. Just hold this bedroom side if possible. You see Neum looking to hold back that garage side because everybody pushes down through driveway or Zig. Kicks is going to be on the stairs. Oh, you might have just caught a little bit of a glimpse of a player. That's Rispy moving on over. You do have Renegade and Tiki trying to watch maybe your basketball side that's there. Do you have any idea that you're getting flanked from the other side? No, you don't. First blood. Go to the sides of Rock. His kick. He finds Neum into that mid. And, well, I like the idea from the Huntsman. Unfortunately for you, it's just all a breakdown. You've managed to find some huge kills if you're Rock and you're forcing this Huntsman team in the back, and you slide on out, but you're not ready for Gibbs on the drop down. He's here. He almost finds two, but there's actually a team kill that comes on in. It's Rispy in the 1v1, and you've done the deed that you need to. It gets a little bit scary there, my friend, but Huntsman, they'll keep it on lock.
Look, I thought Rock had figured it out. Do a great job. Clean out basketball. Give you one side to play in through. You have the stairs pressure. Look great. And then as they start to swarm the backside, I'm not sure whose smoke goes down, but it seems to throw everybody off. And in that chaos that unfolds, I mean, Kispy and Rips, God, I've made love children, but it is Kips and Rispy. A wonderful job just playing around everything that's going on. Mop it up in the end. Love what Rispy did there at the end as well. Just bought time. If he lost the gunfight, Rock couldn't have defused even still. Great stuff. Set nades are going to be out. Might catch Rispy in kitchen. He's going to be fine, but returns plenty of damage of his own.
Ooh, wall bangs almost coming on in. Map point right now for the Huntsman. I know that last one got a little bit crazy, but if you can manage to control it here, this would be a great way to bounce on back. Trades already here. And they're literally engagements of this search and destroy. You'll lose Rixel, you'll lose Renegade. But it's a nade above the top. Couple shots coming on in from the M15 of Dom X. Brings down Rispy. It's Kips and Neum in the 2v3. Long time duo, these two. They've played many a round of S&D in this exact type of setup. Unfortunately for you, Doomex just waiting for that push, so now it's just Neum in the 1v3. Bomb is planted. Dom just looking around here, just floating, but oh, Neum! The shots come on through. It's just not enough, though. You don't get the snap in time. Puts us onto a 5-3.
Lovely stuff from Rock. Slowed it down after the initial engagements. Plant down. Don't force anything. Most certainly don't hand Neum free 1v1s. And they do not. Makes it a very difficult task at hand. Neil will want that gunfight back for sure, that he just needed one extra bullet in. Lock in, finish this off. Comms going out. What's the next hit looking like? All the motor mouths are moving. Huntsman need just one round. But 5-3. Everyone who's ever played Comp COD, always nervous of that scoreline. One's going to be scooped. It's a very wide 2-1-1 if you are Rock. Well, basically blind the exact same for Huntsman.
I like this. You're just flying through mid right now, and Kips is going to open up the round onto Dom X. Over there on that ring side. So you can already see you've pulled over 2 members of Rock, but Bomb is north. It's on B. It's just going to be Rixel. He's the only player that's within this area. And Rispy trying to hold that middle side. And Kips, he gets some good shots over here on Art. If he can at least find one on this exit, even if you get traded, you've done the damage that you need to. And he's going to be able to. Finds Dom. And maybe if you can find one more. I mean, this is absolutely huge. But Rixel will be able to find Renegade on the plant. Thankfully, trade comes on in from Neum. It's now the Huntsman in a 3v1. Kicks trying to play from this bedroom side, but you are already getting found on out. Neum will go down. You had some good shots. You see a player Tiki, and you're just backing on up. Rispy gonna go for the re-engaging. You have your back turned? What? We are throwing away 1v1s, and we're the Huntsman right here. And Kips on the runaway. He's just trying to get on out of here. It's a pistol in hand from Kicks. He's on the hunt. Shots are coming on in. Unfortunately, it's just a little bit. And look at that. We are seeing some words being exchanged from the Huntsman. Feeling good after coming back on that search and destroy. Maybe gave away a couple rounds that you shouldn't have. But hey, guess what? All that matters, it's a win is a win. And you've tied up the series.
I mean, we'll break down the round first. It's a 2A hit from Huntsman, but the routing's interesting. As soon as they get that first contact through mid, one player comes in through pillars and instantly reinforces that area, allows them to take control over the middle of the map. They make the comm. 2 players have joined us over here at rings. That means they've only won over by the B bomb site. Let's go flood that together. Do a great job. Then they almost hand kicks a set of individual ones, which is terrifying. And then Kips gets loud. And you see that they needed that after losing that map. One, Kips and Rispy have a fantastic map themselves, but also it's that confidence boost. It is, okay, we were supposed to win the hard point. We didn't. As long as we then take your S&D, we're setting ourselves up in this series exactly the way we want. On the opposite side of things, Kicks drops 1,100 damage. Didn't play too bad himself. Not only 7 kills, but 8 assists. Part of everything the team was doing well.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's what we like to see. I mean, I am a little bit worried, if we do get to a map 5, a couple of those rounds looked, I feel like, a little bit too scrappy for the Huntsman, and Rock just having maybe the better idea there. This round specifically, you are blessed that somehow the team kill comes on through, and then by that point where you realize you're in the 1v1, you called it out beautifully. It doesn't even matter if you lose that gunfight because you did the damage that was needed. But Rock, through the end of that, had some signs of life that was there. So I don't think it's completely out of the woods yet for them, especially because we're getting ready to move back to one of our respawns on the Overload.
Well, Rock, they win most of the first bloods. I think it's something like 7-1. Obviously, we missed the first round, so maybe at best it's 7-2. It was just the Huntsman's mid-map adjustments. Little things like, okay, if we have contact here, we're going to reinforce here. We'll flood this point, trade this way. Great stuff. If Huntsman figure out those opening jewels, they suddenly become a disgusting search team. Anyway, let's look at the rest of the series. Den Overload. I mean, we'll at least see that exposure hard point. Now, in the Overload situation, it's been a mixed bag for both of these teams, really. And Den, I will say, it doesn't necessarily suit anyone. For the Huntsman, you are 0-2 in your Elite 1. For Rock, you are 1-1. So there's nothing really there. We're splitting hairs, looking at the very close matchup. Knowing that exposure hardpoint comes in, that is a 1-1 for Huntsman. However, it was a 4-1 for Rock. So very much of their home turf walking into in a respawn. But while we're getting all that set up, ladies and gentlemen, let's head over to a very different matchup. We got an S&D to guide you guys through. The action never stops here. Dark Horse Esports 1 up, but 1 down in the series.
Yeah, this is over on our Bravo stream. Reminder, folks, if you want to catch a lot of the action, head on over to YouTube, youtube.com/COD Challengers. Catch our Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, or Delta stream. This is our Bravo stream, so we're just checking in while we get that overload set on up for that Huntsman Rock Esports matchup. Called it right, Enigma. 1-0 already for Project Notorious, going up against this EMEA region Dark Horse team. And here on Search and Destroy, we see round number 1 already going towards Dark Horse. And here in round number 2, it's a fast movement over to B. You're getting the bomb planted, but all 4 members from Dark Horse. Still around here. Some good shots coming on out. Sykes going to be trying to throw some shoulders there. Unfortunately, the shoulder is a little bit too wide. Take it on down, but you lose 3, and it's an easy cleanup for Project Notorious to even up the search and destroy.
Yeah, expecting Notorious to be glorious in this search. To be completely honest with you, 10-2 in the Elite. Exposure, 3-0. Some of the stat lines are just ridiculous. Awakening, Geo, Yuli, very, very strong search teams here. Very strong in the opening duels as well. So it all leans towards the guys in gold. That being said, Dark Horse are up to this point of the tournament. They are through to this point in the bracket for very good reason. Not to be underestimated. Dark Horse by name, Dark Horse by nature. They will roll out now. It looks like they're heavy on the B side, with Mighty looking over mid, and well, the perfect set nade out of 2Real will kick things off in the best possible way for them.
Listen, I mean this with all love and respect. We know that 2Real's a little bit of a nerd. And when you have a set nade like that, you know that you can maybe catch a timing sometimes. It's the one you throw every round, just hoping that maybe it lands on something. You get the car explode. It's a nice little 2-piece to kickstart this round. It's just Sykes and Mighty left alone, and well, they get cut down immediately as well. Some great shots, some great nades, some great knowledge. And look at Juju, the coach, in the back with a little bit of a smirk there, saying, I know you've worked on that one, my good friend. Good work getting us a nice, easy round.
Well, Notorious have like an entire crew. Juju, Pingu, and Bursted. Like, they have an entire team to help guide these boys. That's why they've been so effective and won the Elite One, in my opinion. Don't get me wrong, 4 incredibly talented players, but you've got so many great minds behind you as well. And I love the look of 2Real there. Set nade comes through, kind of looks at his boys and goes, yeah, don't worry, that I know that one was good. That one worked very well for us. The opportunity to move the bomb forward now. More towards this top B side. We'll meet a lot of Dark Horse pressure in a moment, as it's slowly, steadily.
I like this. Even with Project Notorious winning back-to-back rounds pretty convincingly, they still don't feel the need to get extra pressure going, right? It's, hey, we'll make our moves where we think we can find our openings, and one of those moves is going to be over towards that solar side. Geo's going to claim first blood onto Aspect, and off of that, it's just a recollection. The reorganization from Project Notorious here into the mid to try and play together. Smoke will come out. 2Real gets dropped, but Yuli will be able to find Detain. So you're keeping the numbers in your advantage if you are Project Notorious. Good shots onto Mighty on the back, but Sykes finds a huge 2-piece onto Geo and Yuli. That's going to put none other than Gigawake in the 1v2. You've managed to back down Mighty in mid. Jaeger in hand. You can see Sykes here on the cut. Dravik is there. Time is ticking. Awakening. Where do you get to this bomb site? How do you get this bomb down? Tries to isolate it into a series of 1v1s. Not going to be able to. Great bounce back round.
Great work there by Dark Horse. I was a little bit nervous once you see Wake start to slip away. Elite 1 MVP for very good reason. We watched him clutch a hell of a lot of scenarios in pretty much every mode. S&D was no exception. Now, very important to make sure you smother him as quickly as possible. Never really let him heal up and put yourself in a much better position. These two teams, as close as you like in the search. We've had a lot of game 5s today. Could we be heading here off of this one? Well, the initial hit is very aggressive through the middle if you are Dark Horse, and you walk into yet another set grenade. The coaches in the back will be laughing that one up.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we'll let that round happen. Let's head back on over to Alpha Enigma. Oh, because we got to lock in. It is a den overload between the Huntsman and Rock Esports here. Still reeling a little bit from the triple nade at the start of the round. A-okay, though, because we are going to have plenty of action here on this map. A little back and forth battle here to start, and it's all about who can grab this EMP and then start working one of these goal zones, right? Huntsman on this side of the map right now, feeling pretty decent. It's already a 3-1 start for Roxeld, as Kips and Renegade are also having a pretty good start to themselves. So you're finding some kills going your way, but for either team, it's not really converting into anything just yet.
Not just yet. Pinstripe. The device will be moved further forward by the Huntsman, but nothing that will result in much. Kips' stun check will let you know that there is a player sat in server. Device will respawn, but you had complete control of that portion of the map, and that's what Kips is backed off for. Not sure if I agree with the decision to back off. Probably better to play that forward line. But, well, I was about to say, if you can punch your own hole, then that's completely fine. To the roofs then. For Rixold, 5-1 to start. Considering your man is the main slayer right now, he's going to need the rest of his team to step up and find the gap.
Like the idea from Huntsman there, to obviously just kind of, even if you have numbers and even if your EMP character is the front man, at least if you can make the trades and you still have one player remaining alive that can grab that EMP and then you go ahead and get the score. Not a terrible idea. Unfortunately, I think just the trades don't go their way. For the time being, though, they have managed to stop this EMP, and you can see them already starting to fly on forward, maybe trying to do the same thing yet again. Unfortunately for you, Dom finds a nice little two-piece. That'll stop your push.
Oh, Dom might get some glorious timing here, or the worst, and, well, it's the latter, unfortunately, for him. I think the one thing for me always with this device is, if it drops somewhere, I don't want to see people going back to retrieve it. I want it to be picked up by someone who's filling in from spawn. Make that front man be as much of a offensive or defensive line as possible. Apply the pressure, and you get the clearance from Rispy and the score from Kips. That duo continuing to impress. And that will be our first score in. Rock now trying to fight for roofs, but Huntsman, they have the device again. They're coming forward.
Renegade, that's a huge kill that you need. And, well, Rock, they find the kills that you need. An opportunity there for a quick cap from the Huntsman if they manage to get some of those drops going their way. So a little bit risky there. You see that EMP spawns towards the north. EMP will get wrapped back through their own spawn closer towards this A side. The Huntsman will make this read, though. Gonna cut down Dom, who slides on out. You can see the rest of the Huntsmen are trying to move on over. You have this fight at garage that's happening. A nice little wall bang coming on in from Kips. That'll drop the EMP. Renegade can pick that up. Do you continue to try to hit from this A side or start to fly towards B? If the Huntsman can manage to fill on in, this would be huge. Unfortunately for you, Dom will be able to find Renegade towards that plat side. Come on in, but it's Neum immediately there for the pickup. Players sliding outside a server, but team is here trying to help on out. Jaeger in hand. Neum tries to make it happen. Trades are kind of going back and forth between these two teams, but Renegade, he might have been able to find the slip.
Oh, he plays this incredibly well. Finds the first that Rock don't have 3 for free through the middle with the device, and then backs up to bait one in and pick up another. It won't look too pretty on the scoreboard in the sense of a 2-to-1 engagement, but the impact that it'll have means that Huntsman survive a scare there. Rock, though, will retrieve the device again. Renegade continues to be a thorn from that bomb site. And now the reinforcements can arrive, all because you've bought the time.
Some huge fights needed here in the middle. Kips, though, will stop 2. Neum picks up a third. The EMP device dropped, and it's just going to be Kicks. That is here. Going to be able to find one, but Huntsman will still manage to contain this. Down to the final minute here of this first half. Currently only one score on the board for the Huntsman. Time is dwindling for Rock Esports to get back on into this. That's 2 dropped. You can see the rest of the Huntsman trying to fly on forward. Neum, he finds 1, but Rock will drop 3. EMP still here on the outside. Renegade going to do his best to try and hold back some of these spawns. Let the teammates come on forward. Maybe you can get another wave close into this. The kills go your way. This could be a nice, easy score. Maybe you can end this first half in a 2-0, but 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Nobody's really near that EMP to pick it up and try and drive it on home. You're just trying to win the aggression, win the kills, but you're not going to be able to. EMP will still sat untouched. Final 10 seconds here. Do we see them grab? Do we see a move? Or is it just you want to end this first round? Huntsman pick up the bomb.
There'll be a shot from the back, and device is down as we hit 0. So that'll be halftime, 1-0. And going back to that play by Renegade, does so well. A big set of kills out of Rock. They've got 3 players on the device rushing through mid. Renegade finds one before the engagement really takes off. Then it's a case of, okay, I'm going to bait the player that's trying to protect the device carrier into me, hops dojo fence, turns around, beams him. Even if he hadn't done that, it's buying enough time for your teammates to get in. But the fact that you rip that as well slows the device carrier down. Then the reinforcements come through, and what could have been a terrifying tie-up moment becomes complete control. So it's only a score of 1-0, but I would firmly say the team in green in command right now. Rispy 7-16. That needs to be a bit better. He is often the carrier of the device. A little bit more from him becomes a far better picture for Rock Esports. Just about those finer moments. Find yourself a couple of clean kills.
Yeah, pretty even stat lines across a lot of those Rock Esports players. Just tells me it's like you're finding yourself a lot of trades. Fantastic, but are you really able to convert those trades into movement on the map. Felt a lot of that first half was just the Huntsman keeping the EMP in Rock, offensive territory. So I think if they can manage to do the same here on the flip, it could be a different story, but a little bit more time on the clock here and a more opportunity. Rock could have the looks that they need to try and at least maybe take this one on up. Doesn't have to be anything crazy. As long as your score is bigger, you're going to take the map. But already just some flurry of trades coming on through. Nobody hard committing to picking up his EMP just yet.
Now buying time. Liam overstays his welcome. Gets picked up. That's 3 clean. This is much more like it from Rock. Renegade to be your last stand. Kix is going to try and make a dive. It's lovely work onto Liam, but the bodies were there. Cleaned up. Risco try and drive forward here. And he's just looking for that route. Someone help me. Someone cover me. They've found it. They've found the gap. Liam picks up 2. You clear out the mid. You might be able to make the dive. You will find numbers here. Can Liam go a bit bigger? Even more from Kips? And no, you just about stopped in your tracks. Little moments like that where suddenly you can burst forward. Huntsman looking far more adventurous with it than Rock.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea. I like the play. It's just the unfortunate reality of a map like Den. You don't have those mid cuts like you do on Exposure and Scar, right? Where you can kind of almost like do a little bit of a hezzy to one side and then bring it back to the other. It's just, if you're going to kind of commit to one side of this map, you have to go for it. And that's exactly what Rock is able to do. They commit to this A side. They fly through Dojo. They find the kills. It's a nice little score. They're going to tie us up 1-1. Just under 3 minutes remaining on the clock. So we got a nice little map on our hands here, my friend.
We have. And Rock will try and stand tall at the A defense. Won't get there. And oh my lord, that's as close to the goal line as you can get. Drops within a foot. Rixold, beautiful snap there. 4 in a row. Retrieves the device. Only has 1 teammate for cover, though. Honestly, it might be better repositioning this to mid unless Dom can go huge. There's 1. At least gives Rixold a second to breathe. But his teammates are falling around him. What do you do with the device at this point? You can't drop it right here. Unfortunately, you won't be left with a choice.
So nade up over the top. That could give you the damage that you need. You find 1. You can't find the second. But thankfully, you got some members of the Huntsman trying to flood this on through. Doomex. Well, watch that EMP get reset. Stun check lets you know that a couple of these Huntsman members are nearby. Good shots. They line on up. But unfortunately, it won't result in anything. Huntsman, they're going to pick up this EMP and start to rotate it on back. Doomex is going to see that rotation happen. So you realize there's some players over here and tries to maybe go for a fancy little hop. But the Huntsman, they'll be able to find it. That's 3 dead for Rock. Can you slide this on into A? You need to have some of your teammates move forward, and Rispy tries to be the front man. Will get cut on down. Nieves managed to slide behind the truck, though, finding some huge kills, but you can catch those toes underneath the truck, and so if you are Huntsman, you're going to wrap this EMP back on over to mid. Maybe you start trying to work this B side.
Great work by Kips. 18 initially with the device tick. Has Domex thinking that he's being retreated. It's almost that bait in. And, oh, you do enough, Kips. Good work to get yourself out. I was a little bit worried you were about to drop it there. Does only get a couple of feet further forward. So the stalemate continues. 60 seconds on the clock here. 1 apiece. Feels like Huntsmen have mostly been in control and possession, but when Rock have figured things out in the second half, they've looked far more effective. Rispy will fall. 3 dead. Can you rush this?
You have to defense. You have to play defense here. It's some huge kills going your way. You've managed to stop the EMP. But Domex, at the last final moment, it's only a few feet from the goal and says, hey, I just watched all my teammates drop. I can still pick this one up, get it across the line. It's going to be able to do so. Puts Rock Esports up 2-1 in the overload with just 20 seconds on the clock. Huntsman, though, they've picked up the EMP device. They're starting to fly on forward. This could be a huge moment. You find the kill. Neum, he could be able to find it. He needs to be able to find this kill. Is able to do it. Is this going to tie it on up? It is. 10 seconds on the clock. Huntsman, they've been able to answer on back. We might be moving into our little 1 life, no respawn overtime here, Enigma. Couple of things remaining in Renegade. Oh my God. Him and Neum, they find the kills they need. You might lose Neum, but you found the 2. But in the back, you're trying to stay alive here. Rock, they've been able to answer on back. It's now a 2v1. It's just Renegade. He has the EMP in hand. And it's just a pistol. No way! Oh, and the chatter is flying, and look at the Huntsmen. They're laughing about it. And you know what, though? That should have been an easy Huntsman W. But what just happened, dog?
I feel like I'm not really sure. What's the play called there? Renegade goes huge. 2,000 IQ play from him. Slows it down so that the timer ticks over. He gets the kill, puts you into a 4v3. Neum finds another. You have one traded back, so it's a 3v2 advantageous position, and two of you decide to flood the spawn. I think at the same time as that happens, Renegade's not there to back up that numbers advantage because his play is actually, well, if they're in spawn, we can go and retrieve the device and dunk it. So he goes off to do that, turns it into a 2v2. You lose both of those fights in spawn, and Renegade stood there with a rock in his hand like, well, they know where I am, and I got nothing but a pistol. So what the hell do I do? It's just, it's a breakdown. Unfortunately, after all the hard work that had come through before that, if they're just on a wavelength there, whether it be that we are going to retrieve the device or whether it be that we're going to smother, they see that out. Rock Esports, though, they only have to knock down the dominoes in front of them to figure it out and get it done.
It's just a lot. We're going to get a nice little second look at that end game Enigma because a lot happened in those final moments. I mean, like we said, so it starts here, right, where it's the tie-up immediately, and this is where we see Renegade tee up the start of this play. But look at that bottom left minimap, right, where Renegade's waiting here. Look at Kips and Rispy. They're already sitting on in, and it's as we go into overtime, you slide on out, and it's like, okay, you've managed to find all the kills that you need, and it's just Kips and Rispy. They stay out here way too long, and it's just they get pieced up by Rock. And that's just the problem. They just, I don't know why they fly forward.
So I figure what it is that they're trying to do. So because you've got Rispy and Kips, one's pushed up through lobby, one is on the other side of the capture point. So they are actually coming to Renegade. Hey, there's no one here. You've got a free path to go and drop this device in. Because of that, that's great. Then I think it's Rispy, whoever is on the other side of the device, the capture point, they actually find one kill. Great, glorious. Maybe they get a little greedy. Maybe they think that they've picked up on something, but they push out into spawn. And as they round that corner, the timing means he gets shot in the back. That then turns Kips' attention that way. He then gets shot in the back. It's a whole bunch of horrible COD timing.
Yeah.
It's so unfortunate. And it's even worse when you're going to watch that one back as Huntsman. And if you'd have just stood still, you see that out.
Well, I also think there's also a late spawn that comes in from Rock as well, right? So they get that kill, and I don't think they're ready for that other late spawn to come on in. So they probably think it's a 2v1 going on into that, right? But in reality, it's a 2v2, and both those kills just happen to go the side of Rock. So right now, Rock Esports, man, in potential upset territory right now, being able to come on out, take down the fan favorite, the hometown heroes, Huntsman. And it all comes down to an exposure hard point in this map number 4. Rock, they looked absolutely dominant in that map number 1, which was the Huntsman's pick, mind you. And so here we are on the Rock hard point. And let's just go ahead. Can the Huntsman answer back, put us in another search and destroy, or will Rock end it here?
Well, the terrifying thing here is that Rock went 4-1 on this map in hardpoint through the Elite. So this is their preferred hardpoint map. For your Huntsmen, they went 1-1. They played a little bit, neither here, neither there. And as such, that would favor the Middle Eastern team. Should they win this, they punch their ticket on through. Huntsman, we'll see in lowers. For me, it's all about the mental swing. You've just lost that map 3 the way you did. That's got to be a killer blow that you've got to find a way to stomach and get over.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of wonder. We got into this hard point very fast, so you got to wonder: is this just like a hey, we don't need to wait on anything? Like, let's just get on. Let's just keep this moving. Huntsman, this is a huge back moment for them. And you bounce into the series. Well, off of that P1, you're only down 20. Really, just no points you got to worry about. You'll move your way over to this tank P2 though, and already Neum from the top. Shots going in onto Dom. As Rispy will fly on out from mid. He finds a good 2, but Doomx finds a little good 3-piece for himself. Turns the tie back into the Rock Esports' favor. They will continue to hold the line. All 3 members of the Huntsman coming in off spawn, trying to fly through this Solar side. And, well, they're finding some of the kills going their way, but it's Neum off the top rope. He finds one. He waits for one more coming on in, and he's going to be able to do it. So Huntsman, even though they get broken, they'll break right back on in, and they're going to make sure that Rock Esports does not gain the lead like they did in map number 1.
Yeah, Neos can take control here. Does have the Dravik for the close should he need it. Oh, and Kips, well, he's got himself a little buddy and breaks their neck for the clean 4 down. Spawn control now handed in as well. So Huntsman, brutal on the takeover. Kips will get pushed out as well, providing you that mid-map info. Great stuff from him. Renegade finds 2 elsewhere. And Huntsman feeling them start to flow here at the start of this explosion.
Good shots going your way. He'll manage to hold on to the P3. I like where Renegade is maybe hoping to find a timing on some of these players through mid. Will get found on out, though, but that's the info that you're looking for.
Oh, my God. What was that?
Yeah, this is the problem with this P3, right? Sometimes you have somebody hit one of those little hop-ups, and all it takes is a couple of headshots for you to all of a sudden get deleted. But here in the cut, Renegade, he's going to get some revenge. Says, you may have found me the first time, but hey, second time, I'm popping 3, baby. 4 dead in the feed onto Rock and Huntsman. They're starting to look like a whole brand new team here on this map number 4.
Yeah, get rotated in clean. Rock will set up in the scrap. Sure, the one thing I'm concerned about with Huntsman, you have to play a very deep spawn here, so you have no mid-map pressure. Rispy's going to be your front line out towards tank. Finds a little spot for on his back. Rixel, though, top ring could be a problem. The trades happen up north, so you do have bodies around this.
Nice, good shots coming on through. I like the positioning from Kips on this backside. It's sometimes those nice little off angles, those little bit of height advantages that players just might not be looking directly towards to let you find those catches. You see all the members of Rock trying to flood on in through the front, but the Huntsman, they're not going to let that happen. It's not going to be easy. Rispy here on the point. He's ducking, he's diving, he's hitting the wall bounce. He's being a little bit squirrely, my friend. He's a tough kill on this hill. As Huntsman, they're going to start to actually run away with this one with a pretty considerable lead. Looking very solid through this first set of rotations here. And so I look towards the P5. I mean, if they can manage to maybe get a couple of these Rock players off and start to make their way on over, they could end this first set up a considerable amount of points.
Certainly could. Tom Rock, what's your reply? Rixel will be in first. Trophies down. Nade goes out. Unlikely to connect. Renegade's going to help clear out mid. This is the fight. If you get this top control, makes P5 a simpler puzzle to unlock. Lovely bit of work. Rispy's there for 1. The final trade does go the way of Kicks. Potentially overstays in the fight, and Rixel will do enough damage on the point, so you hold the first wave.
Rixel just going to iron on up. L2R2. Tom in the corner here. Gonna not let any of these Huntsman players make their way on through. So it's a good hold right now from Rock. It's P5. We'll put them right back on into the game as they get ready to cross on over that 100-point threshold. Kicks with a huge 3-piece on the other side. Rispy maybe trying to answer in kind. Not going to be able to right now, but Renegade, he's finding some low HP Rock Esports players. You'll rip them off time for now. It's really nothing left on the clock. Neum will be able to get a little bit of time on the board, but it's more about positioning here as P1 comes online. Dom finds Renegade in the cut. Now sitting up in that top window, but for the time being, here are the Huntsmen, but here's a Hellstorm coming on through. You just barely missed the player on P4. You find Kips with it. Great, fantastic, but maybe if you're a Rock, you would have loved to find a little bit more with that Hellstorm getting called on in.
Neum somehow stays alive there. Nearly absolutely snaps. He'll set his teammates up instead. Recognizes that Rock have built their way back into this very impressive P5. Kicks in particular starting to look hot. They're answering kind. Renegade can try and squeeze Zig. Good kill. And this P1, it is always going to be a bit of a pinstripe, a bit of a mess. It's all about setting yourself up for 2, and you can already see that Huntsman sent 2 bodies that way. Kips, Rispy, that dynamic duo. They are in the fight, and they get the trades over each other, so they'll begin the setup.
So good for the Huntsmen on the first set of rotations, and they're already getting the kills to start to go their way. So even though Rock Esports has been able to claw this one on back, if you did the same thing you did on the first time, you'll be finding yourself right on map point and sending us to a search and destroy. But it's all about the execution here. Renegade 20 and 15, looking to continue some of these shots that we've seen and come to know and love. But for the time being, Rock, they'll be able to get a little bit of a break here with some close spawns from the Huntsmen. Let them start flooding on through, and a deep nade from Rixel will help you stop that push in its tracks. Renegade goes on down, but Kicks actually gets a teammate as well. Not going to make this easy. It is a battle on this P3.
And it is a clean wipe finally for Rock. So when the dust settles, this should be able to not only tie you up in this matchup, but maybe even pick up a lead. That being said, Huntsman, they're not going to let this go easily. Renegade up over the top here on the panels. Going to land, slide the tank. You bet your opponent's in. It's a bit of timing. It's a bit of a neither here nor there. The dance will go on that side of the map. Niam's trying to clear out mid. P3, you do have one body in if you Rock, but the spawns are split, actually. Huntsman and Rock will try and get control over this because right now it's simply a bloodbath around the point, and the boys in green clear it out.
Huntsman, they're going to hold the line here. That P2 not nearly as clean as maybe the first round, but they've done the damage, and that's enough to get on over here into the P3. Kicks, tries to maybe push from the bottom, but Renegade finds a good timing. 4 dead in the feed. You now know exactly where this Rock Esports roster is spawning on in. Well, maybe you think you do. It's only 2 in the front, 2 in the back. So they might just try and cut on through, but Niam, he's going to try and hold that cut. He finds one at least in transition while the other members of Rock try and maybe slide their way in through the front, but it's a great kill there. Kips tries to maybe get a little bit of a hop up, but Dom going to be able to hold the line, and that's until a nade lands right at his feet. So most of that P3 time going towards the Huntsman, and they're already set up for P4. They're feeling good. And look where Renegade spawns. It's behind the entirety of Rock Esports.
Yeah, which has Kips nervous, so he's going to back all the way off, probably further than he really needs to be, but he's worried about someone getting in the back line. You've got Dom and Dom X trying to play that deep south corner, looking to activate when their teammates call it. Rixold, he brings in the Hellstorm, and look at the activation now for everybody else.
Doesn't find anything to start it, but you'll lose Niam thanks to that Hellstorm. It's actually Kips getting dropped as well, unfortunately, to a teammate's trophy system. Thankfully, Rispy is good for 2, but the rest of Rock, they've managed to flip this. They're now spawning in the back. Huntsman, they got to figure out how do you make your way on into this P4. A couple of kills going your way. That's a way to do it. Niam, he's up in the skies. Kicks, last alive on the point. At least good for 1, but the Huntsmen are here. They'll manage to flood back on in. Final 15 seconds onto the P4, and I like what Renegade's idea is here. They let the P5 go so early last time. Wants to get on in, and he might be able to find an unsuspecting Dom if he's not careful. But Dom makes that read. It takes down Renegade. Nobody from the Huntsman near this new hard point. Rock, they're only still 20 points behind.
You called it. I agree with it. I think Renegade's looking at that as we gave up everything P5 last time. That's why Rock are even in this matchup. Want to get there first. Doesn't make it happen. First wave out, but I tell you what, second time he gets here, that's impact. 2 kills. Backed up by Niam. You're going to be on the look over here. As Rock way up their hit. I don't think they actually get in, but it's traded.
Dom from the top side. Trying to look down on in. Rock Esports. Figuring out how do we break this. Well, sometimes it's just a couple of kills going your way. Dom, a nice little 2-piece, a little help from Kicks, and Dom continuing to move on forward. A nice little 3 streak from him. I mean, if you can manage to somehow get a Hellstorm here through this passage of play, you might be able to secure this map. We'll get found on out, though. Stun comes on through, and we'll be found on out. Dom X playing in the side cut here. It's found by Kips. So the end of P5 will come on through, and here we go. It's the last set of rotations. This map's still very, very close. P1 will pop. Rock, they got to figure out how to make their way on in. Huntsman, they're trying to set themselves up for the win.
Certainly are. Better here last time from them. Kips is just going to hold this bottom doorway. Look at the numbers from Rock tries to swarm. They really want to go wide here for a bit of a pinch. It's whether they have the time to make it work. And it doesn't matter. It was unfortunately a team kill, though, that comes through. So you've not necessarily got the numbers for the fight. And that from Rixold will help cut Niam down. It's all over. I think Huntsman have to leave this neutral. They've been better at P2. Should we get there, it's likely that we shall. But Rock do need to touch. It can be one here.
Yeah, you just really can't really ignore this right now, especially with the time that's on the board. Huntsman, they're doing a great job of getting the time that they need to, but also still maintaining position for this P2. Tank will start to spawn, though, and Rock, they've already made their way on over. So they're going to hold the line here, and now it's a little bit of a reverse here. Huntsman, they have to find it, but look what the movement we have. It's Kips through the stairs, and you're going to see Rispy and Renegade through the back, but it looks like Rold has read this. A huge 2-piece to stop the push from the Huntsman. Does not let them get anywhere close to this. They'll manage to hang on for the time being. Only 25 more seconds needed for Rock Esports. They want to try and take this win. The Huntsman, they have to fly.
They do. Renegade's going to catch one, dropping down. Kicks picks up another. Dom's there. 235, 231. Renegade gets his foot into the point. He's going to force Rock players to play. You find the first. You have the numbers. Huntsmen have to find yet another break in this one.
Close to getting tied on up. Kips gets ripped from top solar. That's here in Neum. He's trying to do everything he can. Taxonades over the top of the trophy systems for Rock Esports. They're going to stop that push in its place. You're sliding on out. Renegade, that's a huge two. Kips is there to find Dom X. Dom, though, you have to go big, but no, Renegade. He waits for the right time. He flies on forward. Huntsman can't do it here, so you got to start thinking about new. You're looking at that P3 window. It's all 3 members of Rock Esports off the spawn. They've managed to get on over there. Only 7 more points needed for Rock in order to take this map. Kips, he comes on through. It's a huge nade. Kicks from the top rope, though. He's trying to stall this push on the way in as the members of Huntsman fly on forward, and you're starting to see them get the win. The chatter up over the top, the silence as they let the Huntsmen know they are here to play. They flew in from the EMEA region, and they are proving why they deserve the respect of their peers, why they should be here on LAN. Coming out swinging here.
Talked about it earlier. This team, this Rock Esports lineup hunt in packs. Like every single time, they're all over each other. Got to go back to that P5 from the first set of rotations. I honestly thought at that point, Huntsmen were pushing us to a game 5. Such was the lead. I think Rock take a breath, come together as a team and go, okay, look, let's set ourselves up early, hold from there. They clear out top mid. Rixel does a wonderful job around the point, and that's when you build that momentum. It gets all a bit too close for comfort in the end, but it's that early call. Look, we've got it to a point where no one can win here at 2. Get to 3 quick. Shut this out. And they certainly do enough. Look at the scoreboard here. And again, just to kind of emphasize the point, how close everything is on all 4 of those players for Rock Esports. Yep. No particular standout. Kick's probably your best player, but even still, no one is really a standout here. There's no outliers.
I mean, look at Roxel right there. 2 minutes 37 on the hill, 18 objective kills. This guy was getting into that hill, and he was a hard kill while on it, managing to hold the line. Some really good stuff. Looking across at the Huntsman there, and you hate to see players like Kips, 22 and 16. Maybe not the best map that's there, right? Rispy, 28 and 30. Renegade still continuing to showcase that he is the highlight player on that roster. Over 4K damage, 34 and 30. Only player to go positive that's there. But for the Huntsmen, they will go ahead. They will drop down onto our elimination bracket side, my friend. And Rock Esports will continue to move on. Some might have called that an upset. Maybe if you are from the EMEA region, you'd just call it maybe the expectation that you would have to see. But man, I don't know how we're supposed to continue to jump on into this action after that map here, but let's go ahead. Let's move on to some of the other matches that are still happening here, because we have the Telluride Bush taking on Project 7 Esports, another North America EMEA matchup. And well, the Bush here on map number 4, they have a chance to close this one out, and they can continue to make their way on through. Unfortunately, as we come on in, they're down 50 points already.
And to set the scene a little bit here, considering we're late to the party, both of these teams, strong hard point lineups. So Bush, you were 12 and 4 in your elite. Project 7, 14 and 8. That sounds mightily impressive. You were 0 and 3 on exposure, so you actually don't like this map. If you're the European roster, you wouldn't be able to tell that right about now as we rock into our second P2 and wipe it clean. Beautiful work from P7 here. Bush, they need Spark to come online. It's a 9 and 19 statistic that looks alien considering how good he's been recently, but a lot of time yet to build yourself in. Oh, God, do that.
Yeah, you do a little bit more of that. That's the Spark we know and love. And it just feels like, yeah, maybe the Telluride Bush just can't find some of these kills and really play as a team is what it looks like. Well, you get some kills to go your way. 25 seconds on this P2 here on the exposure. So that'll kind of help you get a little bit back on into this game. Start chunking this lead back into your favor. Just also looking at who's setting up for that P3, and it's actually some flip spawns that come on through. But yet again, the Telluride Bush, they make an interesting decision to hit Oldale. You'll clear some of the members of Project 7 out of it. You can see all 4 arrows come on up. They turn their eyes towards P3. You'll clear out Denza from the top, and well, now you're just looking, how do we hold this hill? A little bit of a money hill P3 can be sometimes if you play it correctly, and if Telluride Bush can manage to do that, well, they're gonna not be so worried about maybe this P4 getting away from them.
Got to slow it down. We let the reinforcement come in. Fire gets there, but not before Mythix hits a huge 3. golden boy of European challengers right now, it seems. Very talented individual. Watch rise through the ranks over the years. 27 and 16 here, trying to force the map 5. Put his team on his back in doing so. Has company now, though, and loses to Prolu. Big 2-piece. Can you get yourself in?
Lucifer, some great shots there. It's just a couple little pre-fires, and inevitably it's a, well, let me take out the Jaeger and slide chow this, and you do the damage that you need. 80-point lead for Project 7 Esports here. At the end of this P3. Look in my eyes over to that P4. Telluride Bush, they're just trying to maybe play a little bit of defense, slow it down a little bit like you mentioned. Find some of these players on the cut. Look at number 6, though, Mythics. He's found his way into the back here. If he can get these kills, this is huge. Getting a little bit lost in the spawn that's here. Spart, though, makes the read. Does get stunned. Doesn't matter. Going to be able to clear out the backside. Managed to hold these spawns for the Bush. But it does look like for Project 7, there's Mount starting to mount an attack.
See what the priority is here. They want the spawns before they flood the hill. Understand that if you even lose one body amongst this and don't have spawn control, the instant reinforcement is going to mean you lose the fight. F. and Denza get in. Big 1v1 on the point. Spot will arrive, though, to support. Impact certainly felt. Get the remainder of this. That was weird to watch. That threw me for a half second there. The Bush, you get the remainder of this, you're about 30 down, which is better than it was when we loaded in. Fire at P5 first. We've just watched how effective this hill can be, should you lock it down. But Project 7, they'll get control not only of it, but top mid as well. Just theirs to lose.
New hardpoint comes online. 3 members of the Telluride Bush start to make their way on over. Lucifer holding this outside tank area. Not going to find anyone, but F. on the other side. It's a nice little 3 for them. We'll put them over to the 200-point mark, and I don't think they can win it here. I think if they hold this whole thing, they're going to be 1 singular point off. Capsule flies on in, doesn't see anything left, but then gets cut down towards the right. Spart might be able to find a little bit of an opening here as fire through top mid. He's going to be able to cut some down, so if he can fly on forward, maybe catch some of these players coming off spawn, this would be huge for the Bush. That's not going to be the case. Prolu. Good F. off the point now, trying to go ahead, play this heady. You've maybe taken control of this hard point, but have you done the damage that you need? If you can convert this into top mid control and control P1, this would be huge to get you back on into this game, because Project 7, they're only a mere 30 points from taking this map, pushing us to a map number 5.
Spot quick to flood through the mid, reinforce, but loses the fight to Lucifer, so it's a 4v3 on the retake. If you are Project 7, you can weigh up your hit here. You only need 30 seconds. As long as you just about share this hill, that'll be all you need to move it to a P2. But you're going to do better than that. Clean wave of kills if you are the team in red. The North Americans come swinging back, battling in with 3. Fire just trying to hold down this alleyway. And as long as you just slow your opponent, it's enough. But 2 more kills for Project 7. You can still win it here with the amount of time left on this.
Couple of huge kills, though, going the way of Telluride Bush. You may get ripped off the hill, but you're not letting Project 7 on into it, and that's the next best thing you can hope for. Fire with a huge 2-piece. Capsule will help assist as well. A couple of spawns coming in on that southern side of the map, and if you are Telluride Bush, this is a good news. You can manage to quarantine them down to that bottom right. You're going to have complete control of P2. Spart pops a huge 2-piece. Prolu, who's looking across. You know you got at least 1 player here on this P1. Prolu will be able to find that kill and immediately turns the attention back on over. Now, if you Telluride Bush, you just have to keep your head on a swivel. Realize where these Project 7 players are starting to push from. You're on the hill. You're gaining the time. And just like that, through a solid P1, you're right back into this game if you are the Bush.
Denza picks up the root, but will be found through the middle. Spart here does very well to stay alive initially, then sets up a couple of kills for his teammates. There's 2. Make it 3. Mythics will answer. Lucifer, unfortunately, finds a team kill. Both teams can still take it here. Actually, no, it would fall just short if you are Bush. Skynade from Fire does the damage, lets your teammate out through the middle. Bush edging ever closer to seeing off this series. Project 7, they'll hit this again.
Yeah, you have to fly right now if you are P7. Fire with the Skynade looks absolutely unreal. Slides off the point for a quick little moment. And is going to be able to find the kill that he needs, but that's all you need for Prolu to come off spawn. Tries to backfill you. Finds F. The kills are going your way. You only need 20 more on the clock, but you got to go to new. Yet again, it's a little bit of deja vu here, Enigma. P3, it pops. It's going to be Project 7 that is nearby. They're already on that hill. Unfortunately, like that last series, it's not just going to be a complete wash. You still have to hold. You still have to manage to get on in here. Fire. He's going to go ahead, clear out that spawn. He's trying to start ripping. Can he make his way on in? Can he contest this? No. Cut on down. Spark. Cut on down. Denza with a huge 2. It's all onto Prolu as he starts to fly on forward, and it's just not enough. Project 7 Esports. They'll hold on through a nice little exposure hard point. They're going to force a map 5 in that series.
Well, if it was the map that you hated, you certainly just stood up the test of time there. Project 7. It's got very interesting, but they do enough. Bush will be wondering a little bit about their slower start. By the time we tune in, they're looking great. Guns are hot. They're certainly flowing. And that seems to be a common theme through this tournament so far.
Yes.
Out the blocks, a little sluggish, but once they're moving, they're grooving. Project 7 just about get themselves over the line. Will force that S&D. And honestly, considering just how good these two teams have been through this tournament, that suits nobody except all the casters, the production, the viewers who are tuning into this, because we get to settle so many different storylines, not only between teams, but between regions. EMEA, North America, squaring up big time.
Woo! That's what we would like to see, right? Our big question coming into this bracket was, what can these EMEA teams show us? We thought Clutch Rain would have been in this winner side, going crazy, but no, they get knocked down, but they are carving their way through that loser's bracket. Okay, we can see here on the winner side already, we are watching, of course, Project 7 locking it on in, Rock locking it on in, really bringing it to some of these North American powerhouses, showcasing that, hey, LAN, it hits a little bit different. It is feeling like a very good day here in Enigma. We knew coming into today that, of course, that when we got to this part of the bracket, it was only going to be banger matchups, but I'm so glad that all of these matchups are delivering.
Oh, 100%. I don't want to come in here see 3-0s. I want these teams to take chunks from each other. They have not disappointed, and they shall do far more. But not, my friend, before we head to a quick little break. We'll see you on the other side for that map 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers at the Major. We're jumping straight into this burner because it's Project 7 versus Telluride Bush Gaming. They're in Map 5, the S&D, for all the marbles ton.
Yeah, Project 7 with a really nice closeout to that hard point. Great hole by F.Co. They want to zero up here in the search and destroy. Bomb is down, though. 4v3 scenario for Project 7. 1-1 on this map over the Elites. Bush Gaming not enjoying Scar, though. 0-3 over their Elite stage. So, looking to try and steal one away. 30 seconds. Project 7 need to find a push. They're not going to find anything through Spot. Sniper, who's just finding these shots uncontested! What on earth is that?
Oh, madness with a sniper ton. That's what that is. It's overpowered. Get it, G8. There's the second. Thank you very much. Boom. Headshot. Calls it. All tied up now.
You disgusting bloke. Oh, Spot. The kind of clips that can ignite a map number 5 in your favour. I'm just thinking, nice and easing into this round, Brycian, for our little shift here. And wallop. Spot's bringing out a 3-piece with a sniper on my forehead. Project 7 now. Looking to answer back here on this attacking round. But honestly, I mean, how's that not going unchecked? I don't think Spot took a bullet in those 3 that he put down with the recon. So, questions to be asked to P7, but good play nonetheless. Spot will fall 4v3 in favour of Project 7.
Taking down the sniper before we can do any more damage here. I wonder if Fire's going to pick it up. In fact, I think he might have done. They've got coming a little bit of fire here. Gunfights erupting across the map, but it will be Project 7 that come out on top. We lost map control here. Proloot is in a very dangerous position. If the timing gods are on his side, he will catch everybody.
Oh, he just needs to look out the window on his right-hand side. About 5 seconds ago.
We didn't see anyone. He will now, though. There's somebody checking the flank. They're going to check the flank for him as well, and they do catch him. 3 versus 1 now. Fire left alone. Bomb is going to be down. It becomes so much harder to find. He doesn't have the information. Hasn't even spotted a player. Checks the corner and loses the gunfight. Project 7, easy round.
Yeah, nicely done. F-Dot finding that kill on the flank. Unfortunate timing there from Prolo, to be honest. You check that, what, 5 to 10 seconds early, you start to get the call out. Your teammates there to back you up. Even if you lose that gunfight, you're in a significantly better position to do something about it. P7 find themselves back into the lead. 2-1 now.
A bit of stress. Just etching his way into this game. I know how much it means.
Looking over towards Project 7, a 4-2 out of F-Dot. He's been such a talisman for them in the search and destroy. A 1.5 KD, leading the entirety of the EMEA region. As far as that stat line goes, at least in the search and destroy, and that's showing here as well in the map number 5. Ooh, I'll tell you what.
Done a wonderful job of pushing the back here. Spark's actually getting in a really preeminent position.
Bomb's not here. Seem to be waiting on a flank here, Bryce, but this is good positioning from Spot. You can see F-Dot made his way back up towards Top Church. And that silhouette does indeed look like a sniper in his hands.
Project 7 don't have the information that this is being stacked yet. Proloot is so wide. He's going to catch somebody as well. It's easy for him in the end. Couple of gaps going through. Catchall gets a second one. Proloot backs off. He does get taken down by Lucifer, but it goes into a 1 versus 3. And Project 7, they just gave up so much control.
Yeah, struggling to find an angle here as well. Spot will get rid. And yeah, I think almost you see what Bush do is the fact that they push up over. When they get Spot in that position, that creates threats for then P7 to try and deal with. And because of that, they have to kind of back off and they kind of start having sights over towards the middle of the map. It opens up a couple of gaps, though, and they really do punish them for it. It's the push through mid that Bush do find. P7 get punished. Bit of a strange one. They'll be scratching their heads over that one for a little bit. But 2-2 now. Good search and destroy so far.
Here goes. Big push out, big control there from Telluride. F. throws bullets down range, but doesn't get any kills for it. Telluride do seem the more confident team at the moment on this S&D. Doing well, taking control every time over that B side. Probably trying to sneak through again.
Yeah, P7 happy to be very... I don't want to say passive, but they're playing slowly, right? They are taking their time. They're not necessarily making any rushes. They're not looking to fight fire with fire. They're happy to just try and pick them apart. And just see if they can outweigh Bush Gaming here. F-Dot find himself in an advanced position. Trophy. Yeah, you did see it. And gets rid. Reveals his position whilst he's at it. Spart is really going to be the equalizer here for the squad. Some good shots coming in from Capsule, just buttering them up. Spart will have a look because of that, and F-Dot was ready for it. Good shots coming through, and first blood to Project 7, but not a lot of time. Denzel will find Cap, 4v2.
Oh, it's a 1 versus 4, but time's on his side. Fire finds one. They're just going to go for him. They're running straight at him. And you had to feel a little bit worried. Project 7 really needed those early couple of kills. They'd burnt a lot of time for positioning. And F-Dot, with his reposition, had already centered on where Spart was going to be. And that started the win for that round.
Nicely done. And it is that risk-reward play at the top of the stairs, though, right? You can really open yourself up to a lot of irons. That time around, though, Spart goes for it. F-Dot was ready for it. I think he knows that position so well because he plays it so often himself. Project 7 here with the lead. 3-2 now.
Proluke pushing up. Checking some angles and does get stun checked. Manipulation around this A site from both teams is a little bit of a chess game. We see the F-Dot slither. He's trying to get in position here, and he might catch when he does as well. They're not going to let Spart do that for free this time. Wins a second gunfight. F-Dot has opened up in back-to-back rounds the proceedings for his team. And now to 1 versus 3 ton. Never mind, it's over.
Incredible work from F-Dot, just so slow and sneaky, and Motel belongs to him at the moment. Tell you right, Bush Gaming are struggling to deal with him. And they would not want to be crashing out at this time in the tournament. Going here up against P7. One of the highest seeds. They got to the grand final, got beat by Clutch Rain and EMEA. They are no joke. A lot of you at home will recognize the names on this roster. And I think as well, it's important for F-Dot to turn up this event. Questions have been asked about his LAN performances over the years. Turning up right now here in this map number 5.
Oh, Mythics gets stun checked early. Probably has taken this position every single round, so they're going to know what to expect for him. But this is still tense. You see Project 7 work this very, very slowly. I've been told our alpha game is ready, Ton, or close to ready.
Not too far away from Clutch Train against Huntsman. Huntsman having to deal with a double dose of EMEA. Whilst we get a little taster of it here. We haven't seen a great deal of it, to be fair, Brycey. We're getting in spades now, though. And right now, a lot of them are winning.
We can see the alpha match apparently is loading in shortly. At the moment, Project 7 in this S&D, though, do have the advantage, 4 versus 3, but they are burning time again. This is going to erupt very, very quickly. They don't have time to lose. Dender's on a 4 streak. Spart's going to be up top, and Dender's going to try and get it. Spart gets his own 2. Brings it back to a 2 versus 3. They've burnt time. They don't have bodies. Mythics will try and get this bomb down if he can, but he really doesn't have the time. Hoping his teammate will overlook him. He goes for the hero play. It will not be enough, and that'll be 1 on the board for Telluride. Spart shuts it down.
Nice work from Telluride Bush Gaming. Incredible work, to be honest with you. They were patient. It took their time, but it's Spart to find the first 2. Over towards Motel, and that's what it's been about. Our players who've been making plays in the Motel side of the map. Making the difference so far, and that time around it was Spart.
game still very, very tense between these two. F-Dot trying to watch a little bit of that mid push. Huge pressure coming in from Telluride. They are trying to get through.
No, F-Dot, back down. He's such an important player in this position. Spart sneaking around, sees the scope. F-Dot, thankfully for him, gets the first bullet in and will make Spart back down. Fire's had to do the same thing here. Got 2 players on the flank. That'll be getting called out. It's a big kill for Mythics to find because they've invested a lot over towards this side. The bomb goes down. Number advantage is with Project 7, but they need to get themselves back into position. 2 players who were hitting the flank are no longer doing so.
Capsule should absolutely catch one here. Has to as well. Should maybe even get 2. Only one's going to try and go for it. Lucifer looking for him. He sees a knee. A knee of Capsule has given the game away, and now they have numbers onto the site. Spart in the smoke, flying round. He's going to get 1 as well. Bodies on the site. Prolog gets a second down to a 2 versus 2. F-Dot's dancing around. He's looking for Spart. Finds him as well. And now it's a 2 versus 1. Prolog finds the first. The bomb is being defused as it goes down, and they win that one in the chaos.
I mean, the smokes. It's such a brave push from P7 to come back into and just an unexpected one. But the smokes actually cause them more chaos. They smoke off Spart over the other side. And when the push comes up top, the first kill's found on Capsule, but Spart is kind of just in that smoke, causing issue, finds one, and then they're desperately searching, but they get away with it. 5-3 now, P7. A round away from sending Telluride Bush Gaming out of the tournament.
Very tense game, this one, but I have been distracted by the fact that I've just seen B Sport Josh be called the Ibiza final boss there on our cams, and I can't stop losing it at it. When we go back to player cams, you'll see exactly what I mean. Anyway, at the moment, this very much hangs in the balance. I've been told again that our Alpha game will be ready shortly, but this might be the last round of this. Project 7 being patient again. They're actually expecting a huge gamble from Telluride that hasn't come in.
Taking their time, as they so often do.
We're just going to stay here. We have been told that Alpha is ready to go, but this might end on this one. We'll see how it plays out, and then we'll jump over to our Alpha game. Spartan Mythics. About to have a bit of a slither off. Who catches them? Neither are going to know that they're here. Nobody's expecting a gunfight at the corner. Well, Mythics is. Mythics knows. He finds one. He's looking for Prolog. Prolog gets him back as well, though, and it looks like it's not going well for Project 7. Slow and Steady is losing this race.
How on earth did they get out of that unscathed outside of Spart? Oh, and Lucifer's going to be found in the middle. Good snap from F-Dot, but not good enough. Telluride Bush Gaming will bring this one back. 5-4.
All right, if you want to keep on with this game, it will be on another stream. We're going over to Alpha to catch our main game of the time. We will check in and give you the scores for that one as it goes through, but this is Clutch Rain versus Huntsman, and, well, Clutch Rain are raining on Huntsman's parade.
Well, let's see how this one's going to go. Yeah, Huntsman, I mean, for them, they went in up against one of the best teams out of the region in Rock, and then now they're going up against, quite literally, the final boss, to be honest with you. Clutch Rain have been pretty dominant in the region throughout the first Challenger season, and while looking to try and continue this losers bracket run that they will not have wanted to have to be in, right? Look, I think they'd be happy with their performances over to today. But prior to that, they'd be really disappointed to be down here. But rotation over now towards P3. Got Train with a 50-point lead after first 2 hills.
Good time trying to hold that back spawn as well. Couple of trades going through. Cobra throwing everything from that magazine down range. Trying to keep them back for just a few seconds. Tags up his teammate a little bit, but doesn't matter. Already getting the kills that they need. Lynn's backing him up, and the rest of Clutch Rain just soaking up this time as much as they can. This is becoming quite a significant lead.
Getting a lot. Neem's going to come around, though, and deal with a couple of weak players. Brezzy still towards this back side. Will try and cause issue, but no longer. Renegade deals with him. Lynn's and Co trying to find something through the front side. Have to decide whether or not they want to commit to this, and they will do. Let's see. First couple of gunfights have got to go their way, but Neem through the middle of the map is going to cause a lot of issue. So that'll be Clutch Rain walking away, licking their wounds, and walking away with a terrible spawn over towards the back side. Well pushed out from Huntsman. And that push does not work out, and that's why you've seen them take their time. They weren't sure about it, and that is exactly why. They'll get a little bit of scrap time, but Huntsman get the rotation.
Liam in trouble, having to back off here. He knows the pressure's mounting as Clutch Rain look to hit this from the front, but they're already going down, and a second one for Renegade. Liam's piped up as well, but doesn't matter. Renegade gets the third.
He's what? That one's caught me off guard, Bryce. Crispy over towards the backside.
You have a horrible mind. That means to speak up, as you well know.
Malco and Co trying to find a way back through. Can't get a manage to find a way. Crispy and Renegade doing well. And that's all come off the back of Clutch Rain going for the decision to make a hit over towards P3, and they have absolutely been punished for it. A rotation over towards 4 not working out in their favor, and all of a sudden they are falling apart at the seams. This is going to be a turnaround, potentially in the lead very, very shortly. Huntsman going to get themselves very close. Scrap time will go over towards Clutch Rain as it did in the previous hill. But a rotation is not necessarily long to them. In a couple of hills' time, they need to try and find one here.
That lead has just absolutely disappeared, Tunt. And that's a full wipe. We're probably going to see a lead change off the back of this. It is not going to be pretty, because Huntsman have now started swinging heavily into this hard point. And this is a good hold. It is a difficult time for Clutch Rain to try and break this, especially because they're not making very many kills.
And over the EMEA season, I mean, Clutch Rain didn't lose a single black hard point, so they'd be feeling confident coming in this, and you could see that from the start. But yeah, okay, Clutch Rain's still in the lead, but it's one of those moments where you did have a 50 or 60 point deficit for Huntsman to try and make up, and they've more than done that. They're about to find a lead change. Good rotations over 3, 4, and 5 have made a massive difference, and Clutch Rain, honestly, their breaks have been a little one by one. Huntsman very easily dealing with these moments. And now it's a rotation back over towards P1. Just to remember how close it was between Clutch and that game when they went up against their previous opponents in the Stallions.
Just to give you a little bit of an update, Tunt. That game went round 11 on Charlie. Project 7 just won it.
Wow.
For a complete wipe as well. Nobody died on the side there, but they will move on. Telluride will move down.
I think that's them. Oh, no, that is the into the losers bracket. Honestly, I'm lost with it. There's a lot of games going on, Bryce.
Awful lot, but that was a very tense time. I had it on the other screen just to keep an eye on it, and it looked a little bit dangerous, but it was the first blood, and that kind of just snowballed into the game here. But speaking of snowballing, Huntsman have been racking up the points with very little answer from Clutch Rain. It's almost like they've just shifted gears in this.
Yeah, Renegade starting a piece here as well. Clutch Rain lucky enough to have that lead at the start of the game, while they would be getting blown out of the water right now. Still a relatively close game. Nice lead here for Huntsman, but you need to hold something. Clutch Rain, at this moment in time, couldn't hit water if they fell out of a boat. This is Huntsman all day long. Rotation broken again. Clutch Rain, I honestly haven't seen them hold a hill for about 20 minutes. Very, very inconsistent here. It feels very one by one. Clutch Rain, are they coming with each other? I'm not even too sure. Linz trying to see what he can do. Nothing. It is far too one by one, and Huntsman are lapping it up.
Very little from Clutch Rain to speak about here. And Huntsman feeling more and more confident as this game goes on. Liam gets his 2. You can see, though, this is a big fight around the point here, but it almost feels like Clutch Rain are a little bit hesitant to really commit to it. We've seen them make massive comebacks onto this, but it has been so long since they've scored a point that there's actual dust gathering on top of the scoreboard.
I mean, Renegade has just won a massive fight as well, over towards Newt. Going to spawn the rest of Clutch Rain over towards P4. Kips and Renegade starting to hunt towards the back. It's a wonderful, wonderful rotation. Clutch Rain are here in numbers, but they don't have the spawns that they want. They can get inside of the hill, but they're about to be surrounded. Trying to push it out, and they do so. Linz is left on his own momentarily, though. The team going to spawn behind him? I'm not too sure because of that push that came through from Liam. Linz trying to do what he can.
Heavily outnumbered here, and he's just trying to play his life. Reinforcements will eventually join him, but not quick enough to preserve it. And again, Huntsman, after 12 points lost, will get back into this hard point and be in the better position as well. Cobra, well, they lined up for him.
One player pushing through mid. It's going to be Renegade. He will be dealt with. This is crucial time for Clutch Rain. They need this 25 seconds just to stop the bleed and give them some momentum. Huntsman will have a little sniff at this, but have to be careful. You've seen what happened to Clutch Rain last time out. Started spawning over towards the back of the hill, and that really did cost them after their break didn't come through. But Huntsman will not be as aggressive, and they will get away with this rotation over towards P4.
Really fell apart for Clutch Rain on this one last time, Ton. They just couldn't really get much going. Brezzy, though, looks for the first. Teammates trying to back him up, but it's Renegade again. Neum and Renegade just heavily slaying when it comes to any of these hills here. And Huntsman look well within lethal range.
Must be finding a good trade. Malco can't find the second. Neum is absolutely flying now. He's got a Hellstorm in the back pocket as well, and it's a 30-second gap for Huntsman to close out map number 1. Good hold here by Renegade. It's him and Neum. You're very right. I've just started turning it on. Rispy finds 2 in the middle. This game might be done.
Can they make it on this hill? Huntsmen are pushing out. They're so aggressive here. They're so confident. They have pushed this hill out about as far as it can possibly go. Renegade's going to get caught, but not before he grabs one anyway. And now they have to dive into the point. Just a bloodbath going on as Clutch Rain have really struggled for the last 4 hills.
The last 4 hills, it's felt like the last rotation of hills, hasn't it? It's been really, really soul watching for Clutch Rain, and here comes the Hellstorm. That may well be the camel that... Oh, the camel that breaks the straws back? Yeah, well, you get the points. Huntsman is strong showing there in map number 1. After a fantastic start by Clutch Rain, they barely got themselves a second in the hill for about 4 different rotations, and Huntsman run away with it.
Well, a bit disappointing there for Clutch Rain. In control for a couple of hills, and then very much out of their control for the rest of them. And that's when you got to start worrying. They just looked not that good, Ton.
Honestly, it was a good start, but it just felt so 1 by 1. Consistently just trying to challenge, going for the trades, not working out in their favor. Whereas on the other side of things, look at the non-tradeds coming out from Neum and Renegade. That is going to be a big problem for Clutch Rain to try and deal with. And I believe that would have been their pick. I can double check, but sitting at a 4-0 record over their season in the Elite, they would have felt confident going into a Blackheart. But, I mean, there you go. Map number 1 will go over towards Huntsman. And Huntsman dropping into that loser's bracket just a second ago up against Rock. Now going up against Clutch Rain, but they're an advantage here in this series.
Certainly do. Well, we're going to jump on board with our game on Bravo. I believe it's Dark Horse versus Omid Brooklyn. And here it is, straight to the hard point. Omid Brooklyn doing the work.
Yeah, really good start here from the Omid side. Luca and Cole will be favorites heading into this one. Dark Horse will be a team that we did have a lot of hopes for. Like, looking over towards this roster, Detain, Sykes, Mighty, Aspect, especially for me, Mighty and Aspect. Very, very strong players on this roster. But it hasn't quite worked out for them. Kind of had a bit of a miserable finish, to be honest with you, at the end of the season. Over in EMEA, I mean, what was it, a 5th, 6th place? That's just not what you would expect of them. You expect a little bit more. At least a top 4. They haven't really been able to string things together just yet. But they do find themselves still within this game. 40 seconds is the difference. Some of Brooklyn finding a lot of success over the first 2 hills, but over towards P4, Dark Horse still in control.
Well, Bravo. Just having a little issue there with our connection to the game, but doesn't matter. So good, I've been told our alpha game is already loading into the S&D, so that should be going on quite shortly. So,
yep.
No, actually, I speak of everyone, it will appear. Here is our S&D on alpha.
A well-timed freeze on the op side of things.
Is there such a thing?
Well, for us, yes. In this scenario, with alpha being up, we take those on the chin. And we'll go down over towards A. This Clutch Rain will have to look for the retake here. No trophies, and well, Neum's got the sniper out. The smoke's going to cause chaos and Rispy. He'll find one. Cobra, can he find a second? It was Linz who was alongside of him. They cannot. Cobra now left in a 1v3.
Trying to back up, and it feels like Clutch Rain may have run out of gas a little bit. Oh, are they good enough to match up to the Huntsman?
Well, right now, it's fallen by the wayside a little bit here for Clutch Rain, but there's a lot of Call of Duty left to be played. I think here for Clutch Rain, This is the problem sometimes when you do drop in the losers bracket. It's game after game after game, and there is just no stopping. And that is going to be the case here for Huntsman. This is their first foray into the lower side of things this week. As Liam and Co just trying to get themselves through what is a very, very tough test. You don't often feel as if you're dropping out into the losers bracket at this stage and facing up against the #1 seed, but here we are.
Liam with that sniper could prove deadly. Poor Cobra. Almost takes down Gibbs. One more bullet might have done it, but it's going to be through the wall here. And Liam, he spots a knee and an elbow. Crispy's also going to be in a bit of trouble here. He's going to be able to get around back. No, Renegade's got his back. This is locked down everywhere.
The thing is, though, as soon as he sees a sight of the Clutch Train players, he just lies and hunkers down behind the bomb, waits for the reinforcements to come through, calls it out, and the rest of the team were able to rotate seamlessly over towards A. Seamlessly, as Clutch Train are on their way over towards B. Got to be careful as he's heading over towards the side. Brezzy, Kip, that is a Dravik. Oh my word. He finds a crucial gunfight. Cobra will there to find another, just needs to pick up this bomb and get it down. They do have the opportunity to do so, as Melko will find Kip. So 1v2 needed from Renegade.
He might have the timing, but too many bodies. It split his aim. And he thought he might have had it, but sometimes things can be a little bit weird when there's two players close to each other. You can pull your aim just off center.
It's just one of those moments, though, that I honestly thought that Renegade actually might get one up on them here. I don't think they would have expected 3 players to possibly push through. You could see, I believe it was Cobra towards the end, was checking over towards Dojo, expecting somebody to come around that side. So I thought Renegade might have had one up on them. He did not. On a piece now between these two. Entertaining search and destroy rounds, really going to the wire. Melko. Oh. He was ready for it, and look at this pressure now. Because he's been put under that pressure, he's going to have to back on down. Huntsman, literally smelling blood in the water, just pushed through mid. Linz, Zebel to answer back, 3v3.
Cobra's waiting for them, finds the first. He's putting every bullet through. Smoke going to go out as well. Recipe still going to push this. Cobra goes back for the reach out, but there are reinforcements for Clutch Rain. Chaos erupts in that round. Nobody felt safe. Nobody wanted to be in that position.
It's a weird round, that, because honestly, I really love the play from Huntsman. You can see the pressure up top that Melko comes under. Does well to survive as long. But then as soon as Huntsman see that they've got free reign through the middle of the map, they just try to run with that couple of bullets that they managed to land. They push forward, try to do something about it, but Clutch Rain do well to reposition. Melko on a 4 spree, does very, very well. 2-1 now.
Melko with the sniper again. This is where things got chaotic last time. He wasn't able to make a pick. There's a player in the middle of the map here. Renegade has got through. Oh, he's pulled it. He switched it out. He switched it out.
Renegade with the aggression. Both two teams just posturing after what has felt like a bit of a crazy start here to the search and destroy in map number 2. Neum on the outside. Got to be careful. Yeah, see the edge of his elbow. And we'll send him, not necessarily packing, but they've packed him on up. And Clutch Rain are going to choose to do exactly the same thing. But look at this positioning from Renegade here. Very, very aggressive. Did he get any info there? I think he's just playing the corner, expecting somebody to go top broken, but hasn't found anyone yet. Now he does, and Clutch Rain have got a couple of different directions to worry about now.
Yeah, that's a huge kill. 2 versus 4 now, and just no time remaining. Maybe try to make a bit of a play too far. Melko will find one, but they're just going to dogpile him here in the room, and down he goes.
And that's a strange one, because I think they call a player weak inside of Dojo, and Brezzy pushes for it, but it's one of those moments that you'd love him to just stick it, and well, the pressure was coming anyway, I suppose, but either way, the round will go over towards Huntsman. And Renegade just positioned himself so well. As soon as he finds that flank play, it almost does force Clutch Rain to have to try and find something from a different angle. I think had they found that kill through Dojo, they set up for that side, they get the bomb down, they go from there, but easier said than done. 2-2. Resi sitting at 0-4. Kips and Rispy a kill apiece. Someone needs to start lightening it up for one of these two teams if you want to see some daylight.
Linz. Potential aggressive push, especially when he knows this is coming. Or Renegade has to back down, but Ripty finds Brezzy as well. They have the advantage now on the bomb site. Linz is actually backing up. He's going to join his teammates at this side.
Niam playing the island over on the other side. Might have made the call here for them. But all of a sudden, Rispy will find a push through. Baits it out for Kips to find a kill. Melko will find Rispy though. Can Kips answer back here himself? Stuck in a corner, Melko. He's done so well to survive, and Cobra will pick up the pieces, but the Niam will find one on the flank. And all of a sudden, you're left on your own if you're Melko. He finds one. 1v1.
Melko just turned around with a pistol and said, all right, let's have it. Niam's now like, where has he gone? And this is all timing. Either of them catch either of them. Niam is a little bit maybe unsure where he's gone. He does have bomb. He might go to the other bomb site. I don't think he did.
He had a little peek at something on the minimap, but that bomb is going to go down over towards B. And the game of cat and mouse will continue. I wonder if Melko... Yeah, he has found a gun.
Melko knows where the bomb is planted for. So he saw a foot.
Just needs to hold this now. Just gonna... Oh my word.
The timing is diabolical in the extreme, and Niam will get the better of it. That is unbelievable from both sides. He had an idea. He thought it was a full wrap. And Clutch Rain do not get that round. Huntsman just confident in their pushes.
It's just one of those moments where a second later, and Clutch Rain find the round, is a very close search and destroy this one. Niam now on a full spree. As he's still struggling, but Kips and Rispy were there for a couple of trades in that previous round. 3-2 Huntsman. It does feel like a crucial map here for Clutch Rain. You don't want to be going 2-0 down into an overload. Kips does really well, and Brezzy's pain continues. Corbel will be able to answer back, though. And this might be an immediate wrap here from Clutch Rain. That's worked. They wrap immediately. Have it completely free, and they will have a very good idea as to where Huntsmen are because they ain't here.
Do they hold this angle? A little bit of hesitation maybe on where they need to hold. They haven't got any information, and that could be what Huntsmen need. Clutch Rain are moving around quite fluidly into this point, but Cobra drills Niam. Don't know where the rest of the fights are coming through. Rispy, that's going to be taken out. He sees the hands of Linz. Renegade now gets a kill and gets out. 24 seconds left. Clutch Rain still moving. That is a massive win from Cobra. Here comes Renegade, though. He's going for it. He's going to take him on as Cobra finds another.
That first one is the one that does it. There's so little to separate these two here in this search. Absolutely reeks of around 11, this one. Really entertaining rounds as well. I love the play there from Clutch Rain. Go for the immediate wrap after finding a little bit of success over towards A. Bait them into it. Bomb goes down. Comes down to a 2v1 in their favour. 3-3. Just can't be separated right now. Oh, Melko again. Just needs to hold these irons just a little longer. And now that mid-map control potentially could be here. Linz was looking to try and sniff it out. Melko just has to play defensively here, I think.
Well, bullets being thrown.
Smoke's going to cause a bit of chaos here, but you're not going to be ready for Renegade's position in here, are you? Oh, Melko was watching over, and Renegade just gets wiped off the face of the planet. Brezzy will find his first kill at such an important time. 4v2.
Melko must have been ready for somebody to pop through. Wasn't expecting to be that close. Got it anyway, but they're fighting this from the outside.
Trades?
Oh my goodness, nobody can stop him as Niam is still alive. They're going to go for the
What
final
are we
kick.
doing?
What is going on? What happened? Niam Neom just slapped 2 out of the ether and then runs away. And who was that outside? I'm going for him. Damn it. Kips couldn't kill him. And he must be just flabbergasted is the best word to put it. Production, chalk that one up for a replay because that was insane.
I don't know much French, to be honest with you, but I can't imagine that it was positive words to be said at the end of that one. Melko does so well to find an open break. They're in a 4 versus 2, and for it to get that stressful.
Genuinely thought they had lost it. 100%. They were playing them window side. I think it was Kips who missed it. But he must have just been surprised the player has launched out the window in front of him and ran around the corner of Mac 2. Melko opens up proceedings again. He has been pretty phenomenal in the games that we've seen from Clutch Rain so far this weekend.
Yeah. He's really growing into a mighty player. Especially in the Search and Destroys, he always seems to have a good time. Sniper in hand is usually pretty proficient. I don't think he's found a great deal with it in this game, to be honest with you. A lot of it is really been with everything else. With the M15 as well. Can't find that on Neom quick enough, though. It's a hell of a flank. That makes it a 2 versus 2.
The wrap coming in. Huntsmen have called a wrap. Are they expecting Clutch Rain to have done the same? Clutch Rain are actually just waiting. Neither team will now know what on earth the other team is doing. Call's been made. This might just be bad timing for them. They will not expect a massive flank of this size.
It depends what Linz finds here. The more room that he finds and the more uncontested he is, the more likely it's a flank. Oh! How on earth has Brezzy found that? Linz will put some shots down. Kips in a 1v2.
Kips is going to try and hold this angle. He's hoping someone will overchow. Linz almost does. He knows Brezzy is probably still in this room, so he's going to go for the solo chow. Looks for him. Close corner. Kips, everybody's dumping up out. They've got springs in their heels. Trying to stay at Kips is taking bullets, though. He's getting weaker and weaker as this goes on. 18 health now, eventually whittled down from 1,000 blows. He tried to make magic happen, but credit to Clutch Rain. Somehow they held their nerve.
Very, very patient. Just waited for the push to come through and did what they had to do. Bit of a strange round, really. Brought down to a 2v2 pretty early, and Clutch Rain, instead of going for the wrap, take their time, wait for some pressure, it doesn't come, and walk onto an empty bomb site and find themselves 1 round away from tying the series up. Neom at 11-5, Melko 10-5. Brezzy's really stepped it up. He was sitting at 0-6, now 4-7. Oh, this is a big hit, Bryce. They've run into each other. Linz can find one, finds the second, Cobra for another, and Neom now left in a 1 versus 3.
They can't overchow this. I mean, Cobra, he's been playing very, very well, but they have an advantage. This would be a 1 versus 3 for Neom. Oh, this is an aggressive push from the players. Neom might just get caught. He is, and Cobra over the top. Clutch Rain, they take the S&D.
Mighty work. Honestly, a fantastic game coming in from Melko. And they find it rather easily. Some entertaining rounds, though. Back and forth we went, and some close rounds at that as well. A couple that maybe went down to a couple of 1v1s, but Clutch Rain come out on top and tie us up here in the losers bracket. Loser going home. Series on our hands here, though, Bryce.
A big series. These two teams really back and forth here, but Melko and Cobra, just enough, really. And it's just got to be the patience and everything they held down to keep that one rocking and rolling.
Oh, wow.
There they are, Melko and Cobra, 10-5, 11-4.
First Bloods, though. That's one thing you want to look out for. I didn't realize it was that one-sided. 7 first Bloods to 2, and you lose 6-3. Ugh.
I'm telling you, Melko and Cobra just held their angles. They got what can only be described as kind of crazy trades throughout that game by just holding everyone from Huntsman at bay.
So a lot of situations where you were fighting from behind for a clutch rain, you come out on top. Another day for Huntsman. You find those first bloods, and you're likely walking away with a very comfortable victory in the search and destroy. And it's not to happen today. Into an overload between these two squads, with things all tied up. Well, that really could go either way. I mean, this was a stupid round. I mean, Kips has got to be asking, how have I not killed him? He's put about half a clip into him.
Oh, he must have shot nothing but feet, and he was just moving too far. The player didn't even try and turn. He just ran around the corner. But a crazy one for certain. Didn't feel like a 6-3 game. It felt like it could have gone all the way to round 11, truth be told.
Yeah.
But the respawns are now back upon us, and Huntsman did look like the better team last time around.
Yeah, they did. It was a really convincing performance in the end, in the whole point on Blackheart. But moving over towards Overload is a very, very different story. It's a really, really hard one to call between these two teams because, to be honest, I think, had I been coming into this weekend, I mean, for us, obviously, we've seen a great deal of Cutran. We've cast over them quite a bit. We know what they're like as a team. And for me, I really did see them as being in that elite bracket, but falling into that losers bracket so early is raised a lot of question marks. And going up against Huntsman now, if you told me this before the weekend that they'd be taking them on, I think they would have taken it. But right now, I'm really not too sure.
So now, well, the games don't stop here on stream. I've been told we're going over to another one that should be gracing our screens very, very shortly. There we go. Straight on board. Yeah, this is Telluride Bush Gaming. We saw them lose just a little while ago. And Falcons Academy White also in this position.
Yeah, I got it completely wrong. I was saying this was a loser goes home, and I'm an absolute idiot, to be honest with you, because I didn't realise that, of course, they hadn't lost at this stage. Well, there's a lot of games we're jumping around a lot, mate. These mistakes happen. But in here up against Falcons Academy White, RC Zabodi, Polex, and Priester. Looking to try and turn this one around. Polex, in about his 4th career. I'm sure he's retired about 3 times. Still kicking it, isn't he, though?
Doing enough. Big game for this one. A lot of players that have actually faced themselves before on the main stage of the CDL.
Just looking to see how some of the results went down previously when both these two teams did match up against each other. And last time, if I believe correctly, it was a 3-1 victory for Falcons Academy White. They took it via the 2 hard points and the overload. Maybe looking to try and do that once more. They would like it a little bit cleaner. They find themselves behind, though. Here on Colossus. Capsule. See what he can do here. Over towards the side. This is the kind of map that you just know Cap will thrive in. And that's a big reason as to, well, why Telluride Bush Gaming are in the lead. 17-14 from Cap so far.
What's been one of my favourite players, actually, Caps at all.
Yeah.
I'd love to see him return to the CDL again. And maybe, just maybe, if they keep rocking and rolling through this, an opportunity will come knocking.
It's always been interesting to me. Sorry,
slow.
Yeah, it's a little bit slow. I think, just waiting to try and find a break over towards P2 and can't find it. Spark finding 5 in a row. And Falcons Academy White, I mean, they're not blessed necessarily with a lot of pace. I mean, Priester, yeah, okay, relatively pacey. Paul X, not necessarily known for being lightning quick. Abodi and Arcides, both obviously typically relatively slow AR players, especially in Abodi's sense. Interesting to see Abodi in a team like this. Obviously, part of that original Falcons roster that is now just, well, spread its wings, so to speak, and the introduction of Saudi Arabian players doing a lot for the scene over there, and, well, a lot for a lot of teams over in North America. There's loads of them kicking about.
So, yeah, this is actually becoming a bit of a one-sided affair. Sparta's going to try and curl this as hard as he possibly can, but at the moment his teammates are actually using it off the back to get a little bit of presence into this point, but it hasn't worked for very long, Ton.
Not long at all. Telluride Bush Gaming still in control of the point, finding the kills as well. Excellent work. They've got the rotation over towards P4 as well. Both these two teams still hammering at it. This is going on over on Charlie. We'll be heading back over towards Alpha shortly, but very much looking like a win for map number 1 for Bush at the moment.
Priester just trying to hold this one down for as long as possible. And this is right now Not a bad time for them. They're just holding, trying to keep away all the other players.
And looking over towards some of their records as well, this is a great map for Falcons, typically. 4-0 on Colossus over the Elite season. And right now, they can't even going to sniff over towards P4. It's not going to quite be done if they don't find a break here, but it'll not be far away going over towards Telluride Bush Gaming.
Well, this game is slowly coming to a conclusion, so we're jumping back over to our alpha game. It is tied up all 1-1 on the overload, and while this is already an aggressive push, I think that may already be a score here. Lindsay's going to try and stop them, but I don't think they can, and yes, it will be Huntsman that score first blood very quickly.
It's a big win for Cobra to find, to be honest, because you can then suddenly just fall into the trap of getting relayed, and you may well do so because it's spawned over towards the rooftop side. Melko's the ones who is currently trying to find a bit of a flank, but everybody who's made the flank has not found anything, so Clutchrain have invested a lot into the middle of the map, and they've lost every single gunfight. If you're Brezzy, you need to find something to slow them down, and he's done just that. He finds 2. And could that be a bit of a counterplay now coming through for Clutchrain?
Be around the back.
Need somebody else to win a gunfight, though.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like Huntsman just the better respawn team at the moment here, as Melko hasn't found a kill. Cobra, who was just so significant on that S&D. Well, they're losing everything. This is going to be another score here. Huntsman really putting them to the sword.
I mean, they've just manipulated them every single time. Clutchrain have, I want to say, almost been doing the right thing. You know, they've been sending different looks. They've been sending players on the outside, making some flanks to try and make some plays, and, well, all of a sudden, out of absolutely nothing, we'll get one on the board. So, who am I to question it? But, yeah, I think they've, again, found the right plays. They found the right moments. They just haven't executed. They haven't been able to find the gunfights, and it ultimately has cost them. When you lose those gunfights so far up the map and you're still trying to defend at the same time, you leave yourself very vulnerable.
Renegade is in this spawn and has been for some time. He's 9-1 on a 5 streak, and he's just sort of touring the enemy spawn, but his teammates aren't making the kills to move the EMP, so he's going to have to come back. He'll probably pick up Lins, which he does, and, well, that'll be a score, surely. And they're looking the wrong way here. Renegade is just going berserk. He's now on 8, now on 9. Everybody falling before him. That's now 3-1. Renegade's still going. Still Renegade, he's on 10, and he only gets caught. Oh my! No, he was reloading. This is unbelievable. This is illegal. Renegade now on 11. He's 15-1 when we're taking out by a grenade, not a gunfight. But Clutchrain, what are you doing?
We're getting pieced up is what's happening. Renegade, that was disgusting. All going to spawn over towards the rooftop sides here for Huntsman as well, so the train can't get anything going. That pressure is going to continue to come. That's another capture. They went for the flank and it just hasn't worked out. That's another one on the board. There is the half forced by Huntsman. Renegade, what on earth was that?
Few words thrown across at half-time for a good reason. That was a thrashing. Huntsman just ran Clutchrain through. And Clutchrain like, what on earth has just happened? We've got about 4 kills between us, and Renegade looking to just kind of highlight reel it.
I mean, that was insane because he was the one that was really pushing up and often does play that lead blocker, right? He's that guy that's up close and personal, just trying to keep them off the respawn, and just never a 16-2. Clutchrain have got 18 kills to themselves.
Quick maths.
I got you. Good for something.
Yeah, if anything, Clutchrain have to adapt here because Renegade is unbelievably confident, really not missing. And if they even let him do half of what he did in that first round, well, this is over already, and we might as well just get the next hard point on. They're looking to score again here, by the way.
They just set up so well, and I think there's just so much trust that Renegade can go make a play that the rest of the Huntsmen can just kind of play around what he's doing and set the team up. They just need to kill the flankers, which have been many here from Clutchrain. Honestly, they've sent a lot of players in different routes to try and set some plays up, but none of them is successful as Renegade as another 3 kills will fall the way of Huntsman, who can now start wrapping it over towards this A side. This should be number 5, and it is. Huntsman running away with this overload right now. And for what it's worth as well, for a lot of people who don't watch much EMEA, Clutchrain's overload, they have a record in Europe of 8-2. They've never lost on Den in Europe. They are getting smoked by the Huntsman.
Renegade doesn't play in Europe. That's the difference here.
Correct.
It's been a massive problem. Linz will find one as well. That is a kind of a crazy gap for Linz to find. I mean, is there a way back for this? This is going to be a score, but already they're looking towards the other side. They're on the wrong side of the map here. They've got to be careful that this doesn't spawn up too fast.
Hellstorm on its way as well. This is potentially dangerous, but which way do you go with it if you Kips? Just slows them down. If anything, it just tightens up this cut terrain defense, and yeah, it moves them away. And oh, they're nowhere near it, but all of a sudden, Cobra can just about save it, and is that a game-turning moment? Still a long way back here for cut terrain, but that Hellstorm gets nothing.
Did that Hellstorm just influence spawns? I'm just watching the replay here. So they don't spawn up. He puts it towards the A site. The spawn for number 7 comes in because of it, and then 8 spawns on A. I'm wondering if that Hellspawn pushed a player into the A site and caused the stop.
I don't want to hurt my brain, honestly. Could well have, though.
That is an interesting one, whether or not that Hellspawn just massively influenced that one spawn that caused the stop. It may not matter in the long run here because Huntsman's still very much in control of this game.
But a score here for Cut Terrain. Get another point on the board in the next minute or so, and you still have a chance. Huntsman may well just slow this game down, though. Renegade slowed down. He's only at 20-7 now.
Radically anemic from what he was doing in that first half. There's 3 down here, but there's no real reinforcements or blockers. Cobra will pick it up, but you absolutely cannot push this forward yet.
Yeah. Problem is, though, it's getting at desperate times, needing desperate measures. Kips reads the flank. Brezzy finds Neum. Brezzy finds Kips. This might be one you can walk in, but there's still 2 players here. Renegade calling in the Hellstorm. Rispy finds 3, all on his own. And that's pretty much just cold game. Huntsman should be going 2-1 up.
That was stopped within a whisper of that point. Oh, they also have full map control here as well. This isn't going to be stopped. Neum. It's going to lock it down. Yeah, there's nobody getting close. And Huntsman, an absolute reign of terror on the overload, because that is going to be the game with 1:22 left to go. Huntsman can just pad stats. They can play normally. They can play defensive. It's not really going to matter. You're not going to see Clutch Rain get that back in time.
Not going to happen. It really has been a golfing class between these two here in the overload. Again, I feel as if Clutch Rain were making some of the correct plays. I think if you went round and had a look at some of their plays they were trying to make, especially in that first half, they were sending players on routes, those playmaking routes where you can get something going, you can be that catalyst, find a couple of kills on the flank, and all of a sudden, yeah, it opens up doors. Wide open doors. But you didn't find the kills in those moments. I was watching the minimap every single time. They were losing those gunfights, whilst Renegade is in their spawn, and he was there for a good 3 minutes. And just absolutely cooking them. This one's been done for a while, but it's very done now. 6-2. It may well be 7. This Huntsman are running this one up. 20 seconds to go. But it's been game for a while.
Wow. All's well that ends well for Huntsman. They started unbelievably, and, well, the rest of the team's actually really caught up, but Renegade's performance in the first half is something to put on a scouting reel, maybe, for any CDL teams looking to change after Major 1. I might have the guy for you.
Incredible work from the Huntsmen, who retake the lead here in this series. And again, for both these two teams, they would not have wanted to be this low in the losers bracket this early. Albeit, you know, we are starting to get into the Saturday night, aren't we? The stations looking a little more empty than they have been. Not too many games to be played at this moment in time. But a couple more games to come after this one tonight, though, here on Alpha. But right now, it is the Huntsman in the lead up against Clutch Rain. In what is a massively important series for both these two, and whoever loses does very much go home, right?
Certainly so, and, well, with the respawn so far, it does look like it's Huntsman's to lose. They were great in the first hard point, they were great in the overload, and, well, would you believe it, we have another hard point coming up. And here's the tail of the tape as well. Actually, the most damage done by Kips there, as Renegade to slow down a bit, but 21 untraded kills from him, and it really was the start for them. 4 ended the half very early as well. But just a huge game from Huntsman.
Yeah, I mean, just Renegade being that lead blocker as per usual, putting himself in those positions to be able to fly. And Clutch Rain could not clip his wings by any stretch of the imagination. Exposure Hardpoint going to be coming up next as well for both these two squads. And you need a turnaround if you're Clutch Rain, or you are donezo here in losers round 7. They've been in since, what, like 4 now? I think this is maybe their 3rd or 4th game today straight off the bat. It's a long old day.
I'll be getting tired.
Yeah, a long old day. And that's what can happen, though. You drop in too early. And it's a very easy thing to happen. Got to be careful.
I always think people really underestimated it as well. Like, playing Call of Duty at a high level, it's really focus intensive. And at some point, you are going to slow down or become a little bit slower or a bit of brain fog because you've been going at full speed for 5 or 6 hours. It's just not possible. So the question is just quite simply, do Clutch Rain have anything left in the tank? They lose one more map, they are out.
Let's see if Huntsman can continue what has been, well, fantastic for them so far in these respawns. They've been absolutely brilliant and want to try and continue it here on Exposure. As far as, well, for the side of Clutch Rain on Exposure, positive record sitting nice and tight, but typically for Huntsman, you know, their hardpoint hadn't necessarily been anything really to write home about over the elites, but looking good in this series so far, and looking good to kick off the Exposure as well. Renegade is just getting better and better, isn't he? A scary bloke on the sticks, no matter what game.
Well, you can already see the rotations coming in. They know that not only are they getting the points from P1, but P2 is ready for them. Going to lose a couple of seconds of scrap time, but this is the fight. Crispy just trying to be in a good position here and loses the gunfight against Cobra. More players coming through. Lins puts a couple of bullets in and now goes to Chow. Knows he's going to need backup from his teammates as well, but the rest of the Huntsmen are going to be here. Kips finds 2. Kips finds 3. Brezzy will get 1 back, but it's a bit of a constellation here as Crispy cleans house, and that's a hold for the Huntsmen.
Yeah, Clutch Rain yet to get anything on the board, and they just seem in shock, to be honest. 5 and 4 from Brezzy. All right, but Melko 0-4, Cobra 1 and 3, Lins 3 and 4. This is far too easy right now for Huntsmen, who are just slaying the entirety of Clutch Rain. There's another easy hold. There's the spawns flip. 25 seconds to go here over towards P2, and it's utter perfection from Huntsmen so far.
Now having more than just a little bit of a good time. Cobra could dive in here to try and do something, because at the moment they haven't got much going for them. 0 points still. There's the first one, but late to the respawn again. This does feel an awful lot like that first hardpoint done.
Yeah, but it was Clutch Rain who were in the lead with those 52 points, and then Huntsmen turned it on their heads. But with the way that this series has been going over there, especially that last map, it does feel as if Clutch Rain are maybe just running out of gas and, well, running out of the ability to slay here with the Huntsmen, who are bodying them at the moment on Exposure. I mean, Renegade is just styling on them right this second. Nelly wins that gunfight up against Melko. And then Niam's in there for the rotation as well. 30 seconds to go here over towards P3. Clutch Rain have 6 points on the board.
At the moment, Clutch Rain look a little bit shell-shocked. They just cannot cope with how fast Huntsmen are gunning them down, and even though they've got 3 to kill feed, they're still not in the point. Still haven't managed to get into it here. Eventually, a little bit of scrap time. Some crumbs have been allowed to fall into the Clutch Rain hands, but they are not ready for this rotation again.
I think if you were to have a look at the Clutch Rain players right now, I just don't know if you would see much communication. They're probably feeling a little bit despondent. They need a big hill. They need a big moment to bring them back into this one. They found a way inside of the point. Huntsmen have had to back on down because the spawns didn't work out. So this is the moment for Clutch Rain now. It's not a massive deficit whatsoever. You bring yourself back into this game, you've got more than an opportunity. They are a good squad, but it just feels like they've ran out of a little bit of energy they need. Renegade finds another 2, just seems to find them in clusters, and there's the break for Huntsmen.
Kip's going all over the back. Cobra looking for it. Kips will find him first. Nobody really even getting to the point here. Everybody playing for positioning. Eventually they do get into it, and Clutch Rain actually felt like they had the better of those trades here, but somehow aren't finding any time and will lose the rest of them. This is painful. At no point does this game feel like it's going Clutch Rain's way.
It's hard, isn't it? Like, as someone who wants to like build tension and think about some entertainment for the game, it's really hard to clutch at straws here for Clutch Rain at all. It hasn't really been going their way, but again, it feels like Huntsmen are running away with this game, absolutely. But it's still only 70 points. It is not out of the realms of possibility that Clutch Rain bring this back, but if Renegade keeps shooting like that, it may well be out of the realms. Crispy, middle of the map, nearly wins that gunfight. It just feels like Clutch Rain are just not at full throttle right now.
No, it doesn't feel like they're really trading very effectively anywhere. They get some gunfight wins, but it's one. And every time they do, Huntsmen seem to have 2 or 3. There we go again. Solo play from Cobra. Clutch Rain are playing for hero plays, and unfortunately, it is making them look quite bad across the map here. Very little communication must be going on in that camp.
Yeah, just looks toothless. Feels one by one, feels desperate. I said 70 points is not, you know, out of the realms of possibility. 100 at this moment in time feels like a difficult task. But Clutch Rain have got the players, they got the talent to do this. But based on what we've seen over that first rotation, it doesn't feel likely. But how can they bring it back? How can they find a way back into this one? Some good time over towards P1 to kick things up. But they need a good rotation somewhere. It kind of feels like what we've seen on Blackheart. They just couldn't get a good rotation. And then even when they could, they're getting blown out of the water. Huntsmen find a break back.
Huntsmen looking god tier here. Every single rotation nailed. Every single gunfight they need is there. They are trading. They are winning the trades. And they are rotating well. The fundamentals fully in their favor. They get wiped for the first time. It is going to be on P1. Is there any possibility here? The Huntsmen have been in the driving seat for the rest of this game. Clutch Rain still waiting for the bus to arrive.
Recipe's trying to distract over towards P1. The first one on the hill over towards P2 has been Cobra for some time, but Neon will be there for the trade. It's going to be a big fight, but it's not one that you want to take here. If you're Clutch Rain, everybody through the middle of the doors, and it's not going to work out. Brezzy can't find 2. And the pinstripe kill feed that was in Huntsman's favor from the get-go continues to be 160 and rising. It's not quite the 100 points it was. Clutch Rain, we're going to try and find a route back in. If they can find something over towards P2 and flip these spawns, they have every opportunity to do so, but it just feels like easier said than done right now. Neum finding 2, and Renegade another. This is far too easy for the Huntsman.
Clutch Rain almost just seem to be a little bit uncoordinated. They just cannot find trades where they want them. And it is Neum who is now unloading. It's a 7 for him as he dives back and forth. Health will be back soon enough. Doesn't matter. Teammate's going to be there. The story of this entire hardpoint. The takeover. Renegade now on his own 3. 21 and 13. Neum's 23 and 11. And Renegade almost finds a fight he shouldn't have made. Hip firing. And there we go. A couple more crumbs for Clutch Rain. But stop me if you've heard it before. They're not on the rotation.
Neum 23 and 12. Renegade 21 and 14. The Huntsmen are playing with their food. I mean, Linz and Belko, it's just one by one. It is just the fundamentals are not even close to being there. 48 seconds remaining here over towards P3 and Clutch Rain. They're going out.
Unless there is some sort of unbelievable turnaround, but
there we go.
Kips is the only one into the point here, and yet somehow he's got 3. That is outrageous and should not happen, and that's a full wipe. This is what has been happening to Clutch Rain over and over again. Their trading is not working out. The Huntsmen are firing like a well-tuned V8. And there is nothing from Clutch Rain that they can do. The only benefit is this is not ending on this hill. We will go to the next at the very least.
Yeah, they need to fight for every single second of scrap. They need everything they can get, and they get punished for it. 7 seconds remaining over towards P3. And Clutch Rain now on their way to, well, try and break over towards P4, but more than likely the last hill of their major.
Well, they have 7 seconds to break, 7 seconds left in Dallas to do something, and what they do is fill the kill feed on the wrong side. Neum for 3. Kips takes down Neum, but that's all it's going to be wrote into this one. Huntsman put them to bed and put them out of Dallas.
Brilliant performance from the Huntsman. A couple of words to be said, but not much to be said, really, from the French side about that one. It's one they'll look back on with a lot of disappointment. They came in as the #1 seed. and we'll be dropping out something like top 12, top 16. That is an immense disappointment for the French side, who, honestly, I really did have high hopes for coming into this tournament. I think based on the rest of EMEA, I mean, Rock just... I don't want to say they bodied Huntsmen, but Rock walked through them pretty comfortably. Cut Train to fall out like that, honestly, for me, I think it does kind of give me the whiff of a performance that they are just a little drained from this losers bracket run. It's why you can't let it happen so early. You need that momentum in winners. If you drop it in, you get an easier opposition in that losers bracket. And your losers bracket, it just gets harder and harder and harder. And longer days, it's so difficult to do it. And you just cannot be falling 2-0 in a best out of 3 up against a team of players who are very good players but retired 20 minutes ago. That's where their disappointment will come from. And I think that's what's put them in this position. But fair play to Huntsman. Absolutely bodied them across the respawns. Fantastic work, and they advance on through.
Yeah, not even close, really. The respawns were something that Clutch Rain will hope to forget pretty soon. S&D, not bad, though. But they will be out. Huntsman will continue, and you are right. It is shocking just how uncoordinated maybe Clutch Rain looked on that map here. Huntsman, though, of course, looked fantastic. You cannot hype them up enough. Neum doing great work. Renegade doing great work. Clips, I mean, everybody, really, recipe, all of them, firing on all cylinders. They were coordinated. They were trading 1 for 2, basically the entire game. And that maybe puts them in good stead to go a little bit further, Tom.
No, it does, and now they're in a position in this loser bracket. A lot of people will be looking at them after they've just knocked out the #1 seed and saying, all right, okay, we need to be very careful of the Huntsmen. But still, the losers bracket is very much a shark pit, and the Sharks are, well, growing, and growing in number at this stage. It's never an easy game down here, and they are getting more difficult as the time goes on. But we've got some other games to keep an eye out on. There's still some ongoing in this round. We're going to head over towards Delta and around 11 in Search and Destroy. That's what we're diving into. Production's telling me, get me in there. Get me in.
Yeah, let's have a look on Charlie. I believe this one is ongoing. Telluride, though, of course, 1-0 up. They won their hard point 251-46, but now it rests onto this. They're on the attack here, Ton.
And Bush finding the first map. Slightly surprising to me. Hawkins Academy White trying to answer back here. Polex can find Pro Loot. That's the first blood of this round 11. Spot answers back 3v3.
Oh, the timing capsule's going to get caught. They try to get this plant that they are. They're going to try to get it down again. He might get caught in the mid here. Got to be careful. Spark goes to the right side as well here. A little bit of check. They're worried about both sides. They are unsure which side to push out. Timing is going to be absolutely key. Falcons have the advantage.
Just need a tight setup in and around the laundry side. Spark just going to be worried about it. Of course, there's nobody there. Onto the bomb site they go. Arstades is defusing.
They've got nothing.
They got no answer. And that is going to be a round for Falcons Academy, and the Search and Destroy goes their way.
Anticlimactic, if anything. I mean, they pushed out launch site, but the bomb was planted the other way. Nobody could check it. I mean, realistically, they hadn't seen it in some time. Post-plant, just not great. I mean, if the bomb was this side, it would have been super difficult for them, but questions will probably be asked about that setup. I mean, they had a player pushing the laundry. They didn't want to get taken down. They planted the other side, gave it up. Yep. It was unlikely they were going to win that.
Yeah, and then they had to plant it on the other side because there was actually an open and blood found, I believe, by Prolute when they were going for that plant from the middle of the map. So they had to change up their strategy, which side they were going to go for the plant on. And, well, I mean, that's where things kind of fell apart a little bit. In a 2v3 scenario, the bomb down. Very, very doable, of course, but in that scenario, not going to happen. Telluride Bush will lose that Search and Destroy, and Falcons Academy will find themselves back into that series. And again, just based on the performances overall on the Elite, it is a game you would probably edge towards Falcons, but right now, Telluride Bush are very much in that game. One apiece there over on Charlie. This is where things really start to get interesting. There's not many teams left that aren't of the Elite level. And all of these games are going to be super close as the night does go on. We've still got quite a few more to go through here, Brycey. And honestly, excited for it. See which way the night takes us.
Yeah, me as well, actually. Just taking a little bit look through, but there are many games to come. What we're going to do here is go to a quick break while we wait for a bit more gameplay to appear on our screens. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a bit.
Welcome back, everybody. We are down to just the final few matches of the day to tee up a fantastic Champion Sunday for you as part of the Call of Duty League Major 1 Challengers Open. Dandro here, back on the desk with Enigma, and we have a couple of winner side bangers coming your way, but I don't want to get too ahead of myself, my friend, because I'm being told that we have a nice little losers match that maybe we can go and check out on into. This is going to be on our Charlie stream. This is the first half of an overload between none other than the Telluride Bush and Falcons Academy White, and it's tied up 1-1 in the series.
Yeah, we can't be getting too greedy. Glorious matchups. Shall I wait? Because we got one more right in front of us here. 1-1 in this series. Without a shadow of a doubt. Big one for both these teams combined. I'm pretty sure that dropping here would be what? Top 12, did we say? So that would be an incredibly early exit for either of these sides.
Yeah.
Of course, elite lineups. Both of them would have come into this weekend thinking that they might win something here. At the very least, see themselves to Sunday. But this gauntlet, well, it is a cruel mistress. An overload has been a very cruel beast for Bush in particular. Find themselves 2 down currently.
Yeah, they've done a pretty good job recently, you know, kind of around, obviously, sometimes getting it into that overtime mode, playing that a little bit of search and destroy, 1 life only, but seems like right now, Falcons Academy White, they've done a fantastic job of going up 2-0. Reminder, this is the second half, so you can kind of run away with the scoreline if you want, and if you're the Telluride Bush, you're just not going to have the opportunity to get back on into the mix. Already 2 scores for the side of Falcons Academy White. They're going to put that EMP deep in Telluride Bush territory, but kills will not go your way. Gets picked up by Capsule, who's now going to be EMP character. Just trying to maybe find a way on forward, but you're waiting for the rest of your team to kind of help you on out. He was the front man and says, oh, I don't necessarily like this. Let's go ahead. Let's wrap back to B.
Yeah, I agree with the call. We'll need protection. Spart loses Priest out, which is going to allow him to get aggressive, but probably does great work actually. Capsule might have a route here. Oh, great pistol shots, and all right at the mouth of the goal. It's a goal line scramble. Fire trying to finish his food, does just about get there, but the device it's the hell out of here. Priest is on the move, might get it to servers first. Yeah, it does a wonderful job. 30 seconds left on the clock.
Trying to move on forward. Priest, he's going to be able to have 1. Fire is good for 2, and you might be able to get this kill. You got to pick up the device, but it's not really going to matter much to you anyway. No opportunity to get 2 if you are the Telluride Bush at all. So a little bit of a heartbreak here in the 3rd game mode. Fire on a 5 spree, by the way, through the end of that. Maybe would have helped out if that was a little bit earlier, but 30 seconds on the clock. Well, maybe we are in the first half. Am I faded? I thought we were on the second half.
I think we're on first.
Okay, well, that's good. That's good. I love being wrong in this instance.
Certainly need to move quickly, though, if you are Bush. There'll be a square up. 4-on-4 at the front door. Cap gets 1, but traded. Can your teammates provide? I don't know why Prolute's the first guy forward there. I'm looking for someone to help him out.
Yep.
Never arrives. So we'll be 2-0 up if you are Falcons at the half point. Of course, we then switch over. I will say, honestly, you drop this map if you're the Bush. Kind of expected. Overload just has not been comfortable for them all year. Meanwhile, Falcons White, they're very comfortable on this. This is arguably the map that they like the least of those they play. They always ban out Scar, prefer to play Exposure. Bush do the right things, get it onto Den. But either way, the last 2 times these teams have played, it has been Falcons coming out on top, including the weekend in Cup 5 and in the Elite the week before that. So, some demons in front of you if you are Bush. And a lot of work going on. We can see all 8 players here locked in as we roll out for the second half.
Sorry, I misspoke there, folks, but like I said, I love being wrong, and I love that we have a whole other half of overload to dive on into. Capsule already kickstarting with a solid little 2-piece here. We'll pick up the EMP and start to move all of those Falcons Academy White players over towards that B side. I kind of like this. You're causing them to have to think, which one are you going to? Are you going to B? Are you going to A? And you're able to just kind of maybe shimmy a little bit more in here. Push out broken with your teammates. But look at that. You don't even need to push on through. You slide right on by if you are Capsule. You'll give Telluride Bush their first score of this overload.
Very light on your feet there. Great work from Capsule. Spotted the tiniest of gaps his teammates had given him. That being said, all the hard work here. You've got to stand firm. Fire will find 1, but all that shut down in front of you. 3-1, 2 lead established yet again for Falcons White. And that is a real gut sinker right there. Stab in the back to all of the foundations you just built.
You might have an opportunity to go for a second. Unfortunately for you. Varsities will be able to find pro loot. Trades go your way. Capsule, he's going to be able to pick it up again. You just got to fly at this. Spar. Ooh, almost had the timing, but an 8 comes on through. Fire might be in a solid little position here. If you can find some of these kills, cut down these players, you can kind of wrap back. Maybe snag that EMP if you want. But in that meantime, Priesta, he's going to be the one to pick up that device. Start making that way on over towards the A side. Get it out of your territory. See, it's 3 on the board here for Falcons. Leroy Bush do a great job to at least get that 1. Not let it get too far away from you. We'll let this overload still continue to go on through. We'll probably check on into it a little bit later because it's at least a guaranteed map number 4. But, and Nemo, we got to talk about this alpha game that we have coming on up because, oh my God, it is just going to be a banger. It's the Project Derby. As just Project Notorious taking on Project 7 Esports.
Certainly shall be. Project Notorious, of course, going to be the Elite 1 champions of North America walking through this weekend as technically the number 2 seed, but I think in many people's eyes, the number 1. Struggled at the Cup in the weekend, but it was a case of was Cup 5 poorly timed? Did you just use it to try and expand your map pool, figure out a couple of kinks? Well, they've been looking glorious online, so it feels like the latter. On the other hand, there's things on the opposite side for P7. This is one of those teams that we thought would do great things in Europe, and while they've been a part of the conversation, it's just not been what they would have liked. But you're online now, and these boys are very experienced. So that'll be a great matchup once we get there. Won't be very long. Actually, it'll be even less than that because we're going there right about now. The derby underway here. And whether you're glittering in gold or standing tall and making your colors known in red, either way, there'll be a lot of fans for both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, Project 7, they're just coming off of a huge round 11 win against that Telluride Bush roster. You have a lot of wind in your sails. For Project Notorious, it feels like it necessarily hasn't been like a huge test in any moment, and this might be the map that you're looking for if you are a Notorious fan. So we're coming on in here into the Scar hardpoint already. Looking at that P2, all 4 members of Notorious going to get back on up, and you might be able to find a quick one here. Nope, Lucifer crouched in at the ready. We'll rip 2 real as Mythics is the good for Yuli. Lucifer finds another one. Geo not going to go quietly in the night, but will get cleaned up as well. Another quick 4 dead for Project Notorious. As you are looking to just hold on to this P2 time. You'll get a nice little solid lead, but with still 30 seconds on this P2. Notorious, they might have done the work that they needed to push on in here. Start to get back on into this game.
I haven't fully read the pick bans for this, but I'd be curious about how we end up on Scar. This is a map that Project Notorious 0-1 on, very little actual VOD. Meanwhile, it's a favorite for Project 7. Not the favorite, but certainly up there. And they're showing that in these opening engagements. 2 Real basically gets Goomba stomped as he runs through. And did you hear him? Did you feel him? Well, you get the kill eventually. In what is the wildest engagements I have seen in some time. The wall bangs come through. Oh, it's a little egregious from 2 Real. And down he shall fall. Project 7 straight in. On the least preferred side, but they've got the boys lined up on the heady.
10-5 for Mythics, 10-4 for Lucifer right now. You are firing on all cylinders right now if you are the boys from across the pond. I've thought trying to play this top stairs side. You're just trying to look on over. Meanwhile, you have the rest of your team at this plane, and Yuli's going to be the one. Flies on forward. You rip Mythics mid-air. You make your way onto the hard point. Your teammates are helping clear up the back. Denza, though, tries to be able to go for the kill. Jaeger's not loaded, though. Has to back on up. And it's a stun and a nade that will help start bringing down Lucifer and Denza. Does not let them take over this hard point yet again. But we're getting to the end of that P3. Starting to look over towards P4 here. Onto the inside. Project 7 already set on up. And Notorious, they're starting to fly on forward. They're going to fight for these back spawns.
That's a huge play from Geo. Checks the left corner, picks up 2 through the back, 4 in a row, touches the hill, be close to a Hellstorm. It's a complete clear off of the point. Yuli then, your front line, playing cutoffs, gets 1 damage and information on the second to set up Wake. Impact certainly felt. Geo's going to play the front. Got Wake in the back. P7, despite the fact you're trying to set this up from multiple angles, you haven't touched it yet.
And a lot of points on the board for Notorious here. This Geo tries to hold the front, but you don't have to worry too much about it. It's Awakening in that middle map. Takes down Lucifer, turns and burns Mythics off the point here. A little bit of slide out. If you maybe could look on over to Shop, that would be huge. No, Denza spots you trying to make that move over towards P5. Will not let it happen, but Too Real starting to fly on forward. Tries to go for the hop up, but will get cut on down. It's a teammate that comes up through. It's going to leave 2 members of Project 7 on the P5. But look at number 4, Denza in the back here. Might be able to activate for a nice little 2-piece here, but Yuli's going to kind of do the same in return. Spawns flipping left and right, and a good read there from F-Dot. Does not push on forward, lets the team spawn in on top of it.
All that aggression here. Geo's nade is going to unfortunately take out his teammate to at least fix the numbers situation, but it's pinstriped from there. Geo with another 2-piece, nearly a third onto Lucifer. I'm curious about who that is, ladies and gentlemen. Remember Harry of the Royal Ravens? Change his name. Still the same Gunny. Mythics. Oh my god, arguably the hottest property in Europe right now, showing why. 16 and 13. A part of everything, can flex easily between both the SMG and the AR. Involved in pretty much everything that's good about this P7 roster. Notorious. They're going to back up, play for P1. It's the smart move considering the circumstances. GL's going to get the nades out, try and find the intel, maybe soften the attack on its way. For now, just got to set up, draw your line.
Project 7 might have the lead, but all it could take is a nice little stand here at P1 to put Notorious right back on into it. I think this is the right play. Geo slides on out. Going to be able to find Harry. Denza getting dropped. That's 3 members taken off the map. All 4 spawning back blue. You can set the line right now if you are Notorious. You're only 20 points behind. This could be a good way to do it, but Denza with a fantastic nade will rip Geo off. Yuli starting to fly on forward. Finds Mythics. Finds Harry. Can you find any more? You don't need to. Awakening. They to flood in from the back, and it's another wave going the side of Notorious. Just like that, Enigma. They look like they're right back into this game.
Yeah, lead change coming through very shortly. Contest will keep it there for now, but Lucifer's got to fight over here at Wood. Real's going to be on his belly. Nate's going to go out. Real will just fly forward then, but Lucifer shuts him down. Denza will join him for a second. You got to team up to clear out Yuli and Wake. Well, it's going to hold open. Both of these teams not willing to budge an inch.
Oh, Harry, top side. Good hold. Pinstripe kill feed. All the way on in as Denza flies up over the top, gets a little bit caught by that nade. So a great hold there from Notorious, and that's until F-Dot starts to make his name known. It's a nice nade over the top to find one. Guns hot on the second. It's a tie game right now as we get towards the latter half of this P2. It's a full-on fight here. I'm going to be looking at where do these spawns start coming on out. Who is going to be the first to move on over to P3? And it looks like for the time being, it might be Notorious. You're losing a couple players here at Old, but nobody from Project 7 is moving.
Too Real finds a route through Shop, gets the final 2 kills. So scrap time handed to Notorious. It'll put us about 7 points between the pair. Off to P3, and the race is on. Wake and Mythics. I think you're just about missing each other right now. So Wake will take the first fight against Lucifer. Geo's going to bring in the Hellstorm. It's going to help soften up this defense, shift a couple numbers around. Watch Yuli activate off the back of this. The problem is you've not got much else in terms of being able to support 2 dead. And now you got to move. And big fight win from Yuli.
But Denza calls in his own Hellstorm as well. He's going to be able to find 2 in return. Both teams wanting to use this Hellstorm at one of the most open hills that we have. So it's a little bit of an answer kill streak for kill streak there. Great work from both sides. Being able to put that to use. It keeps it close. Does not let any one of them fall on out of it. It feels like Enigma at these last couple of hard points, it's just both teams full face. Right at them, just trying to slide on through, and that's until Mythics. He's good for 2. It's an 8 from Denza to find Yuli. 4 dead for Project Notorious. P7, they'll get a little bit of that scrap time, but let's start looking at P4.
Got a bit of a gap. If you're a P7, you got a buffer. Although Awakening appears back there, and that catches Denza out, and honestly, it caught me out. Mythics also then knocked down. F-Dot's going to answer with 2. A third potentially through the middle, no. Shut down by Yuli, so Notorious, well, they'll walk into this P4 hill, and that kill there also then helps you set up for spawn control.
Love that swing up from 2Real. Hold down these back spawns if you can. But the hold doesn't last too long. All 4 members of Notorious getting dropped. Spawns coming split across here. You're starting to move on forward. It's still not a substantial lead, though, for Project 7. You're not out of the woods just yet. You've managed to do the hard work, and that's at least soak up this P4 for as long as you can. But Project Notorious, if they take a little bit of a moment here, they might realize that they can start putting themselves into position for P5. Harry, he's also made the same read, though, trying to push on in through the middle. A couple of shots go on out. You got a player top Church that's going to be making their way towards Winzo. Harry, he might be able to find the timing here. It's Awakening. Jumping across the other 2 members of Project 7 coming from plane. You might be able to fly at this if you are P7. Get on into the hill.
Important break, that one for 7. Stabilized, reasserted the lead that they had because Notorious, they were screaming their way forward in this matchup. Geo doesn't check the left. Found. Wake. 2Real. Answering kind. You flood in. Harry's trying to find a route here. 2Real, he's got to be careful because the numbers arriving at cut are going to overwhelm him in a moment. But he gets the first and traded in the end. Yuli, though, through the middle. Mythics will be there as well. And just back, forth, and drawing blood on both sides. The scrap here is important. Notorious could tie this up relatively with it. P7, they want to force that gap for the next P1 rotation.
Giga Wake coming online. Nice little snaps, just getting those pre-fires where he can. Picks up a mod 15 off the ground. Going to now start pushing on forward for this side. I don't like this. They want to try and flip these spawns if they possibly can. Huge fight out here from Mythics onto Yuli. Both players realizing how important it is just to stay alive, and Mythics doing a great job. Play your life to the best of your ability. Meanwhile, on the point, it's Harry. That's right here, just trying to play his life, stay alive. F-Dot's good for 2. You're starting to put Project Notorious a little bit in the blender. Only 25 more seconds needed for P7 to take map 1.
Notorious have to weigh up this hit, and you can see them slowing. Just taking a half second, realizing what their target should be. But Mythics, as always, with 2, make it 3. Blocks Geo out the sky. I think he gets some support. The team in red, you hold this, you win. Notorious, they're trying to flood the front, but it is not going their way for now.
Snap, crackle, pop from Mythics. You take Geo out of the sky like you say, and that may be the heat-up moment that you're looking for. You're not going to be able to close this one out here onto this hill for the time being. A little bit of contest come on through, so you got to start looking at that P2 if you want. F-Dot, though, through the front line. Will get cut on down. Geo, good for 2. Gonna hop on out, now play from the bottom side after ripping from the top. Good shimmies, good shakes, and he is going to be the man from Project Notorious to try and will your way across this line. You'll get across 200. You can't end the map here, but you can make it close all the way through. P7, how do you start to break on into this? Well, it's Mythics with a 2-piece, but Awakening answers back in kind.
Does, but you gotta fly the front, and F-Dot rips 2 heads.
Oh, no.
Denza's gonna support through the middle, and, well, that will be all she wrote for map 1. The Europeans will strike first. North American Elite Champions reeling in the wake of that one. Honestly, impressive from how P7 not only had that lead initially, but once Notorious came screaming back in, you felt like it was their game to lose, and P7 just ebbed their way back into control of the matchup. And from there, they didn't let it go a second time, closed out stunning style.
Felt like a couple of moments there for Notorious where they make these really great plays. They break on into the hill, and it's just no opportunity to set up. We're watching Harry. We're watching Mythic pop these 2 pieces just to rip some of those Notorious players off the hills. Just a little bit of a tough scene to see. When we look at some of the stat lines, 2Real, maybe not the best map coming out of him at 25 and 35, but trying to just support the team as best you can. When I look at that Project 7 roster, my friend, looking at Mythics 40 and 30, Harry 35 and 28. You got some shooters on your team if you are Project 7, and that might be the firepower to answer back your sister team if you want to try and make your way to a Challenger Sunday.
Yeah, we've talked a bit about this coming up to the tournament in the setup. It was how are Europe going to look? How is the Middle East going to look on LAN? I think this is the case where you start to know a couple of these player names down. Okay, should they be in the shop window? For me, Mythics is a dead cert. Brilliant player. Now having the opportunity to show it against the world's best, North America's finest. Put up 30, dropping that on Project Notorious's forehead and a hard point. Yeah, sure. Let's make sure we note that down, fellas. Either way, Project Notorious, they will refuse to go away. We'll look at that map 2 next. They're good at hardpoint and Notorious. They're bloody brilliant when it comes to search and destroy. And we're off to a Scar. We will continue here 4-3. Should we need it, we'll then move on to the exposures through the end. Scar S&D, a very good one for Notorious. I don't think they have a bad S&D map, if I'm completely honest with you. For P7, they're a bit more hit and miss here. You don't see too much of them playing through this. So maybe an opportunity to answer back if you are Notorious in more familiar territory.
Yeah, we'd love to be able to see Notorious come on out in this search and destroy and answer it on back. Show some signs of life here, right? Because if you go down 2-0 against this P7 team, this feels like a very momentum-based team that we're seeing out of P7 Esports, right? You're taking a map number 1 against what is considered the best team in North America for the time being. And okay, that's a lot of wind in your sails, okay? You are feeling good. But while we wait for that map 2 number to get drawn on up, let's go ahead. Let's head on over to another series that's also still brewing. Look where it is. It's Telluride Bush taking on Falcons Academy White on the lower side of our bracket. We watched that overload go to the way of Falcons Academy White and Enigma. It is a close hard point. Telluride Bush would love to get to a map 5.
Well, certainly is. For anyone trying to check out that bottom mini map, it will be Bush in green, White in white for this one. As such, is Arshis trying to arrive through the front. Actually, no, flip that entirely. I have no idea what's going on with the colors on this one. Bit back and forward, but either way, doesn't matter. Bush are going to be in the point. And trying to hold for now.
Okay.
And, well, you get there just in time. And
all right.
You close it out. Well, as simple as you like.
Okay.
It felt like we tuned into that one. Was there going to be a setup? Maybe. And then it's just, I don't know, door was slammed shut. Welcome to the series, guys. We'll see a map 5 in that one.
I love that we able to get to see that the end of that, at least that hard point, to be able to move on into that game 5 search and destroy. I'm sure we're going to try and catch the end of that if we can, but we have another search and destroy ready to go ahead and hop on into. That's right, we're going right back on over to Alpha, right back on over to our winner side that we have going on, because man, some of these games that are rolling on through are really, really fun. Enigma, I mean, let's talk about, obviously these two teams battling it on out is really, really clutch as we come back on in immediately through. We didn't get a chance to see those setups, but yet again, it's a Scar search and destroy. For the time being, it's Notorious on defense, and well, P7, they're trying to figure out how do we make our way onto this A-bomb.
Slowly appears to be the answer as F. slithers his way upward. Sees Yuli. Trigger discipline is there. Reposition. Both of them will back off. Nade could well connect. No, Yuli puts enough distance between him and the impact zone. Mythics, do you sniff a rat inside shot? Well, Turiel's just going to back off here. 40 seconds on the clock. You got to figure out your hit if you are P7.
Well, Mythic still be able to claim first blood against Awakening, but the advantage doesn't last for long. It's too real. It gets a little bit too hoppy in the shop. Gets taken on out. Denza holding the line. Yuli taken on out, and now it's just Geo. Do you try and go for some of these kills here? Or do you just try and save the sniper of your Geo? I wouldn't mind you just trying to save it. Bomb's starting to go down at A. Could be a huge hit here. Shots going on out. Landing until that one on F. And that's just going to give you a Dravik in hand. All of a sudden, this round becomes maybe a little bit easier. Shots going on to Geo's way. He gets backed on down, waiting for the rechild, but they know exactly where Geo is. Gonna say, do you want to try and make that cross? You're gonna play from the other side. He's gonna try and make that cross. Almost makes it across, but it's player top church that will be able to bring you down. Solid round one, number 1 coming out from P7.
A great start. Felt once Notorious had slowed it down. 40 seconds left on the clock. I actually thought they had the round in their palm, but it's an open blood for Mythics. It's a pick. Who else, by the way, leading this lineup with some aplomb. But from there, Notorious look a little bit shell-shocked. What's your response on the offense? A's your typical. If you throw in a B every now and again, a big aggressive B hit, well, shift that defensive line around in future rounds.
Well, and we see a sniper in return from F. Come on out. Geo deleted. A set nade onto Awakening. We'll bring you down at F. Finds his second of the round. And ooh. Okay, Project 7. They come out swinging here, man. Another quick second round. I mean, F. with the sniper. That's the challenge when you're looking mid, right? You're trying to make that cross. You got a sniper looking at you. Sometimes it can be a little bit tough to make that.
Yeah, it can. And that's the two first bloods taken advantage of quite simply for P7. So Notorious, you've had to look at your opponents in offense and defense. It was patient on the attack last time. Gio's going to reinvest the sniper. P7 give you the same look. Well, either way, it might have to be because they didn't scoop the bomb on the rollout.
Well, you'll at least be able to grab it. Gio worried more about that top window side. Nobody's going to be home. He doesn't see it. You catch one sliding on out. You do, but the shot goes a little awry. Well, and that's until you find it on the second one. Nade is going to be a little bit off the mark, and I don't know if he might see that shoulder on the hop up. I think he might. Go back on up. Give up a lot of this A bomb site, but you're going to let your teammates just flood on through. Look at this. 3 members of Notorious through the backside of P2. You're starting to squeeze on into Project 7. Shots are there, and it's now just FDOT against the world. Not going to be enough. Great bounce back round from Notorious.
Exactly what you wanted to see. If you want these matchups to be close, Notorious open up with the blood. So far, all 3 bloods delivering rounds, as it should be at this level. Sniper, though, going to be burnt, I think, from Gio. I'm pretty sure that's 2 deaths at this point. Figure out a different way to pick apart this P7 roster, especially on those defensive rounds, because it feels like the attack from Project 7 is very slow and steady at the races. Not that they won't throw a couple of different plays in there. Now then, P7, what's your defense looking like? Previously, it was a pretty smooth, clean round. Going to be a 3-man hit, potentially through play. No, 2 eventually. 1 backs off, repositions for top church, and I like that. Get some mid-map control.
You can see Yuli is trying to hold the line, make sure nobody pushes from that plane side. The rest of the team, though, is just fly at this A bomb. Turiel's going to go ahead, gets that bomb down. Yuli throws a shoulder at that plane side, and you're actually going to grab the aggro of 2 of these P7 players, and you're going to be able to spring at just the right time. You'll cut down Mythics. That puts you now into the 3v4. These 3 members of Notorious, they can kind of just fly on forward. Harry, I don't exactly know what the play is there, but I can tell you what the other play is.
Damn.
And that is just a nice, solid little 3-piece from Notorious. The play call is there. I think the key, though, it's Yuli. Pulls those 2 players, gets 1, and is able to get on out. A fantastic first blood coming out for Notorious.
Agree with you. Moments like that, you're then shifting the entire defensive team. Their play has gone straight out of the window. And Gio and the boys, well, they're wrapped around you. They're that little bit of protection, bit of cover to make sure not only Yuli gets out with his life, but it sets Gio up to look pretty with 3 through the middle. Ties up 2 apiece. Momentum well and truly with the boys in gold. What's their play? 2 through plane, 2 through middle. Likely going to set themselves up around A. Seeing this play more and more out of defensive sides. Actually, it's quite aggressive through shop in the end. They decide to change it up on the front foot.
You see the smoke come on out. It's a little bit of a shoulder. Denza, he's going to be there, but when you're trying to take that fight in shop, it's on basically those other 2 sides mid. You lose 2 members of Project Notorious. Gio will start to even the tides back into your way. Harry answers right back on through. So just like that, it's 2 real and a 1v3. You're trying to take the fight over to Denza at this A bomb, and you will get the kill. That's bombed down, and well, 2 real. I think if he can just get a little bit slippery here on the shop side, he might be okay. And do they read this? You might be able to find a timing here on the stairs. 2 real's able to do it. He finds Harry. He's gonna watch that bomb get picked on up. He can wrap all the way back if he wants to, or just play through the top side. No bomb yet down from Mythics though, and he sees that. Sliding on through. Ships in the night. Do you find the timing? Oh my God, you do! A huge round win. And look at it, it's all smiles from Yuli there. Wow.
We cannot be handing out 1v3s. It can't happen. The initial chow from Denza is egregious. From that point on, it's a beautiful bit of work from 2 real. But either way, the European team are going to be reeling with that one. Have to answer back quickly here. Otherwise, Notorious, 3 rounds on the bounce and a 1v3 there. You're basically feeling like you're taking this game by the scruff of the neck and dragging it into your back pocket. Oh, what was that? Can't be happening at this level.
Pillow stocks at an all-time high after that round. As a nade comes on out. And it's just a little bit of a split, yet again, offense coming up from Notorious. Worked in that last offensive round and trying to do it again, except this time it looks like a more aggressive defensive posture coming up from P7. Harry thinking maybe somebody's trying to push their way through shop, a couple of wall bangs, and nobody's home. Too real. Riding the high of that last round. Just maybe hopping around, trying to make something happening. Big wake. Trying to set on up. Begging anybody to peek their head at this top stairs. Nobody's home, and I'm starting to see a little bit of tension over towards this A bomb. A lot of players starting to circle around. The kills will start to fall. Yuli finds F dot. Big wake finds Mythics. Geo finds Harry, and Denza is watching his arrow spin in a circle, is looking for any of these other players. You hear somebody hop up above you, and you cannot win that gunfight. 2 solid rounds for Notorious to put them up 4-2 in the search and destroy.
4 on the bounce at this point. That's where it becomes a bit scary for the squad on your right, your screen there. Started up 2-0. Didn't seem to be much reply. And you've handed all of the impetus to the North American team. Very different looks on faces here. Project Toys have burned through the sniper at the very least, so I wonder if P7 have anything left to invest in that department. Maybe that's where you can make an impact, but otherwise, I think I got to see a couple of different plays out of the book here. Shake Notorious to their core.
Yeah, I think you got to stop letting them, have these moments where they're basically finding these free kills, right? Not really making them earn them. So big round here. If you are P7, this is where you stop the bleeding. This is where you force Project Notorious to kind of heat check him a little bit if you can. Otherwise, this one feels like it's getting away from you. Too real on that shop side. He's going to get tagged up a little bit from Denza, but with those couple of shots to let them know where few of these members of Project 7 are hanging on out. F dot going to try and hold this bottom side. Looks like we're going to see sort of some nades come on out. Thankfully, Yuli does have the trophy system. Oh, but look at Too Real. Look at Too Real. At what point do you hop on up? Do they make a realization that he's here? Mythics gets dropped, as does Geo. And you slide on out of your Too Real. You almost pop a 2-piece. It's just going to be Yuli. Last alive. He finds F dot. Oh, no. Is it another 1v3 for Project Notorious? Time is starting to tick on down. They're searching for him. You got to get the bomb, and you have to get the plant. Yuli, it's a couple of easy shots. Gets backed on down. 15 seconds. He might be able to fly at this. You still have the mute field as well if you want to try and use it. Harry's going to get that bomb down. Yuli starting to move. Yuli starting to move. He's able to find Harry. You just got to get this HP to regen, and you throw the shoulder out of the last second. Almost back-to-back 1v3s for Notorious.
Almost a glorious bit of play from Yuli. He took himself down behind the wood bank there, and that just means that the opposing team think he's escaped for his life, heal it up, get back in, gives him time to get the bomb down and set up. But Yuli's right on top of it immediately, makes it a 1v1. At least enough damage returned his way to soften him up, make him an easy trade. Credit, though, out to Lucifer and Mythics, because they stuck hands in pockets there to ensure they could play that trade.
Yep.
Much better than previously. If you have another 1v3, we may as well just chalk up the final round. At least you make it more interesting at this point. 3-4.
Oh,
Roll
God.
out. Gonna be one we've already seen from P7. Presence through the shop. And backing down Notorious. At this wood side.
I think a little bit of the stun check you get. You got at least one player lurking around. Normally it is Yuli. You have a little bit of backup this time, though, in it being Awakening. And I don't mind that. Let Yuli be the one to kind of throw a shoulder. Maybe they make that read and they try and reach out, and you have Awakening looking up over you. I think it's a good offensive round strategy. They don't see anything. They're going to go ahead and back it up. Yuli, though, he's going to throw a little bit of a shoulder. You're going to see Mythics in that shot side. And so it's a couple of missed shots on either side. Well, that's until Denza is going to be able to surge on forward, find Big Wake. But thankfully, you have Too Real answering back in kind, but the trades are in. 2v3 for Notorious right here. They could put us on series point, but bomb is down. Geo close. Could go ahead and pick this, but so many of these Project 7 members are playing together, trying to look for these bombs, trying to look for these players. Yuli's gonna be able to find F dot, but Geo gets dropped by Harry yet again. It's another 1v2. Yuli, can he maybe finish what he started last time?
I don't think you've got the time. I don't think you've got any hope. It goes from bad to worse as Lucifer just stays alive for now, and then, oh my lord, slams him in the gunfight as well. Whew. Ties up to 4-all. Lovely defensive roll out there from my MP7. Just take control over mid, Chop. They get all the way pushed up there, a lot of map presence, and then back the opposing squad down at boat. Just means that they were happy to give up the A-side. We'll play retakes. Don't even get to that point in the end. Great stuff from the Europeans.
Whew. Good ice in the veins from the boys in red. They bring this one on back. It was a couple huge rounds for Notorious, but Project 7 not going to let that shake them. Early rollouts here. What can Project 7 do on the attack?
Almost a replica play from Notorious. They'll take the plane, push up through shop, sit on your cut. Gio's going to give the intel out. Should have seen that on his thrown shoulder. Nade's going to be cooked. Drop it at the feet. Little wall jump. Get plenty of damage. Back F dot down. Leave P7 with very little presence on the map.
Well, you're starting to see some movement on forward. Mythics will claim first blood onto Yuli. Traded immediately there. 2 Real dropped very low. Knife on out is able to get on out of there. Can you bait this P7 roster and maybe fly on forward? It's your bomb carrier in the back. Awakening might be able to find a quick little timing here, and he does. Denza gets dropped on the back, but F-Dot is snapping. Not enough, though. Whew. You almost get bailed out by F-Dot there, but thankfully, Notorious, they're going to be able to have the player ready to make the trade. But a huge moment from Wake there. I love the patience.
Yeah, weird S&D this one. 6-3 currently to Project 7 in first bloods, but it consistently feels like they're not having any impact with that, not flooding anything with numbers, continuing to almost take one-on-one engagements, and then, well, Notorious, they'll shoot up there with absolutely anybody. You know what they've been doing all year. So right now, Notorious, despite the odds often stacked against them in the early stages of rounds, on map point, 5-4. Rollout is incredibly passive. Maybe worried about some set nades that just about miss Wake. But the stun goes out, connect with nothing. Tell you that it's also a little bit passive from Project 7 as Yuli makes shop.
This is a huge cleared angle right there from Yuli. Kind of lets him know there's probably nobody really playing up on this. You can see 2 Real will start to make his way on forward, and I like this little bit of a heady that Mythics is trying to hold here. Just waiting for anybody to push on forward. If you catch anybody, it's going to be Yuli. You fully almost like floated on over to the B side of the map. If you are Project 7, you basically flip the map on a 90-degree angle, but F-Dot here in mid is going to be the one to try and activate on forward. Mythics will drop Yuli in that shop finally. It's a 3v3. You find 2 Real down below, and all of a sudden, just like that, it's Wake and Geo into the 2v4. And Wake is just still top back blue. No opportunity to help the team. Bomb down at front of shop. It's getting looked over. Gonna slide on out. You at least find F-Dot. Trades coming on through, and Geo. We got another 1v3 in us. No, we do not.
Felt tentative out of both teams, but Notorious, well and truly, you called it. Wake still back blue in the later stages there. So you never really got out your base. Huge credit to Mythics, not just for the first blood, but who it's on. Yuli so far pushed up in shop that tells the rest of his team that actually what we can do is edge that bomb forward, drop it at A, back up, play the post plan. That's maybe what Wake's waiting on. Mythics prioritizes this, clear out, make sure it happens, and that allows them to squeeze up, stop the bomb plant ever happening. There, lovely stuff. Round 11, wouldn't wish anything less. Don't know how P7 have got themselves into this position, to be quite honest. Notorious will feel the same. Set nades hit very little. Wake. I was thinking he was going to get aggressive there, but slows it down. Just for a heartbeat. P7, they're already making moves towards wood.
Yeah, Notorious might have made this read, though. We're starting to see some of these players float through mid and make their way on over. See, 2 Real's the one who is kind of pushing up through shop, kind of trying to clear it right now. Denza hasn't moved. Bomb in hand. You have Mythics looking on over you. Yuli, you might be able just to catch a little bit of a timing here. Does that smoke land on top of anything? It won't, but you'll get an idea of where Mythics is. Some wall banks come on through, but it's a pinstripe kill feed all the way down. That's going to lead Notorious into the 2v3. Where do you start to move here? You still have a really good setup. You can see you got Wake in that top window. 25 seconds. You got to start moving somewhere. And Wake, if he doesn't see anything, he might be able to catch this. F-Dot, some of the shots go on out. He hops on down. Yuli might be able to find a timing if he just looks down at bomb. He's up here. He could be able to find it. He does. Good shots Onto F-Dot, onto Denza. Wake gets dropped, but you're in the 1v1. You have to get this bomb down. It has to be planted. Harry's able to pick it on up, but is not ready for it. A huge ice up from Yuli in a game 11. Woo! Take map number 2.
Stunning stuff from the young man, but it's all about the crossfire setup. Waken is going to play top church. Yuli's going to find himself top wood. Well, that gives you is all the intel in the world you need. You know where the bomb was dropped. You know what the target is. And what you get there is a situation where Notorious, despite the lack of numbers, they have the better setup of angles. That box, that kill box essentially, is in place for them. P7 have no real choice. They have to run into it. The timer's against them. Notorious do wonderful work to ensure that they're playing them up against that timer, backs against the wall, force them into the fights, and clean it up. Still requires incredible gun skill to close it out from there. And Yuli doing what he does best. But he's done all damn year and why he's one of our standout stars so far through the season.
10-7 from him. 11-8 from Geo. A highlight performance from those two on the other side. It's really only Mythics kind of going crazy with the 11-8 that's there. Good damage across the board, though. For P7 just feels like the kill's definitely leading on him, but you kind of called out something earlier in that, and that is just look at the first blood difference. Project Notorious playing from behind, only getting 3 of those first bloods, 8 on the side of Project 7.
Mythics is walking away with 6 as well. He's got to be looking across at his teammates and be like, guys, I'm doing everything I can. I'm opening the map up for you. Any round that we took, I'm basically taking 2 pieces. Someone's got to help him out in moments like that. I think there's a couple of egregious situations. You're probably going to look back and rue the 1v3 if you're P7, right? There's a moment where Denze tries to take the fight a little bit one-on-one, doesn't need to. He gets cut down. From there, I'll credit 2 Real with a lot of great work, but you'll know in your heart that that's the moment that likely cost you the matchup, because those fine moments right there, you take that. If you're P7, you likely get yourself a little bit of a comfort blanket, and you're rolling on through this map 2-0 up in the series. Now it sits tied. Very different picture. Rocking up towards that overload. I can't believe that I'm reading 6 first bloods on 1 player for the L.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of has been the story, right? Where we've seen time and time again through some of these series players dropping stat lines that we barely ever see, and it's for the loss, right? Like, it's absolutely wild to be able to see that. So, I mean, hey, if you are Notorious, though, that's a bounce back. That is a bounce back map for sure. You know, you lost the Scar hardpoint, not looking very good. You're able to just kind of ice in your veins, clutch up the search and destroy. How do you look on Scar overload is the real question. The way some of these players of Notorious are shooting here, Enigma, I think P7, they might have to put a lot more respect on this team.
Well, look, P7, they are good at overload. 9-3 in the Elite. However, it was 5-3 on Scar. So this is one of the maps where you did drop a couple of times. Exposure's your favorite. On the opposite side of things, I'd argue that Notorious are the best team in the world in Challengers when it comes to this mode. 9-0 in the Elite, 4-0 on Scar. So they love it here. Ooh. Should be their home turf. Should be something they're very comfortable with, and kick them on into the back half of the series. That being said, how many times we've made that call through this weekend? It's been completely upset, especially when we're talking region on region, the lack of tape that they will have on each other. The one thing, though, Notorious stacked with brains stood behind the players. Juju, Bursted, Pingu, all these folks will have no doubt gone on and done their research and made sure the boys are well prepped.
No, I think it's a great call. This is what's fun, right? About the what we're calling the Project Derby, right? These are 2 orgs that basically kind of came together, and basically you have Project 7 helping out Notorious, who's been around in Challengers for a while. Kind of create this nice little Project Notorious, which is this little North American team that you have. You have Project 7, which is your EMEA counterpart. And now, who would have thought that here in the Major 1 Open that they would be meeting to try and fight for their way to Sunday? I know I saw a copy on the timeline saying, I literally am going to be both happy and the most angry I've ever been simultaneously at the same time. It was, I can't really be that upset. I have at least one team making it on the way through. So I think if you're a fan, at least of either of these teams, or at least you have that to think of. But I have to say, like, just seeing both of these teams compete, no matter who goes to that lower bracket, they have to be a threat to some of those teams trying to push their way through.
100%. It's one of those where everyone now, whoever's left in the winner's bracket, you've earned your way through a gauntlet, through so many different scenarios on land. There's no deliberation, excuses, etc. These players have all been gotten there for good reason, so they're going to be a threat. I think as well, like, the big picture quite simply is you turn up at these lands, you perform well, you put yourself in the shop window. all 8 of these players have cause for that right now, aiming to push themselves ever deeper and strengthen their case. So yeah, it's glorious stuff. Yeah, I'm going to continue to hype on Mythics. Thinks he looks like a special breed, but how many times have you and me called out over Notorious and said any of these 4 can pop off at any moment, hit takeover mode, and what that could do to, well, potentially a couple of you teams looking at the bottom 4 of the CDL.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We're going to keep the action moving, though. Let's go check in on our Delta stream to see how the Huntsmen are doing. Well, they are tied up in this series against none other than Next Threat. This is going to be a banger. I can assure you that. Here in the Overload, Johnny Diamondcon standing in flames on the side of Next Threat, Niam, Rispy, Renegade, and Kips. We've watched a lot of Huntsmen here today, Enigma, and I gotta say, they are looking very, very good, but this Next Threat roster is also fighting with some fire.
Well, certainly are. These two actually played each other at the weekend in Cup 5. Huntsman came out on top in that occasion. Honestly, Next Threat had a pretty poor showing at the Cup, but they bounced back here on LAN. And, oh, Rispy, good lord, tries to hit the Omni movement and won't get out. So device dropped. Shall now be retrieved, or are you just going to let that reset? No, Johnny feels comfortable enough to scoop it, run with it. DC is going to be a forward man. Has protection as well arriving from Dojo. Renegade would be wise to back off here, slow this down.
Ooh, but a nice nade at least does find Diamondcon. Still got these 2 members of Next Threat. They're starting to make their way up through. And I'm looking at Standy through mid as well. He's going to try and hop up through that broken side. But it's a trade that happens on this angle that's not going to let Flames push forward where you want. Thankfully, Standy will finally be able to find the kill that you're looking for, but it's not before getting dropped. So for Next Threat, it's a good idea. I like what we see out of Standy, but it's a little bit of a mistiming. Because Flames on the side is going to be there, and well, EMP will get resetted. Look at this. You got Johnny in the back, who's not going to allow these Huntsman members to come on through, but it's Kips with an EMP. It's a nade up over the top. He's trying to make his way on out. Unfortunately for you, Diamondcon has you in his sights. So I like to be able to, the thought of trying to move this EMP deeper. And now the Huntsman, they're starting to swarm all over this. A couple of kills go your way. You might be able to get a quick little score here. And, well, that might be it. Slide on forward, Huntsman. They'll claim the first point of the round.
Yeah, I'll give credit out to Kips here. 3 and 7, but the fact that he scoops the device and sprints all the way to Armory, it just basically drops a present for your teammates. Pay out later on. The investment pays out. You get there. Huntsman will go 1 up in this Overload. And well, Rispy's got a bit more taste for you as well. 2-0 now. 6 in a row. Making this look easy all of a sudden.
I'd love to see him be able to pull up one of those Hellstorms. But while the Huntsman will rage on in this stream on Delta, if you want to go ahead, keep watching this one, head on over to youtube.com/COD Challengers. We got 4 streams of matches running your way. Dwindling now as we get deeper into the bracket, but if you want to check out the rest of this one, go ahead, head on over to the Delta stream. Because I believe I'm being told, Enigma, we have our alpha match getting ready to hop on up on this one. So let's come back on over, because it is an Overload on a different map. We are back on Scar. Project Notorious taking on P7. Very curious to see how this game mode will drop between these 2 teams.
Maybe there. It feels like we're on a knife edge for either of them. Mythics, he's happy to walk it. Finds 3. Denza with the 4th. Clean break for a score. Okay. Notorious struggling to get out of spawn. Denza's doing that work with a pistol, by the way. Good lord. You will get 2 kills answered in gold. Can that give you a hole to move you out? The answer is no. You're still hemmed in. Incredible work, really.
No.
Denza 4 in a row. Second device on the way. And this might be a score.
It might be. You have to hold the line if you are a couple of these members of Project Notorious. You slide on out. Can you find Awakening? No, you cannot. Mythics here. I mean, you're making this mixy. It almost slides on through, but you will hold the line if you are Project Notorious, and I think this is a smart play. Yuli immediately picks up that EMP, and he says, I'm getting it away from this A site. Bring me to P2 side. Pistol's firing. He'll be able to find F dot. He's starting to make his way on over towards this B side, and the rest of the team will join him. What's the play here? How do you find the kills to get this score? Even up the tides. Well, I think the play needs to be play your life and stay alive. All 4 are dead. 4 Notorious. I'll hand the EMP to the side of Project 7.
A little bit nerve-wracking there for P7, though. Project Notorious made great ground. Despite the dominance from P7, that would have tied us up here. Possession, though, handed over. Mid-map control going to be established. Mythic's going to try and lead the line. Got to be careful if you're Lucifer. You might run out into the guns waiting for you. And you do.
Oh, great play from Yuli there. A little bit of patience, wait in the corner. Understand that they might try and fly directly on through here. Yuli on a nice little spree right now. We'll put him on 3. Can you get to the Hellstorm is the question. Nice little nade on top, finds Harry, and this is Yuli starting to move on forward. He finds one, slides on out. You know you got a player in the corner. 2 real at distance with the Jaeger, trying to help on out this player that is low HP. But just not going to be able to get there. So you'll slow for a moment right now if you are Notorious. Trying to get some of these kills to go your way, but just like that, it's not going to be there. But look at the other side. Look at A. It's 2 real. He's trying to fly on in. He gets so close. But Harry with a huge 2-piece. We'll pick up the EMP. Start making this way towards plane.
Except it might be wise to slow this down for a second. It's gotten scary in those mixy moments twice. Leading in the kill department. Most definitely in terms of map presence department. But, well, if Project Notorious were able to see what we could see, they would have recognized that they actually had a free run all the way through to A there. Of course, they don't get the X-ray vision. What about that awareness? And, well, they'll be aware now that they've got company.
Okay, there's some huge kills, though. Yuli, yet again, finding the kills that you need to help open this on up. But Geo, oh, man, Notorious. They always get so close, and it's just that one last kill that you need to go their way. But, Harry, he might have been found up here up top. It was Wake. Takes down Mythics. Thought maybe you could have had a little bit of a timing there, but not going to be the case. Yuli found on transition. You are just starting to see Harry, EMP in hand, start to fly on forward at this plane side, but now you're just gonna get ripped on out. I mean, it's just trade city right now between these two teams, Enigma. Now, Project 7, you're probably not as worried about that. You've been able to get 1 score, but for Notorious, I think they would love at least to be able to tie this up.
And my only concern right now for P7 is that 2 real is currently 4-11. Now, I know that's because he's often scooping the device, but even still, the second he comes online, that might allow Notorious to really grab a hold of this matchup. Oh, well, Denza shanks him. So that kind of sums up how his match is going to 3 dead. Actually, this allows you to run forward, and you have all the bodies to run over here and drop this in. And wow, there comes another.
That's a huge kill onto Yuli. F-Dot here, he's waiting. Yup, and you're kind of just waiting to hug that wall. Maybe you can get a little bit of a wall bounce. But even though it's a pinstripe kill feed, you do the damage, you get your second score. Only 30 seconds remaining here in the first half. Project Notorious, you gotta score at least 1 in this first half. I think if you want to feel good on the side swap. And for the time being, you're not gonna be able to do anything. It's EMP in the hands of Project 7. You might just try and hold this one until that timer goes on out. Big Wake, he'll at least be able to find 2. And, well, okay, Notorious, they pick it on up. You'll have an additional 30 seconds, so this timer goes ahead and falls. What do you do with it?
Unfortunately for Yuli, I think you get stuck a little bit between 2 decisions. Do you back off to your teammates and take the free 30 seconds at the hit at the end? Or do you try and see if your teammate in front of you can find a gap and you just dive it in? He goes with the latter in the end. Unfortunately, his teammate then gets cleaned up, and as you're trying to find an escape route, gets dropped, no one's close enough to retrieve the rock. So 2-all. What I will say, P7 on the preferred side. However, that is in terms of getting the device in. They're still outslaying considerably. So Project Notorious got to step it up. Again, they are the best overload team in the game, in my opinion, coming into this tournament. In the Elite, they were so hot with it. 9-0. No one could touch them. Had players putting up ridiculous numbers. How they wish they could just lean on that right now.
Well, let's see. The flip sides are on different sides of the EMP now. Like you mentioned, probably one of the side that Notorious is on, it's a little bit more favored, but Harry finds a huge 2-piece and Mythics through shop. That's 4 dead. You still have Geo alive, who might be able to make something happen. No. Cut on down. So the first wave will go to the side of P7. They're just going to go ahead, back on up. Maybe try and push through this P2 side. And I like what we're seeing out of Denza here. Just keeping this one mixy, right? You don't have to necessarily hardcore hit one site if you need to. Be okay rotating it from one side to the other. That's exactly what they're doing. Look at Harry. Potentially lining on up. Good shots on a Wake in the back. They'll slide out and bring him on down. Couple of kills go your way there. You definitely get another score for Project 7, but that's not going to be the case, as the EMP will sit right on their B zone.
You can't even let Project 7 get close enough to dive this. It will reset in the end. It's Notorious. Take a breath. Try and push out. Enter's going to close him. Mythics will be cleaned up. Lucifer down as well. F-Dot. Putting to work with Jaeger. Doesn't even have the device, by the way. He's just comfortable enough with it. Reads a player in shop. Knows one's there. And he gets cleared out. So he can move forward then. But do you decide to drive or just slow this down? You can buy time. You're up by 2. Every second ball could be incredibly valuable later on.
Yeah, well, let's say get some of these teammates ahead of you. For exactly this reason. I mean, Denza is just bringing so many of these players on over towards this side. F-Dot trying to be able to hop on up, get some of that damage through the wall bang. Denza will finally be dropped. So coming off spawn, Notorious. Stop the CMP in its track. Still in towards shop. Harry gets found. Good shots coming on through. And you might have an opportunity here if you are Notorious starting to fly at this B zone. Hop off the wall. 2 Real will get it. Okay, 1-2. Arch Notorious. Still enough time on the board to even this one on up.
It's incredible to look at a stat line of 7 and 20 and think there's just one score between these two sides. 2 Real won't be one he wants to watch back. Fine margins between these two sides means that any impact would be very much so welcome for the North American team. Denza's going to pop a trophy, Skynid, which can then be effective. However, you'll be found by Yuli before you can really get to work there. Pinstripes favor Notorious, but not for long. F-Dot finds 2, nearly snaps for 2 Real as well. He just about gets out with his life, and I mean, good lord, doesn't even do that. Denza drills him.
I think if you're Project Notorious right now, you're looking at the stat lines, right? And you have to realize that they might be outslaying us, but it doesn't matter if the kills that we get result in another score. That's exactly what you're seeing, right? 2 Real, yeah, you're 10 and 22. 2 Real was also the one to be able to pick up that EMP and start flying at the B site in order to be able to make it on through. So just always kind of be keeping that in the back of your mind. The problem is, Notorious, time's ticking. You're down to 1.5 minutes in this second half. If you want to try and put this into the overtime, sure, but you need one more score if you're going to try and look to do that.
80 seconds left on this. We can see a Real find 2. Gotta find some answers. That's 3 dead, all on Lucifer, and it's clean. It's a wipe, and we gotta score a game. All right, then. So all of a sudden, Notorious roll back into this. This is most certainly the preferred side, and you're seeing that.
Oh. And you get this wave of
control of the
kills.
device, and you've got blue.
Yeah, you spawn them all towards that P3 side. You got blue, like you said. You just need to hold some of these characters in the back, but unfortunately for you, I don't know if it's going to be possible. 2 Real might get lost in blue here, though. This might be a couple of kills going your way that then helps you kind of get back on the aggression. He's going to see Harry up towards the top already. And he needs to win this. Unfortunately for you, Mythics will drop you. Looking over this EMP. It's Awakening. Be able to push on forward, loses the fight to Harry, but Yuli right back into top blue. You have both of these players from Notorious is here, but only final 20 seconds. You have to make sure that you're putting yourself in the best case scenario here, because in 18 seconds, if nobody's holding on to that EMP, we're going into overtime, baby. And it's a couple kills going the side of Project 7. Seconds remaining. Do we move on into that overtime?
It's a ballsy play because F-Dot will scoop it and decide to shift forward. Quite often teams leave that device alone purely because now you know exactly where F-Dot is going to be at all times if you are Notorious. So Project 7 then have got to weigh up what they want to do. Do they bait F-Dot out? Do you consider making it look like you're trying to hit something? Shift Notorious around? Either way, everyone will just hold. I'm pretty sure if you're tied and one team does have the device, it goes to those in possession. If so, it's on Notorious to open this up.
Just a little bit of a hold here. No respawns available for either team. This is where you have to start talking as a squad. How do you want to start maneuver this? For the time being, it looks like for Notorious, is 2 players out towards that P3 side. You got Harry watching this. 2 Real's going to try and be the front man, just clearing the corners if you can. We'll walk right into the guns of a Harry who's just laying in wait, and that's going to put you into the 3v4, and you called it out earlier. Now, for certain, P7, they don't got to do anything right now. Project Notorious, you gotta maybe answer back, find a kill going your way, put you into the 3v3, but this is a lot of work right now.
Oh my
Up in the wall, Geo finds Harry, and now you're starting to see some movement. F dot gets taken on out. That's EMP dropped. Wait, you might be able to do this. Do you spot Mythics though? Mythics looking down below. Shots are there. You find Wake, and just like that, it's a 2v1. P7 lock it in. They'll take the overload. We'll get ready to head to a map number 4.
It's an unorthodox play. The trap was set, but the bait was taken, and as such, it forces Notorious into a position they just don't want to be in, scrambling around the device. Last second call comes through. I think they make the realization the moment you do, my friend. Actually, can we run this? The problem is Mythics is arriving through your backside, and if there's been one man that's been your Achilles heel all the way through the first 3 maps, it's certainly the Flying Scotsman. Will be then a 2-1 series in favor of the Europeans. Of course, guys, try and make a prediction if you can. I don't know which way the hell this is headed. The scoreboard's going to tell us a lot of the story there. 2 Real, 13 and 27. Yes, impactful when he was able to get going, but again, a map he's not really going to want to watch back. Denza, 31 and 22. A man who's been around the scene since the dawn of time, still making the gunplay look young.
Yeah, that's a really good look. It got some solid mixy there at the very end of that overload. But Project 7 doing such a good job of holding on in, striking when the iron is hot, and being able to close that one on out. So now if you are Notorious, you're moving into an exposure hard point. The first hard point didn't necessarily go your way. P7 was looking very good, but could be a completely different story here on the exposure hard point. Let's continue moving though, Enigma, because we got to go check on into another overload game that's on kicking off. It is Falcons Academy Green against Rock Esports. Map has just started. This is the first half already, and well, we're getting a little bit of deja vu here. We're sticking on Scar.
Feels like you basically go a stone's throw, almost as if these maps are next door to one another. And well, for Rock, turns out the goal was right next door, and Rupert basically Goomba stomped his way over Dom, who returns kind with plenty of bullets in the back. And sluggish start from Falcons Green. Everybody negative except Roxas. Device sync controlled by the Middle Eastern squad yet again. Seems to have no problem getting to grips with this mode, and now you got players top blue, and oh my god, I thought Dom Hex had delivered a killing blow there. That would have given you great opportunity, but Roxas just decides, you know what, I'm running this device the hell out of here.
I mean, I don't mind it, right? Try and just get it away from your bomb site. The only problem is that Dom X is going to go ahead, it's going to pull it. You have Kicks in blue, can catch some of these players that are looking to play defense, and that's exactly what's going to happen. You're just waiting for Kicks to hit the timing. Almost finds the 3 you need, but the damage has been done. That's a second score for Rock. 2:30 remaining in the first half.
If any of you are surprised, not only by Rock Esports' performance in general, but how comfortable making some of these overloads look, they've been pretty bloody glorious there all the way through. Very much so worked as a team to get themselves on board for this new mode early on this year. And I think a big part of it is, again, I've talked about it a couple of times, they work as a team, they hunt in packs. And in moments where you can just wipe a couple of clean dead, you can drive forward, and they're doing a stunning job of that early. That being said, second just about gets shut down. A stalwart line here in the mud of Scar.
Yeah, it's 3 dead plus the team kill coming on through, but Rock...
Now, that's rough.
All right. All right. Well, at least had an opportunity there if you were Rock to get 4 dead, start flying on forward, but that team kill will kind of cut your sails for the time being, but you're starting to work yet again this A site. What worked so well was a player getting through blue, and you can see that's exactly what Dom X was trying to do yet again on that southern side. Pull all the players you can north, let somebody get in blue, and all of a sudden find these players coming off spawn. Falcons Academy Green, they'll make that read though, and they're not going to let that happen yet again. So, overload device will get plopped right on the corner here, and you got Dom X just trying to look on over it. You've probably done the damage you need to if you're Rock. Would love to see them get maybe a third one here on this first half before we swap, but even going up 2-0, ending this first half with that way, not too bad.
You'll certainly take it. Kicks is just going to continue to harass the backline here, though. And the further forward you punch, this is what I mean about nobody going back for the device. He can continue to be a thorn in the side, ensure that Academy Green can't get set up. The problem is, what you're hoping for is your teammates get there. And Rupert Skywalker makes short work of Dom. It is all traded out, though. Kicks is still going. 4 in a row. Does have company around the corner in Roxas. He's just going to leave him alone for now.
Wow, kills, they go the way of Rock Esports. That's another score as we get down to the final 20 seconds here in first half. I said I'd love to see another point on the board. Just that's a little bit of an insurance policy when you get ready to swap. And Rock Esports are showing that they have come here to play. A lot of talk online about ping differences and lag and, oh, it's only the host. I don't think you can say that anymore. Rock are showcasing that they are a very, very strong team as they will take a convincing first half in the overload. So last second score there from Falcons Academy Green. I think it counted. Not entirely sure. We'll get confirmation of that when we load back on in. But Rock doing everything they can.
Certainly are. Great work out of them. Continuing to, as you said, showcase just how bloody good you are, this Middle Eastern team. And again, there's some familiar faces on the opposite side of that table. What stacked with Middle Eastern talent we are. All the comms flowing and rolling, but we're going to head back on over to the Project Derby. 2-1 up. If you are the Europeans, North American Elite 1 champions reeling in their wake. But behind Wake and the rest of this crew, you have all the firepower you need to tie us up here on map 4.
Good shots going on out already from P7. Give you control of P1 here. As you are just trying to cut down some of these members of Notorious, making their way on through. A little bit of scrap time going your way, but that's usually how P1 goes here, at least on the first rotation here on Exposure. So you'll take what you can, but you're looking at that sort of chain into the P2. Already you have Denza, who's made his way over here towards Solar, starting to maybe get in the back line. Could be a surprise for Notorious.
So we're going to tuck himself in. Gio's going to be the front man of contact. And well, we'll be right back. Is what you're seeing on the screen. It's most certainly what will be. Look, might be an observer crash or something of the like. We will find out and get you guys back into it. So let's reframe just a little bit of where we are right now. Project Derby, P7, 2-1 up against Project Notorious. Meanwhile, Rock Esports, Falcons Green, they're tied up in the other series. Rock, though, we're looking incredibly comfortable in that overload. And just banger matchups all over the place, my friends. What we've been treated to here for Open 1.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see, all of the games going on right now. We are going to tune back on in to Bravo here, the second half of that overload. Reminder, folks, head on over youtube.com/COD Challengers. Check out all the matches we have, because guess what? This isn't the only match we have going on. Charlie, we have Omit Brooklyn taking on Telluride Bush. That game just started. And on Delta, we have Huntsman, who are 2-1 up against Next Threat GG and a hard point on Colossus. So all kinds of action, no matter where you are. But for this stream, for this game already, we are starting to see Falcons Academy Green with some signs of life. We ended that first half with them only having one score on in, but it looks like Rock have also got one of their own, maintaining a little bit of a lead here. Starting to push on forward. You have the teammates. Can you find the kills? Can you get another score?
Fly forward doesn't happen. It's an interesting one, Scar Overload. Any of us who are esports fans, we know games where it's attack-sided, defense-sided, depending on the map. We've seen it as well for years over in Control or Uplink, Capture the Flag. It works similarly here in Overload, except it's more side-based. And at that halftime switch, it will be Rock Esports in the second half. We'll be playing from the least preferred side, quote-unquote. It's harder to score, apparently, from this region. But, as you said, tying us up 1-1 in this half at least. 4-2 overall. Falcons Academy Green with it all to do, and that kill in the back, and another from Rixold here, and oh my god, boy pops off, finds 3, punches a hole, but Asim replies in kind with 2 of his own, and will be a thorn in the back line here, not allowing Rock Esports to get out for free.
You can see that overload device spawning in on that P2 side, so you're going to start to try and work it over here. Asim will get dropped, and Rupert from the top, he might be the man that you need to find the kills. You do. It's a huge 2-piece. Can it almost be a third? No, because there it's a hellstorm. getting flown on in, finds Rooper, and the blast from the past. Asim and Roxas taken on down. So they get close. The opening was there, but a fantastic score streak will stop them in their tracks. Do not let them get closer. EMP device will get reset down to that P2 side. And if you are Falcons Academy Green, you are watching this time tick on down, and you are watching this map slip away from you.
Rock Esports doing the right thing. Happy to leave the device where it is. Should we be in trouble, we can scoop it, run it out, drop it back. For now, beg Academy Green to run at us and slam the door in their faces. Dom with some superb work. Might actually just be able to slip this one in as well. 5-2. And well, the fat lady ain't singing just yet, my friend, but she's warming up those throat muscles. This is nearly mathematically impossible for Falcons Academy Green. Gotta be perfect from here.
5-2 for Rock right now. So we just like to see, right? Sometimes it's just as simple as you have two of you. Let one player guns up, run on forward, try and make those trades if you can. Get them on weak, and well, let the player with the overload device just fly at the end zone. You get taken on out afterwards, but who cares? You get the score, you do what you need to do. Final moments here in this overload. And we can see Dom starts to make his way on up. Unfortunately, there's a trophy system that will stop you from finding that nade. QK slides on out, just trying to maybe stave back some of these members of Rock Esports, but is a middle spawn for the EMP device. I think Rock just can worry about playing defense. Make sure that Falcons Academy Green do not touch this EMP device. Let this round go ahead and tick on through, and that's exactly what Rold is doing. We'll go ahead, take that win, and you're seeing the energy there. I like it. Maybe a little bit of look at defeat from Falcons Academy Green, and well, for Rock, it's all energy. Look at him. Look at that. Look at the hype that we're seeing there. I love it. They go to a map 4, and they're ready for it. They want to bring it to them.
I mean, I'm pretty sure victory here would guarantee you, what, top 3? So,
Yeah.
with that in mind, did anyone put Rock in that bracket? Did anyone put a Middle Eastern team making that kind of run? Showing up for their entire region, making themselves all names that we should know. It's hard to prove yourselves a little bit over in EMEA because a lot of folks are going to look at you performing well there and go, well, you're just beating up on the small kids in the yard. No, they're happy to batter it with the bullies as well and bully their way into a lead. Look at the numbers being put out here. Again, it always feels like there's no one on this team that's miles behind. They play around each other so well. They understand very much so that this game is all about pace and trades and that element of teamwork and chemistry. And they bring it like none other thus far.
Whew. Looking very solid there. Looking at Rock, 30-23 from Dom, 30-24 from Dom X. You even go 26-25 on the other two. It's almost like we're maybe just multiplying the same player on both sides of the coin there. Really solid teamwork amongst some of those players from Rock Esports. I'm right there with you, my man. I mean, we knew Rock was good, right? They've been a formidable opponent in the EMEA region, taking some great games against teams like P7 and, of course, Clutch Rain, right? But seeing them on land, they look so much different. Let's go ahead, though. We're just going to keep checking in on some of these other series. And let's go ahead. Let's keep it moving as we come on into next threat, taking on the Huntsman. And as we come on over to this Colossus hardpoint, it's a map 4. Huntsman up 2-1 in this series. They're up 50 as Neum is on a 5 spree until he finally gets cut on down.
This is the closeout of the series. Huntsman will continue their march. Next threat. This would be the end of your Dallas Open. I believe we're talking top 8 at this point. Which, to be honest, for next threat, considering it's a relatively newer roster, I don't think it's a bad performance. But for Huntsman, guarantee them at least top 6. And as such, continuing to just chip away at what has been an improving year week on week. 230 now, in control. Just gotta lock it down from here.
Yep, just gotta play some simple hard point, and it looks like you will be able to. 15 more seconds on the board. You're just trying to cut down some of these players left and right. Rispy. Huge 2-piece. 3 dead for next threat, and that might be all it takes. You're getting some of these close spawns at P4, but you're trying to fly at P2. It's not going to be enough, and that's going to be the Huntsman moving on yet again. I don't know if we expected them to be in the loser's bracket side, but what I can tell you is I think we did expect them to try to carve their way into Sunday, and taking down a very formidable next threat roster is a great way to do it.
Certainly. I think this Huntsman team, I'm expecting them to be competitive. I would have had them probably top 4 if I was going with predictions here. And as such, they are delivering, but it's only off the back of their evident improvement. Try saying that 10 times fast. Cup 1 came top 16. From there, it's been much better every single week. Top 6, 4th, top 8 in the elite. Looking at some of these numbers here. Yeah.
Renegade with 31 and 16. What are we doing?
Assists from Neum. You and me are looking at 2 different points. Neum just set everybody else up for success, going around alley-ooping the whole damn map.
I need somebody to give me a nice little Photoshop of the LeBron and Dwayne Wade, and it's Neum on the bottom, and it's just Renegade dunking above. That's what we need, apparently. The setup's 25 non-traded out of those 31, mind you. 13 objective kills. Got to give a shout out to Kips as well with 12 on his side. So it's a very strong defense and attack coming in from the Huntsmen that are there. You know, we got a chance to tune in with them earlier, and it was just like, you know, it was a heartbreak to see them go ahead and take the loss, but I'm glad they didn't let it get to them, right? They are just continuing to roll on through. They're taking these matches, I think, one series at a time, understanding that, like, hey, we dropped to losers. It's okay. It just means a couple of extra games. It means a little bit more reps, a little bit more practice for us to try and maybe be able to get to that grand finals.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm glad you bring it up because it's a huge mental blow to fall from winners, especially if it's earlier than you expected or in a series that you probably should have won. That whole loser syndrome of being double rounded. Once you fall in, you can't get that wind in your sails. You can't get going again. Something that we see like Falcons White suffer with. Certainly been something that's been their undoing, but the Huntsmen don't let it happen to them. But while they will march on, we've got a couple more things to settle here on your Challengers Open. And wow, bloody hell, that's a blowout. 250 to 116 from Project Notorious in the hardpoint. We said that they're a pretty good hardpoint team. They remind us just how much so, taking us to that map 5.
I mean, we had questions, right? Unfortunately, we saw that Observer crash, and we were just like, man, I was sitting over here like, I hope Notorious can come out. I hope they can make that win so we get to a game 5. Well, they deliver, and they deliver handedly. 250 to 116 is an insane point to see there, just given how good P7 looked in the first hard point, right? So I mean, hey, you answer on back, we move on into an exposure, search and destroy, and I wouldn't be surprised if we go to another round 11 here. Just seeing that Scar and how good both teams were on both sides of the bomb. I don't know if one team, you got any stats back there for me, my friend? Does this map favor either of our two teams?
I certainly do have some statistics for you. Word to Chris Tunn, who managed to fire me over some EMEA numbers. The problem with Project 7 and their map pool has always been that they're a little bit reliant on certain maps. The thing is, Exposure S&D is actually that map for them in Surge. They're 6-3 here. Yes, you've dropped a couple, but putting up 6 wins through an Elite on just the one map is incredibly impressive stuff. The problem for Notorious, you didn't play this much in the Elite. You were 0-1. Is that necessarily showings of a bad map? No, but it's not certainly one that you lean on. So that leads us, especially with the fact that you picked up so many First Bloods in that previous S&D for P7. For me, they go into it the favorites, but I mean, it hangs in the balance. And while we set that up for you, ladies and gentlemen, let's get over to Charlie. Check out Bush. Check out Brooklyn. I know what that looks like. Apparently, we're in the S&D. Why don't we take a look and see what these two squads look like? Two teams that have storylines riddled through this year.
We come on in to see that Bush has taken the hard point. And now we're seeing a little bit of a you could do it too face-up moment from Fellow. Well, that's going to be Telluride Bush, though, taking round number 1 in the search and destroy. So don't worry, we're going to be hopping through a couple of these games here for you, keeping tabs on it while we get that alpha lobby up and running. Wanted to at least get a little bit of a look here at this series because this is the big matchup on the loser side, my friend. Telluride Bush, they've actually, I saw Challengers Intel put out a tweet, man, that the Bush, I want to make sure I say this correctly. It's like they've gone the distance in every single series they have played in this event, besides like the very first game they played in the bracket. It's insane.
Yeah, not sure if they just understand the power of content or if they're intending to give Jersey Jerry a heart attack. Either way, great entertainment for all of us. Spart gets the blood on Manny. Capsule, though, we traded. A little bit of an egregious chow for me. Pinstripe. Suits, well, pretty much nobody. 2-2. Spart will back up with the sniper, give himself the breathing room. Fire will come over to support. Bond's being rotated to B.
I found the actual tweet. Out of a possible 21 maps that Telluride Bush could play, they have played 20. So,
Christ.
it was literally the first match of the tournament where they went against the 58th seed that it didn't. That gives you anything to hold on to. So I mean, a 3-0 here would be huge for the Bush. We've seen it before.
Oh yeah, fire just gets the bad timing. Spark. What can you do with the boomstick?
Whoa. The shot you got to hit in the water. It gets so awkward to try and play out of. Fellow, he's just going to be diving up and down. Do we still call it snaking if it's in the water? Is it dolphining? Not entirely certain, but I do know certain. Brooklyn able to get that bomb down.
Big kill.
And even able to find Smart. Sniper life off the board.
Certainly is. I'm assuming that counts as part of the whole GA process. You're right
It
about
has
the whole
to.
dolphining thing. I don't know. What I was curious about was, do the bullets go deep enough? I mean, I guess you're rocking a 50 cal, so surely that has more penetration power, but would that have actually have done the damage to Fellow? Would have been like a hit marker kind of moment. Either way, frustrating for Spark. Ties up in the S&D. And now Brooklyn looking to shift things around themselves. Some lovely skins on show from Aluka. Hopefully can match that up with a nice blood here. Give his team an opening. It's a big ring hit coming through from both teams, really. In fact, Bush have given up everything. They're flooding this, and they have presence in art as well. Oh my god, they're very aggressive.
They are very aggressive, and you're already starting to see some of the shots go through. Prolute, good damage onto Aluka. He's going to have to go ahead and back on out, and Pro's going to see the slide back across, so you could go ahead, plant this for Laundry, which is what you're going to do. Manny's trying to shoulder through mid, make sure nobody is maybe trying to take advantage of that timing, but you've kind of pushed Omit Brooklyn back here. All the way to this backside. You slide on out. Good damage on the Capsule. Manny's here. 23 HP, but fire. He's going to be able to find Fellow. He finds a low HP Manny. Capsule activates to find Aluka. And it's just Brack through the pillar's side. Well, not for long, though. Tell your ride, Bush. Find a huge round on the board. Puts them up 2-1.
That aggression comes out at the start. I think it catches everyone by surprise, including us up here on the desk. But it means that they isolate the players through the backside of Laundry. And that gives them control over Ring. Another little finish here from Prolute. Doesn't miss. I swear Amesis gets a bit squiggly in those pillars. Either that or I'm just suffering from wind over there, but no need for a comment. You don't need to follow up on that. It's okay.
I was letting you ride.
But these two are going to be as tight as ever. They've matched up so many times through this year. It's always a bloodbath. The very different looking Brooklyn team coming into this tournament with Manny on it. And a cup win at the weekend. But it will be the same old foe in front of you. Spark gets a good look. And again, just putting that sniper GA to interesting use. But, well, he's not fired a shot off, so technically he can change and start to rock the M15.
Holding in mid. Shots going on out. If you want to keep up to date with this one, go ahead and head on over to YouTube. Because we got to get back to Alpha. It's a Game 5 in the Project Derby. You can already see here some movement making their way on through. Notorious. Trying to take on over this B bomb site. 2 Real will go ahead. Get that rock down. With that plant. You've now put P7 on alert. Good shots from Harry here. We'll go ahead. Back you on down. How do you play this retake? You think you try and fly at it, but 3 of your teammates go on down. F-Die, he's good for 2, and, well, he's going to get caught from a player top solar. So it's a fast movement there from Notorious. You get the bomb down, and it's just a collapse with all the kills.
We don't see the initial break off. You get complete control over that bomb site. Makes the retake difficult, even more so when you never actually get going with it. Straight out of spawn. And sent back to your respawn screen. If you are Project 7. Okay, their opportunity to move the bomb around, though. I thought it's going to wipe his hands clean. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I don't think I've ever seen someone bring a towel to the table. Whatever it is, it's clearly working. You're this deep in the tournament for very good reason. Breakoff's coming through. And I thought looking high. Pre-aims the Zig. You switch. No, it's here to stay. Oh, and for good bloody reason.
Oh my God.
Shot.
Yeah, I mean, I thought maybe just trying to go for the little bit of a hop up onto Zig was like, all right, let me keep some of that info, you know, maybe feed that back to my team. Nah, he just keeps it on out, hits another one, top window onto Geo. That's going to be numbers advantage for P7, and that's until Mythics and Harry start to fly on forward, and 2Real will answer back with a nice little double. So, it's just the 2-on-2. Plant starts to go on down in mid. And I like this. Go ahead, get that plant, fly on down, and you might run into both of these players. A little bit of a shoulder will give you the angle. It in hand, F-Dot, you might be able to hit this car, and that's exactly what you're going to do. 2Real gets dropped, and then you're in the 1v1. The Jaeger comes out to play. The pistol wins.
Certainly does. And it's smooth as you like. Gotta say, make it interesting when you are 2Real there. Bounce across, pick up a 2-piece. It will be answered. And as such, tie things. I was taking a quick look to see who either of these teams would face should they lose. It will actually be the Huntsman in lower 10.
Ooh.
But it doesn't get any easier for either of these sides. Obviously, win rocks you on through to finals, but, well, there awaits an entirely different test. Rollout's going to give mid-map presence to pretty much nobody. 2Real, though, trying to get creative here in alleyway. Spots F-Dot and Zig. You recognize going to be pressure, though, in your P3 window.
Yuli will pick up that bomb. Trying to work this site yet again. It worked very good in round number 1. And 2Real, he's going to be able to slip on through. Finds a Mythics, but Harry is there for a trade. Harry's there for a solid 2-piece. Denzo will be able to help follow on up. Wake, last player alive. Finds a huge kill. It's a 1v2 right now. Bomb is down, and they're actually going to go ahead and back off. I think that maybe starting to push on over, so Wake can pick this up and maybe go ahead and plant if they would like. Maybe just waiting. You only have 27 seconds left. 4-1 right now, and time is not on your side here, Wake. You had the bomb site for free. You could have cleared it on out if you needed to, but it's double wrap back. So full wrap through mid. P7, they realize nobody's home at the other bomb site, so let's go ahead. It's a quick, fast movement to back to A, and, well, they're going to get a round on the board.
Yeah, tough one for Wake there. Obviously, if he can see what we can, he's dropping that rock immediately and setting himself up in some sort of post-plant position to try and isolate the fights 1v1. That being said, the 2 remaining players from P7 do a wonderful job. Holding hands, wrapping the map stacked. Means they can instantly play over each other's trade. Wake will be aware they just overthought that situation. That's one of those where you kind of go, all right, I just need to put faith in myself here, trust my gut in moments like that. It'll be Project 7, European side, to take the lead. 2 rounds in a row. Bomb being shifted through the southern lane. Not something you often see. Lucifer gonna try and provide coverage and plenty of hellfire over the top.
And I like that. Even just the stun check up into the crate up top. Sometimes players can get a little bit cheeky hanging out up there. Pop at the right time, and you can find yourself a nice little easy 2-piece, but not going to be the case. Trades will go on out. Harry claims first blood onto Wake, but that's not till Yuli is there for the trade. It's a reposition right now from Project 7 over towards that B side. Bomb in the hands of Denza.
Everyone slows it down. I'm a little worried that Denza's isolated. Oh, Mythics might get a freebie. Problem is, oh, shots get rung out, and I thought for a second F-Dot had given the game up. You get there in time if you're Mythics. Do you read the play to your right?
Huge moment. Clock's still ticking, though. Bomb hasn't been planted. F-Dot finds Yuli. It's just Geo. Last one alive. Can you find this? Are they going to go for the hop-up? They are. That's bomb down. He's looking for one more. He won't be able to find it. Ooh, a little bit of tough scenes, but a good trades. Good setup right there from Project 7. Quick little update on the bracket, by the way. We do have Rock Esports taking down Falcons Academy Green in a 3-1, securing themselves at least top 3 for one of our Middle Eastern squads coming from EMEA.
Glorious stuff from them, no doubt, with a whole horde of support behind them. But it will be then potentially an all EMEA winners bracket final. I do look over to the right and see Chris Tunn saying Europe on top, question mark, question mark. Hey, look, as a fellow European, I know I cast a lot of North America, but I'm not going to be against it. You still got to figure your work through Notorious. What I will say for Notorious, you've thrown these last 2 rounds away more by just overthinking the situation. If you'd have put a pause on there, hit the brakes, P7 would have been forced into an awkward plan.
Well, looks like they're going to go back to what worked in that 1 round that they did get. It's just a lot of flood over to B. You'll go ahead, back down some of these members from P7, get the bomb planted, let the flurry of kills come as they start to overextend. And Denza trying to go for a little bit of a hop up here. Will get the shots on out and immediately repositions. Does not want to get caught there. Geo with a nade. You're going to catch anybody in the corner? No, you're not. But look at number 8 and number 5. They're going on these big, long wraps here. Bomb will get planted. And you can see Wake has an inkling that something is up. Playing alongside this corner barrel. Shots go on through. That's Denza. He's going to start to move on forward, and he finds Wake. It's a collapse now as you're starting to pinch on in. Pinstripe kill feed all the way down into the 2v2. Bomb planted. Geo just on this backside. Sees one top solar. You're now playing together, and Denza's going to be able to pop the 2-piece with enough time for the defuse. I liked the setup. I like the 2-piece even better.
And Denzer has been around for so long. There's not much in Call of Duty he hasn't seen. But witnessing this team get better every single moment of this bracket, reigniting something inside of him. Young talent alongside as well, the flanking crew. Celebrate with fist bumps. Look at the looks on the squad over on the left-hand side of your screen. Solemn from Project Notorious. Giving up so many rounds now. Got to claw their way back into this matchup before they watch their place in winners bracket final disappear over the hill.
There's a time to start crawling your way back into this. It is now, quite obviously. Hasn't gone your way just yet. Feels like it's half you've overthought it, half you've just gotten pieced apart in the other rounds. You can see 7 and 3 from FDOT. Big reason for that. So now that you're on the defense, not a lot of movement. Double stacked in that P3 side. Got Big Wake holding that southern lane, and you're just trying to maybe figure out what is the move here for Project 7. Just look for an opening, maybe try and catch someone scamming, because that's been sort of the play so far. Can you do it again here in round number 6?
Slowly play this up. Mythics and FDOT over the top of one another. It's Geo and Yuli nearby. Stun will connect. Bomb going down. Geo's going to try and look over this. You get out with your life if you're Denza. So what does the retake look like? Well, Real actually reads Mythics. An F-Dot nearly finds one in Geo to tie us up in players, but you'll stay alive, so you have the numbers, but you got to find the hits. You got to clear out this bomb.
Good job from Geo to stay alive there. Very easy for him to get taken on out and for this to go into a tie. Wake going to be able to find Denza, but Harry from the top. He's the last player alive. He's looking at bomb. And yeah, you got the teammates who are just going to keep their sights onto that window. And even though there's a couple of trades there, you're going to be able to go ahead and get that defuse. That's the patience that I need to see out of Notorious. Only problem here, Enigma, how many more defensive rounds do you have to try and claw your way back on into this? I need to see them take that momentum into this offensive round and showcase a little bit of a comeback.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, I think there's an interesting moment there too. Denza fires shots through the smoke and hits 2Real, who isn't actually defusing the bomb, but I think that causes panic inside P7 because they start to flood. Oh, hell, he's on the bomb. We need to get to him before he defuses it. He's not anywhere near it, and that exposes the Project 7, setup, essentially. Puts them in awkward positions. Project Notorious clean it up, make it nice and easy. At least close that gap, but he's still got some work to do before we can call it an even game. 2Real stun will hit Zig. Find very little, which is interesting because F-Dot's right there.
Not as an aggressive. B hit this time. Not going to work. You can also see from the members of P7 that they've already started to kind of maybe bring some of the reinforcements over here already. But as time ticks on, this is where Project Notorious is going to try and plan the attack. And Well, Harry, he's in a nice little spot here. Shots go on out. Player crossing material finds Mythics. It gets a little bit mixy here as Harry, he will be able to find the bomb carrier. Geo slides on forward. He's good for one. Yuli around the boxes. Cuts down Denza. It's just going to be F. He's here in the back. Wake will be able to make that comm of where he is. He's in the back spawn. And it's a 1v1. And just like that, Notorious, they're going to be able to come back on in. And I'm seeing some fire coming out of Yuli in those post-game chatter moments. And that's what you'd like to see from some vets on the squad.
Yeah, considerably quieter on the right-hand side of the screen, though, in mirror. So, a deep gulp there by B-Sport Josh in the back, the coach. He looks over. He knows how tentative this can be right now. 4-3 up. Won't be much confident knowing that that was a 3-round gap moments ago. For me, Project 7, they've been great at controlling the pacing. But I think Notorious have now matched them. They're happy to slowly pick apart this, not force the equation. P7 decides to change it up just to throw Notorious off their step for a moment.
Well, I like this. From Notorious, just kind of holding on to that sort of P3 window, right, area. They don't have to do anything. You got a player looking down here, so if you try and make any movements, Geo's going to be the player to see it. Has some tacks, has some nades going up over the top. Harry has been able to cut his way across. You have Wake down on the bottom, so he might be able to see this movement from Harry if Harry decides to try and push on up even more. But I like the play here, Notorious. They don't gotta get antsy. This is all on P7 to make some moves.
Patience is the name of the game on this map. And defensively, Notorious are more than entitled to that. But that little bit of damage there will clear the route for Denza. He's going to try and get that bomb down. Smoke out. Not sure which side dropped it. Going to assume it's a setup to allow Denza to escape with his life, and he shall.
Oh, wait. You make this read in the cut. You do. Yuli's there for a little bit of help as well. I like that you play this a trade. Geo flies on forward. Unfortunately, he gets his camera broken by F. Good kill there. Comes on down to the 3v3. Bomb planted, but in the back, 2Real wins a huge fight against Denza. You're starting to try and fly on forward to that bomb. Are you looking at Zig, though? F. Yet again is going to rip Yuli, but on the bomb, here's the defuse, but from the side. The shots come on in, and there's the signs of life that you like to see from Project 7. A beautiful bomb plant, a beautiful retake to make sure that the defuse does not come on through.
Yeah, they go with that slower pacing again. Pick apart, gain map presence, drop the rock, and then back off and let Notorious come to you. Work through the opening rounds. Then Notorious recognized and adapted. But there's one team with a considerable amount of experience on this map. It's the Europeans on the right side of your screen. Will it help them now edge over that line with the fire and belief reborn in them as we saw on those cameras?
F. 10 and 5. 8 and 6 for Harry. But Mythic's going to continue the subpar stat line, 2 and 8. The first kill from Geo. That'll help relieve some pressure on this map. I like that nade up through the window. It'll catch Denza. That's a nice little piece of information that you need. And you're starting to see some of these members of Notorious are flying on forward. And the members from P7 just drop like that. It was a huge round to get you onto the map point. But Notorious, we both know they're not going to go that easy. They get up to their 4th round on the board. All they need is one more to put us in that round 11.
Certainly do. It's those defensive rounds that are difficult for Notorious. Sorry, for P7. Just because Notorious gets to dictate where they want to drop that bomb. And clearly they like to play at a faster rate of knots. But Project 7 now will walk into their own offensive rounds. So again, you go back to what has worked so often. Is there going to be a last-second surprise, a change-up, spring in the step? Or is it just calm it down, play the timer, pick, and slowly ebb your way forward?
I don't know if there's anything slow about this.
Not at all.
You are flying up the alley right now. And look at this. Yuli is ready. You have a trophy down below, so he's going to make that call out. Hey, there's some movement over here towards the alley. They're maybe trying to play down through low. And Geo is just trying to make sure that nobody hits through that hop-up. Yuli throws a little bit of his shoulder. Good shots onto Denza. Backs him on down. And you're starting to see maybe the wrap come on out. I'm looking at number 7, though. Keep your eyes on F. But coming out through that alleyway, Yuli gets dropped. 2Real gets dropped. It is Trade City and it's Geo into the 1v3 to keep your winners bracket alive, but you can't do it. And look at the chatter there. Project 7 secure their spot in the winners finals. And we have a full Europe winners side, my friend. I don't think anybody could have planned this. I don't care if your name's Chris Tunn, okay? It's just not going to happen. But for Project Notorious, they will drop to that loser's side to join some of the other top North American Challengers teams.
You're completely right. And if you're Chris Dunn or maybe a certain Bryce in the back, you're grinning ear to ear, your region of stud tall. We were all very concerned about what version of VMEA would turn up because, while yes, there's undoubtedly experience and talent there, you're not really getting the opportunity to see it too much in the online stage, at least not that direct comparison. So many great things going on over in North America right now. But you get to LAN, there's no ping difference. It's all about who delivers on the day. And it will be Rock Esports taking P7 in your winners bracket final. Lose with that, guaranteed top 3 will drop down. Winner guaranteed top 2 will pump through to grand finals. Let's take a look here at some of the statistics. It's actually quiet out of Mythics for once, but to be fair, that boy did so much for the damn series. He was old one where he put his feet up a little bit. It's F-Dot, Lucifer, Denza, all having their way with it. And F-Dot in particular, 1,500 damage, 7 non-traded. That's a hell of a way to lead your squad across the line. I want to put your attention, though, my friends, to that first blood column. It sets up in very different ways for both of these two teams, but Project Notorious could not find a way to close out the rounds when they had that advantage.
I'm also just looking at Mythics and 5 of the first deaths that are there as well. Maybe a little bit of the story of why you're 3 and 8, but we like to call that info gained sometimes in Search and Destroy, right? To be able to have. So, hey, you know, maybe like you said, not the best series, but what matters is that you secured the game 5, you secure the win, you secure your spot in the bracket. Not terrible stat lines coming out from Project Notorious, might I add either. Nobody really having like a super terrible game alongside there, but all the way through, this was just haymakers back and forth, right? And this felt like just one of those classic Search and Destroy maps where both teams are trying to make those micro adjustments round to round to ensure that they have what it takes to come out on top.
Well, I talked about something that I think it comes back to that. If you are Notorious, you've played a bit of exposure. You're 3-0 here. You've been solid for sure, but there's a lot more reps for you if you are Project 7, and I think they've used that experience. They understand the pace in which they want to play at, and they dictate that very early. There wasn't certainly a bounce back from Notorious. They understood exactly what they needed to do to adapt. Project 7 never wavered in their belief of their system, and it will get them over the line just about. As you said, I don't think there's anyone from Notorious that played badly. I think Project 7, just with that little bit more of an understanding on how this all rolls out, close out when it mattered. So glorious stuff from them. And some of the highlights on show here. Again, all 8 players had themselves a hell of a tournament. The Elite 1 champions, though, they'll have to continue things against some of the biggest rivals down that lower side if we're going to see them in the grands.
Yeah, I mean, if you are them, though, you know, all you got to do is worry about, it's basically one more series, right, for you, I think. I don't know. I don't have a bracket in front of me. But all it means is just 1 or 2 more series for you if you want to try and make your way back into that grand final. So while, yes, it sucks for you, guess what? All you have to do is just win a couple more. And we know that they're capable, but they also still have some other opponents waiting in the wings. It's very funny, man, when we look at it. I know we just talked about it. 2 top Europe teams over there now in winners finals. And when you look down at that losers, it is literally all of the top North American Challengers teams that are just left down there. I'm watching Telluride Bush and Omit Brooklyn play. I believe we have Falcons Academy Green down there that's waiting to play. Like, so many of these top squads. Now we have Project Notorious down there as well. Going to be looking like a little bit of deja vu from maybe the Elite 1 that we got to go ahead and cast on over and make our way through. Really wild stuff, man. But I think when we kind of talk about the day overall, man, I don't think we could have seen ourselves getting here. An absolutely fantastic day here in the bracket.
It has been. It's been a glorious set. We've had a lot of game 5s. We've had a couple of round 11s. We've had absolute bloodbaths in your hard points. We talked about this yesterday. There's some golfing class maybes, a couple of interesting matchups purely from an entertainment perspective. But today was all out glorious competitive Call of Duty. And we're very far from done. So many more stories yet to come. Can't wait, my friend. Again, so much glory to cover. And it's going to be a blast.
All right, well, we're going to go ahead, go to a quick break because we got a couple of those losers rounds to still blast on through. We're going to get Bryce and Ton back on in here. They're going to bring you all of the action to see who will be making it to Championship Sunday. We'll be right back after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers at the Major. We are live with our last game of the night. We determined the final teams to go into our top 4 for tomorrow ton.
It was me.
Tom's
Okay,
muted himself. He
I was
started off
muted.
terribly.
I was muted.
He's
I was
ruined
muted.
society.
All I was doing was just bigging up EME. Yeah. Anyway, so irrelevant to this point, to be fair, because it is only North American teams left in the loser bracket side of things. Let's see who's going to end up heading there. But this is how they're going to get there, and this is how we've got to where we are. Let's have a look at the bracket for this tournament. Hey, these things happen to us. It's getting late. It's the last game of the day. If there's any time to make mistakes, it's right now.
Well, the clock will strike midnight soon here in the UK, but here's the bracket as EMEA is on top in the winners' final. Rock and Project 7 do make it all the way through in quite a surprise as well. We'll be seeing those tomorrow. On the elimination side, elimination round 10 will be our very last round. Project Notorious and Huntsman will go head-to-head, as well as Falcons Academy Green and Telluride Bush Gaming, who have had a bit of a journey so far with some close games. They lost against Project 7, who are in the winners' final. They did take down Omit Brooklyn as well. But this should be a great game for the ages.
Yeah, no, it should be. We'll be keeping an eye on both games going on. We're going to be concentrating on Project Notorious and Huntsman. Falcons Academy Green and Telluride Bush Gaming will be going on Bravo. But let's talk about the maps and modes for this match in particular. Look, for Project Notorious, they're coming at this tournament likely as favourites. I know that Clutch Rain would have been the number 1 seed, absolutely, but the number 1 seed coming out of North America, of course, was Project Notorious. And that's a big surprise. And look, I'm not trying to harp on the whole EMEA side of things, but it's a massive surprise to see how they've turned it around, how they've come into this tournament. We didn't know what to expect. Well, they performed extremely well. But Project Notorious looking for a bounce back here. Huntsman have been on a tear through this losers bracket 2 in a row, and they've looked damn good doing it. Project Notorious going to have to come off the back of a really tough loss and head into a game against the Huntsman. This is going to be a tough matchup. Blackout Hardpoint is going to be map number 1. Typically, though, I just kind of want to set the scene in the sense of these two teams against each other historically. The last 2 times they went up against each other, it has been a Project Notorious victory. Huntsmen have not had much luck up against them. But that wasn't on LAN. That wasn't after Project Notorious just lost in devastating fashion in a winners bracket semi-final. There is everything on the line here. Anything could happen.
Certainly is, and this is where these teams have to really lock in. It's been a long day. Yesterday, also a long day. But today, the last game of the day, all the energy, everything you've put into this must be focused one last time. It's easy for me to say it. It is not easy for these players to do so, and I feel like that may be one of the most underappreciated things in the open bracket. It is very mentally taxing. For some of these teams, you play an incredible amount of games at a very high level. You make too many mistakes and you are out. And this is another one of this occasion. Only one of these 2 teams, and on the other side of the bracket, only one of those 2 will continue forward. And every single one of them has come into this bracket in the weekend expecting to win it, Ton.
Yeah, for both these 2 teams, that has got to have been the project this week. Especially Project Notorious, I think they would have looked into it. Huntsman coming in as the 13th seed. I mean, look, they didn't realistically do too hot in the Elite, like a top 8 finish. The Cups, okay, have been progressively getting better. They finished 4th in Cup 5, which was important, but losing out to Project Notorious in that one in particular is one that kind of does set the scene for this one in a certain kind of way, right? You would expect both these teams to be coming into this one very much prepared for it in different moods, but Project Notorious will feel confident, as will the Huntsman. It is setting us up very, very well. We should be heading into Blackout Hardpoint very shortly. We're getting the game up and running. But, I mean, if you want to, I'll briefly speak on the other game we got going on with Telluride Bush Gaming taking on Falcons Academy. Green specifically. That's another super game. That is the 6th seed and number 8 seed going up against each other. Both these 2 teams have played up against each other plenty of times as well. There's a lot of storylines, permutations around these final games of the day, and we'll be covering as much as we can over both 2 streams.
Yeah, we certainly will. We are waiting for these teams to get into the lobby. We've had a couple of false starts, which is what the delay has been, and hey, sometimes that's just the way it works. But actually, I'm actually going to throw some fuel on the fire here as well. Do we have any pictures of the pit here with these teams getting ready to warm up? I want to see how they look. You know, we're excellent at judging body language. That's actually what me and Ton are known for. It's on our resume.
That might be why we're here. Oh, yeah, no, I think, you know, it is important, though, to keep an eye on how the players look. But what I will say is that they all have a lot of experience. I mean, Major Maniac behind the Huntsman. The Huntsman, for all that some of them don't have a great deal, obviously, specifically in Call of Duty, Renegade himself has just been getting better and better every single time we're on this dude's POV. Looking like the absolute beast that man is. Every single game he seems to pick up on controller. The boys piecing. Over on the other side, though, you got this Project 7 Notorious team. Big Wick in and amongst that roster. I mean, that is just a sensational team when it comes down to Call of Duty challenges. You expect to go in so many different directions.
You certainly are. Well, it looks like the Alpha station is just working out some small issues. Let's have a look at our Bravo station then. See how they're all getting on over there. We have one, of course, the Invisible Man playing for both teams at this point, but I can assure you they are setting up and getting ready. Like I said, sometimes you have to give them just an extra couple of minutes to make sure they are fully locked in. But if you've been watching North American Elite, you have certainly seen these players before. You have seen them go to work, and now it's all about proving it. There is always talk about latency, about can you do it at the major. Well, that time has arrived, Tom.
It has done. It really has. And this is the moment where you can't make any further mistakes. One more win and you are through to Sunday, where you know it's a full day reset. Anything is possible. Who plays best on the day out of those final 4 teams will come away as the winner. Obviously, tomorrow, I mean, what a day that's going to be. We've only got a few games to get through then, and it's going to be a wild one. Quickly, just wanted to touch here as well, as we're loading into a Blackheart hardpoint for the first map. Over the Elite, it was a 7-0 map for Project Notorious. They will be feeling extremely confident heading into that one, but we're not going quite yet, Pricey.
No, we certainly aren't. Well, while we work out how to get all these players in the lobby and for it to work successfully, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, though, gameplay will be gracing your screens. It shouldn't be too long. See you in a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's not the game you've been promised, but it is a very good game regardless. Falcons Academy Green and Omid Brooklyn has started, so will we. We're jumping straight into the hard point to see how these two teams fight for survival in what will be their last game of the day. For one of them, the last game of the weekend.
Yeah, Falcons Academy Green taking on Omid Brooklyn. It should be an absolute banger, to be honest with you. Both these teams have the potential to get something going here. I'm curious, you know, just to see how this one's going to play. Hold on a second. It's not Omid Brooklyn at all. It's Bush. I'm just entirely confused. I was like, hold on a second. My brain was like, am I stupid? Have I not figured this out yet? No, it of course is not Omid Brooklyn. It is very much Telluride Bush Gaming. Falcons Academy Green currently in the lead. And seeing what they can do with it here over towards P2. But it will be Bush in control of the point.
I'll see. We'll get that one worked on. Obviously, this was a game we weren't expecting to watch straight away, so you'll have to forgive us. At the moment, we can see just a little bit of pushback from both sides. They do fight over this P2. Got to be careful. This is about positioning. Getting into this is always going to be a little bit difficult if you are on the outside. It's choke points all the way around.
On the way over towards P3. Falcons Academy looking to be the first ones there, but it's the fight over the middle of the map, actually. Just a bit of posturing for both these two squads. Omid Brooklyn in the back. Oh, again, you see, I just look towards the top right corner and just say the name like an absolute idiot. Busher on their way, and Busher in control.
Well, we should have that changed shortly. Don't worry about it. We'll be changed momentarily. But right now, Falcons Academy Green having a very good time. Capsule has to just wait here. It feels like forever when you need your health to regen, but he doesn't even get all the way back here before he takes another bullet. Back down to 17 health. Capsidal has felt out of place for so long. Finally get back into this fight, and he will find two. Not going to be the third, though. Academy Green still holding strong.
Some really good time. And Rupert at the front of things here as well. He's a dangerous prospect for Spartan to try and deal with, and he does manage to deal with. Prolip starting to get aggressive here, trying to find a way through the cubby. He will find one. The second is found. It's a nice break coming in from Bush. Will fire their way forward and start looking for this rotation over towards P4. We're heading there in a few seconds. Falcons were here with plenty of men, and they still do have QK. Of utmost importance that he stayed alive, but the rest of the team will fall around him, and it's going to be Bush to find the break on the back of Capsidal. He's sitting at 12 and 7. A hell of a way to start.
Isn't going to be enough, though. A big hold here will certainly make sure of it, and you could see them fighting both sides. Everybody in. Fire finds two. Roxas trying to stem the tide, but it's a little bit difficult when he's outnumbered like this. Eventually, players will help him out as well, but they are not gaining the time. They are just slowing down the respawns.
30 seconds in the lead still. Alpha's just starting to kick into gear. We'll be heading there in a second. You can continue to watch this over on Bravo, but we'll stay until Alpha is very much ready to go. A big firefight over this one for the final 10. It'll be Spawn who takes it away. That is going to be, well, fairly evenly contested first rotation. Bush will find themselves around 25 behind by the time we head over towards P1. But as mentioned, this one is going on over in Bravo, one of our losers bracket semi-finals. Into the other, though, the one on Alpha is going to be Project Notorious taking on Huntsman. And this one really does interest me because, as mentioned, Project Notorious have had this matchup pretty much under lock and key all season long. The last two matchups have went Project Notorious's way. And we're heading on to Blackheart, where they have just been utterly, utterly dominant. Well, Huntsman have been showing something through this losers bracket, but have they run out of steam? Will they run out of steam? Or will Renegade and the boys get the job done?
So this does feel a bit one-sided. I mean, Project Notorious, as you said, the Titans in this matchup. Huntsman will be the underdogs, but we've seen that go back and forth all weekend long. That's not always the way the cookie crumbles. Somewhere on the rotation. Big fights happening around the back here. Renegade, who has been a force to be reckoned with for Huntsman, certainly made a name for himself from anybody who's been watching challenges. And still somehow alive at the back. That is a long time to be there, but they haven't made any headway.
Early. Just holding him at bay. Recipe was the one who got through the front, but he's all on his own. Fantastic work from Project Notorious. Just dipping and diving, trading where they need to, covering each other off. Spawns over towards the backside, though, for Huntsman. That should be around 10-15 seconds to play for here if they can get a hold of it. They can't get rid of absolutely everybody on Project Notorious, so it's a little bit more than that. 25 to play for. Awakening, next one in through the front door, finds 2. And it's the biggest of Wicks who finds his way through, but for very, very little. Hotly contested over towards P2. And ultimately, it will be Huntsman who end up with it, but the rotation just about for Project Notorious. Yeah, big kill coming in from Neum, and a break immediately could come through for Huntsman.
Big Wake at the back holding down, and he is a problem they will have to deal with. Still holding. Waiting to see if we can get a quick pick into here on this one, and Awakening strikes, but Renegade more than equal to it. The Sleeping Giant of Huntsman has woken up, and they are looking to grab this time now and even this score out.
Renegade knows what to do on the biggest of stages, though. Multiple time champion on the sticks here, trying to apply his trade in Call of Duty, and as mentioned, he just keeps getting better. But his team need to stabilize this ship, or this oil rig more specifically, because right now, Project Notorious are the ones that are running away with this early, trying to just keep things up and running here for Project Notorious, and it feels a little 1-by-1 from Huntsman right now. Notorious getting it done so far. Really nice hold early on a 3 spree.
You're going to be missing him here on the rotation, but as we've seen, this is a difficult break. They try and get through. Renegade already backing up, buying a little bit of time, a little bit of space. The rest of Notorious now streaming forward. They're going to go for this one as well, but Renegade goes to strike. He gets cut down by Awakening. Kills going on the point as well, but it'll be Ripsy and Neum who shut it down. Doing a fantastic job of winning the trades there, has given them full control.
Yeah, that's a really nice rotation come round for Huntsman. And with 40 seconds to play for here, you can get yourself back into this game rather quickly. Need somebody maybe finding a push through the mid, because Kip's now in trouble. Bully and Cole will now trying to find a way through up the stairs. Huntsman trying to hold still. Renegade will find one more. The flank is now starting to come in. Can they hold from this pinch, though? Starts to be initiated, but Rispy and Kips once again hold it down. And that's the kind of hill that Huntsman really did need. 15 more seconds will go their way. It'll be a 5-point game by the time we go over towards P5.
Very much up for grabs this game. Just two teams, almost feels like they're just sort of settling into this game. It goes back and forth. Nobody able to really pull ahead now at this point, but we can see Awakening. There's 2! Make that 3s on a 4 streak. An unreal performance by Awakening. Should give Project Notorious the lead, but at the moment, nobody's going to be on the point here because the trades are too frequent.
Incredible work from Awakening. The kind of thing we've become, well, expectant of. 17 and 8 to kick things off here. He's on a 6 spree now, holding down one side of the map all on his own and chipping in when the mid-map push comes as well. 20 seconds remaining here over towards P5. It's looking like it is going to go Project Notorious's way. Huntsman maybe don't want to overly commit to this. They're thinking about P1 and the P2 rotation, which will follow. They will get the time. They may well lose the spawns, and they have done, but they stop the bleeding. So you take that all day long. 5 seconds or so is going to be wasted. You're not going to be able to get a hold of it. Project Notorious don't either. And that's just as important. Kip's trying to find a way through, and he has done. Wants to get aggressive, but his team are still holding over towards P1. We've got a very close game here.
We don't know where this roundabout will stop. Everybody flying in again, and players, every time I look at the kill feed, I feel like players should be, you know, somebody slaying, but it's quite equal across. I mean, Awakening 19 and 11. He's having a good time, but the team is going to lose this lead here. It will be a massive split there. You can see Project Notorious every single angle they can come through, but trades still flowing like water into this hard point as Huntsman take the lead.
Nicely done from Huntsman. They'll find themselves quite far behind him, but Kips is really taking over towards P1. P2 rotation looking good as well. It's Project Notorious. For all that they had that lead and were looking confident, things have spun around very, very quickly. They're going to get some time over towards P1, so Huntsman will invite a bit more pressure than maybe they would have wanted. Rispy trying to hold down the outside. Will get caught with a stun in hand. Too real. Takes him down. Good shots from Kips, though. We'll back more players down, and he's continuing his good form over the last few hills. Awakening trying to find a break over towards this backside, though. Has a little bit of company alongside of him, and that company is all very dead. Geo, he was the last one. He will get taken down. 45 seconds to go. P2 looking solid here for Huntsman.
Still holding on, and this is going to be a great little flank by Neum. Should be able to find something there as well, but it doesn't matter. His teammates are defeating them from the front door. 3 down, 4 down, and that's a restart here all the way across the map. They will now have to reach out. They might not even get the time. You can see Huntsmen are looking to flip if they can.
Incredible work here from the Huntsman. That is pretty much a perfect 60. And that's the exact kind of moment that you need to find it. And now all of a sudden Project Notorious are chasing their tails just a little bit. Neum's now, it's his turn to find 6 in a row. Kips is going to bring the Hellstorm as well, and that's going to have to force Project Notorious into Neum. He's now found 8, and the Huntsmen have awoken. He can have some off the respawn as well. And 2 more players added to the slaughter as Kips just keeps it going. Hellstorm in the back pocket. It's now a collective 14 spree from Huntsmen as they start running the points up. 45 seconds to go here at P3, and it's only 1 team in the lead.
Renegade backing off, waiting for more players to come through, and
Oh
just
my
cleaning
word.
house, cleaning up over and over again. And this was close. It is no longer a game of equals. Huntsmen are running Project Notorious into the ground with every gunfight. Kips jumps out, doesn't even care. More trades going through. Only benefits the Huntsman. Really desperately trying to stay alive, but his bullets are too slow. And now with Project Notorious wiped again. And Liam calls in a Hellstorm just for good measure.
And here we go. This is all about the rotation though. Trying to find a couple of kills heading over towards P4. Those gunfights have not went the way of Huntsman. And they're trying to force it. Look at that. He's forcing it over towards the backside. I think he's trying to force spawns away. And now they're going to have to go for it again. Another Hellstorm coming in. You need players to start moving, though. It's all very well finding these kills, but look at where the spawns are going to take them. It should still be towards the backside here for Project Notorious, so it's going to give you a little bit of breathing room if you're Huntsman. You are only 11 away. Project Notorious are right here, though.
Can they hold it, though? Ripsy going all the way around the bag. Elite trying to find one as well. Neum, who is slaying and playing today. There's another 2 there on a 4 streak. 32 and 18. Kips continues the slaughter of Project Notorious. I don't know when they found this afterburner, but Huntsmen have been on a tear pretty much since the halfway point. Renegade takes 2. Awakening takes Neum, but it's 2 seconds.
Absolutely slammed in the second half. That is a statement map number 1 from Huntsman there. Incredible work. And just, it was concerning, especially, when you know the record between these 2 teams. You know the record specifically for Project Notorious on this map, on Blackheart. Over the Elite stage, we're unbeaten. I want to quote that and say that that's been the case, of course, during this Open. We haven't been able to keep up with all of their games, but it was a solid map for them that they would have snapped your hand off for. And Huntsman just absolutely bodied them on it. 250 to 130. Honestly, I think Project Notorious maybe got 20 seconds worth of hill time over the last 5 hills. That was incredible.
Well, that is not how we expected it to go, Ton. That was just kind of unreal, really. If you look through these replays as well, how close it was going to be. Awakening, massive to start this hard point, and you thought maybe, just maybe, they'll pull ahead even more at this point. But when we went back into P1, all tied up. Next one, 60 ahead for Huntsman, and it never stopped there.
I mean, it was 112 after the first rotation is what Project Notorious had. The end of the game with 131. 19 seconds they were afforded as Huntsman ran it up from there. Incredible map number 1 out from the Huntsman, who have just been throwing haymakers at people. Honestly, the slaying potential of this team, it just feels like teams can't keep up with it. They were going pretty slow to start this game off. The first rotation, okay, it was pretty even, but they were behind the majority of it. But as soon as Neum, as soon as everybody else on Huntsman started to light it up, I mean, there was maybe 4 or 5 Hellstorms brought in. There was just a hill after hill, kill after kill. Falls their way, and it's just so easy when it's like that. Huntsman take a 1-0 lead here in the losers semi-finals. Exposure, Search and Destroy is going to be coming up next. We'll see Den Overload, and potentially see Den Hardpoint and Scar, Search and Destroy. Phew, that is not what I expected to start things off here, Brycey. That's a hell of a map for Huntsman to take.
I don't think it's what anyone expected. We will find out. Exposure, Search and Destroy. I've been told they are loading in, and here we go. Neum. A lot has been said about this player. Is he next up? Based on the last map, yes.
Bomb go down here over towards B. And Renegade. That's a cover, as well as the rest of the team. No trophies available, so bear that in mind in the retake. Project Notorious kept a hold of their utility. Well, they find the bullets. Rispy will find 2. Rispy doesn't find the 3rd, but Kips will finish it off. Now he's just trying to stay alive. Awakening needs to find the 1 versus 3. You're tempting fate there, but Huntsman with the first round.
Well, clean in the end here, and you got to ask yourself, how do Project Notorious feel? Probably a little bit dejected, a little bit anxious as well. You know, this could be their end of their run.
Gotta be feeling anxious. But it's difficult, right? I mean, look, you are coming into a situation in this losers bracket. Huntsmen have just schooled a couple of teams back to back. The confidence, the momentum will be flowing. And if you're Project Notorious, you've just lost a game that, well, if you told them they would lose to, what, the European 2nd seed coming into this week, they'd be like, no, it's not going to happen. Going up against their, well, as you said, the P7 Derby. And they lost that in a map number 5. That's got to be a certain kind of way on your confidence, in a negative way, you would say. Are we going to put the smoke down up top? Like that setup, that's lovely, because down that's just going to open things up over towards A. Yeah, it's there, it's covering enough. Yes, okay, you can shoot through it, but you don't have any information. It's a wonderful smoke, it's a wonderful play from Project Notorious. That bomb will go down in a 1 versus 2 situation, but it does not matter because Kips has got the Crispies. Are you kidding me?
Not a bullet missed, not a piece of the scenery injured, only bullets in bodies. And this is looking a little too clean. Surely, Project Notorious are just warming up the engine to give us an incredible fight back. It cannot end like this.
I think there's a few reiterations I'm seeing on Twitter of people saying this might be Niam's last event in Challenges, to be honest with you. The way he's been playing, it wouldn't surprise me. But honestly, like, I know a lot of people speak about the normal, the typical peoples. You think of Luca, Niam. But there's so many people that have really impressed this weekend. Really impressed. And I hope some coaches, GMs, whoever needs to be ones making decisions of being paying attention. Paying attention to the 2 EMEA teams in the grand final, and the winners final, Brycey. But, you know, that's a story for, well, possibly tomorrow. Niam doesn't land his shot that time around. Probably not expecting 3 players from Project Notorious to find the rotation around. But the bomb will go down here for Huntsman over towards A.
Awakening, looking to make a move here. Still hasn't got the information they want. Tyrrell also going up top. Smoke's going to be everywhere. Rispy finds 1. Tyrrell's going straight through. He's hoping to catch somebody, and catch somebody he does. Tyrrell still playing around this as well. Renegade gets 1 back as well. And Rispy gets another 1 down. How has this gone so wrong for Notorious? Tyrrell now in a 1 versus 2. Finds the first, and the second's there. Bouncing up and down him like Mario.
It's just the grenade from Renegade. And goes over towards the bomb site and shuts that down. And then the numbers fall on their advantage. An awkward one. 3-man come from the backside. Even though Niam doesn't hit his shot, he would have reiterated that information. The turnaround was there. Really good work here from the Huntsman. Feels like Project Notorious have hit a bit of a brick wall here.
Niam looking high. Heavy stacking at B. They've called it correctly. Renegade will now be calling this one out. I've seen a shoulder. Seen a potential issue. Niam on the outside finds the first. Oh, shoulders it still, but will be taken down. And Geo, that's 2 crispy kills. Advantage to Project Notorious.
Yeah, had to hit those shots. Niam did answer back with 1. There's the jig up. Huntsman, yeah, they're still lingering around B, and T-Real say thank you very much, Kips. An absolute freebie. Maybe not expecting so much of a reinforcement there. Now Rispy They get caught on the cross here by Gio, who's already got 2 to his name in this round. The information has been gained in another head. Alongside of it, Gio, 3 in the round, and that's Project Notorious on the board.
Well, they needed. Put it on Gio's shoulders. Took down Liam. Got the 2 as well. Really opened up the bomb site for them. Allowed them to certainly lock in.
Round 5 incoming. That was an important one for Project Notorious. Extremely important. Big nades over the top there as well. The set ones. Recipe's going to get taken down the middle of the map. There's your bomb carrier gone for a second. Oh, you have to be careful not to lose Awakening there as well. He'll back on down. Name just going to probably try and slow this one down now. Try and find a pick to help his team. Even those numbers. And they can maybe make their move from there.
Huge pressure. Project Notorious now looking to take all of this control. They've left Awakening right down the back. Oh, this could be a bit disastrous, and he's gone with a sniper to check the angle and been taken down, and 2 real said, all right, I'll take that, thank you very much. A 2 versus 4 here. Gio finds another one. And this is going to be done. Surely Renegade cannot pull a 1 versus 4 out in this scenario. Somebody will jump on the bomb. The other 2 will shoulder and spray. And there's just not a lot he can do. He doesn't win that gunfight either, and Notorious get another one after a very good call to hit a massive flank.
Nicely done. It's that opening pick with the nade as well. Just puts Huntsman at an immediate disadvantage. Not a great deal they could do from there, especially when they're trying to make their moves over towards B. You lose that opening gunfight, and that will be that. Always going to be difficult from that position, so a couple of rounds here coming through. Project Notorious, and much needed ones at that.
Here comes a split. At the moment, Project Notorious. Full map split for them. Information gathering. No real pressure as of yet. Huntsman all inside.
Over towards B. Nice couple of rounds here from Project Notorious. And if they can find another, especially with Gio getting himself involved. And then that's too real. All of a sudden, you start thinking about streaks on the horizon. Kip's trying to get involved here, having a look over towards Solar. Just trying to peek around. His Recipe will find Awakening, and that's a much-needed first blood for Huntsman.
Bomb going down. This will be big. Keep trying to keep him on the back foot here, but keep it on that minimap. Renegade will be looking to try and cut off mid here. He's seen 1. He's going to see 2 as well, and, well, that is timing in a nutshell. 3 to 1 now here. Early will try and get towards a bomb, but he will know they're already defusing it. Finds nothing as Kips is ready for that gunfight. And it all fell apart. Didn't check both ways before you crossed the street, and Renegade took advantage.
Important round for Huntsman to find. Stop the bleeding. I can get out of hand extremely quickly when you find yourself in those moments. Discussion happening between, well, Huntsman players, but Project Notorious, everything's relatively quiet. Hoods up, it's been a long day. One last series, force yourself into Sunday, and that's said, for all these teams you're heading into tomorrow, clean slate, see how it can go, but I tell you what, these set nades from Project Notorious are really catching Huntsman off guard.
Do they try and make a move here into A? At the moment, 2 real. Just bouncing a little bit here, but they're actually going to go for this. They're taking full control. They're going to re-wrap this. Well, they don't want to go at the back. Nobody's really sure what's happening. Who finds the first call? Oh, that's going down. It might be bad timing for them.
Oh, it's good cover from Kips. He's done extremely well to cover the bomb carrier. The bomb goes down. Kips now left in 1 versus 2. They had a read on him over towards the window side. Can take his time here. Oh, but he's got aggressive. He's spotted Awakening. He's finding so much information. And there's the kill alongside of it. No information on Geo, though, who's going to have to chase him down 24 seconds. Geo around the back. And guesses correctly. Around for Project Notorious. It was a good moment to get the bomb down there, but I almost feel as if once he had a check on it, almost kind of a problem that he's seen Awakening, because he's like, yeah, I've got to go for that. Let's even these odds and make it a 1 versus 1. But if he just plays that maybe a little bit passively, then potentially he has the moment to just wind that time down and create a little bit of chaos. But stick or twist. Chose to twist and gets caught out on the second gunfight. Project Notorious keeping this one tight, 4-3. Plenty of first bloods going their way.
Here we go. Everybody's splitting again. Project Notorious have done this quite a few rounds in a row.
Wow. There's another nade landing over towards Kips. They gotta be so careful.
Neum will see this pressure shortly. Finds the first. Gets out as well. Clean first blood from them. Awakening is aware there will be a flank. Renegade's going to be the player coming through, though, and does go down. Back down to 3 versus 3. No, Neum takes Geo. Bomb is going to go down as 2 versus 3, but players are everywhere. Awakening finds a second as well. This man is holding the flank down.
Now Recipe's on his way around. Yeah, we're kind of having a bit of a juke off. Him and Awakening. They know where he is. They've got a decent idea. Neum already on the defuse. Is Awakening going to guess correctly? Yes, he is. Can he find the second? The gunfight incoming. Recipe gets it. Massive moment. Had to find the trade. Awakening does what he can, but it's not enough.
An Awakening, he felt like he had that. Just could not win the final gunfight. Did so well. He took down 2 players that were looking towards the flank. And the bomb diffuser. I mean, that was monumental from Awakening. Unfortunately, it was one gunfight too far.
So close to finding a monumental clutch that would have had us at dead evens. 5-3 Huntsman. If they could find a 2-0 lead, wow, that puts them in a sensational position. 2 real actually did escape the nades initially, but he can't escape Renegade. Awakening will be there for the trade. Shots ringing around exposure. The 3 versus 3 is still what we have.
Slow but sure pressure from Huntsman. As they look to get across towards B, we know that Notorious isn't going to be here. They will be looking for a retake. Keep an eye on Uli, number 8. When this goes down, he'll either flank through mid or he'll take a long flank. It really depends on what his teammates want from him. There's the first one from Uli.
Yeah, finds that through the middle of the map. That's going to create a lot of pressure. You got to win a gunfight here if you're Huntsman. Geo will find one on Neum. Recipe will get taken down. It's a lovely retake from Project Notorious. It's set up by Geo. Incredible work. Kills found in the middle of the map, and then all of a sudden you have lost your flank. You're going to get collapsed on. They kind of really had to push out in one direction, but the setup just a little too tight. They sat tight and will get punished for it. Another round goes Project Notorious' way. 5-4. Scary stuff if this goes round 11.
Which way does this finish? The moment still very much up in the air. Project Notorious looks like the same break again. You use this for information, and almost every single time they've decided to push B.
It's a slow and steady one through the middle of the map by the looks of things, but look at this setup from Huntsman. They're dipping and diving in and around the crates. They can find first blood. Awakening answers back. All of a sudden a 2v2. All of a sudden a 1v2.
Oh.
They see him.
Yeah, he get called there, but they're going to watch this. They're not going to go for it. Awakening is in a prime position. He should win this gunfight pretty easily, and he does. Tied up.
In the blink of an eye as well. Huntsman towards the mid. Just get caught out. And we go to that round 11. It was a 5-3 lead. If they can't hold on here, that is a hell of a swing in favor of Project Notorious. Round 11, Brycey. 7 kills apiece for everybody on Huntsman. Need to find a little bit more.
Leading the charge. They're taking mid-control this time around. Huntsman will be nervous with this. It basically throws you into a blender. Looking to cover.
Yeah, I think they found the cross yet.
Have they baited this plant?
They're trying to bait something, but it seems like a nervy moment, doesn't it? 2 players hitting outside on dirt here, and have they got anybody covering that? They got 1 player over towards that side. It's Liam. He has to be able to do something. He is able to do absolutely nothing. 2 kills fall Project Notorious's way. They were 5-3 down. And there's the map. They'll let them know about it. And we've got a series on our hands.
Well. Huntsman lose the calm, collected ending they wanted. They end up losing 3 back-to-back, and now they'll be feeling the pressure. What's happening still as it goes on? The ending to this one, it's going to be explosive.
Project Notorious taken away. I tell you what, Awakening, I think was like 1-5 at one stage. And to bring that around says a lot. First blood's mostly over towards the Huntsman. It was 6-5 in their favor. And the rounds do not play out that way. Too called bring it back from 5-3 down. A massive moment in this series. And honestly, it was feeling as if, like, if Huntsman can get a hold of this final round and take this 2-0, then this is gonna be over pretty quickly. I mean, this is insane from Kips. Yeah, 1-2. Thank you very much. As he said, he didn't miss a bullet. But not quite good enough to get the job done. Too and Cole, even the odds here in this series. As Huntsman slow down ever so slightly. Project Notorious back into the game.
And well, we were thinking Project Notorious were the favoured team in this matchup. And after the first hard point and the way that S&D was going, we were questioning ourselves. But we've certainly got a game on our hands. A close one for sure in the S&D, but winning is winning. And that means we're all tied up, as you can see from this one. Huntsman certainly started off strong in that hard point, but find themselves on even footing as we go into our next map.
Very tight game, though, between these two. But we know what Overload has been like for Project Notorious. Typically has been dominant. It's only went up against P7, but things could turn for them here. Up against Huntsman. We're going to go check out how Bravo is going. Once all this has been going down, Falcons Academy Green 2-0 up against Telluride Bush Gaming. A precarious position. It's the first half of Overload. Falcons Academy Green, if they could find a 3-0 here, that gives them great confidence heading into tomorrow.
Locked in here. For Telluride, it's do or die.
This might be a cap.
Got to get through the doorway, though. I mean, they have stacked this with bodies. They are putting everything into this basket they want through. Here we go, and they get it as well. They'll lose the trades, but trades don't matter when you get that score on the board.
Yeah, which way is this, actually? Because the team names are the wrong way around, so let's just double-check who is actually up in this series. There we go. It is indeed
Falcons are ahead.
Yeah. Just double-checking. Good shots coming out from Roxas. 2-0 up here now. Capsule and Co. Got to try and turn this one around nice and quickly.
Really having a good time. Trying to back off here just a little bit. Huge block set up by the Falcons. It is being rotated, though. Only Rupert can really do anything about it. And they're waiting for him. We see a player there in the corner, and he actually manages to get 2. Completely slows that one down, Ton.
Stopping it in its tracks. This Falcons Academy trying to pull this one away. Yeah, on the more beneficial side, Asim is the one there leading the charge. Stuns up will slow them down, so what do Falcons Academy choose to do? I mean, they just choose to turn this one around very, very quickly. They're making the move over towards A. The cover will be here for Bush, but they're going to be on their heels very, very quickly. Rupert trying to find something. Trying to find a way through. Can't quite do it. Roxas has actually been caught in the middle of the map here. And could do with finding this gunfight. Caught with his pants down, and all of a sudden, you can turn this around if you're Bush Gaming once more.
Wonderful use of the mechanics there. A little bit of a wall jump. Gives them an easy 2, but as this continues, it's still looking good for Taylor Bush. Couple more kills going down. That's a 4 streak for him, but they really haven't moved this EMP far very much. He's going to take it. He's just going to go for it. He's got a blocker as well. Asim is going to be there. This should be fine. This should be in. This should be easy. Asim getting another one. There are streaks in abundance. Are they going to try for another one? They need to keep up with the slaying if they are going to. And, well, there's 3 more, but there is a player out. Spart has just shot them down.
He's put himself in a fantastic position as well, so Falcons Academy are going to have to back it on up. Rupert can try and keep this going. He won't be able to. Just trying to keep that pressure on. This is all from Spart. He will eventually fall, but finds a kill. And just in the position that Spart is in, he can dip away from that window and just reappear anytime that he likes. Proloop, what an aid up top. And now you can get this one moving potentially here if you're Bush. Finds a third. Big moment here. 25 seconds to go. Can they stop this one? It looks like they did. But moving over towards Alpha, we've also got Den Overload ongoing. Huntsman and Project Notorious. One apiece here in this series.
Who pulls ahead, though, at the moment? You can see bit of a fight going on. Project Notorious almost looking like they were about to move the EMP, but this is still going to be about the fights. With the advent of Overload and its new addition to the CDL roster, teams are still adapting and still learning, but one thing remains. You've got to make the kills before you make the play, and at the moment this is going pretty well. Early is trying to get through here as well. Doesn't have as many blockers as he would like. He's going to try and die for it. Isn't going to happen.
Close enough. They have to pull this one away. That's a precarious spot. Oh, too real. He may have made the play 1, 2. There's just no way he finds a third. And it's all on Too Real if they can manage to find this kill. And they may well land this one home. Look how close the spawns are. Oh, that has got a sting. Huntsman will maybe survive this, and they have done.
Well, spawning on the point that is being pushed is certainly a choice. That is a horrible way for that push to end.
I think the Huntsman fans in the chat might disagree with you as they land one in themselves. Oh, that's got to sting for Project Notorious. That's got to sting a lot. You know, Too Real made an unbelievable play. It's an unbelievable call to make. Knows they're going to try and wrap it back round. It's in a good position to do so, and Uli may well get this one moving forward. Too Real will find it, and they can get this one away. Nicely done by Project Notorious. Get this one out and running. Huntsman will be very happy with this 1-0 lead, though, after 3.
More pressure now mounting, though. Notorious looking to find a gap. Ripsy, the stun, throws him off a little bit, but Neum does manage to get back as well. Kips gets another one. That EMP is on the move, but it's in the move to nowhere. And now they're going to have to try and set up again. You can see Huntsman once more have it. Neum looking to block. This is just going to be a bit of a slaughter in the front here. There's just not an awful lot more going on.
Well, they've sent 2 players over towards the lobby side. Awakening should be dead to rights and doesn't have any help. How has he found that gunfight? Incredible moment for Awakening, who finds his second as well, and that should be a freebie for Project Notorious to get this one over the line just about. And can they potentially set up here for the relay? Spawning in over towards B, Search and Destroy. These are crucial kills for Huntsman to find, and they do. It's a dojo spawn going to come in, so we're going to be straight back at it. A war of attrition through the middle of the map will start the kickoff with 2 minutes to go here in the first round.
Here comes the push again. Yuli will try and find something. There's a little bit of a stun check. He gets one as well. This is fantastic, but there are bodies coming up through the stairs, and they just don't find the gunfights. Really thought he had it. Awakening has no health for that chow, but has to make it anyway. Rispy, that has been a call from his teammate because that was locked on for him. And now finds himself in a not great position. There are players coming, but there are also reinforcements flooding through at the same time. Eventually he'll be taken down, but this has been an interaction game more than moving the EMP.
It's been so back and forth, hasn't it? Both teams struggle to just about get it over the line. It feels like Project Notorious have been the ones that have maybe been in better positions. Huntsman took their opportunities when they could. Is it someone going to slide this one in? Geo tried. Spawn's still over towards Dojo. Yeah, if I was Huntsman, I'd start wrapping that one away. There's no need to get involved in that. You can make a lot more progress just by positioning yourself correctly. A couple of kills going to go the way, though, of Huntsman. We'll send those players back to the respawn. That EMP won't get much further. And the rooftops is where it lands. Renegade pushing forward in this position beforehand. This is where he's so good. Being that lead blocker, being that player who's going to cause some issue. Project Notorious aware of that, send 2 players back for him. Awakening. You have to be so careful. Huntsmen like to wrap this back, and they just keep getting caught off players who they just don't realize are that.
Huntsmen going for one more big push. They do have the numbers. Players are going to be down here as well. Only one blocker. Awakening is the first man here. They're going to try and hold it down. Renegade tries to get players from the back at the same time. This will continue on for as long as that EMP is held. Kips is trying to do everything here, but he's going to go down. I wonder if they grab it here, Project Notorious. I don't know if they want to. They might just let it go into the next half. No, going to grab it. Slight extension.
Well, even if it's dropped now, it will end the round, so worth a go. I should get taken down here. Yeah, good movement coming through from Ripsy. And then we'll find it. Really close rounds to kick things off in the first half. Honestly, though, I think the happier of the two might just be Huntsman. It feels like they didn't have too many opportunities, but took them when they could. As Project Notorious really had to work for their points. Let's see how this breaks down now, as we head into a second half. Close series between these two. That really could go the distance. One apiece here in the series and, of course, in the Overload. Let's see how the second half is going to go down.
Bit of a flurry around mid. Everybody just playing TDM to kick this off. It's always the way. Without a defined number of pushes, the one person they haven't found is Uli, and they'll be calling that as well. The EMP is going to move, though, and it looks like a potential A push.
Yeah, they fancy it over towards the side, but just so many more angles you've got to be able to cover. But I tell you what, Kips might be the one that finds it. He could be the guy that breaks it open to realize he had to stop it. He can't stop it in time. Oh, that must have been so close. And Renegade will just about get it home. Rispy is here after respawn to try and slow down this push, but going to start initiating here from Project Notorious, but they're finding themselves behind.
And that felt like it shouldn't have been a score, but gets through. They find a couple of kills here. They'll look to move it again here, but at the moment Kips has gone full defensive. He's going to fall as well. Players are already going to be pushing through. Uli does go down. Opportunity still here for Project Notorious. They've got guns. They've got teammates, and oh, Geo, wonderful little shot there with a pistol, but unfortunately reinforcements have already arrived for the Huntsman. And this is back and forth and back and forth.
We'll move it away from that spawn side. I like to see teams wrapping this through this spawn. It can be a little bit risky at times. And it does give the opposition a little bit of time to try and establish their defensive lines, but they have no time at all because this is running through very, very quickly. It's another cap for Huntsman. Project Notorious not quick enough to get there. Incredible gunfight win from Turiel. And it might just slow something down here, but Renegade going to be blocking again. Trying to get this moving forward. Rispy through the mid, can't get much further. Huntsman will be in control of the EMP, but Project Notorious coming in off the respawn. Looking to just try and defend at this moment in time, but Huntsman 3-1 to the good. They don't really need to do a great deal here.
For them, it's about trading out and just keeping the status quo. For Notorious, they want to get at least one more score in to keep this game on the edge of its seat. But, well, Huntsman, They have an opportunity to move this forward again. Of course, the respawns will come in time, so there will have to be a couple of kills made before the EMP gets moved fully. Kip's going to try and get through here. Does. Still, this is a horrible one to push without the kills being made. Kips is just going to run around now. Might actually lap this completely. Kips just running for his life. It's not parking the bus, but it is riding it from the entire journey.
They could wrap this through Dojo. Choose to go against it and just go with the kills. Renegade picks it up and it was like, yeah, okay, it's alright. I just need the pistol. You're getting guns, son. And now he can just run it through Dojo. Yeah, he senses it's just completely free. His teammates are going to spawn up here with them. And I love the defensive play. Sometimes you got to play a little bit of Bolt. And that's just a bit of time wasted. But a potential opening, it's more than an opening, I tell you what. Huntsman spawning on the other side. Project Notorious set up for this. And that sets a dangerous precedent.
Well, they messed around and found out. Gotta be a bit careful. Everybody fell down and Notorious have been thrown a lifeline. They now have just a one-score game to bring it equal. Geo out in mid. A minute 25 on the clock.
Gibbs finds one. Can't find the second. Just fighting for control over the middle of the map right now. 2 reels nade. That's going to cause some havoc. Yeah, Neum gets taken down. And they may well just start to run this. 2 real are going to bring it back. Rather be in control of the EMP if they can be. A couple of kills are being found. He's going to find one as that lead block. Neum had to shut him down and does. He has to move forward and he has to find a couple of kills as well. 2 real trophy out. Just a distraction at this stage. 2 reals are going to be able to find one, but you got to be able to shut this down, and they have done. It feels like it's rushed. It feels like it's maybe a little bit desperate now from Project Notorious. 45 seconds to go. I'm curious if they set up the defensive line here. Do they park the bus, Huntsman? Or nope, they're going to run it down Dojo's side.
And this might go in. This might go in. Project Notorious are not in a good position for this. Risby finds a kill. This might be another score. They're trying to get through here in the middle.
Hard to find it.
Taking a few seconds, maybe too long. And that'll be shut down again now. Notorious have scored from this position before. Neum trying to hold it down. There's going to be 2 players here going for the trade, but Neum holds it down. This is certainly going to go into the overtime section of it. Surely.
Really? This
Huntsman,
is a massive
don't
moment.
let this go.
But the teams don't want to risk it. They don't want to risk this moment. They don't want to risk this going to overtime, do they? Huntsman need to keep it at bay, and they may well have done so. 2 seconds to go. It's the final nade in from Neum. It just about gets it over the line.
Well, that one could have gone a little bit differently, but Huntsman get it in the end. Now you got to ask, is this how it continues? The respawns have been for Huntsman.
Oh, that is such a tight way to end an overload. In a massive, massive map to take away for Huntsman, who could have ended this game 3-0. They were 5-3 up in the Search and Destroy. They win map 1, they win map 3. If it isn't for Project Notorious bringing this one back in map number 2, this game is done.
Looking over this as well. Awakening 31-20. Getting the slaying definitely on the side of Project Notorious, but that's not how this game is judged.
Not at all. Let's have a look to see how the series has went down. Maps 2 and 3, very, very close. Blackheart Hardpoint was, well, not. Utter domination from Huntsman after a good start there from Project Notorious. Over on the other side of things, on Bravo, let's have a little peek at it. I've been keeping an eye on it myself, Pricey. It's still going on. Falcons Academy with 2-0 up. Tell you right, Bush have brought this one back and are dominating in map number 4.
Wow. This is just a check-in here, but this one very much screams map 5 if it continues on going this way. Falcons Academy Green have barely scratched the surface of points as we head into the second set of rotations. Just been a monumental start by the look of it for Telluride Bush Gaming.
This is looking very, very solid. Roxas can't get things going. Second at 4 and 15. Telluride Bush are feeling like they can force this to a map number 5. Fire has a Hellstorm in his back pocket as well. To help them along, we know it takes, well, quite something to get something going with it here on Colossus. The Falcons Academy Green need to find a way back into this one. After a full rotation, Bryce, they're finding themselves 100 behind.
Yeah, actually quite surprising. Like I said, I was trying to see if there was been massive outslaying in it. There is a little bit of an issue. Roxas hasn't really been firing on all cylinders, but a 100-point difference is certainly quite big at this stage.
P2 control. Here for the bush, and right now just sitting very, very pretty. Falcons Academy can't get anywhere near. I mean, Rupa and Roxas with 14 kills between them after rotation in a bit is not good enough. Feels like Falcons Academy are going a little one by one right this second and are being punished for it. 30 seconds to go here. Over towards P2. It's looking like Bush will break 200 points by the time we head over towards the outside of the boat.
And this is one side to say the least. What on earth is happening? Falcons Academy feels a little bit like they've lost the plot a little bit.
I mean, there's been nothing to write home about, has there? Roxas couldn't buy a kill. 5 and 22 from him, and that is just not a stat line that is going to shine very brightly on him whatsoever. But looking like they're going to have another map to right the wrong. They were 2-0 up in this one. And the reverse sweep, unless Falcons Academy can bring a hell of a comeback onto the cards. The reverse sweep is the thing that's on the cards instead, Bryce.
At the moment, they are slowly but surely getting some points back. Capsule will call on the Hellstorm.
Looking more than done this
doesn't
one.
even need it. Finds 2, and that may call game here. Rest of the scrap time looks like it will go to Telluride. The Falcons Academy. What are they doing?
Not a great deal. QK can find something back. A P4 rotation, is that going to get you a great deal? Well, it's not, because you're not even going to get that either. 228 to 80. This is a hell of a statement from Bush, but if you Falcons Academy, you find a way through. 60 seconds to play for here. Get a hold of this time, then maybe, just maybe, you have a way back through. More Hellstorms coming in. Roxas just trying to hold the point down, trying to hold the middle down. He can't do it. Spark can find one. There goes the Hellstorm, and that may well be the game.
Academy going to make a run for this, though. Trying to find some kills out towards the back and to the point, but they lose the gunfights. Nothing but death in the kill feed for Falcons Academy, and Telluride Bush Gaming will send this one to a map number 5. Fire calling it a missile. It doesn't need to be used. Doesn't matter. That's going map 5. Oh, there's some shouting going on there. Telluride have some bodies in the back. They got hyped for that one.
Jerry's getting gas for that one. Big
Job's
win.
not done, though.
Big win to send it to a map number 5. Some tired bodies, some tired minds. And maybe that is the issue. A lot of support for the Falcons Academy team. Capstone's just laughing it away. Map number 5 beckons between those two over on Bravo. But this one is heading to map number 4 with a lead for Huntsman. And the winners of these two games will play up against each other tomorrow to kick things off. I believe we'll then go into the winners bracket final, losers final, and then of course the grand final. 4-game day, 4 massive games tomorrow, Bryce.
Does come down to that final hurrah. And these are all elimination games, by the way. If you are wondering what is happening, there are final games of the day. The teams that lose these will be taken out of this tournament. The winners will make it through to Sunday, meeting the two teams already in our winners bracket final, Ton.
Yes, which is, it's going to be a really interesting day. Whoever ends up in that top 4, of course, we know 2 of them just seeing which way these two games are going to go. We're heading into our very final maps of the day, and not many maps remaining in the tournament. It's been a hell of a ride, though. Of course, day number 1, best of 3s, games flying at us left, right, and center. We're now into the best of 5 portion. We have been all day long here on Saturday with some really surprise results. Honestly, I think, you know, in some of them that have went on throughout the tournament, okay, you're like, oh, right, okay, the EMEA teams are building. They're finding a couple of good wins here. They're chipping away. And when they did start coming up against some of this top North American opposition, I was a little worried for them. And they've really proved that they belong at the very highest level. It's always that question, right? Because in the North American side of things, you have that association with the CDL. The CDL mostly obviously based over in North America. You have these players who have so consistently been part of it, and there's always the presumption at the start of the season that the North American team are going to be at the very top, but that's an EMEA grand final potentially, or a grand finalist confirmed. A winners bracket final between 2 EMEA teams as well. Europe and the whole region is very much here to play this year by the looks of things, Bryce.
It certainly is. Well, while we're waiting for these games to start, we're going to do a quick break. We'll get everybody in the lobby, and we'll see you in just a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. Our game is upon us. At the moment, Huntsman lead 2-1 against Project Notorious, but we are back into the hard point. And Project Notorious gaining time on P1 so far.
It's for them to try and turn around. They were, dubbed the best challengers Overload team, and I've just watched them lose back-to-back in series in the Overload. Teams are seemingly stepping it up. The Huntsman trying to answer back from that search and destroy. Honestly, this could have been 3-0. Huntsman will be feeling a little disappointed, but they get one over on them in the Overload, finding themselves now in a close hard point to kick things off here on Den. Project Notorious inside of the point over towards P2. Now is Huntsman trying to find a way back.
This one, everybody into this one. You can see the bodies are piling through the doorways. Really just trying to find his last kill here, and does so. Notorious looking a little bit more comfortable this time around. Really already pushing it out. Oh, almost picks up another easy kill for him, but the trade's still flowing as Kips finds 2, and they're back in.
This Kips kid. Causing so many problems. Renegade maybe just overheating there for a second. Trying to find the kills, but these close spawns from Project Notorious just raining in consistently. And Huntsman still trying to find kills in and around P2. Awakening can't find a great deal. It's looking like Huntsman may well be able to pick up the scrap time. They will. And now it's a foot race over towards P3. Dojo side spawn going to come in from Kips. Numbers will be here for Huntsman as they get the scrap time as well. Very close game as we head over towards P3.
Ooh.
Not ideal.
Played it. A little bit overzealous with that jump. Doesn't cost his team too badly, though. They're still here.
Awakening. Trying to open things up for the team. Dravak in hand as Rispy will shut him down. And through the middle, may well break something open here for this side of Neum. Not going to happen. 2 reels there to shut it down. Can't find Renegade. Really good break coming through from Project Notorious. They're the second ones here. And they're the ones that are getting the lion's share of the time.
Still, both teams really stacking this point at the same time. You can see Project Notorious are trying to break through, but they're the ones that have to get into those choke points and try to win the gunfights from them. Doing a very good job. They split the map. They will get the scrap time. Hold on to their lead. You can already see a spawn come in all the way across. Huntsmen are a mile away, and Liam's like, where is everybody?
22nd game. William Co trying to find something over towards the back hill. And they're finding the kills over towards the rooftops where they need to. Kips, again, is just finding 2 pieces you just wouldn't expect him to find. Renegade gets one through the front door, and 2 real for a moment is on his own, just trying to stifle this push as quickly as he can, just trying to play his life as much as he can. Uli finds one, and Neum Rispy through the front door, can't find a second. It is just a blow after blow. Pinstripe kill feed across the board. Nobody seemingly able to get any sort of control. Kips off the map again, though, and Neum, he's going to get taken down, so eventually Project 7 Notorious will be the ones in control.
Project Notorious just doing a really good job there. There were many, many trades, and it certainly didn't look clean. The trades benefited them. They were in the prime position, and now they will reap the rewards. A commanding lead going into our second set of rotations turn, and for Huntsman, it's now playing chase.
We've seen it didn't necessarily have the best of starts when it came down to Blackheart. We're going to try and turn it around here quickly, though on Dent. They're trying to cover his teammate Kips inside of the point. Just be here with the flank as well. You can get some good time over towards P1. They're looking to do so. Awakening 2 real. Work that so well. The more that this goes on, the more it feels like a map number 5. Awakening trying to cover over towards the lobby side, but that's a 3 dead momentarily. Kips and Co can jump back in over towards P1. They got the spawns for P2 as well.
Still holding. Kips knows the pressure is going to be on him very, very shortly, but Rispy already taking 2. And they are basically just trying to fight to get anywhere near this. For Huntsman, it's a pretty impressive hold there on the P1, but can they hold this? The P2 push, everybody flowing over the rooftops, looking to get into it. Project Notorious are here with numbers, and, well, only Kips remains against them. And for all that P1 defense, they've let P2 slip ton.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate, to be honest with you. The gunfights just don't go their way. It really is coming down to, I mean, nobody in particular is making huge plays. It is just coming down to the teammates being there to find the trades. 2 real finding 2 like that, though, is going to help things out as Rispy then can't find much else. 2 real will fall after finding 3, all on his own. It just feels as if Huntsmen have lost a bit of that punching power. They've been really, I don't want to say relying on the fundamentals, but they've been helping. Liam now trying to find a way through the point. Not going to work out. Project Notorious have really started to find their flow. They've spawned Huntsman over towards the backside as well. They'll be the first ones over towards P3 and about a 70-point lead by the time they get there as well. It's only going to grow as well. P2 scrap time is going to go their way, but the rotation will eventually be won by Huntsman. They should be in control.
And they need a big hold. They need this to be a money hill. If they do that, they're back in the game, but still behind. Kips is backtracking here, trying to make sure the flank is at least a little bit secure for his teammates. Pressure mounting to the front. Renegade is throwing shoulders. They're going to know he's going to be here. He finds one and still stays alive, but tries to go for the second and gets cut down. Trade's coming through as well. Risby is just throwing bullets here, trying to get the player. And the player keeps getting away. It's Uli who gets out of it. It's a team kill, but so far so good for Huntsman. They hold.
30 seconds to go. This has been a great hold from the Huntsman. Got to be aware of the pressure coming in from the mid-map. Risby may well get some good timing. He doesn't. Player coming in from the mid is going to be Awakening. That's going to be a break. Coming through here for Project Notorious. Keep an eye on where the spawns are going to be here for Huntsman because it's not going to be close. Massive gunfight win from Too Real as the rotation over towards P4 now incoming. And this is where Project Notorious found so much good time in the first rotation of Hills. And they may well be able to find that time with a 60-point lead on top of it.
They've got to do it again. They had a slightly advantageous hold last time around. They need to do the same thing. Keep chipping away at that lead.
Didn't see. Did someone join?
Potentially. It doesn't matter.
Oh, you losers.
Keep on rolling.
That is frustrating. But irrelevant to the point, you know, we'll go for a restart. Unfortunately, I think for Project Notorious, that's a one that'll sting. But
It is what it is. It is what it is. We keep moving forward. Anyway, I believe the other game is probably almost upon us as well.
oh, Geo lagged out apparently. I didn't even
okay.
see it on my screen. I honestly, how much attention am I paying? Am I locked like too locked in?
Potentially.
Okay.
Wow. Bravo's ready. So we're going to go over there. Let's have a look. It's map 5 between these two. She saw this one start. Oh, wow. It's a map 5, all right, but it's a one-sided map 5 so far.
Oh, Bush have got into this one and haven't been able to step it up and force it to that map number 5. And now find themselves 4-1 down. It seems as if Geo did stop moving in that previous game, so I'm not 100% sure as to why. They were in a pretty hefty lead, so I'm sure you wouldn't have wanted to do that. So Huntsman going to get away with that one.
Well, we'll see. We'll leave that to the admins. That's the best part of it. At the moment, the best part of this is a very close game. Telluride have a 4-1 lead, but they did lose the last round.
Ripper finding an opponent kill. Falcons looking to try and get something going here, but Spartan Prolo can do well and have done well. Bush having a fantastic time here. 4-1 to the good. And have done brilliantly, actually, to bring this back. The reverse sweep potentially on the cards, but Falcons Academy Green will find that round win. An important one at that.
They're looking pretty happy. We're getting confirmation now of what exactly happened in that last one. It was a power issue. So, at the time, something went wrong with the power supply for a player. And the ruling will be a full restart. We do think it was Geo. It did seem to freeze on the minimap. So, yeah, if you go back, I actually gone back through the replay and just double-checked it. Seems like there was an issue there, but these things occasionally happen when you run several thousand feet of power cable into a venue to get these events operational. Problems could happen, but we'll get back to that after this one. At the moment, Telluride Bush Gaming are in the driving seat.
Spawn at 9-1. The sniper round has been ringing today, hasn't it? 3-piece that we've seen before. Can he find anything else in this game to solidify it?
Smart.
Do it for Hannah.
15 years ago, this man would have been caught up for hard scoping, but doesn't matter this time. Unfortunately, down they go. It's a 2 versus 4, favouring the Falcons. Well, tries to make a play. It isn't going to happen here as well. And now Cap's still left alone. Finds one. Knows where the second's going to be. Goes for the chow, but isn't going to win it. And that'll be a round back on the board for them.
Big one to find. Create the doubt. Never make it easy. Bush is still only 1 round away. 5-2 now. Looking to try and close this out and send themselves to Sunday. That would be a massive result from them. Haven't necessarily had the best of times in Elite. Been in with a top 4 finish, but a couple of good cup results. Really did kind of strike with everybody, didn't it? That this team can compete, and they are absolutely doing that here today. QK trying to get something going here for Falcons Academy. Absolutely. Trying to
caught by a seam, and as a snipe goes down as well, QK gets it. Oh, and this is falling apart very, very fast. It is a 1 versus 3 now for Fire. They can find even one. It becomes a little plausible, but there is a sniper watching, waiting, anticipating, and decimating as they do fall. The Falcons creeping back into this one. Spectators for both sides' teams are going to be a little bit more than anxious.
Shot lands for QK, who's been very impressive with the scope from what we've seen. And they need to keep this up 5-3. This is the time where it starts getting a little bit nervy. You send it to 5-4. You need every part of you on the Bush Gaming side to just dig deep. QK with the sniper out. We're going to try and find some picks here for Falcons Academy. Oh, the one over the top nearly lands. And that's a scary moment for Telluride Bush Gaming. But they've made some inroads over towards A now. Seaman Co trying to defend, just clearing over towards top mid. As this push over towards A is imminent. Capsule will find QK. That's a massive, massive blow for them to find. 4v3 in favor of Bush. They need this round to send themselves to Sunday.
Who's hoping for a miracle. It's a massive flag. This is huge here. Prologue, I think, has called it as well. He's in Rupa, and he wins the gunfight. It was ambitious, but not good enough. And now Falcons are in a 2 versus 4 for survival. Here they come. This bomb is going to go down. The Falcons will need to be magnificent in this stage of the game. Can they find the kills? Can they push the right angles? Here comes the first. Asim has got to back down already. They don't have the time ton.
30 seconds. You got to find a way through. Oh, is the reverse sweep just so imminent? Roxas will fall and Bush find the reverse sweep. And Jerry lets them know about it.
He loves them. And he's lost his voice from shouting just appreciation to the other team. Oh, my voice is really going, but I just want you guys to know how much I love you. That's what was being saying then, but unbelievable there in the end. That's what he was saying, Ton. Shut up. Hey, Telluride will move forward to Sunday.
That's a huge result for them. A fantastic one as well. Telluride Bush Gaming in and amongst it for Sunday is a great thing for challengers. Has to be said. Into this one, though. Huntsman taking on Project Notorious for the second time here on Den Hardpoint. We go for a full reset. And in absolute fairness, it was the team who were in a pretty substantial lead who will be the ones feeling a bit aggrieved by it, but it was their players, Power Spy or whatever, did reset, but it's a hell of a way to start things up. 40 seconds remaining here at P1. Project Notorious can get a good chunk of it.
Let's see. I mean, there is an old tale that you never win the reset. Notorious will be hoping that is not true for them when they start off pretty well like they did last time. A lot of P1 time getting from them. In fact, this is probably the most P1 time I've ever seen a team really get without fear of losing it.
It's one of those holds, though, if you can get on the right side of things and get the setup correct, more than doable. So Project Notorious kind of kick off where they left things. Some really good time over towards P1. Turiel trying his best to finesse. This is going to be an opportunity for Huntsman, though, to get themselves a decent setup here. I love this push-up from Neom. It's going to force Project Notorious to have to go the long way. Renegade going to get caught off guard. Neum turns around at the wrong time. Big gunfight going on over towards the rooftops. You lose inside of the hill at the same time. And that is the break. Wonderful work from Project Notorious on a few different fronts. And they find the break back. 30 seconds on rise.
He's just trying to get out of this one here and staying alive, but that is a massive nade to clean house. Kips, I thought, actually had that gunfight. He's going to go down here. Neum, though, 4 on the board. 5 on the board. Doesn't get away for the 5th. And right now, Huntsmen are fighting back.
Doing well. Starting to bring this back into some sort of contentious game. It just feels like a weird one because of, like, obviously the previous rotation, the previous map that we got to see between them. And Project Notorious kind of just led that dance. Now Huntsmen, probably for the first time, find themselves in the lead. Gio and Co trying to move forward. Kips wants to punish, and he will do just that. Makes the movement at the right time, and guns too real as well. Rispy will be there for the final bullet, but I give that one to Kips, to be honest. Incredible work, and now it's about the second rotation of kills. Can they find these over towards the dojo? Renegade for 1, Kips for 1 and 2. Kips is starting to take over. Is the rotation over towards P4 and 30 is looking solid here for the Huntsman. Oh! Hold on.
Awakening pulled out a Matrix move then, stood under the bullets, cut him before he could do any more. It was getting out of hand. But those shots, they showed absolutely no fear when he chowed, and the Huntsmen, they have moved into another gear. That engine is purring, and it's purring something fierce. Here comes the rotation. Notorious need to hold.
Renegade in position. And around control. Just feels as if when Huntsmen smell a little bit of blood, they just don't seem to be able to be gunned. Renegade finds 5 in a row before Awakening finds 2 to shut them down. 43 seconds remaining here. The lead building. Kips finds another. Neum on top of him. Gio will find a 1 around the outside and just trying to finesse. He's done well through the middle of the map as well, so Kips does actually need to start finding some kills here alongside his team. Spawns over towards the lobby. Does not matter. Kips is beaming. 14 and 7. Awakening Geo, though, will do well. They'll find the break back here for 20, and Project Notorious may get away with this.
Wonderful play there from Notorious. I'll go high, you go low, and eventually they do stop the bleed. Little bit of fight back, little bit of slaying now happening in the kill feed. Everybody ready for the next setup. Project Notorious got a lion's share of their points actually here on this last time around. Can they do it again?
Well, it feels like they need to do it again because Huntsmen have had a bit of a streak of hills there. And that will give them the utmost confidence. Renegade and Kips all starting to fire. Recipe's just along for the ride right now. But it's a 25 kill difference. Kips going in the Hellstorm. They will prevent Project Notorious from getting as much time as they did last time out, to say the least. Not going to find anything with it, just a little bit of breathing space, a little bit of information. Renegade can't win that gunfight.
Look at the streaks.
That's just one of those moments where the streaks come in. You get absolutely nothing. And Project Notorious turn this one on its head.
Look at it. 3-4-4-2. Project Notorious haven't died sometimes. 4-4-4-2. 4-4-4-3. Oh, eventually Gio goes down, ruins the streak here, but that is an unbelievable amount of kills. 15 without answer. And everybody else is still going. The Huntsman said enough is enough. Let's bring this back into the realms of reality. It's 5-5-0-4. Gio's the only one who's fallen in recent memory. The Huntsmen are being bullied. Eventually this is going to stop here, but Awakening 2 Real already going to be on it. The Hellstorm is coming in as well. Anything to stem the tide as Kips finds 3.
Oh,
that's
he's
a full
serious.
wipe.
It just
Game
feels
turned
as if
again.
like a Huntsman needs to find these multi-kills to get something going. And when they do, they can take so much away from Project Notorious. These streaks have helped them as Kips and Neum will continue to clean up. Awakening find 2, find the 3rd. Are you kidding? He's got a Hellstorm in his back pocket as well. Everyone's just taking turns at going off. Awakening for the 3. Can he find a 4th? Not quite. Uli is there. The reinforcements are in. Incredible from Awakening just to break that one open on his own. Rotation for Huntsman has to be in. 15 seconds for Project Notorious is going to go their way as far as scrap time. How on earth did Wake find that 4 kills?
Titanic Wake is here. He is trying to shoulder this game as hard as he can. But at the moment, actually stuck on the other side of the map, but he will be calling in the Hellstorm from that location. This should force them off of it. They'll have to get inside. Gives his team a little bit of breathing room. They need to be here maybe a little bit quicker to actually get into the fight. His awakening will be late as well.
Crispy really struggling yet. 4-17 is not the kind of scoreline that you typically do see from him. Can he find anything to slow things down? He looks a little bit lost in the sauce, to be honest with you. Uli will have those free gunfights. 35 seconds remaining. And this has been a hell of a turnaround from Project Notorious. Neum Renegade trying to drag their team back into this hill. 25 seconds to play for. One more hit from Huntsman.
Keeps finding two, but Crispy back in that kill feed on the wrong side again as Awakening. He's 22-9 at the moment here. He is one of the reasons that this game is close. They are firing every single bullet they can do. And not only that, but that is a wonderful rotation for them. They are clear for a while.
To the middle of the map, do the Huntsman go. Could get caught off guard here a little bit, Project Notorious. Gonna have to back on down. Neum trying to put some pressure in. Needs his teammates to win the gunfight over towards the other side. He's done so well with his positioning, but Gio is there for two. And holds it down all on his own. 20-point lead here for Project Notorious. 40 seconds to play for. Over towards P4. Crispy is getting farmed at the moment.
Just needs a confidence kill. That's always the secret. Find a kill and then keep on moving forward, but they do need him firing. He finds one on Uli. Looking for the second. If he can just get into this game, they might have an opportunity to take it away, but at the moment, he is a little bit of a weak link.
The game's still tight, though. And it's not necessarily about the amount of kills that you find, it's about those important moments. And he has time to turn this one around. Kips will find Tyrion. They need to try and find a break over towards P1 here. And Gio has a Hellstorm in the back pocket as well. Crispy Renegade combining well, and here comes the one in the back pocket of Awakening. Project Notorious very much have the artillery to use here. If I'm Renegade, I'm probably sacrificing my life here just to get them extra couple of seconds. And then you go back into it. Well, you can't. Good nades coming in from Project Notorious from the top window, just trying to keep them at bay. And into the point they go. Neum can find two here, but 39 seconds remaining at P1. Huntsman have to get involved.
They're looking for it as well. Tyrion is going to fall here to Renegade, but it's still not a great time. Kips is going to come in from the backside, but he needs to find kills as well. He does find the second onto Gio. They are desperate to claw back this time as quickly as they can, but it is just a bloodbath in this P1 from both sides. Neum trying to stay alive. He knows there are players here. He's actually just firing, especially in the air. It's almost a desk pop. Not really doing anything effective.
Now players now moving on the other side. This does not spell good news. Oh.
Well,
One apiece, technically.
no idea.
No idea.
I'm actually going to go back and double check the stream. Give me 1 second. I want to find out what
Crispy
happened.
wasn't moving.
Yeah, actually, quite a few of the players were moving.
Yeah.
Crispy's one of the ones who stopped. Kips as well. Neum. Well. Another reset. Potentially.
It's that way. Gio was moving, and it wasn't him.
Just want to tell the stream here a secret. Tun said this is all going very smoothly before we started this game. Before we loaded in for our shift, Tun was extolling the virtues of how well this event has been going for us and how smooth it's been so far. So, Tun has really done some serious work here on this broadcast. So we're going to go to a quick break while we work this out and potentially just fire Tun. So we'll see you right after this. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Hardpoint for the third time. So, to fill you in what's happening, as you can probably guess, this is a full reset. One thing that will happen if we do face another reset in this Hardpoint, though, is we will be moving stations, so you can expect a delay if it happens again. However, fingers crossed, ton has been told off, and we'll get into this one.
Deary me. Oh, Rispy seems to be doing alright this time around. 4 kills to kick things off. There's Project Notorious trying to get themselves back inside of the hill. 28-0 for the Huntsman to kick things off yet. They're solid down here. All we want really is everybody to be able to use their equipment to the best of their ability, and that's a fair game. So hopefully everybody is up and running. And let's see how this one's going to go down. A similar start though for the side of Huntsman. Last time out was a very solid outing after P1 and P2. Looking to try and do the same here. 45 remaining. There's Rispy now doing significantly better than he was done. He might have actually been having some issues, Brycey. Who would have thought?
Well, he's almost equaled his kills from the last game, and has done in the first minute and a bit of this one. So, certainly a bit of a better start here for the Huntsman this time around. They're looking to try and get this one through, of course. And will always be a bit of bad blood, whatever happens at the end of this one. But right now, it's all about the fight.
Early inside of the point, and the break will come through. 4 in a row from him. Looking to just try and streak away. Both these two teams had their moments in that second reset, though, didn't they? Where they were able to just find multiple different kills and then finding those streaks and making the most of them. But right now, Huntsman are running this one up.
Well, here we go. Here's the push, Notorious. Trying to get in position, and Neum will find only one, though. Bit of a spraying and praying. Kips looking for one, finds the first and the second. It's clean. He's looking for the third. Bit of time here on Awakening, who goes for the chow, and Kips is all right. Easy. 4, 5 for Kips now. Just turns every direction. There's nowhere you can go. He won't shoot you. And they've now got this covered a little bit towards the middle as well. It's going to be a headbutt here for Notorious to try to get in for the last 26 seconds.
Oh, Kips. Oh, Kips, this is ridiculous. Oh, how is Gio not dead? It's a hell of a streak from Kips, and the lead has grown. 86-25 now. 2 Real & Co trying to find a way back through, and they have done. 10 seconds to go, and we move over towards P4 now. Awakening, first one there. Find an important kill as Renegade will take his time. He'll wait for his prey to come towards him, but currently he is very much surrounded by it, and it's good rotation by Project Notorious.
So they need a big hold. 2 Real going to go down to Ripsy. Awakening. A lot of bullets in a Renegade here. That will certainly slow him down. As you can see, there's a bit of a split going on. Neum's going to be behind the back. Does he find one? He does. Looking for it a little bit more as Awakening desperately tries to hold the front. At the moment, a good hold here from Project Notorious. They are not letting them in.
It's just these moments when teams are finding rotations, they are making the most of it. But if Kips is there, then you don't know what's going to happen, because he might just come up with a 2-piece like that. Gio trying to find a way back through. Rispy currently well tied, leading the lobby in kills. After what was I don't even want to speak about it, to be honest with you. Neum continuing thing here though for Huntsman, and it's a wonderful break for the final 15. They will have themselves a substantial lead by the time we head over towards the second rotation of hills.
Here we go again. Notorious have been pretty good on P1 in the last few times we've seen this map. They need it now to try and get back into it, but fight still erupting across the entire breadth of it. Everybody just trying to pile in and get the trades on their side. Tyrell finding 2 with Uli's 1. Does mean they have the advantage and can move into P1.
Gio finding that kill and finding themselves inside of P1 themselves. They've done well to get here. 8 and 11 from Gio, but here comes the streaks, and it's no surprise. Both these two teams be doing the same thing over and over again. Project Notorious have been the team who have been leading when these resets have come through. Right now, they're around 40 or 50 behind. This can be brought back rather quick.
This is going to be the P2, though. Look at it already setting up, and Kips has found his way through, and they're finding the kills out both sides of this hill. They already know the pressure is going to be coming from the rooftops. They need to clean this out quickly, but Uli is causing problems, and that might have given Notorious this point here, but Rispy has certainly managed to keep them at bay.
A man reborn, some would say. Forged in the flames of that second reset. He's coming to the third with a vengeance, hasn't he? Neum, 18 kills for him, though. Everybody on Huntsman has been stepping it up. Project Notorious have got to feel like they're being punked, but they've got to feel like they can find a way back into this game. Too real. 9 and 16 from him right now, but it's a good shot onto Renegade. His teammate will take him down, and Neum will find early. You got to find a break, but Neum can find 3 all on his own. 21 kills, and Huntsman are running away with it.
Oh my goodness. Your Project Notorious, you'd be quite tempted to pull out a power cable like you're starting a lawnmower at this point, because it is not going well on this one. But at the moment, Huntsman have come alive. They are holding down P2 in dramatic fashion, and they keep making the kills. This is going to a 100-point lead now for Huntsman.
Rispy. He can't seem to miss.
Been a better player in this one, Ton.
He definitely was having issues, because you could see he was just moving. Well, again, I'm not going to delve into with my tinfoil hat on. But here we go. It's a 100-point lead for Huntsman. They are one map away from sending themselves to Sunday. Let's get serious for a second. They have performed admirably here in the third reset. Project Notorious, have you got anything left?
This game isn't over, but they are going to be feeling the pressure. Notorious could potentially be out here on the back of this hard point. Really looking to try and hold it down as well. Everybody going to be off the hard point for a few seconds. Too Real finds 2. Kips finds 1. Renegade finds another. Kips is just piling bullets through the doorway, hoping for a lucky connection. And over they go. And there's a little bit of a turn and a pirouette. And it will be Notorious who walk away with 10 seconds for an incredible amount of effort.
They need to find a good rotation here, Brycey, and they need to find one quickly. Geo, first one through the front door. That's a big kill onto Renegade. One more play over towards the P3 side is going to be Neum. He'll be on his way over. Uli will find one, but Kips, Neum combining, as they so often do. Kips can't find another. Geo's done brilliantly to drag his team into this point, and he's feeling his shot right now. M15 in hand and trying to get something going. 40 seconds to play for here. And Project Notorious, they need every single second. Oh my word. Renegade over the backside. 2 Real left on his own. It's another break for Huntsman. 30 seconds to play for, and they are going to be merely 20 or 30 seconds away if they can hold down this time.
And they're trying to push it out as far as possible, but they've lost a couple of gunfights. Neum now has to pick which direction he helps his team out in. Uli just jumps through and finds a gunfighter as well. It will be Notorious that take this one back. Scrap time is certainly going to be theirs. Now, back into P1 for some of these players as they go for the positioning. It's a Notorious that should grab the last few seconds of scrap. For Notorious, P1 is essential. It's not normally a hill you can get a ton of time on, but time they do need.
Uli's trying to drag his team into this one. Literally by their hair. Neum trying to do what he can just to stem this tide of Project Notorious points. It's down to about a 90-second lead, but this can turn on its head. We know what Project Notorious are like. They can find 80, 90 uncontested points in the blink of an eye. Good shots coming in from Kips. They're just trying to keep them at bay, but Project Notorious, you have to fight for every single second, and they're doing it. 30 seconds remaining here at P1. The P2 rotation incoming.
Battle of the big guns here on this one. Neum 30 and 14. Uli 28 and 20. This team's having an okay time. Awakening a little bit quieter than he was in some of the replays. But they are looking for it. That's a bit of a retake there onto P1, but it's scrapped on they desperately need as Geo looks for 3!
Oh,
he gets
word.
it as well! And while he won't jump onto the point here, it's a very important 3 to push back Huntsman into their spawn. There's going to be number 4, surely. There's going to be number 4, surely. Somebody allow this man to connect. He's putting bullets on everybody.
There's
4
the break.
finally for Geo.
And there's the break they needed. Crispy and Renegade are here, though. And they will find a way through, but the close spawns are going to be in for Project Notorious. They need to find a break back rather quickly. 2 Real finds 1, but he needs some help from his teammates, Rispy and Co. It's their game to lose, and they can win it here at P2. Here comes the break.
Up the stairs, you must go. Hell of a choke point, and they just can't break through him. Neum is finding even more kills. He's now on 36 and 16. Accelerating into this game. They might win this by a huge number. 240, they've pushed him out again. Awakening fighting on the rooftops. Pistol down by Renegade. Another one down for Neum. 37 and 16. But more importantly, it's 250 to 1. Being across it, you can tell how dejected you're going to be for Project Notorious. The game is the game, and 2 resets, it sucks, but unfortunately that is the way the cookie has crumbled this time.
Oh, that's gotta stink. Some commiserations over to Project Notorious. I know we joke, but that really does have to stink. You're up in 2 games and through nobody's fault. 2 resets have to come through. You very often don't win the reset. You nearly did.
Liam.
The third, never gonna happen. Liam, 37 kills, 4,200 damage. Absurd game from Liam to drag his team over the line. And we'll see Huntsman on Championship Sunday.
An unreal game to finish it. Huntsmen do get to move forward. We get to find out just how much further they can fly. Well, it's been a long day of games. A long 2 days of games, if we're being honest. Here is the bracket as it stands. Winners final, Rock Esports versus Project 7, an EMEA showdown to find out who goes to our grand final and who goes to elimination. On the other side of it, we finally wrapped up our elimination round 10. We were watching that Telluride. Bush Gaming took down Falcons Academy in a reverse sweep 3-2, and the game we just watched, Huntsman defeated Project Notorious 3-1. That does mean our elimination semis is Huntsman and Telluride Bush Gaming. And that'll be our games for tomorrow. 4 teams remain, Ton.
Into our final 4. It's been an absolute gauntlet to get ourselves here. What a day it's been. We've seen surprise results. We've seen teams taking over. We've seen players really making a statement to the fact that they should be in the league, and Liam no more so than anyone else, really. I mean, there's been so many standout performances from individuals here, but that's what we love about challenges. It's people wanting to prove that they belong at the very, very top. These boys aren't far away from having that quality whatsoever. What a day it's been, and I mean, how better could we be set up? We've got a team from Saudi Arabia in that winners bracket final. We've got a team from Europe in that winners bracket final, and 2 of the best from North America fighting for a place in that grand final as well. Only 4 more games to go, Bryce. It's going to be a hell of a day tomorrow.
It certainly is. Well, the journey is long, but the destination is more than worth it. But for now, it's a quick break until tomorrow. So 12 hours, not that short of a break, but we will see you for the conclusion of Challenges at the Major. 4 games, 4 teams, but only 1 winner. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.